A loud, violent noise entered Jochi's ears, followed by a sharp pain on the back of his hand that instantly brought him back to his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a muddy military boot stomping hard across the back of his hand. Jochi quickly stood up and looked around warily, but the scene before him stunned him. At this moment, he was in a dirt field surrounded by dilapidated fences, where hundreds of border soldiers dressed in ancient, tattered armor were desperately pushing forward. Some people threw punches, some drew knives, and others tore at each other over a woman, spewing out filthy and vulgar curses. At the very front of the crowd stood 2 rows of women in shackles. Their clothes were tattered, their expressions blank, as they awaited selection by the soldiers. Everything before him puzzled Jochi. He was clearly on a mission on the battlefield, so how did he end up in this unfamiliar place in the blink of an eye? Just then, a vast and unfamiliar flood of memories surged into his mind, with a barrage of images and information appearing one after another. Only after fully absorbing these memories did Jochi finally understand the current situation. Due to an accident, he was transported to an ancient alternate world and transformed from a modern special forces commander into an unknown soldier guarding the border. The world is currently in a period of dynastic chaos, beset by internal and external troubles. The northern Sirius tribe raids the south every year, court infighting continues, and powerful families exploit the people at every level. The border troops lacked food, armor, and medicine. The lives of the soldiers were even less valuable than a war horse. These women before them were the so-called camp wives. According to the laws of the Ning dynasty, the border regions were bitterly cold, and to prevent mutiny in the army, the court would send the families of convicted officials and exiled female prisoners into the military camps and assign them directly to the soldiers on the border. After realizing his current predicament, Jochi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He hadn't expected that he would actually travel back to ancient times. However, his long-standing military training allowed him to quickly calm down, and his expression returned to normal. Since fate has brought him to this strange world, he must use his modern knowledge, fighting skills, and tactical abilities to quickly rise to power and firmly control this border fortress. Then, starting from this point, gather forces from all sides, build your own army, develop and expand your territory, and lead your army step by step from the border fortresses to conquer the world, establish a new dynasty, and unify this ancient alien world. Just then, a voice came from beside him. "If you're not dead, hurry up and get in line." Old soldier Wu Lao San next to him, munching on half a hard biscuit, urged indistinctly. "Today is the distribution of camp wives. Those who survived yesterday's battle can choose first. If you go late, even those missing limbs won't get a turn." After listening, Jochi didn't rush to squeeze into the crowd. He leaned against a rotten wooden stake behind him, crossed his arms, and watched the farce unfold before him with a cold expression. Jochi began to seriously assess his current situation. The 10th squad of the broken camp was the worst squad in the entire camp. They lacked food and clothing, their equipment was all tattered, and they lived in drafty mud huts. To survive in this godforsaken place, or even to live like a human being, brute force alone is clearly far from enough. He must rely on his brain. "Jochi? You've come back to life, kid?" An old soldier with yellow teeth came over and was holding half a cornbread in his hand. He looked at Jochi with a look of surprise. "I saw you were almost dead yesterday. I was just planning to divide up your bedding tonight." Jochi glanced at him indifferently. This man was none other than the old soldier who lived in the same room as the original owner of this body, named Wu Lao San. "I'm tough. Even the king of hell thinks I've eaten too much and won't take me," Jochi replied casually, his gaze still sweeping over the women. "Now that you're alive, hurry up and grab some more," Wu Lao San mumbled, stuffing the last bite of cornbread into his mouth. "Look at those strong guys in front. They've all been picked off by those bastards from Team 1 and Team 2. Now all that's left are ugly and deformed." That was indeed the case. The women in the front row who looked healthy and had slightly rosy complexions had long been snatched up by several strong corporals and veterans. Those who remained were either quite old or so thin they were just skin and bones. Jochi's gaze was about to shift to the corner when a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Let me go! Don't touch my young lady! Get away! Jochi immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw two women entangled in a corner. To be precise, it was a petite girl who was desperately blocking another disheveled woman. The girl looked young, and although she was also wearing prison clothes, her fierceness in protecting her master was no less than that. She opened her mouth and bit down hard on a rough hand that was being offered to her. Ouch! Are you a dog or something? The bitten man screamed, then flew into a rage. The man, with a face full of fierce features, was none other than Zhao Dazue, the platoon leader of the 11th squad next door, notorious in the army for his ruthlessness and cruelty. Slap! Zhao Dazue raised his hand and slapped the girl hard across the face, sending her flying. She crashed heavily into a pillar, blood instantly spilling from the corner of her mouth. You're asking for it. Since you won't let me choose your young lady, then I'll choose you. Come back with me, and I'll teach you a lesson in manners. Zhao Dazue cursed under his breath, rushed forward, grabbed the girl by the hair like a dead dog, and forcibly dragged her out. Miss! Miss, save me! Miss, run! The maid cried out in despair, scratching herself repeatedly, but she was no match for the brute strength of the border soldiers. Soon, she was dragged into the chaotic crowd, and only her mournful cries faded into the distance. The woman who had been protecting her tried to rush forward to save the person, but as soon as she stood up, she was knocked to the ground by the soldiers who kept shoving her around her. She was far too weak. In this cannibalistic place, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone others. Jochi's gaze fell on the woman who had been left behind. The woman was curled up alone in the corner, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. As the girl's crying completely ceased, the last glimmer of light in the woman's eyes went out. Hey, what are you staring at that for? Wu Laosan followed Jochi's gaze and immediately curled his lip. That won't do. I heard it's from the family of a convicted official in the capital, and he's as weak as a chick. From the family of a convicted official? Jochi repeated in a low voice. Yes, I think her surname is Gu. Wu Laosan spat on the ground. These rich girls are the most useless. They can't carry anything, and they have terrible tempers. Jochi didn't speak. He just stared silently at the woman. Although her face was covered in dirt, her natural bone structure couldn't be concealed. She had a long neck, and although her body was thin, her back was always ramrod straight. Even in such a muddy pit, the way she curled up in the corner still carried a kind of discipline etched into her bones. Jochi keenly noticed that she was tightly clutching a sharp shard of porcelain in her hand, hidden in her sleeve. It was her last escape route. Interesting. Jochi's lips twitched slightly. This master and servant pair were indeed loyal and affectionate, but unfortunately, in this border military camp, loyalty and affection were often the least valuable things. However, this also shows that the woman wasn't completely numb. She still harbored a sliver of anger. The other soldiers wanted livestock, mules and horses that could work. But Jochi was different from them. From an aesthetic point of view alone, those burly women didn't fit modern beauty standards at all. Besides, when choosing a wife, one should look for someone intelligent, knowledgeable, and broad-minded. Even if a woman from a prominent family is now down on her luck, the knowledge she has gained, the books she has read, and the etiquette she has mastered are all invaluable assets. Among this group of soldiers, almost all of whom were illiterate, such people were undoubtedly an extremely scarce resource. This was truly a rare commodity. Get out of the way. Jochi straightened up and pushed aside Wu Laosan, who was blocking his way. What are you doing? Running over there to pick up leftovers? Wu Laosan shouted from behind. Jochi ignored him and strode straight toward that corner. By this time, the distribution of wives to the camp was nearing its end. The clerk in charge of registration waved his pen impatiently. Anyone else to choose? Take the rest to the laundry department. The woman in the corner trembled slightly upon hearing the words. Laundry bureau. As if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the laundry service was hard work, it was just manual labor, and at least she wouldn't be violated by these filthy men. She loosened her grip on the porcelain shards slightly. Just then, a pair of worn-out military boots stopped in front of her. The woman slowly raised her head. What came into view was a young face covered in blood. Unlike the other soldiers, this man didn't wear a disgusting, lewd smile. Stand up, Jochi said calmly. The woman didn't move. She stared intently at Jochi, her eyes like those of a cornered beast, ready to bite at any moment. Are you deaf? Jochi was too lazy to continue the nonsense and bent down. The woman subconsciously pulled her hand holding the porcelain shard to her other sleeve, The sharp shard was already pressed against the artery in her wrist. She was ready to die right there if the man in front of her dared to touch her. Jochi saw through her intentions at a glance and tightened his grip on her chin slightly. You want to cut your wrist with that broken piece of porcelain? If you don't cut it in the right spot, you won't die. You'll just lose all your strength and be dragged away by wild dogs. Guilan froze abruptly. Her last psychological defenses were ruthlessly torn apart by Jochi, and intense fear instantly overwhelmed her original will to die. Can you still walk? If you want to live, stand up and walk a few steps for Jochi to see. The woman's lips trembled violently. The instinct for survival ultimately overcame despair and humiliation. I can walk, the woman said with difficulty, her voice carrying a fierce determination that seemed to be squeezed from her very bones. Then stand up. Jochi released her hand, slowly straightened up, and looked down at her. The woman gritted her teeth, leaned against the wooden wall behind her, and stood up unsteadily. Her body was indeed very weak. A cold wind blew by, and her frail body, like withered grass in the wind, seemed ready to break at any moment. But she managed to stand firm. Okay. Jochi nodded, then turned to the bookstore owner who was preparing to pack up. I'll take this one. A moment of silence fell over the area. Then, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha! Did Jochi damage his brain? I've seen this woman too. Apart from her face being barely acceptable, she's all bones. It'd be uncomfortable to hug her. A cacophony of foul language buzzed around him like flies. Jochi, however, seemed oblivious. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than a bunch of idiots who only thought with their lower bodies. The clerk was also visibly taken aback. He first looked at Jochi, then at the swaying woman, his expression quite strange. Jochi, are you sure? She is Guilan, the daughter of a disgraced official, and a member of the Gu family. With her health condition, if you take her back, you'll have to waste food to feed her, and it's hard to say whether she can even survive the winter. The Gu family? Some vague memories flashed through Jochi's mind. In the original owner's memories, the Gu family was once a prominent civil official family in the capital, and it was said that they had even produced a grand secretary. Normally, the thresholds of such households were even higher than the city walls. Unfortunately, the Gu family offended the emperor and fell from grace overnight, with even the women in the family being exiled to this cannibalistic place. I'm sure, Jochi answered decisively. The clerk shook his head, as if mocking the soldier's foolishness, then made a mark on the booklet with the tip of his pen. All right, put your fingerprint on this, and she's yours. But let me make this clear, once you take her, you can't go back. If she dies, it's just your bad luck. Jochi stepped forward and pressed a bright red handprint heavily onto the booklet. Then, he turned around and returned to Guilan. Guilan was still trembling uncontrollably. She had no idea what fate awaited her next. The man in front of her didn't seem like a lecher, nor did he seem like an ordinary soldier. He could see right through the porcelain shard she had hidden in her sleeve. Can you still walk? Jochi asked. Guilan was about to nod when suddenly everything went black, her legs went weak, and she fell forward uncontrollably. It's over. She closed her eyes in despair. But just when she thought she was going to fall straight into the mud, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist and caught her steadily. A dizzying sensation swept over her. The next moment, Guilan found herself being carried on a shoulder. Jochi lifted her onto his shoulder, as effortlessly as if she were a sack of rice. The hard shoulder armor made her stomach churn, and she almost vomited on the spot. Since you can't walk, then stay put. Jochi casually patted her thigh, the movement as natural as if he were merely patting a horse's rump. Guilan froze instantly. At that moment, an intense sense of shame made her wish she could die immediately. But Jochi had already started walking, carrying her and striding towards the direction of the barracks. Jochi! You stop right there! Just then, a sinister voice came from the side. The surrounding crowd immediately parted to make way. A short, stocky man with a pockmarked face stepped out from the crowd. He wore a relatively neat set of leather armor, a knife hung at his waist, and his triangular eyes were full of calculation. The newcomer was none other than Wang Matzi, the squad leader of Jochi's team. Chapter 2 Wang Matzi's malicious intent to block the road, Zhou Xiaozu's clever strategy to seize the rations. Wang Matzi had been harboring resentment for the past 2 days. He had originally intended to take advantage of the opportunity to distribute wives to the camp, hoping to find himself a younger one. He had just chosen a widow when her relative, a high-ranking officer, snatched her away halfway through the journey. He was seething with anger, and just then, he saw Jochi carrying a woman past him. Jochi was usually quiet and unassuming, just a new recruit who had been brought in to fill a spot, making him easy to manipulate. As he stumbled along, the woman's skirt rode up a bit, revealing a small section of her fair and tender calves. Wang Mazi's eyes widened immediately. Looking at the woman, although her face was dirty, her features were delicate, and her body had an indescribable allure. His desire burned even brighter. "Sergeant, is there something you need?" Jochi stopped and turned to the side, his tone flat. The woman was hanging upside down on his shoulder, and she could see Wang Mazi's mud-covered boots. Wang Mazi, hands behind his back, head tilted, his triangular eyes scanning the woman, swallowed hard. "Jochi, don't you know the rules?" He deliberately put on airs. "Good stuff goes to the superiors first. Do I have to teach you that?" The surrounding veteran soldiers immediately fell silent, each one crossing their arms to watch the spectacle. In the military camp, it was not uncommon for corporals to steal from their subordinates. Whoever had the bigger fist got to call the shots. If Jochi knew what was good for him, he would have obediently released the man by now, and even had to smile apologetically. "Then what do you think, Sergeant?" Jochi didn't move, his voice completely flat. Wang Mazi chuckled, pointed to the side, and pushed out a sturdy, simple-minded woman from the ground. "That one's sturdy and resilient, you can have her. The one on your shoulder is too thin, I'm afraid you can't raise her. I'll help you raise her for a few days, and then you can play with her when she's plump up." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the woman's inner thigh. The woman flinched in fright, gripping Jochi's back tightly. But in the next instant, Jochi suddenly shifted his feet, slightly turned his body, and met the attack with his right hand. Smack! The two hands collided heavily in midair, the sound crisp and loud, like two familiar comrades giving each other a high five. Wang Mazi's palms went numb from the slap, and he was completely stunned. Jochi immediately put on a smile, grabbed his hand, and shook it vigorously. "Sergeant, you're too kind. I appreciate your consideration for your subordinate." The grip caused Wang Mazi pain, and he tried to pull away, but couldn't budge it. The soldiers watching the scene were also stunned. Was this the same timid Jochi they knew? Jochi didn't give him a chance to react. His other hand had already reached over Wang Mazi's shoulder and naturally reached for the wooden table behind him. On the table was half a cold, hard biscuit, which Wang Mazi had just broken off. Jochi grabbed her and stuffed her into his pocket. "This woman is weak and needs to eat something. Consider this half-cake a loan from the corporal. I'll treat you to drinks later." With that, he turned and left, carrying her on his back, his steps brisk, without even looking back. Only after the figure disappeared around the corner of the barracks did Wang Mazi suddenly come to his senses. "Damn it!" he exclaimed angrily, his pockmarked face turning red. "That little bastard dared to touch my pancake!" Wu Laosen, standing nearby, leaned in with a wicked grin. "Brother Wang, why didn't you teach him a lesson earlier? I'll beat your grandpa to a pulp." Wang Mazi slapped him on the forehead, but cold sweat was already beading on his brow. He cursed fiercely, but his heart was pounding. This was weird. After cracking his skull, this kid seemed like a completely different person. Jochi carried Guilan all the way back to the barracks of the 10th team. The barracks were really just a mud brick house, with a large heated brick bed, in the middle, awkwardly divided into 5 pitifully narrow spaces by a few crooked wooden planks. Several blackened, stiff quilts covered the space. The room was filthy and cramped. His squad consisted of 5 men, plus 4 wives, all crammed into this small space. Because it was daytime, with someone on guard duty and the women out working, the room seemed unusually empty. Jochi walked to the innermost corner, his usual spot, and tossed the woman on his shoulder onto the heated brick bed. Guilan was dizzy from the fall. As soon as she landed, she shrank to the wall like a startled rabbit, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her chest heaving. Jochi ignored her, first stretching his sore shoulders, then walked to the chipped cooking pot, picked up a ladle, and took a few sips of water. The water was a bit murky, but he couldn't care less at this point. The fire in his throat had finally subsided a little. Then, he took out the half of the cold pancake he had stolen from his pocket, broke off one half and stuffed it into his mouth, while throwing the other half directly onto the heated brick bed, where it landed right at Guilan's feet. "Eat," he mumbled between chews. Guilan looked down at the dusty pancake, her stomach growling loudly. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, but she still dared not touch it, afraid this was some kind of trap, afraid that one bite would cost her dearly. Jochi swallowed the biscuit in his mouth and turned to look at her. "What? Think it's dirty?" Guilan tensed up even more, her right hand still tucked into her sleeve. Jochi glanced at her, then sat directly on the edge of the calm, heated brick bed, and began to untie the straps on her legs. "All right, put that thing out of your sleeve." He casually tossed the mud-covered leg wraps aside. "I brought you back not to make myself miserable, and I have no interest in forcing a woman who wants to die." He looked up at her, his voice indifferent. "Can you understand me?" Guilan's lips moved, and she finally spoke. "What do you want?" "I'm not doing anything." Jochi pointed to the cake. "Eat this, and you'll have the strength to work." "Work? What kind of work?" Her voice was still trembling. "Repairing armor." Jochi pulled out a leather armor from the pile of rubbish by the bedside. It was so tattered that it was almost unrecognizable, with holes that almost completely exposed the lining. This was his lifeline. He had to do drills tomorrow, and might even be on a mission. Going out in this tattered armor was tantamount to suicide. But his hands, used to knives and guns, weren't exactly adept at needlework. "Wash your face and mend this pile of tattered armor. If you don't finish, you won't get any sleep or food tonight." As he spoke, he tossed the leather armor in front of Guilan and pointed to a basin of water in the corner. "There's water there, wipe yourself down." "I don't like dirty women, they're disgusting to look at." After saying that, Jochi simply lay down on the calm, a heated brick bed, and closed his eyes. "Don't even think about running. There are hungry wolves everywhere outside. You'll be torn to pieces within 2 miles. And don't even think about dying. If you die here, I'll strip you naked and hang you on a flagpole." These words sounded harsh and were clearly a threat. But after hearing this, Guilan's nerves, which were on the verge of snapping, actually relaxed a little. Because although this man was fierce in words, he was only keeping his eyes closed and hadn't actually pounced on her. He was just asking her to fix his nail. Guilan gritted her teeth and whispered, "You're not exactly clean either." As she spoke, she stuffed the broken piece of porcelain under the straw mat in the corner of the wall. Chapter 3. A beautiful face washed away startles Joyu. Enduring humiliation and disgrace, she enters the military tent. The earthen house was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of the wind through the window paper and Jochi's even breathing. Guilan stared at the half-eaten pancake on the calm, heated brick bed, for a long while before finally grabbing it and wolfing it down, disregarding the dirt. The flatbread was dry and hard, making her choke and roll her eyes. She pounded her chest for a long time before finally swallowing it. Once the food was in her stomach, the burning hunger in her body subsided a little. She looked up at Jochi and found that the man was sleeping soundly, but one hand was always pressed on the rusty waist knife at his side, as wary as a wolf. Guilan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and humiliation in her heart. She was a daughter of the Gu family. Even if her family was destroyed, she couldn't die here in such a pathetic state. Since Jochi hadn't immediately used her as a tool for his sexual gratification, she still had a chance to live. She tiptoed onto the calm, a heated brick bed, walked to the basin in the corner, and used a rag dipped in the icy water to wipe her face repeatedly. The water was bone-chillingly cold, but it also cleared her mind considerably. When the water in the basin became murky, her face, which had been covered in grime, was finally revealed. Although she was emaciated and pale, her features were still delicate, her nose straight, and one could still see the shadow of the talented woman from the capital. She dared not look at herself in the water for too long, as it would only make her feel worse. Guilan turned around and picked up the tattered leather armor. Many of the armor plates were missing, and the leather straps were almost completely broken. She searched every corner of the room and found a thick bone needle and a ball of hemp thread in a broken wooden box. She sat down in the light by the door and began to mend it stitch by stitch. Her fingers were frozen stiff, and the first stitch pricked her fingertip, drawing blood. She supped on it and continued. She had never sewed such tough cowhide before, and each stitch required considerable effort, quickly chafing her palms until they ached. But she sewed it very carefully, even more carefully than when she embroidered the birthday gift for the Empress Dowager, because this armor was related to Jochi's life and whether she could have a place on this con tonight. As the sun gradually set and the room grew dark, Jochi finally woke up. He hadn't slept soundly, his mind still filled with fragments of memories from his past and present lives. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a slender figure by the door, his hands still moving. As he sat up, his gaze fell on Guilan's clean profile, and his heart skipped a beat. Without the grime to conceal it, her face was almost translucent white. She truly lived up to her reputation as a noblewoman raised in the capital. Jochi, who had initially been somewhat annoyed by being transmigrated into the body of a lowly soldier in a chaotic world, couldn't help but laugh. If that idiot Wang Matsi saw this face, he'd probably lose his soul. Fortunately, this hot potato is now his. He glanced at the sky and asked, Is it fixed? Guilan was startled. She almost pricked her hand with the needle. She quickly stood up, her legs numb, and staggered before regaining her balance. She handed him the leather armor, her voice tight. Most of it is repaired. The leather is too stiff, and I couldn't pierce through in some places, so I wrapped it around twice with double-stranded thread. Jochi took it and examined it, discovering that she had not only patched the hole, but also tightened the shoulder strap. The stitches weren't particularly neat, but they were dense and sturdy, clearly showing that she had put in a lot of effort. He nodded and tossed the leather armor aside. It's all right, usable enough. Guilan finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if all her bones had been removed, and she could barely stand. Jochi, however, had already ordered her. Go and tidy up the calm, heated brick bed. She immediately did as instructed, dragging out the bedding to shake off the loose dust, then finding some dry grass to tie into a small broom and carefully sweeping the dust off the mat. The corner, which had originally resembled a doghouse, was actually tidied up and looked somewhat presentable. Jochi had been watching the whole time. He wanted to see if this woman could adapt to the military camp and put away her spoiled princess attitude. If she still dared to cry and whine, he would send her away tomorrow. Fortunately, Guilan did not disappoint him. In fact, she was even more tolerant than he had expected. Come here. He beckoned to her. Guilan hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved over and sat down as he instructed, keeping a fist's distance from him, her body hunched over. What's your name? Guilan. Can you write? Yes. Can you do accounting? I've studied it. The housekeeper always does the accounting at home. I can manage. Jochi's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. He'd struck gold. He said directly, From now on, you're my property. As long as you're obedient and do your work well, I'll have meat to eat and won't just leave you with soup. With me around, no one can bully you. But one thing, don't cause me any trouble, and don't test my limits. These words were harsh, yet they were clear. Guilan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. The words, private property, stung like needles. She had once been the apple of the Gu family's eye, but now she had become a common soldier's private property, all for half a piece of bread, all for the sake of survival. But looking at Jochi's young, cold face, she felt that this might truly be the best outcome for her right now. At least, this man was open and honest, much better than those hypocrites who spout benevolence but stab others in the back. She lowered her head and softly replied, I remember Zhou Lang. Jochi paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, go to sleep. Starting tomorrow, you'll work with the women in the camp. After saying that, he lay down directly, casually placing one leg on hers. It was heavy yet warm. Guilan stiffened, inexplicably recalling the folks saying about warm blankets, but she hadn't expected that a man's body would actually be warmer than the bedding. She had just relaxed a little when she heard a flurry of footsteps outside, along with a woman's loud voice. It's so cold today! The door was pushed open, and 4 women carrying wooden basins squeezed in, making the small mud house feel even more cramped. These were the wives of Jochi's other brothers from his village. The leader, a woman with freckles, immediately spotted Guilan, who was huddled in the corner. She was Wang Mozi's wife, and her eyes gleamed with a mixture of jealousy and glee. Oh, isn't this the rich young lady? A man with slanted eyes chimed in with a laugh. Such a vixen, she's only good enough to fall into the hands of a taciturn guy like Jochi. If it were my husband, humph. Guilan instinctively shrank her shoulders and buried her face in her arms. In this cramped place with absolutely no privacy, she, the odd one out, was too conspicuous. She didn't dare to make a sound, only stealing a glance at Jochi sleeping beside her. Before long, several soldiers who had returned from their shift also squeezed in. As soon as Wu Laosan entered, he slapped his wife and yelled at her to go soak her feet in hot water, saying he would give her a good dressing down tonight. Zhao Hu joined in the commotion, his eyes constantly glancing at Jochi, his mouth full of lewd remarks. He even teased Guilan, saying that she was a delicate girl from the capital, and that she might break her back in one go. Zhu Shou leaned closer, picking his teeth and grinning wickedly, asking Jochi if daughters of officials like her were more slutty than village women. The group, working in unison, hurled vulgarities at Guilan. Her face turned from red to white, so humiliated she almost wanted to kill herself. In these people's eyes, she wasn't even human, she was merely Jochi's plaything. The semblance of dignity and composure she had cultivated in the capital was utterly crushed by the vulgarity of the room. Jochi remained motionless, but the leg pressing down on hers felt like a nail, preventing her from escaping. As night deepened and the oil lamp went out, she was finally free from being watched. But the woman next door's unrestrained shouts and moans carried exceptionally clearly in the enclosed earthen house, making her increasingly agitated. Guilan covered her ears tightly, shrinking into the shadows beside Jochi, tears welling in her eyes, her face burning hot. Is this the life she'll be living from now on? Just then, a loud bang was heard outside, and the rickety wooden door was kicked open, letting in a blast of cold wind that instantly dispelled the stale air inside. Several veterans were about to curse when they saw who it was at the door, and immediately shrank back under the covers. It was Wang Matsi. He reeked of alcohol, his eyes gleaming green, and he walked straight towards Jochi's calm, heated brick bed, grinning and shouting. Jochi! Get up, you bastard! Lend us your new wife to sing a song for the brothers! Chapter 4. The greedy ghost who exchanged his life for a gold medal. The naked chokehold kills Shui Yihan. Jochi, are you deaf? Seeing that Jochi did not move, Wang Matsi staggered into the room, lit the oil lamp, and staggered to the edge of the calm by the dim light. He hiccuped, his triangular eyes fixed on Guilan in the shadows, dangling half a hard pancake in his hand. What are you hiding for? Miss Gu, right? Come out and sing a song to liven things up. If you sing well, this half pancake is your reward. Zhao Hu poked his head out, waiting to see the show. Wu Lao-san turned his back, pretending to be fast asleep. Everyone knew that Wang Matsi was just using alcohol as an excuse to act crazy, trying to establish his authority and take advantage of the situation. Guilan trembled with fear, clutching Jochi's clothes tightly. She knew very well that if she were dragged out, she didn't want to think about the consequences. Jochi sensed her trembling and slowly sat up straight. Wang Matsi had to be eliminated. But killing a corporal in public was a capital offense, and would implicate everyone. Jochi quickly suppressed his murderous intent, instead putting on a smile, pressing down on Guilan's trembling hand, and gently squeezing it to reassure her. He threw off the covers and got off the calm, heated brick bed, standing directly between Wang Matsi and Guilan. He put his arm around Wang Matsi's shoulder with a smile and said, Brother Wang, calm down. She's just a woman. She's new here and doesn't know the rules. I was afraid she would spoil your fun. Wang Matsi was taken aback by this. This usually taciturn guy, how come he was being so quick to act today? But with the alcohol taking effect, he still cursed. Stop talking nonsense! I want to hear that tune. Are you going to give it up? No way. Jochi took 2 steps closer and lowered his voice. When can I play with women? I have something even more exciting than women. I want to offer it to Brother Wang. Wang Matsi squinted at him. What good thing could you possibly have? Jochi pretended to feel around in his pocket and said mysteriously. You remember the scout from Tianlang who was trampled to death by a horse in yesterday's battle, right? Before I passed out, I felt something hard in the lining of his inner garment. It was golden and looked like a plaque. Wang Matsi's breathing suddenly became heavy. The border troops were poor. Their meager salaries were subject to layers of embezzlement. Even a small gold medal was worth a considerable sum. Compared to Guilan, gold was clearly more appealing. You kid, you're not lying to me, are you? He remained cautious. I wouldn't dare lie to you even if you gave me 10 lives, Jochi said with a submissive expression. I didn't dare to dig it up by myself last night. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold it down. You'll have to take the big part, Brother Wang. I only ask that you give me a taste of soup in the future. These words struck a chord with Wang Matsi. He grinned and patted Jochi's face. You're smart. Come on, lead the way. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll break your legs. Jochi nodded repeatedly, put on his old coat, and led Wang Matsi toward the back of the camp. The trenches behind looked like black scars across the wasteland. This place used to be a training ground, but it was abandoned and filled with rotten wood and garbage. Even ghosts rarely came here. Tonight the moon was very bright, illuminating the snow-covered ground, and when the wind blew, only a howling echo remained. Are we there yet? Wang Matsi pulled his fur coat tighter around himself, grumbling as he followed, the cold wind dispelling most of his drunkenness. It's just ahead, under that big rock. Jochi pointed to a protruding black rock deep in the ditch. Upon seeing it, greed immediately overcame Wang Matsi's vigilance, and he jumped down, squatting beside the rock and starting to dig. The ground was frozen hard. He cursed as he dug, exposing his entire back to Jochi. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly swept up a sandstorm, burying all the noise. Jochi lunged forward, his left arm choking Wang Matsi from behind, his right arm quickly hooking around the back of his left arm, his palm pressing against the back of Wang's head, forcefully pushing his chin into his chest. The naked chokehold. The most deadly suffocation technique. Once executed, Even a miracle is impossible. Wang Matsi could only manage the sound of bursting bubbles in his throat, his hands frantically reaching back to try and gouge Jochi's eyes, but he only managed to grab the fur coat. Jochi's legs hooked around his waist, locking him tightly, dragging him backward. 3 seconds later, Wang Matsi's struggles began to weaken. 5 seconds later, his arms dropped to his sides, and his legs began to twitch. 10 seconds later, he stopped moving completely. Jochi didn't let go immediately. He only slowly released him after confirming that his life was truly over. Wang Matsi's pockmarked face was now bluish-purple and black, his tongue was sticking out halfway, and his eyes were almost bulging out. Jochi stood up and stretched his sore and numb arms. Killing this kind of idiot was no more difficult for him than killing a chicken. He filled the soil that Wang Matsi had dug up back in, tamped it down, and then took a money pouch from the corpse's bosom. Opening it, he found 5 taels of loose silver and a handful of copper coins. "Thanks, Brother Wang," Jochi said, putting the silver back in his pocket and placing the coin pouch back on the corpse. Then, he touched a dagger at Wang Matsi's waist. It was made of fine iron, with a leather-wrapped handle, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Jochi recognized it. It belonged to the centurion from yesterday's battle, and Wang Matsi had kept it for himself. "This is a good knife, you're wasting it," he said, pulling it out, twirling it between his fingers, and then putting it back in his pocket. Then, he grabbed Wang Matsi by the hair and slammed his heavy head against a sharp rock. A muffled thud followed, and blood splattered. Jochi casually positioned the body so that it had slipped and landed on the back of its head. Combined with the smell of alcohol, anyone would have assumed it was a drunkard who had fallen to his death in the middle of the night. He straightened his clothes and turned to go back to camp. When he returned to the barracks, the snoring inside was even louder, but Jochi knew that few people were really asleep. Especially Guilan, who secretly peeked out and saw that Jochi had returned alone. She instantly breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed onto the kang, a heated brick bed. Jochi closed the door and dusted himself off. In the darkness, Xiao Hu asked, "Where's Corporal Wang?" "Brother Wang?" Jochi replied casually as he took off his boots. "He said it was windy tonight, and he was bored staying in this shabby house. He made some money yesterday and went to Xiuxiang Pavilion in the inner city to see his sweetheart. He won't be back tonight." "Xiuxiang Pavilion?" Xiao Hu was stunned for a moment, then cursed. "That old dog, he has money but doesn't bring his brothers along, he's such a stingy bastard." Wu Laosen rolled over and muttered, "It's good that you're back. Go to sleep, we have to do morning exercises tomorrow." No one suspected anything. Everyone knew what kind of person Wang Matsi was. He would spend any money he had on women. Jochi climbed back onto the kang, a heated brick bed, and lay down next to Guilan again. The warmth of her body still lingered in the blankets, but the chill and smell of blood he brought back made her heart tighten. Jochi didn't speak, but instead pulled her hand from under the blankets and slipped something into her hand. Guilan's heart skipped a beat when she touched the scabbard. She turned her head and met Jochi's unfathomable eyes. There was no languor from the daytime, nor the fawning smile from just now, only a chilling calm. Jochi leaned close to her ear and whispered, "According to the military law of Ning dynasty, if someone dies in the army, who is responsible for investigating?" Guilan trembled and immediately understood everything. Wang Matsi hadn't gone to a brothel. He was dead, and he had died at the hands of the man in front of her. She forced herself to steady her breathing and replied in a low voice, "It belongs to the clerk of the centurion's office." "How much is the monthly salary for the clerk of the centurion's office?" Jochi asked again. "The fixed salary is 6 yen, less than 1 tael, as it is not considered a regular salary." Jochi smiled silently, patting her hand as if comforting a frightened kitten. "Sleep," he said, closing his eyes. With 5 taels of silver in his pocket, and the dagger he had obtained from the murder beside his pillow, Jochi slept soundly that night. Guilan, however, remained awake until dawn. Chapter 5. Commander Chen takes advantage of the wind to collect money. Corporal Zhou divides meat and gathers hearts. Jochi slept exceptionally soundly this time. Until the rooster crowed, a panicked shout suddenly came from outside, instantly shattering the tranquility of the barracks. "Someone's dead! Corporal Wang! Corporal Wang fell to his death in the ditch!" The room erupted in chaos. Xiao Hu was the first to jump out of bed, rushing outside without even putting on his shoes. Wu Laosen and Zhu Shou followed closely behind. The women in the room also followed him out. Jochi slowly sat up, glanced at Guilan who was huddled in the corner, pale-faced but trying to appear calm. "Don't be afraid," Jochi said reassuringly, then slipped on his worn-out military boots and sauntered out of the room. A crowd had already gathered around the trench. It was a windy spot, and the blizzard felt like knives cutting into their faces. Two figures stood beside the trench, pointing and gesturing at the frozen corpse at the bottom of the pit. One of them was Lou, the clerk of the Centurion's office. He was wrapped in a sheepskin coat, hunched over, and his face was full of disgust. The other was a tall man with a scar on his face. He wore iron armor and had a goose feather saber hanging at his waist. He was frowning deeply. This man was Chin Man, the captain of the 10th Squad, who was Wang Mozi's superior. "Damn it, what bad luck!" Chin Man spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand onto the ground, cursing under his breath. Wang Mozi usually seemed pretty shrewd. How come he drank a few mouthfuls of horse piss and fell headfirst into a ditch? It's good that he's dead, but I still have to fill the vacancy and report the loss to my superiors. Lou, the clerk, sniffed the snot that had come out of his nose from the cold and looked down into the pit. His head hit a rock, and his neck is broken. Commander Chin, in my opinion, he fell to his death while drunk. That was a slip. Chin Man waved his hand, making a conclusion faster than Lu Shuban. Quickly carry the person away and bury them. Don't leave them here in the way. The surrounding soldiers pointed and whispered, but no one felt that anything was wrong. Only Zhao, who looked completely disbelieving, his bull-like eyes wide, as if he wanted to say something. But upon seeing Chin Man's gloomy black face, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Chief Chin, Mr. Liu. Jochi took the initiative to step forward. Unlike the other soldiers who avoided these two superiors, he quickened his pace to stand beside them and used his body to shield them from the biting wind. It's windy here, gentlemen, you've had a hard time. Jochi wore a simple, honest smile. Under the guise of brushing dust off Lu Shuban's sleeve, he subtly slipped his fingers forward. Two heavy, hard objects slid down the wide sleeve and into the palms of Lu Shuban and Chin Man respectively. 2 taels of silver for each of them. Clerk Lu's hand recoiled, and he subconsciously squeezed it with his fingers. It was hard and heavy. Clerk Lu's tense expression immediately relaxed a bit. He turned his head and gave this ordinary soldier, who had a keen eye, a deep look. Are you from Wang Mozi's barracks? Reporting to you, sir, my name is Jochi. Jochi deliberately lowered his voice to ensure that only the 2 people in front of him could hear him. Brother Wang left suddenly. If our squad is left unattended, it might delay the duties of Chief Chin and Lord Liu. Although I am not very capable, I am willing to share the burden for the 2 of you. Liu, the clerk, quietly slipped the silver into his sleeve and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Chin Man beside him and said with a smile, Old Chin, I didn't expect your team to have such a clever lad. It seems you're a good leader. When I get back, I'll definitely put in a good word for you with the Centurion. Chin Man was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The 2 taels of silver in his palm felt incredibly real. He narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the meek and submissive Jochi before him. Chin Man naturally recognized this kid. He was usually so quiet that he wouldn't utter a word even after being hit 3 times, and on the battlefield, he would only hide among the dead and play dead. He was the notorious coward and softa of the entire 10th Squad. But today, Chin Man's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Where did this ordinary soldier, so poor his pants were practically bulging, get the money? And then he remembered that Wang Mozi had just died last night, and Jochi had come to bribe him today. Chin Man was a seasoned veteran who had spent many years in the military, his nose more sensitive than a hunting dog's after crawling through piles of corpses. In that instant, a chilling thought flashed into his mind. Wang Mozi was very likely killed by this kid. This sum of money was both a life-saving bribe and a hush money to silence him. Chin Man's pupils contracted slightly, and his thumb, resting on the hilt of his sword, twitched unconsciously. In the past, if he discovered that one of his soldiers dared to kill his superior, Chin Man would have drawn his sword immediately and killed the man on the spot to establish his authority. This is a grave taboo of treason. But now, Chin Man's fingers slowly loosened again. Wang Mozi was already dead. Even if they continued to investigate, they couldn't bring a dead man back to life to work for them. Besides, Secretary Liu was standing right next to them. The Centurion's favorite had just accepted the money and even praised Jochi. If Chin Man were to reveal the truth now and accuse Jochi of murdering the squad leader, it would not only be tantamount to publicly slapping Liu the clerk in the face, but also deliberately inviting trouble for himself. If word got out that one of his soldiers had killed his sergeant, he, as the squad leader, would undoubtedly be branded as incompetent in managing his subordinates. Losing his post would be the least of his worries. Most importantly, those 2 taels of silver were simply too tempting. Chen Man subtly glanced around. The wind was extremely strong, and no one nearby could hear their conversation. Then, he gave Jochi a deep look. Jochi remained hunched over, a harmless, simple smile on his face. But in those slightly narrowed eyes, where was the trace of his former timidity? Instead, there was a profound, unfathomable depth. This was a truly ruthless character. Compared to Wang Matzi, that fool who only knew how to shout, this young man was not only more vicious but also more sensible. As long as they can do things for him and know how to pay their respects on time, who cares who killed Wang Matzi? After figuring this out, the trace of murderous intent that had just risen in Chen Man's heart immediately vanished without a trace. He casually stuffed the silver into his belt and continued Lu's words. Mr. Lu, you flatter me. Jochi is indeed a fine piece of work for me. I have always valued him highly, but Wang Matzi has always suppressed him and refused to let him stand out. These words effectively sealed the deal. Chen Man not only acknowledged Jochi's abilities but also took the opportunity to criticize the already deceased Wang Matzi, completely absolving himself of any responsibility for not promoting Jochi in the past. Since Mr. Lu has already spoken, then this matter is settled. Chen Man waved his hand casually, but his gaze, sharp as a thorn, was fixed on Jochi. Jochi, this Wu is temporarily under your command. You're a smart man. You should know how a smart man can live a long life. If you don't manage things well, or cause any trouble that shouldn't happen, I can send you up here, and I can send you down to keep Wang Matzi company. Thank you for your guidance, Boss Chen, and thank you for your support, Mr. Lu. Jochi immediately replied, bowing even lower. Don't worry, Chief Chen. My eyes are always sharp, and I know which path to take. If there's anything I can do to show my respect, I certainly won't forget you too. A power transfer fraught with hidden danger was completely settled with just a few words and a few taels of silver in his sleeve. Chen Man didn't even bother to write the documents himself, and simply pointed to the fat woman wailing loudly over at the barracks. That woman was Wang Matzi's wife. What should we do with that woman? She has no children, Jochi answered crisply. Then we'll do it according to the camp's rules, Lu the clerk interjected. Without a child, she has no right to remain in the army. Once she's cried enough, Jochi, you're in charge of taking her to the Jinfu division so they can redetermine her fate. The so-called redealing meant either being forced into prostitution or being sent to an even lower-class labor camp. Understood, Jochi said, head bowed, not even raising his eyelids. Chen Man and Lu Shibun quickly left. Zhao Hu remained standing there, mouth agape, utterly bewildered. He simply couldn't understand how Jochi, who was usually so quiet and unyielding, had suddenly become so close to these two important figures. Even more unbelievable was that Jochi had become his superior in the blink of an eye. As dusk fell, the atmosphere inside the earthen house became somewhat eerie. The wind and snow outside intensified, making the hearth inside all the more precious. A pot of millet porridge, so thin it was almost reflective, was simmering in an iron pot. The only meat in the pot was a fist-sized piece of salted smoked meat. The Ning dynasty border troops could only eat meat 3 times a month. Previously, when meals were distributed, Wang Matzi sat in the main seat, Zhao Hu sat in the next seat, and the rest had to squat on the ground to eat. But today, that main seat was empty. Zhao Hu swaggered over, turned around, and prepared to sit in the seat. Although he had overheard Chen Man's arrangement, he was not convinced. This seat is not for you to sit in, a calm voice suddenly came from the side. Zhao Hu froze, turning his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Jochi walking over unhurriedly, carrying the large, rough porcelain bowl that had originally belonged to the squad leader. Jochi, what do you mean by this? Zhao Hu straightened up, his fleshy frame trembling slightly, glaring down at Jochi. Don't think you're someone important just because Chen said a few words casually. In terms of seniority and skills, when did it become your place to speak? Wang Matzi just died, and you're already in a hurry to take his place? Wu Laosen, standing to the side, shrank his neck, eyes downcast, pretending not to hear anything. Zhu Shou, on the other hand, stared at the two with a sly grin, wishing they would start fighting immediately so he could have a good show. Jochi completely ignored Zhao Hu's shouts. He walked straight to the fire pit, picked up a spoon, and, in front of everyone in the room, scooped out the only piece of salted meat from the pot and put it in his bowl. Then, he scraped the thickest part of the millet porridge from the bottom of the pot into his bowl. This was originally a privilege only Wang Matzi could enjoy. Jochi, holding the porcelain bowl full of porridge and meat, sat directly in the main seat. From today onwards, Jochi will sit in this seat. I will also eat this piece of meat. Jochi picked up the piece of salted meat, lowered his head and took a bite, the rich oil immediately spreading in his mouth. He chewed with relish before slowly raising his eyelids. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I disagree with your grandma. Zhao Hu erupted in fury. Being bullied by a coward who was usually easy to bully was worse than death to him. Get the hell out of my way! Zhao Hu roared, raising his large, fan-like hand and slapping Jochi hard across the head. If that slap landed, he'd be bedridden for at least 3 days. Guilan, huddled in the corner, covered her mouth in fright at the sight. However, Jochi didn't even lift his buttocks from his seat. Just as the slap was about to land, his right hand, holding the porcelain bowl, remained as steady as a mountain, while his free left hand moved with lightning speed, instantly grabbing Zhao Hu's wrist. Immediately afterward, Jochi pulled Zhao Hu's arm towards his chest. At the same time, he hooked his right foot outward, precisely kicking Zhao Hu's ankle, using the opponent's force against them. The muscle memory formed from close combat training in his previous life, although not fully utilized in this body, was more than enough to deal with a brute force-bound brute. Bang! The tall and strong Zhao Hu, like a clumsy bear, lost his balance instantly, and crashed face down into the fire pit next to him. Act dash! A scream like a pig being slaughtered immediately rang out. Sparks flew everywhere, and scalding ash from the wood and grass stung Zhao Hu's eyes. Although the fire in the hearth wasn't raging, the intense heat and the disheveled state were enough to drive anyone mad. Zhao Hu struggled desperately to get up from the ground. But a worn-out military boot was already firmly planted on the back of his neck. Jochi remained seated, steadily holding the half-bowl of millet porridge in his hand, not even spilling a drop. As he slowly chewed the meat in his mouth, he gradually increased the pressure of his foot, forcefully stomping Zhao Hu's head, which had just been raised, back into the ash heap. Looks like you're not convinced. Jochi swallowed the salted meat in his mouth. Do you two submit? If not, you can both come at me. The entire mud house fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, only Zhao Hu's groans as he lay on the ground and the crackling sound of the burning coals being crushed could be heard. Wu Laosen dropped the cornbread from his hand, and Zhu Shou's sly smile froze completely. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. Jochi's move just now was far too fast and too ruthless. It was clearly a deadly technique. Jochi calmly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering briefly on Wu Laosen and Zhu Shou's faces. Brother Wang is gone. From now on, Jochi will be in charge of this village. Jochi lifted his foot, gesturing for Zhao Hu, whose face was covered in dust and who was coughing incessantly, to crawl to his side. Then, he picked up a large ladle and served Wu Laosen and Zhu Shou a bowl of porridge each. He then divided the remaining millet porridge, thick and thin, among the 4 women in the room. Jochi picked up his chopsticks and divided the half-eaten piece of salted meat in his bowl into 3 portions. He tossed 1 piece to Guilan. The remaining 2 pieces landed in Wu Laosen's and Zhu Shou's bowls respectively. Before, when Brother Wang ate meat, we could only drink soup. Jochi picked up his porcelain bowl, lowered his head and took a sip of porridge. From now on, as long as I'm still alive, everyone can eat meat if they follow me. Wu Laosen stared at the piece of meat in the bowl, completely stunned. In all his years in the Shattered Army, this was the first time he'd ever seen someone willing to share their meat with a squad leader, even if it was just a small bite. And this was real meat. Oh! Thank you, Corporal Zhou! Thank you, Corporal Zhou! Wu Laosen reacted the fastest, his aged face immediately beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. He didn't care whether the piece of meat was covered in Jochi's saliva or not, and stuffed it directly into his mouth, afraid that Jochi might suddenly change his mind. Brother Zhou is indeed, no, Corporal Zhou is indeed a righteous man. From now on, old Wu will listen to you in everything. Zhu Shou also nodded and bowed hurriedly, staring at the meat in his bowl with his eyes shining. I'll listen to the core leader. I'll listen to the core leader in everything from now on. First, beat them into submission, then bribe them with sweeteners. This old trick, though outdated, has always been very effective. Jochi smiled faintly, finally turning his gaze to Zhao Hu, who was still lying on the ground panting heavily. Zhao Hu, the meat has all been distributed. Today you can only have soup. Jochi poured the boiling water into the pot, then picked up a whisk and scrubbed the bottom of the pot a few times. It's okay if you don't want to drink it. Tomorrow, when you go on a mission, you can try to see if you can run past the Sirius's warhorses on an empty stomach. Zhao Hu lay on the ground, his face flushed red from the heat. Looking at Jochi, his eyes were filled with resentment, but even more so with undisguised fear. When that foot had stepped on his neck, He had truly felt the killing intent emanating from Jochi. I'll drink it. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, filled a bowl with dishwater, and gulped it down. The power shift in this unit was completely settled in the short time it takes to eat a meal. It was late at night. Everyone in the house was asleep, their snores rising and falling, even louder than usual, as if each person wanted to use sleep to slowly process the changes that had occurred that day. Jochi sat alone on the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed, carefully wiping the dagger in his hand by the dim light of the oil lamp. Guilan sat beside him, sewing on his torn sleeve with needle and thread. Aren't you afraid he'll go to Commander Chun and complain? Guilan whispered in Jochi's ear, glancing at Zhao Hu out of the corner of her eye. He wouldn't dare. Jochi gently blew the dust off the blade. If you really hurt someone like that, he'll understand who's the master. Besides, Jochi sheathed the dagger and glanced at Guilan. The friendship gained with 2 taels of silver is far more useful than his glib tongue. Guilan paused slightly in her movements. 2 taels of silver. Of course, she knew where that silver came from, and she understood what a huge fortune it was for a low-ranking soldier. The man before her was not only willing to spend money and kill, but also knew how to use a piece of flesh to win over his subordinates. Guilan quietly gazed at Jochi's profile. The flickering lamplight cast shifting shadows on his face, making him appear both dangerous and strangely reassuring. It's all sewn up. Guilan lowered her head, bit off the loose thread, and handed the sewn clothes to Jochi. Jochi reached out and took the clothes, then pulled Guilan into his arms. You'll be working at the laundry department tomorrow, Jochi whispered in her ear. There are lots of women there, and naturally, there will be plenty of gossip. Remember, you're the sergeant's woman now. If anyone dares to bully you, write down their name and tell me when you get back. Guilan leaned against Jochi's firm chest, clearly hearing his steady and powerful heartbeat. She softly replied. Sleep. Jochi released Guilan and turned to lie down. Chapter 6. Willing to save a loyal servant even if it means being a prostitute, and angrily rebuking absurdity to reveal true feelings. The laundry office was actually not a real office, but just the ditch behind the camp covered with a thin layer of ice. Dozens of disheveled women squatted by the river, wielding mallets to beat wet clothes. With a smack, a wet strip of cloth hit the stone in front of Guilan, splashing cold water all over her face. She looked up and wiped the icy water away. Standing in front of her was a woman with a thick waist and high cheekbones. This woman was Zhao Hu's wife, nicknamed Ma Sao Bao, meaning Sassy Ma. Last night, Zhao Hu was kicked into the fire pit by Jochi and forced to drink dishwater. He didn't dare confront Jochi, so he naturally vented his anger on her when he got back. Ma Sao Bao, not daring to provoke Jochi, set his sights on Guilan. She stood with her hands on her hips and snapped. What are you looking at? Newcomers need to know the rules. This pile of bandages from the wounded soldiers' camp is the dirtiest. You're responsible for washing them all. If you don't wash them clean, you won't get any cornbread for lunch. Several women around her stopped what they were doing and watched the spectacle with cold eyes. The pile of strips of cloth was covered in blackened scabs of blood, which wouldn't dissolve in the icy water. Guilan felt nauseous, but said nothing. She simply rolled up her sleeves and plunged her thin, reed-like arms into the frigid river. Before long, her hands were numb with cold. Seeing that she didn't talk back, Ma Sao Bao felt it was pointless. He turned around and went back to pound his clothes while gossiping sarcastically, saying that she used to be a young lady from the capital, but now she's just washing dirty clothes for ordinary soldiers. Someone nearby chimed in, saying that Corporal Zhou had given her meat last night. Ma, the smug one, immediately sneered, saying, What kind of young lady is she? She's just good at seducing people in bed. Otherwise, where would she get the meat? Guilan lowered her head, vigorously rubbing the strips of cloth. Those words pierced her ears like needles, but she gritted her teeth and endured them. As long as she could survive, this humiliation meant nothing. At least washing clothes wouldn't kill her immediately. Just then, she heard staggering footsteps from upstream. An old soldier who looked like a foreman brandished his whip, cursing. Hurry up! If you dawdle any longer, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish. Guilan subconsciously looked up, and her pupils contracted sharply at the first glance. In the distance, a thin figure was carrying a large basin of clothes, limping towards the riverbank. The person's hair was disheveled, and their face was bruised and swollen, almost unrecognizable, but Guilan still recognized them. It was Xiaohuan, the personal maid who had been dragged away by Zhao Dazui while protecting her. With each step, Xiaohuan seemed to be in excruciating pain. Her left leg was clearly abnormal, dragging and leaving marks on the ground. Seeing her slow pace, the overseer raised his hand and lashed her back with a whip. Xiao Huan screamed, slipped, and fell, basin and all, onto the rocky riverbank. Water from the basin spilled all over the floor. Ignoring the pain, she scrambled to pick up her clothes, pleading, "Don't hit me. I'll wash right away." Guilan's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. The little girl who had stood in front of her and bitten people just a few days ago was now in this state after only 2 nights. That Zhao Dazui was simply a beast. She bit her lip and looked around. Ma Saobao was chatting enthusiastically with someone, and the foreman had gone to the other side. Guilan took out the half-eaten cornbread she hadn't been able to bear eating that morning from her bosom, hid it in her sleeve, picked up the wooden basin, and pretended to go upstream to rinse it. She slowly approached Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan was struggling to rub a sheepskin coat. Her hands were swollen, covered in frostbite cracks, and had 2 burns. "Xiao Huan!" Guilan squatted down beside her. Xiao Huan froze, slowly turning her head. Her once bright eyes were now filled with numbness and fear. When she saw Guilan's face clearly, tears welled up in her eyes. "Miss!" She instinctively tried to bow, but the movement aggravated her wounds, causing her to gasp in pain. Guilan quickly blocked the view of others and stuffed half a cornbread from her sleeve into Xiao Huan's hand. "Eat quickly, don't let anyone see." Xiao Huan grabbed the cornbread and stuffed it into her mouth, almost forcing it down. While swallowing, she mumbled, urging Guilan to hurry up and leave, making sure Zhao Dazui didn't see. She said Zhao Dazui had been asking Guilan all night, saying it was a regret not to have her, and that he would get her sooner or later. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Huan rolled up her sleeve. Guilan only glanced at it and felt dizzy. Her thin arm was covered with dense, purplish-blue pinch marks, a shocking sight. Xiao Huan, suppressing her sobs, said, "Miss, he's not human. Stay away from him. Whatever you do, don't let him catch you." Just then, Ma Saobao's loud voice came from afar. "What are you doing? Over there? Slacking off, are you?" Guilan shuddered. Xiao Huan immediately shoved her away, then bent down and frantically scrubbed her clothes, pretending not to recognize her. Guilan could only pick up the wooden basin and retreat step by step to her original position. Her fingers gripped the rim of the basin tightly, her chest churning with overwhelming hatred. Her mind was filled with Xiao Huan's scarred arm. Guilan didn't know how she got through the entire day. It wasn't until sunset that the group dragged their weary bodies back to camp. In the barracks, Jochi was sitting cross-legged on the calm, heated brick bed, drawing something on a tattered piece of parchment by the light of an oil lamp. Zhao Hu and Zhu Shou were not there, only a few women huddled in a corner sewing patches. Guilan walked up to Jochi and knelt down with a thud. The women in the corner immediately stopped sewing and looked over in surprise. Jochi paused, his pen still in his hand, but he didn't look up. He continued sketching the terrain and asked calmly, "Were you wronged? Did they bully you?" Ma Saobao shuddered in fright. Guilan shook her head, raised her face, and 2 tears silently slid down her beautiful cheeks. She whispered, "Zhou Lang, please save Xiao Huan." Jochi then put down his pen and turned to look at her. "Xiao Huan? That girl from yesterday? Is she with Zhao Dazui?" Guilan nodded, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling with emotion. "I saw her today. She was almost beaten to death. Zhao Dazui is inhuman. He's torturing her." She crawled forward 2 steps, her forehead hitting the ground hard. "I know I shouldn't be asking for this. You gave me my life. But Xiao Huan was captured to save me. Please, please get her back. I'll do anything to save her." She said she was educated, could do accounts, and could manage a household. She even choked up, saying that she would be willing to serve other men for money if it meant getting Xiao Huan back. This was her last trump card, a desperate gamble after she had completely abandoned her pride. She was even willing to give up her so-called chastity at this moment. The room fell eerily quiet. Jochi stared at her trembling shoulders, remaining silent. Saving a maid was never a worthwhile investment for him. Zhao Dazui was a squad leader, commanding 2 squads, and notoriously ruthless, with several desperate thugs by his side. Jochi's power base is not yet secure. The matter with Wang Matsi has only just been dealt with, and he hasn't completely controlled the people in the room yet. At this time, going head-to-head with Zhao Dazui for a maid would be too risky and could easily lead to disaster. Jochi reached out and pinched Guilan's chin, forcing her to look up. His voice was cold. "Serving other men? Guilan, what do you think you are, and what do you think I am?" Guilan was stunned, looking at him with teary eyes. Jochi released his grip and said coldly, My woman, even if she's only used to warm my feet, I'm not used to giving her to others to sleep with. Get up, wipe your tears, crying is bad luck. Guilan wanted to plead again, but Jochi interrupted her. Shut up. Zhao Dazue is a squad leader now, and I'm just a sergeant. Rank matters. If I go to ask for her now, I won't save her, I'll only harm her. The light in Guilan's eyes dimmed instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. Yes, this was reality. What right did she have to expect Jochi to risk his life for a maid? But the next moment, Jochi changed the subject. However, if that girl is really as loyal as you say, she is worth keeping. In this day and age, loyal servants are hard to find. He blew the ink off the parchment, rolled it up, and tucked it into his bosom. Then he lay down, his hands behind his head. Don't rush, Jochi said, gazing at the dark ceiling as if talking to himself. I've also set my sights on Zhao Dazue, but the time isn't right yet. After he finished speaking, he added, Go to sleep first. If you want to save people, you have to make sure you live to see that day. Guilan stared blankly at him. Although she didn't receive a promise to save people immediately, those words had already given her a glimmer of hope from the abyss of despair. As long as Jochi didn't refuse, there was still hope. She wiped away her tears and silently climbed onto the kang, a heated brick bed. That night, she pressed herself against Jochi's back, listening to the howling wind outside the window, and for the first time, she reached out and gently wrapped her arms around the man's waist. Chapter 7. Broken silver drives away the deadly ghost. Another sufferer joins the humble abode. The next few days were relatively peaceful for Jochi. During the day, he led Wu Laosan, Zhu Shou, and Zhao Hu to perform their duties. At night, he would spend half an hour drawing that incomprehensible picture on parchment, and then sleep with Guilan in his arms. Guilan had always been very obedient, almost always complying with his wishes. But Jochi never touched her, nor did he do anything out of line. She couldn't help but feel uneasy, even wondering if she wasn't attractive enough, or if Jochi wasn't as capable as he seemed. Jochi roughly knew what she was thinking, but he was too lazy to explain. This dilapidated house was drafty on all sides, with virtually no soundproofing, and several couples were sleeping nearby. To make a scene here would be no different from putting on a show in public. More importantly, although Guilan's body was with him, her heart was still hanging in suspense. She endured Ma's harassment at the laundry during the day, but never complained. When she returned, she would wash his feet and mend his clothes. However, she often looked out the window, her eyes betraying her barely concealed anxiety. She knew Xiaohuan couldn't wait. That evening, the sky was terribly overcast, with leaden gray clouds hanging low, as if another heavy snowfall was imminent. Jochi had just led his men back to camp and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when the door was kicked open with a bang, and a gust of cold wind carrying snowflakes rushed in. Several soldiers barged in. The leader was a bald man with an ugly, centipede-like scar on his forehead. He carried a baton and had a menacing face. Behind him were 3 thugs, who also looked like hooligans. Zhu Lanyan, get out here! The bald man slammed his staff on the ground, causing the earthen wall to crumble. The deadline is here. If you don't pay back the money, I'll gouge out your other eye too. Zhu Lanyan was Zhu Shou's nickname. Zhao Hu and Wu Laosan, who were eating, were so frightened that they immediately shrank to the corner of the kang, a heated brick bed. The man who came was Jiang Su, a favorite of a squad leader, who specialized in loan sharking and was known for his ruthless methods. Zhu Shou was huddled by the fire pit drinking thin porridge when he heard the shout. His hand trembled, and the bowl fell directly into the fire. He scrambled to his feet, his face pale. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Didn't we agree to extend the pay to next month? Jiang Su sneered, took a few steps forward, grabbed his collar, and slammed the IOU on the table. With your meager pay, is it enough to pay the interest? I heard you've gambled away everything again these past few days. 50 taels. If you can't come up with it today, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. 50 taels? Everyone in the room gasped. Here, human life was cheap. 5 taels for burial money could buy a life, but 50 taels was enough to drive someone to suicide 10 times over. Zhu Shou's legs went weak. He had no 50 taels, not even 50 coins. So he knelt down with a thud, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Grandpa Zhang, please forgive me this time. I really have no money. Please give me 2 more days. I'll go borrow some. I promise I'll go borrow some. Jiang Su kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. His sinister gaze then swept across the room, finally settling on the woman sewing in the corner. That was Zhu Shou's wife, Su Qionyang. She was a typical Jiangnan woman, slender, pretty, and though her clothes were tattered, they were always neatly made. She was usually busy with her work and didn't talk much. Jiangsu licked his lips, revealing a lewd grin. Your wife is not bad looking, and I heard she comes from a good family and knows a bit about pharmacology. Since you can't pay back the money, let's use her as collateral. It just so happens that we brothers are all in a bad mood lately. Su Qianyang was so frightened that she dropped her sewing basket and shrank into the corner, her voice trembling. No. No. She looked at Zhu Shou with pleading eyes. But Zhu Shou, that gambling addict, was as spineless as mud. Seeing that he couldn't save his life, he actually rolled his eyes and got up, smiling obsequiously. Brother Zhang, you're in charge? As long as you take her away, the 50 taels will be wiped clean? The room fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Hu couldn't help but curse. Shu Lanyan, you're a real scoundrel! Su Qianyang looked at her husband in disbelief, tears welling up instantly. But Zhu Shou seemed to have no choice and yelled at her. Shut up! I'm about to die, and you're not going to save me? What's wrong with sleeping with a few men? It won't cost you anything. You're lucky to be worth 50 taels. After saying that, he turned to Jiang Su and bowed obsequiously. Brother Jiang, I brought her back from a clean family, and she's clean too. You can take her away to pay off your debt. Jiang Su laughed and waved his hand. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Several thugs, unable to contain themselves any longer, lunged at Su Qianyang with strange cries. She screamed and struggled, but she was no match for the burly men, and the sound of her clothes being torn quickly rang out. Zhao Hu wanted to intervene, but Jiang Su silenced him with a single glance. Wu Laosen lowered his head, not daring to look, and the women beside him huddled together in fear. Zhu Shou even turned his face away, showing no sign of manhood whatsoever. Just as Su Qianyang was about to be dragged away, a tattered boot slammed into the backside of a soldier, sending him crashing into the wall, unable to get up for a long time. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Jochi, who had stood up. He held the sheathed dagger in his hand, his expression chillingly cold. Who gave you permission to attack in my room? Jiang Su narrowed his eyes, clearly not taking him seriously. Squad leader Zhou? Zhu Shou owes money and has to pay it back, that's only right. He himself agreed to use his wife to pay off the debt, it's a mutual agreement. What, you want to break the rules? Jochi walked to the table, glanced at the IOU, and said calmly, The camp's rules are the camp's rules, and my rules are mine. On my turf, not even a dog can be touched without my permission. Are you courting death? Jiang Su's face darkened, and he raised his baton horizontally. The other two thugs also reached for their knife hilts, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Jochi, however, simply reached into his pocket and felt around. The next moment, with a clatter, he threw a tael of silver and a handful of copper coins onto the table. This was his last possession. I'll buy this 50 taels of debt. Take the money and get out. From now on, the debt is transferred to me. Jiang Su was stunned at first, then sneered. Jochi, are you out of your mind? You think you can settle things with this little bit of money? Besides, this is what Zhu Shou owes me. Why should I transfer it to you? Without another word, Jochi suddenly sprang into action, moving as fast as the wind. Everyone heard a soft sound, a flash of cold light, and in the next moment, Jochi was already right in front of Jiang Su, the tip of his dagger firmly pressed against his Adam's apple. Jiang Su broke out in a cold sweat, not even having time to raise his baton. Let's talk this out. Swords have no eyes. Now, this debt is mine, any objections? Jochi's voice was calm, but to Jiang Su it sounded like a death knell. No objections. Jiang Su's Adam's apple bobbed, and he gasped in pain. Take the money and get out. Jochi sheathed his sword swiftly and cleanly. Jiang Su, no longer daring to utter a threat, grabbed the money and slunk away with his men. The room fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Jochi, especially Zhu Shou, who first breathed a sigh of relief, then shamelessly approached him. Squad leader Zhou, you're truly a righteous man. I'll remember this kindness, and in the future. Bang! Jochi kicked him away, sending Zhu Shou crashing into the wooden frame by the fire pit. Half a pot of porridge spilled all over him, and he howled in pain. Jochi picked up the IOU, squatted down, and patted his mangled face. This 50 taels you owe me now. Until you pay it back, your life is mine, and your wife is under my control too. He added coldly. From today onwards, you're going to sleep in Wang Mazi's bunk. If you dare touch her again. Before he finished speaking, the dagger had already lightly patted Zhu Shou's crotch. Zhu Shou trembled with fear and nodded repeatedly. I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare. I'll do as the squad leader says. The woman is yours, she's yours from now on. Jochi rose with disgust, not even glancing at him again, and instead looked at Su Qionyang in the corner. Her clothes were disheveled, tears still clung to her face, and she trembled like a frightened quail. She had heard what had just been said. Although she had escaped one danger only to fall into another, at least this wolf had just saved her. Jochi ignored her thoughts, simply returning to his seat on the calm, heated brick bed, picking up the roll of parchment again, and calmly ordering, "Close the door." Guilan watched all of this quietly. From Jochi drawing his knife to forcing back the bully, then taking over the debt and dealing with Zhu's show, she increasingly felt that this man was ruthless yet reassuringly steady. She glanced at Su Qionyang, who was still trembling. This woman hadn't bullied or gossiped about her like others had these past few days. Thinking that they were both in the same boat, she sighed softly, picked up a bowl of hot water, and draped a tattered garment over Su Qionyang. "Don't be afraid, sister." Guilan handed over the water, her voice gentle. "Drink some water first, warm yourself up." Su Qionyang looked up with tearful eyes at her, then at Jochi, who was drawing with his head down. Her hands trembled as she took the bowl and carefully took a sip. Zhao Hu stood aside, stunned. Having witnessed Jochi's skills just now, he was almost certain that Jochi was responsible for Wang Mozi's death. Chapter 8 Xiao Dazui cries and exchanges for a black ticket. Zhou Wuqing dies in place of his loyal servant. The next morning, as soon as the drums sounded, everyone was dragged out of their warm beds. A cold wind whipped across the drill ground, and hundreds of people stood crookedly, their necks hunched. Standing on the platform at the very front was Li Ai, the centurion of the broken army. Li Ai was wrapped in a bearskin cloak, his face as dark as if it were about to snow. He raised his hand and lashed out at the air with his whip, coldly saying, "Stand up straight! We just received orders that the serious people have been wandering around the Wolf Fang River area recently. We are ordered to rebuild the abandoned No. 7 Beacon Tower to serve as the eyes of the army." Upon hearing, "No. 7 Beacon Tower," the crowd immediately erupted in commotion. The veterans all knew that place was Ghost Sorrow Gorge, with the Wolf River in front and a cliff behind, drafty on three sides. The serious people's first stop in Grass Valley was there. Whoever went there died. This job was practically suicide. Li Ai didn't waste any words and directly had a wooden box covered with a black cloth brought over. "Don't shout! We need a squad to guard the beacon tower. All squad leaders, come out and draw lots. Red lots mean stay, black lots mean go. Whoever draws the black lot, take your men to Ghost Sorrow Gorge immediately. Anyone who dares to refuse, I'll chop them down right now as a sacrifice to the flag." Dozens of squad leaders, their faces pale, reluctantly went up to the stage. When it was Zhao Dazui's turn, his fat face was covered in cold sweat, and his legs were shaking so badly he could barely stand. He trembled as he reached into the box, pulled out a lot, looked down, and was completely dumbfounded. The slip of paper was as black as ink. This isn't right. It's definitely not right." Zhao Dazui's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He collapsed to the ground, scrambling to grab Li Ai's leg. "Lord Li, I can't do it. I have an old injury on my leg. I'll pay 20 taels, please send someone else." Li Ai kicked him to the ground, cursing. "Military orders are like mountains. Do you think this is buying groceries? If I don't see you by 11 a.m. tomorrow, I'll personally chop you up and offer you as a sacrifice to the flag." Zhao Dazui lay sprawled on the frozen ground, his face ashen, only the labored breathing of a broken bellows escaping his throat. He knew this time it was truly over. After the crowd dispersed, Jochi stood in a corner, coldly watching Zhao Dazui being dragged away by his men, a slow smirk playing on his lips. Ghost Sorrow Gorge was a dead end for others, but for him, it was a place no one cared about, a perfect opportunity to settle down. Zhao Hu, wiping away cold sweat, said with lingering fear, "Sergeant, we were lucky, we didn't get hit. Zhao Dazui is dead meat this time, serves him right for all the wicked things he's done." Jochi responded calmly, "Good luck. You guys go back to your barracks, I'm going out for a bit." A quarter of an hour later, a series of crashing and smashing sounds came from Xiao Dazui's barracks, followed by a furious roar. "Get out! A bunch of useless trash!" When Jochi pushed the door open, Xiao Dazui was holding a knife, his eyes red like a mad bull. Seeing someone come in, he immediately turned around, the blade pointing straight at the door. "Who let you in? Do you want to die?" Jochi closed the door behind him, blocking the view from outside, and walked to the table to pick up the wine pot, poured himself a cup, and drank it all in one gulp, as if he hadn't seen the knife. "Brother Zhao, why are you so angry? He put down his cup and said slowly, I heard you're going to Ghost Sorrow Gorge to make your fortune, so I came to see you off. Zhao Dazui gritted his teeth. Jochi, you son of a bitch, are you here to laugh at me? Believe me or not, I'll chop you up right now. Jochi looked up at him. If you chop me up, who will go to Ghost Sorrow Gorge for you? Zhao Dazui froze, his knife hanging in midair. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out. What did you say? I'll go in your place, Jochi said, pulling up a chair. But I have conditions. With a clang, the knife fell from Zhao Dazui's hand. He lunged at Jochi like a drowning man grasping at a straw, pressing down hard on his shoulders and stammering. You really want to go? Don't lie to me. What do you want? Money, women, I'll give you everything. Jochi dusted off his shoulders with disdain. First, I want that girl named Xiaohuan. Zhao Dazui was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Here. Right now. She's gone to work. Take her with you when she gets back. Second, I want 2 sets of leather armor, the kind with lots of iron plates. Don't try to fool me with junk. Here. Here, take mine, and I'll go get you a new one. Third, go tell your clerk uncle to change the list. Jochi stared at him. You'll have to handle this yourself. I didn't go through the headman or the squad leader. Zhao Dazui nodded repeatedly, practically begging to kowtow on the spot. Fine. Fine. As long as you're willing to go, I'll go find my uncle right now. Jochi then smiled. Then it's a deal. 3 hours later, the door to the earthen house was pushed open, and a cold wind swept in, making the oil lamp flicker wildly. Jochi carried 2 brand new suits of iron-inlaid leather armor into the house, followed by a thin, hunched figure. That person was Xiaohuan. She walked with a limp, her face was badly swollen, her mouth was cracked, and half of her hair had been pulled out, revealing bluish-purple scalp. She kept her head down, her shoulders trembling, and she seemed to have lost her soul. With a clatter, Jochi threw the leather armor onto the table. Guilan, who was mending his socks, looked up and saw Xiaohuan, the needle piercing her finger. Ignoring the pain, she jumped off the con, a heated brick bed, almost falling. Xiaohuan, is that you? Xiaohuan! She wanted to rush over and hug her, but stopped halfway, afraid that touching the injured girl would hurt her. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaohuan's eyes finally moved. She slowly raised her head, gazing at the face she had longed for, her lips trembling for a long time, but only a hoarse whisper escaped her lips. The next moment, tears burst from her swollen eyes. Wah! She finally cried out, collapsing to her knees and clinging tightly to Guilan's legs, her body convulsing with sobs. Miss! Guilan knelt down as well, hugging her tightly, tears streaming down her face. The men in the room fell silent. Even Zhu Shou, who was usually the most talkative, shrank into a corner and didn't dare to utter a sound. Su Qionyang quickly brought over hot water and strips of cloth, squatted down to examine the wound, and whispered. It was from a horsewhip, and there are burns too. Fortunately, the bones aren't broken, but the hamstring is injured. It will take a while to heal. Jochi didn't interfere. He walked to the table, took a sip of cold water, and then interrupted the crying. Stop crying. Will crying heal your wounds? Guilan shuddered, wiped away her tears, and stood up. She looked at the 2 sets of fine nail polish on the table, then at Xiaohuan sobbing on the floor, and understood most of what was going on. You promised him something? Her voice was strained. Jochi loosened his collar and sat back down. It's nothing. Zhao Dazui doesn't want to go to Ghost Sorrow Gorge, so I'll go in his place. Ghost Sorrow Gorge? Zhao Hu jumped up on the spot, his face turning pale. Squad leader, what did you say? You're going to Ghost Sorrow Gorge? What about us? We're a squad, of course we'll go together. Jochi glanced at him. Zhao Hu collapsed onto the con, a heated brick bed, his face ashen. It's over, it's really over. That's a death trap. Going there is like feeding the wolves. Corporal, are you crazy? For a maid, we're all going to be wiped out. Wu Laosan's pipe fell to the ground, and Zhu Shou's face turned green with fright. Guilan also swayed, staring at Jochi in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and guilt. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Zhou Lang, you shouldn't have done this. For Xiaohuan, you've risked your life, and everyone else's. Jochi stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Who said it's a dead end? It's a place where no one cares, where the sword is the law. Once you get there, you won't have to worry about the centurion's face, or about someone coming to snatch your wives in the middle of the night. He walked up to Guilan, raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her face, and said in a domineering tone that left no room for doubt. I've said it before, no one can touch my people. If they do, they'll have to pay the price. This time, we'll exchange Ghost Sorrow Gorge for them. Next time, I'll give you Zhao Dazue's head to calm your nerves. Guilan looked at him. He was arrogant and domineering, yet somehow reassuring. She took a deep breath, took a half step back, and stood ramrod straight, as if she had rediscovered the backbone of the Gu family's daughter. She looked directly at Jochi and said, word by word, Zhou Lang, on this journey to Ghost Sorrow Gorge, even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, as long as I have a breath left, whether you want to kill or set fires, or become an outlaw, whatever the Gu family owes you, whatever Xiaohuan owes you, I will give you my life. In this life, I am yours in life and in death. All right. Jochi turned and waved his hand, directly interrupting Zhao Hu and the others wailing. Stop standing there. Pack your things, take everything you can. We'll break camp at 9 a.m. tomorrow. One man's meat is another man's poison. Let's go to Ghost Sorrow Gorge, I'll make you rich. Chapter 9 Breaking the Formation. Facing death to survive. Recruiting Meng Jiao is like adding wings to a tiger. The next day at 9 a.m., the wind and snow subsided slightly, but the sky was still a ghastly white, making one's heart tighten. In a corner of the broken camp's training ground, Jochi and the 15th Regiment were receiving their departure supplies. The quartermaster was a fat man with a greasy face, surnamed Go, nicknamed Go the Skinflint. Usually, the rice he was given was mixed with sand, but this time, looking at Jochi and his group, he actually showed a rare bit of pity. This is your rations, 5 bushels of aged rice and 3 bags of black beans. Fatty Go pointed to the sacks on the ground, then to the 2 old horses that were so thin they were just bones. These 2 beasts can still carry some things. Whether they can come back from Ghost Sorrow Gorge is up to fate. Jochi kicked the sacks, and the sound of sand rubbing against sand immediately came from inside. He looked at Fatty Go with a half-smile. Lord Go, isn't there a bit too much sand in this rice? The brothers are going to risk their lives. If they can't even get a full meal before they're executed, they won't speak well of you when they get down there. Fatty Go's face stiffened, and he wanted to lash out but held back. He understood that these people going to Ghost Sorrow Gorge was no different from sending themselves to their deaths, and it wasn't worth arguing with the dead. All right. He waved his hand impatiently. I'll add 2 more bags of sand-free sand to the back warehouse. Also, there are a few shovels and pickaxes in the corner of the warehouse. Take them if you want. Thank you for the reward, sir. Jochi didn't stand on ceremony, and immediately told Zhao Hu and Wu Lao San to carry them. For him, who was going to build a wall in Gaichou Ravine, even rusty pickaxes were lifesavers. The supplies were being loaded onto a wagon, not really a wagon, just a beat-up one they'd gotten from a bargain, which even a skinny horse struggled to pull. Squad leader, will this be enough to last us through the winter? Wu Lao San asked, his face full of worry as he looked at the few meager bags of grain. Zhao Hu and Zhu Shou also looked dejected, as if they could already see their own corpses before they even set off. Guilan helped Xiaohuan sit on the cart, while Su Qionyang packed her belongings beside her. The women remained silent, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. We haven't left yet, have we? Jochi patted the sack. We still need to pick someone from the labor camp. With so few of us, if something really happens, we won't even have anyone capable of doing the work. According to the rules, the troops stationed at remote beacon towers could select a convict from the labor camp as an auxiliary soldier. Basically, a laborer to do the dirty and hard work. The labor camp was worse than a ruined camp. It was practically a livestock shed. Before Jochi even got close, he heard the crisp sound of whips slashing flesh and screams of agony. I'll see who dares to steal food. I'll beat you to death, you bastard! A foreman was wielding a salt-soaked whip, brutally lashing those hanging from wooden frames. A crowd of laborers, all emaciated and with blank stares, gathered around to watch. Jochi stopped, his gaze sweeping through the crowd to the man being tortured. The man was hanging upside down. No matter how harsh the whip, he remained silent, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the overseer. What did this man do? Jochi asked an old man beside him. The old man shrank back and said, He stole a steamed bun. That big, clumsy guy is called Meng Jiao. He's mute and also a madman. He's only been here for half a month, and he's already injured 2 overseers. If he hadn't been drugged and tied up today, who would dare touch him? After hearing this, Jochi walked straight towards that direction. But before he could even get close, something unexpected happened. Perhaps the salt water whip was too painful, unleashing Meng Jiao's last bit of ferocity, or perhaps the effects of the sleeping potion had worn off. The thick hemp rope binding his hands snapped in 2. Meng Jiao crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and pounced on the stunned overseer as soon as he landed. It was too fast, too ruthless. The overseer had no time to dodge and was tackled to the ground. Meng Jiao straddled him, gripping his throat tightly, and opened his mouth to bite at his neck. He truly intended to devour him. Help! Several overseers were terrified, some drawing their swords, others shouting for help, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Just as that blood-stained maw was about to bite into his artery, a military boot slammed into Meng Jiao's chin. With a muffled thud, Meng Jiao's head snapped back, his teeth clashing violently, his mouth spitting blood. But this blow didn't subdue him. Instead, it fueled his ferocity. He turned to glare at his attacker, a low growl escaping his throat. Releasing the overseer beneath him, he lunged at Jochi. Instead of retreating, Jochi advanced, dodging the chaotic lunge. His left arm clamped around Meng Jiao's neck like an iron clamp, while his right leg braced against Meng Jiao's knee. Using the momentum, he slammed down hard. With a thud, Meng Jiao was slammed into the dust. Jochi's knee pressed against his back, and his other hand pressed down on his head. "Don't move if you want to live! If you kill him, you'll die too. Keep this breath and come with me to kill the heavenly wolf men." Meng Jiao was still struggling, his muscles twitching like a python, his strength astonishing. But when the words, "slaying werewolf," reached his ears, his movements suddenly paused. In that brief instant, Jochi loosened his grip slightly, but did not get up, still pressing him down firmly. The foreman, who had narrowly escaped death, clutched his neck and scrambled to his feet, his crotch soaked. He pointed at Meng Jiao and screamed, "Kill him! Kill this man! This beast dared to kill, he must be hacked to death!" Several other foremen also surrounded him, knives drawn, their faces contorted with malice. Sensing the killing intent, Meng Jiao's muscles, which had just relaxed, tensed again, and he looked ready to fight to the death. "Wait," Jochi said, raising his head. He remained kneeling on top of Meng Jiao, directly blocking him from the flashing blades. "This man, I want him." "You want it?" The foreman was furious. "That mad dog almost bit me to death just now, it's not over yet. If he dies here, you'll have to deal with the body and cause yourself more trouble." Jochi took out a money pouch from his pocket and threw it over. "Here's 100 coins for the cost of medicine. I'll take him to Ghost Sorrow Valley so he won't cause you any more trouble in the future." Upon hearing Ghost Sorrow Gorge, the overseer paused, then looked at Meng Jiao, whose eyes were bloodshot, on the ground, and felt a chill run down his spine. One was a menace if kept alive, and the other would require cleaning up after death. It would be better to exchange him for 100 coins. He gritted his teeth and finally waved his hand. "Fine. Consider yourself lucky, you beast. Take him away quickly, and don't let me see him again." After the crowd dispersed, Jochi finally loosened his knees, stood up, and dusted himself off. Meng Jiao lay on the ground, panting heavily. He didn't attack again, but slowly raised his head, his blood-stained face facing Jochi, the fierce glint in his eyes gradually fading. From their brief exchange, he understood that this man was stronger than him, and had even saved his life. Jochi pulled half a coarse grain bun from his pocket and offered it to him. "Eat. Eat, then come with me. From now on, your life is mine." Meng Jiao stared at the steamed bun, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He grabbed it, shoved it into his mouth, and chewed frantically, choking until his eyes rolled back, but he wouldn't spit out a single crumb. "Give him some water," Jochi ordered without turning his head. Guilan was a little hesitant, but still handed him the water bag. Meng Jiao snatched it and gulped it down. After drinking the water, he wiped his mouth and struggled to get up. He was a head taller than Jochi, covered in scars and festering flesh, looking like a demon crawled out of hell. But this time he didn't go berserk. He simply stood silently behind Jochi, shielding him from the wind and snow. Jochi smiled. He knew this mad wolf was now on a leash. "Find one of my coats for him to wear," Jochi said to Guilan. "Let's go!" Jochi mounted his horse and cracked his whip. The rickety cart creaked and groaned as it rolled across the frozen earth, heading towards what was said to be a death trap. In the wind and snow, a strange group gradually disappeared into the distance. 3 reluctant soldiers, 4 frail women, a lame maid, and the wounded Meng Jiao. This was his core group. Jochi gazed at the vast white expanse ahead, a slow smile playing on his lips. Ghost Sorrow Ravine? My birthplace. Chapter 10. The wind and snow intensified. Beyond the gates of the dilapidated camp lay a vast, seemingly endless wasteland. A thin layer of snow pressed down on the ground, and the rickety carts creaked and groaned as they rolled along, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The column moved slowly, the 2 thin horses panting heavily, their eyelashes clinging to their eyelashes. Zhao Hu and Wu Laosen followed beside the carts, their necks hunched, frequently glancing back at the camp, their faces filled with dejection. Zhu Shou also dragged his feet, secretly glancing at the huge figure behind the cart. It was Meng Jiao. This big, simple-minded fellow, after eating his steamed bun, had indeed followed without a word, but each step seemed like a forced effort. He had to stop for a while before moving again. Whoa! Jochi suddenly pulled on the reins and dismounted. Zhao Hu was startled, thinking the Sirius had caught up, and almost threw his spear. Find a sheltered spot, rest for a while, feed the horses, and boil some water. Jochi pointed to a large wind-eroded rock by the roadside. Rest already? Wu Laosen looked up at the sky. Squad leader, we've only gone less than 2 li, and we're still far from Ghost Sorrow Gorge. If we stop now, we probably won't make it before dark. Just rest when I tell you to. Why are you making so many demands? Jochi gave him a cold glance. Wu Laosen immediately shut up and turned to call Zhu Shou to unload the cart and gather firewood. Jochi ignored them and walked straight to the back of the group. Meng Jiao leaned against the rock, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his tattered clothes soaked with pus and blood, looking like he had been pulled out of a stinking ditch. Sit down. Jochi nudged his foot. Meng Jiao hesitated for a moment, then slowly slid down. Take off your clothes. Jochi took out a wine flask from his pocket and drew the fine iron dagger from his waist. Meng Jiao stared at the knife, his cloudy eyes instinctively tensing, as if he were about to explode at any moment. Afraid I'll kill you? Jochi sneered, uncorked the flask, tilted his head back and took a swig, then spat a mouthful of strong liquor onto the blade. The blade gleamed coldly, and the stench of alcohol was overwhelming. I paid money to buy you. Even if you're a rusty knife, I'll sharpen it before using you. Now that I've killed you, who am I going to get my 100 coins from? Meng Jiao seemed to understand. He gritted his teeth, took off his outer garment, and then, enduring the pain, slowly tore away the thin fabric stuck to his wound. With each rip, several pieces of scab were torn off. Su Qiunian glanced at it, then turned and ran off to gag. Even veterans like Zhao Hu, who were used to seeing dead bodies and wounds, gasped and turned their faces away. Meng Jiao's back was no longer just an injury. It was practically a field of rotting flesh. Old whip marks overlapped with new burns, the deepest parts of which were shiny black. It was only because of his extraordinary physique that he survived. An ordinary person would have been dead long ago. Ilan, come here. Jochi called out without turning his head. Guilan was feeding Xiaohuan water when she heard the voice and her body trembled. She saw Meng Jiao's terrifying back, her face turned pale, but she still gritted her teeth and walked over. Take this. Jochi handed her the wine pot. When I tell you to pour it later, just pour it. Don't let your hands shake, don't waste the wine. Guilan took a deep breath and accepted the gift with both hands. Yes. Jochi squatted down and looked at Meng Jiao. No anesthetic, and no time to be polite. Just bear with it. If you can't help it, just scream. It's not shameful. Meng Jiao grabbed a piece of wood from the ground, stuffed it into his mouth, and bit down hard. Then he nodded heavily to Jochi. In that instant, Jochi saw an almost life-or-death trust in the eyes of this man. A true hero, he murmured in praise. The next moment, the knife fell. Swoosh! The sharp blade sliced into the rotting flesh, and Meng Jiao's body convulsed violently, the veins on his neck bulging instantly, and the wood in his mouth crunching loudly, yet he didn't utter a sound. Jochi's knife was extremely steady, scraping away the rotting flesh and scraping away the damaged flesh, his movements so swift and skillful that it didn't seem like he was saving a person, but rather like he was dismantling a piece of rotten bone. Liquor, he said in a low voice. Guilan's hand trembled, but she still poured the strong liquor precisely onto the open wound. As soon as the liquor hit the wound, Meng Jiao finally couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and the veins on his forehead bulged even more. Jochi didn't stop, continuing to clean all the rotten flesh, then took a clean strip of cloth, soaked it in liquor, and tightly bound the wound. All right. He let out a long breath and wiped the blood off the dagger in the snow. Meng Jiao was panting heavily, his eyes unfocused, but he still looked up at him. The burning, throbbing pain in his back was gone, replaced by a cool, dull ache, as if he had finally come back to life. Are you all right? Jochi sheathed his sword, took out half a dry biscuit from his robes, and tossed it to him. Eat something. If you're still not better by the time we reach Ghost Sorrow Gorge, I'll throw you into the ditch to feed the wolves. Meng Jiao took the biscuit, but this time he didn't devour it like a starving ghost. Instead, he chewed slowly, his eyes fixed on the dagger at Jochi's waist. That dagger had just saved his life by cutting away flesh from his own flesh. It was also a deadly weapon. Jochi had seen his gaze early on, and immediately unsheathed the dagger along with its scabbard, casually tossing it into his arms. You want it? Meng Jiao was stunned, clutching the knife, almost in disbelief. Take it. Jochi looked at him. The world sees you as a mad dog, but I, Jochi, see you as a sharp blade. From now on, wherever I point, you stab me there, stab me right through, understand? Meng Jiao gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, his rough fingertips tracing the patterns on the blade, then nodded vigorously. He pressed the dagger to his forehead and bowed deeply to Jochi. Half an hour later, the group set off again. This time, Meng Jiao didn't lag behind. He tucked the dagger into the most convenient spot at his waist, and even though his back still ached, he strode over to the cart and took the reins. The old, skinny horse pulling the cart was so exhausted it could barely lift its hooves, and the cart was stuck in a snowdrift, unable to move for a long time. Meng Jiao let out a low growl, and with a single arm's effort, he actually managed to push the heavy cart out of the snowdrift. Zhao Hu and Wu Laosan stared in disbelief. Good heavens, this madman has incredible strength! Zhao Hu clicked his tongue. For 100 coins, the corporal really bought a monster! Jochi glanced back from his horse. In the wind and snow, the tall figure steadily pushed the cart, like a newly sharpened knife. Although Ghost Sorrow Ravine was a dead end, with this knife and this group of people driven to the brink, they might be able to carve out a way out. Giddy up! Jochi cracked his whip, braving the swirling snow, and charged straight into the vast, unknown expanse ahead. Chapter 11. The wind and snow never stopped. As dusk settled, the legendary number 7 beacon tower finally appeared on the horizon. It was a rammed earth platform nestled between two cliffs, about 3 zhang high. Most of the outer blue bricks had long since fallen away, revealing the yellowish, hard earthen layer beneath. A corner of the beacon tower atop it, where smoke signals were lit, had collapsed, and half a flagpole lay askew. There used to be a fence around the earthen platform, but now many sections have collapsed, and rubble and snow have filled in the moat. It wouldn't stop a cavalryman, let alone a wild dog. Inside the wall, several black stone barracks lean against the leeward rock face. The wooden beams are rotten and broken, leaving only bare stone walls and dark window frames. Several pieces of white bone, covered with teeth marks from wild animals, are also visible in the snow. Zhu Shou's voice trembled. This is the place we're supposed to guard. Zhao Hu, brandishing his broadsword, cursed angrily. This isn't a beacon tower. It's a mass grave. Even in the broken camp, at least there was a roof over their heads and walls to block the wind. But this godforsaken place was drafty on all sides, and they had to guard against wild beasts and werewolves. It was practically a death sentence. Zhao Hu suddenly howled and turned to run. I quit! Being a bandit in the mountains is better than feeding the wolves here. Zhao Dazui is just sending us to our deaths. Wu Laosan panicked and wavered. Zhao Hu is right, let's go! People's hearts are like footprints in the snow, easily scattered by the wind. Seeing that several people were considering retreating, Guilan tightly gripped Xiao Huan's hand and couldn't help but look at Jochi. Jochi merely stared at Zhao Hu, who had run a dozen steps, before suddenly drawing his sword. Swoosh! A cold light pierced the twilight as the long sword flew from his hand, aiming straight for Zhao Hu. Thud! A muffled thud echoed as the blade plunged into the frozen earth, just half a step away from Zhao Hu's toes. The hilt trembled violently, buzzing. If he had taken another step forward, the sword wouldn't have been stuck in the ground, but rather embedded in his leg. Zhao Hu froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He turned around with difficulty, meeting Jochi's deep, frightening eyes. Jochi walked over slowly, his voice calm. One more step forward and you're a deserter. According to Ningqiao's military law, anyone who deserts in the face of battle will be executed immediately. I don't need to wait for your superiors to arrest you. I can chop off your head right now and hang it on that broken flagpole to dry. Zhao Hu swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Squad leader, this place is really impossible to defend. There's not even a gate. With so few of us, plus women, aren't we just going to be easy prey for the serious? Jochi walked up to him, drew his long sword, wiped the mud and snow off his leather armor, and sneered. Can't defend it? What a joke. He looked around at everyone and said, word by word. From now on, this land belongs to the Zhou family. I said I can hold on to it, and even the king of hell can't take you away. Then, his voice suddenly rose, drowning out the wind. Those who don't want to die, get moving! Before it gets completely dark, repair the roof and seal the cracks in the walls. Jochi pointed to the dilapidated beacon tower and continued. No matter how rotten this place is, it's still our only shelter. I won't kill you. Outside this circle, there are wolves, bandits, and werewolves. Running away will only lead to your demise. These words were more effective than any boast. Escape meant certain death. Staying to work might prolong their lives. Zhao Hu glanced at the knife in his hand, then at the dagger at Meng Jiao's waist, and finally gritted his teeth, picking up the flagpole from the ground. Let's do it! We're all going to die anyway, at least we'll die inside. Under the threat of death, the group was forced to use all their strength. The men began moving stones and carrying logs. Meng Jiao became the main force, rebuilding the collapsed walls. Zhao Hu and Wu Laosen dug soil and mixed mud. Without water, they melted snow, mixed it with yellow mud, and then added dry grass. The women were not idle either. Guilan showed no trace of the spoiled airs of a pampered young lady. Instead, she displayed remarkable composure in this desolate and harsh environment, directing Su Qionyang and the other two women to cut and sew together tattered felt and sheepskin, and then used nails and wooden strips to seal the window frames. Although the supplies were rudimentary, at least the cold wind couldn't get in. Xiaohuan, who had difficulty walking, sat by the fire to boil water and cook porridge. By the time it was completely dark, the largest military hut was finally taking shape. The roof was covered with dry branches and straw mats, and heavy stones were placed on top to keep out the wind. The group also nailed the thick quilts they had brought into the door frame to serve as heavy curtains. Inside, Jochi had a pit dug in the center and lit a campfire. The flickering firelight finally pushed back some of the darkness and cold. Jochi sat cross-legged by the fire, warming his frozen hands, and began assigning rooms. Although the beacon tower was destroyed, the layout remained, with several small single rooms connected behind the main house. Ilan and I will stay in the largest one. No one dared to object. It was only natural that the sergeant should sleep in the best room. He then pointed to the left. Zhao Hu, Wu Laosan, you two couples with your wives stay in those two rooms. The two nodded repeatedly. After so many years in the military camp, this was the first time they had their own small rooms. Jochi looked at Zhu Shou, who was huddled in the corner drinking porridge. You and Meng Jiao will stay in the room on the right. Zhu Shou's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the bowl. He glanced at Meng Jiao at the door in fear and pleaded in a low voice. Squad leader, can we switch? I'm scared. Jochi interrupted him directly. Scared of what? Meng Jiao doesn't eat people. If you say another word, you can go sleep outside against the wall. Zhu Shou immediately shut up, his face contorted in pain as he moved next to Meng Jiao. Jochi reserved the last room for Su Qionyang and Xiaohuan, so they could stay together, and it would be easier to care for Xiaohuan's injuries. Su Qionyang thanked him softly. Xiaohuan was in great pain, but hearing that she could finally sleep peacefully, tears welled up in her eyes again. After everything was arranged, everyone went to tidy up their own doghouses. The innermost main house, though called the main house, was actually just a slightly more spacious stone cave. But Guilan was skillful and had already sealed the windows tightly with several layers of thick felt, and spread a thick layer of dry grass on the floor. Jochi went in and closed the door behind him. The earthen bed was already heated, and the room was unusually warm. Guilan was kneeling on the kong, a heated brick bed, tidying up the bedding when she heard the noise and turned around. The oil lamp illuminated her face, adding a touch of color to her pale complexion. She softly called out, Zhou Lang. As she spoke, she rose to help Jochi remove his heavy leather armor. Jochi waved his hand in refusal, unfastening the armor himself and casually tossing it aside. He walked to the window and peered out through the gaps in the felt curtain. It was pitch black outside, and the wind howled like ghosts. But he knew in his heart what lay hidden in these dark mountains. When he entered, he had kicked a few black stones at the doorway. Coal gang. This meant there was likely a shallow coal seam beneath. In this border region where firewood and coal are scarce, coal is like black gold. Once mined, it can not only solve the problem of heating but also continuously generate silver. With silver, one can have soldiers, horses, and swords. Guilan brought over a basin of hot water and placed it beside his feet, asking softly, What are you looking at? Jochi turned around and smiled. Looking at our future. He sat down on the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed, took off his boots, and dipped his blue frozen feet into the hot water. The warmth instantly seeped into his bones, making him almost breathe a sigh of relief. Guilan knelt before him, her slender white hands exploring the water, gently rubbing away the dirt and frostbite from his feet. Her movements were light and attentive. Jochi looked down at this once high and mighty Miss Gu, now serving him like a maid, and suddenly asked, Do you regret it? Guilan paused, looking up at him. The firelight reflected in her eyes, gentle yet resilient. She said softly, "I don't regret it. In the capital, I was just a caged bird, waiting to be chosen. Here, although it's tough and dangerous, I feel like I'm alive." She lowered her head, her voice even softer. "And here you are, it feels like home." Home. Jochi paused for a moment. This word was completely foreign to him, an orphan in his past life and a rogue soldier in this one. He looked at Guilan's gentle profile and suddenly sneered. "Home? When did Miss Gu's vision become so narrow? A few dilapidated stone caves are enough to satisfy you?" He pulled his foot away, letting Guilan dry it for him, then lay down on the calm, heated brick bed, looking at the dark roof and saying, "Don't worry, this Ghost Sorrow Gorge is our place of origin. One day, I will definitely take back your Gu family's mansion in the capital." Guilan's hand trembled as she looked up at this arrogant man. Take back the mansion in the capital? These words sounded like a dream, yet coming from Jochi's mouth, they somehow made one willing to believe them. She smiled, blew out the oil lamp, leaving only a dim red glow in the stove. Then she snuggled into the covers, curling up in Jochi's arms like a cat. This moment of peace felt especially precious in this desolate borderland. But once people are well fed and clothed, other thoughts inevitably arise. With the room cozy and warm, and such a beautiful woman in his arms, Jochi was no saint. Before, in the communal sleeping quarters, conditions were poor. Now the door was closed, the windows blocked, and they were husband and wife in name only. To pretend to be proper would seem odd. He rolled over in the darkness, and his hand, which had been around Guilan, gradually became restless, slowly moving upwards along her waist. Guilan's body tensed instantly, and her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. "Joe Lang." She instinctively wanted to dodge, but quickly remembered that this man had brought her out of her desperate situation and had risked the safety of the entire army to save Xiaohuan. She was his wife, this was what she should do, and the only repayment she could offer now. Guilan bit her lip, forcing herself to relax, and with trembling hands, she reached out and clumsily and obediently wrapped her arms around his neck for the first time. Jochi's breath hitched, and he lowered his head closer to her, chuckling softly. "Since you say this is home, then tonight you'll pay me some rent first." Her sash was gently loosened. Guilan closed her eyes, 2 lines of tears sliding down her cheeks. It wasn't humiliation, but more like a resigned acceptance of fate finally settling down. However, just as Jochi was about to completely approach her, his movements abruptly stopped. The previously ambiguous atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Jochi raised his head, the fervor in his eyes completely gone, replaced by clarity and alertness. Guilan sensed something was wrong and was about to speak when a rough, large hand covered her mouth. "Ship!" Jochi whispered in her ear, then quickly rolled off the calm, heated brick bed, and grabbed a long knife. Something was off about the wind outside. The howling north wind was now mixed with a discordant noise. It was the crunching sound of footsteps breaking through the hard snow crust. Although it was deliberately suppressed and made very slow, it couldn't escape Jochi's ears. Chapter 12. Jochi hides a sharp blade behind the door. The mute displays his divine power in the snow. The room was pitch black. Jochi stood barefoot against the wall by the door, holding a short knife upside down in his hand, his breathing so low it was almost inaudible, as if he had melted into the night. Guilan huddled under the covers, her hands tightly covering her mouth, her eyes wide open, barely daring to breathe. The latch was slowly turned, and a blade peeked in through the crack in the door. Click. After a soft sound, the wooden door was pushed open a crack, and a cold draft immediately rushed into the room. Immediately afterwards, a head wearing a dirty leather hat peeked in. The person didn't rush in. First, they listened intently, then scanned the Kong, a heated brick bed, with their thieving eyes. The quilt on the Kong, a heated brick bed, was bulging, indicating that someone was asleep. Guilan was so frightened that her whole body stiffened. That day, the wolf scout's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He crouched down and was about to step over the threshold. Just as he leaned half his body into the room, a large hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and tightly covered his mouth and nose. His pupils constricted sharply, and he tried to struggle and cry for help, but it was too late. A flash of cold light. Laugh dash. The sharp blade slit open Jochi's throat, and hot blood spurted out, splashing all over his hands. The man's body twitched a few times, but Jochi pressed his knee against his lower back, preventing him from even making a sound. 2 breaths later, he went completely limp. Jochi gently laid the corpse down, wiped the blood off his hands on the other person's sheepskin coat, and turned to look at Guilan, who was terrified on the Kong, a heated brick bed. He raised his index finger and placed it to his lips. Shh. Meanwhile, in the side room on the left, lived two couples, Wu Laosen and Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu was exhausted after a long day and slept like a log, snoring loudly. He didn't even notice when the door was pushed open. But Wu Laosen woke up. This was the instinct of a veteran who had survived on the border. As soon as the cold wind entered the room, he felt for the short knife under his pillow. He squinted and saw a dark figure stealthily approaching Zhao Hu, the blade gleaming coldly in its hand. If this knife falls, Zhao Hu's head will be gone. Wu Laosen suddenly sprang up and roared. Tiger! Kill! He grabbed the tattered quilt and threw it over the dark figure's head. Zhao Hu was so shocked by the shout that his soul almost left his body, but his body reacted faster than his brain. He pushed aside the horse-riding man in his arms, drew his short knife, and stabbed the figure covered by the quilt repeatedly. Pft! 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 Every cut went deep into the flesh. The scout's head was covered, so he couldn't see or shout. He could only groan muffledly from under the covers. Only when there was no more movement below, and the blood had stained the black cotton quilt dark red, did Zhao Hu stop and catch his breath. Damn, that scared the hell out of me! He wiped away a cold sweat, and then he saw clearly that the boots sticking out on the ground were the riding boots of the Sirius. Ma Saobao screamed in fright, then immediately covered his mouth. Although the commotion on both sides was not significant, it was enough to alert the scouts waiting in the courtyard in the dead of night. Gru? The scout in the courtyard gave a low shout, drew his scimitar, and was about to charge forward. Just then, the door on the right was kicked open with a bang. A huge black shadow rushed out amidst the wind and snow, moving with terrifying speed. The scout had just raised his knife when he was knocked away by the dark figure, and the two of them rolled into the snow. It was Meng Jiao. Like an enraged bear, he pinned the scout down, his two large, fan-like hands gripping the man's neck. Giggle giggle. The scout kicked his legs wildly, his eyes bulged out, and his tongue stuck out long. Meng Jiao's arm muscles tightened little by little, as if they were made of stone, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it! How dare you disturb my sleep! Zhu Shou rushed out, pulling up his pants. He was a compulsive gambler, but he was also a veteran of the battlefield, and his eyes immediately changed when he saw the Sirius. Seeing that Meng Jiao had subdued the enemy, he casually pulled out the fine iron dagger from Meng Jiao's waist and stabbed it fiercely into the scout's heart. Puff! That was a solid cut. The scout straightened up and stopped moving. Zhu Shou was panting heavily. His hands were still trembling, but his face showed a morbid excitement. Haha, he's dead! That bastard! Just as he was about to show off, Meng Jiao suddenly reached out and snatched the dagger back. Give it to me! Zhu Shou was startled and looked up, about to curse, but met Meng Jiao's emotionless eyes. Meng Jiao wiped the dagger clean on the corpse and solemnly tucked it back into his waistband. Zhu Shou froze on the spot, pointing at him as if he had seen a ghost, and stammered to the crowd that came out. He spoke. This madman isn't mute. He can talk. The battle ended quickly. The three bodies were dragged to the middle of the yard and lined up in a row. Jochi walked out with his sword drawn, followed by Guilan, who was carrying a dim yellow oil lamp. The dim light illuminated the bloodstains that filled the courtyard. Zhao Hu gripped the blood-dripping dagger, panting heavily, but his eyes showed no fear, only a violent and exhilarating satisfaction from killing. The women were pale, but as they watched these fierce, serious men die before their eyes, a fierce glint appeared in their eyes. In this godforsaken place, if you don't kill someone, someone will kill you. Are they all still alive? Jochi glanced at everyone, his gaze finally settling on Zhu Shou's face, who was still trembling with excitement. That's right, they all have the spirit. He walked over to the corpse, kicked it with his toe, and grinned. In the firelight, that smile was both ferocious and serene. These clueless people know we just moved and are short of things, so they specially brought us gifts in the middle of the night. Don't just stand there. Jochi sheathed his broadsword and waved his hand. Strip them naked! Leave them their fur coats, boots, money bags, even their belts. Then go outside and see if there are any horses. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Light up! Chapter 13. The Dark Horse knows when to recognize a new master. Top secrets revealed in sheepskin clothing. The snowstorm subsided slightly, but the night remained deep. A few dim yellow oil lamps swayed in the cold wind, casting long shadows of everyone. Following the footprints in the snow, Jochi led his men to a sheltered rock face on the side of the beacon tower. Just as they rounded the bend, Zhao Hu, who was in front, was startled by the neighing of a horse. When the light shone on them, 3 tall horses were seen tied to a dead tree stump, anxiously pawing at the frozen ground, white breath coming out of their nostrils. These weren't the skinny old horses issued by the quartermaster. They were true steeds of the grasslands, each one plump and strong, with a glossy coat, and adorned with exquisite saddles and bulging saddlebags. Zhao Hu's eyes widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Good heavens, these are the war horses of the serious people? Look at those legs, look at that fat, we're rich! At the border, a good horse capable of fighting on the battlefield could be exchanged on the black market for at least 20 acres of irrigated land, or 3 young women. Yet here before them were 3 such horses. Greed overcame fear, and Zhao Hu couldn't resist reaching out to touch the nearest black horse, coaxing it. Good baby, come back with Grandpa. Before he could finish speaking, the black horse snorted loudly and kicked him in the stomach with its hind legs. Zhao Hu immediately sat down in the snow and scrambled backward. Jochi sneered, tossed the lantern to Zhu's show, and strode forward. The black horse sensed someone approaching, its ears perked up, and it was about to lash out when Jochi grabbed its bridle. With his other hand, radiating the bloodthirsty aura of someone he had just killed, he slammed it hard onto the horse's neck. With a snap, the black horse was stunned by the blow and overwhelmed by Jochi's fierce aura, which was even more ferocious than a wolf. It instinctively went limp, lowered its head, and obediently exhaled a breath of hot air. Jochi stroked the horse's mane, feeling the firm muscles beneath his palm, and grinned. Good beast, more sensible than a human. Nice horse, let's go back. Half an hour later, the fire inside the main building of the beacon tower was burning brightly. 3 corpses, wearing only their undergarments, were left at the door, while the calm, heated brick bed and table were piled high with the spoils of war they had plundered. 3 thick sheepskin coats, stained with blood, but clearly of good quality. 3 pairs of cowhide riding boots, several large bags of dried beef, and 3 sharp curved knives. The joy of profiting from the dead made the atmosphere in the room as warm as during the Lunar New Year. Zhao Hu grabbed a boot and slipped it on. The boot was a bit big, but he grinned from ear to ear. Warm! Damn, so warm! 100 times better than our old straw sandals. Old Wu held the beef jerky, frantically gnawing at it with his few remaining teeth, mumbling indistinctly. The meat is so delicious. Jochi sat by the fire, using the firelight to examine a parchment scroll he had taken from the scout's arms. Beside him, Zhu show's thieving eyes fixed on a silver-edged amulet on the corner of the table. The amulet had been torn from the corpse's neck and was engraved with strange patterns. He looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, quietly reached out, intending to slip the amulet into his sleeve. Jochi didn't even look up. Old Zhu, that's engraved with the wolf god totem of the serious people. If you hide it on your person and are discovered by the Daning Border Patrol team, you'll be considered a spy and beheaded on the spot. If you're tired of living, then keep it. Zhu Shou's hand froze in midair. As if burned, he quickly threw the amulet back onto the table and said with an embarrassed smile, How could that be, Sergeant? I was just helping you wipe off the dust. Jochi ignored him, his attention entirely focused on the parchment scroll. The drawing was crude, consisting of only a few curved lines and some scribbles. But to Jochi, who was used to military maps in his previous life, what was hidden inside was far from simple. This is not a typical marching map at all. The focus of the picture is not the number 7 beacon tower where they are located, but the ancient riverbed below the beacon tower that has long since dried up and is covered by rocks and withered grass. That river leads directly into the heart of the interior, making it an extremely well-hidden route for raids. These 3 scouts weren't there to raid for supplies, they were there to scout ahead. Jochi tapped the parchment scroll lightly with his fingertips, his gaze gradually deepening from amusement. Were the serious people's large force planning to pass through here? If it were the Jochi of the past, he would probably be terrified. But for him now, this is not a crisis at all, but a business opportunity delivered to his doorstep. He chuckled softly, rolled up the parchment, and tucked it into his robes. That smile sent a chill down Guilan's spine. I originally thought this was a dead end, but I didn't expect it to be a golden opportunity. Jochi stood up and clapped his hands, immediately stopping the noise in the room. Everyone looked at the sergeant who had led them to wealth. He pointed to the supplies on the table and said, You've seen everything, haven't you? The 3 fur coats are too smelly, Ma Sao Bao. Wash them clean tomorrow, and whoever makes a contribution can wear them. The beef jerky and loose silver will be divided equally among everyone, as a reward for those who risked their lives tonight." The men's eyes gleamed with greed. They thanked them profusely and stuffed the silver and meat into their pockets. Jochi then looked at Guilan, who had been kneeling quietly to the side. "Those curved swords, and these 3 horses, Ilan, you take care of them. Put the knives in storage first, and whoever breaks one can get another. As for the 3 horses, they are our legs and our lifeline. You will keep track of how much bean fodder they eat each day." As he said this, his gaze swept over Zhu Shou's greedy face, and his voice turned cold. "Anyone who dares to steal horse feed will have their legs broken. Whoever breaks my leg, I'll chop off their hand." Guilan shuddered, looked up to meet Jochi's gaze, and nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, Zhou Lang. If even one bean is missing, you can hold me responsible." This is the confirmation of rights. Jochi entrusting the most important strategic resources to his woman is also a way of telling everyone that Guilan's words are his words. After distributing the spoils, everyone was beaming with joy, yawning and preparing for bed. Having spent most of the night up, eating meat, and receiving silver, they felt they were living the dream. Zhao Hu waved his hand with satisfaction. "All right, everyone disperse. What a load of rubbish." Jochi suddenly kicked over the pile of firewood next to the brazier, sending sparks flying everywhere. He coldly stared at this group of reckless fools. "Full of food? Had your fill? Think you can finally sleep soundly now? Since these 3 spies have crept up here, it means there are others watching them. If they don't go back to report by dawn, do you think there will be 3 more or 30? The temperature inside the room seemed to drop to freezing point instantly, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Yes, the scout is dead, and a large force will definitely come to investigate. Wu Laosan's voice began to tremble again. "Then what do we do? What should we do?" Jochi walked to the door, lifted the heavy curtain, and pointed to the dark, snowy night outside. "If you don't want your whole family to die, get the hell out of here now. Grab the shovels, and while it's still dark, let's set up this beacon tower. I'm going to turn this place into a hellish palace where these wolf cubs will never return." Chapter 14. A series of ambushes set up at the pass. A nighttime conversation in an earthen house reveals Meng Jiao's identity. The wind and snow intensified. The north wind, carrying shards of ice, blew against our faces like knives, but no one dared to complain about the cold, much less utter a grumble. Jochi, carrying the newly captured scimitar, stood on the boulder at the pass, coldly staring at the group of engineers who had been driven there to work. With a stern shout, he ordered Zhao Hu to dig the pit 3 feet deeper, filling the bottom with sharp stakes. If they couldn't pierce the horse's belly, Zhao Hu would be buried in the pit to fill it. Zhao Hu shivered from the cold, cursing under his breath, but dared not slow down his movements. Jochi's ruthlessness made him realize that this was no bluff. On the other side, Wu Laosan was just about to slack off when Jochi yelled at him, making him jump. Jochi told him to spread the dry grass evenly, and if anyone noticed anything amiss, he would be kicked off the horse's hooves first. This was no ordinary fortification work. It was a life-or-death trap. Jochi was going to set up a series of interconnected traps on this narrow pass. Then, Jochi called on Meng Jiao, who had been working silently, and together they braved the wind and snow to climb up the cliff on the side of the pass. The terrain here is treacherous, and many loose boulders hang on the weathered rock walls, only temporarily frozen by ice and snow. Jochi pointed to a huge, precarious rock overhead and instructed Meng Jiao to lasso it with a rope, tie the other end to a tree stump, and then dig away half of the support underneath. Once the enemy enters, a single slash will cut the rope, causing the boulder to roll down like a stone roller, completely blocking the road below. Meng Jiao nodded, grabbed the thick hemp rope, and climbed up. His movements weren't particularly agile, but his strength was astonishing. He managed to keep the several hundred-pound stone in a delicate balance. With just one strike, mountains can crumble and rocks can split. Meanwhile, Guilan was also busy in the small courtyard behind the beacon tower. She, along with Xiao Huan and several other women, gathered the things Jochi had instructed them to collect and busied themselves around the newly erected large pot. What was simmering in the pot wasn't porridge, but rather pungent-smelling pine resin. Guilan's face was blackened and whitened by the smoke, but she remained focused, urging everyone to mix in the coal ash while it was still hot, and that it had to be mixed thoroughly. "This is the homemade incendiary bomb that Jochi confessed to. Pine resin fuels combustion, coal ash prolongs the burning process, and it also splatters when it explodes. Once it sticks to the skin, it cannot be extinguished no matter how much you pat it." Xiao Huan asked fearfully if this thing could really kill people. Guilan stared at the bubbling black paste in the pot and replied with only one word, yes. It can not only kill, but also save their lives. Suchonyan had already torn the rags into strips. Guilan then told them to put the rags into a ceramic jar, seal it tightly, and make sure it didn't spill, because the rags would catch fire. At this moment, she was no longer just a young lady who knew how to embroider, but became the backbone of this group of women. Even she herself didn't realize that she was learning from Jochi, learning his calmness, and also learning his ruthlessness in order to survive. It was around 2:40 a.m., at the third quarter of the 1:45 a.m. The night was at its darkest, and everyone was at their most exhausted. The preparations at the pass were finally completed. Everyone was exhausted and collapsed in a sheltered spot, panting like dead dogs, but Jochi still wouldn't let them rest. He said there was one last dish, and instructed people to bring all the containers that could hold water to the river to fetch water, and then pour it all onto the flat section of road inside the pass. Jusho was puzzled. Wouldn't water freeze if splashed on it in such cold weather? Jochi sneered. What he wanted was for the ice to freeze, so that the serious people would fall half to their deaths before they even saw them. Several large vats of cold water were poured down, and with the night wind blowing through the valley, the water quickly froze into solid ice. Then, a thin layer of snow was sprinkled on top, and it became a skating rink that looked flawless. Once a horse's hoof steps on it, unless it's a divine horse, it will never be able to stand still. Looking at the death tunnel he had personally laid out before him, Jochi already knew what was going on. Pitfalls, falling rocks, ice, fire attacks, each a carefully orchestrated attack. Even a 100-man squad would be severely wounded. Zhao Hu was so cold that his snot was almost frozen, and asked if they should ambush them now. Jochi retorted with a straight curse. In this kind of weather, if they stayed in the snowdrifts all night, the serious people wouldn't even arrive. They'd freeze into ice sculptures themselves. He judged that in this kind of awful weather, even rabbits wouldn't leave their burrows, and the serious people would have to wait until dawn to find someone, since they were only mortals after all. So Jochi sheathed his scimitar, pointed to the beacon tower stone house behind him, and told everyone to go back inside, boil some hot water, warm themselves up, and then take a quick nap. You need to be well rested so you have the strength to kill someone when it's light. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon and scrambled back into the stone house. The campfire inside was still burning, and the earthen bed was scorching hot, the warmth instantly relaxing those who had been tense all night. Zhao Hu, Wu Laosen, Zhu Shou, and the others had long forgotten about being polite. They climbed onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, without even taking off their shoes, and soon their snoring was deafening. But this sense of relaxation doesn't belong to Jochi. He didn't sleep, but sat by the fire, using the firelight to wipe his only bow and a few carefully selected arrows with an oilcloth. Guilan didn't sleep either. She led Suchonyang to check and seal each of the earthenware jars filled with pine resin and coal ash, then neatly stacked them at the doorway. Her hands were blackened by smoke, and her eyelids were drooping, but she still forced herself to stay awake. Jochi stopped what he was doing, gently tapped her shoulder with the tip of his bow, and told her to stop and go back to sleep. Guilan wanted to say that she wasn't tired, but Jochi snatched the pottery jar from her hand and rudely put it aside. He noticed her hands were trembling and told her not to push herself. Tomorrow was a life or death situation. If they all died, the women had to save their strength to escape, otherwise, falling into the hands of the serious would be worse than death. Guilan was still worried about the few pottery jars that hadn't been sealed, and Jochi told her not to do everything herself and urged her to get enough rest. After tomorrow's battle, there's a pile of spoils waiting for her to take stock of. If she collapses from exhaustion, who will manage the household affairs for her? Although the words were harsh, Guilan understood them. In Jochi's eyes, anyone can do rough work, but only she is qualified to have the core power of managing the household property. Looking into Jochi's determined eyes, she felt a warmth in her heart, and, without saying anything more, obediently went into the inner room. Soon, only Jochi and Meng Jiao, who had been standing motionless at the door, remained in the outer room. Meng Jiao stood like an iron tower, clutching the dagger Jochi had given him, his eyes fixed on the wind and snow outside through the crack in the door. Jochi adjusted the arrows while telling him to go to sleep as well. After all, he was the main force tomorrow, and how could they push the stones if they were too weak? Meng Jiao didn't move. He only glanced at Jochi, pointed to the door, and shook his head. The meaning is clear. He's worried and wants to keep an eye on things. Seeing his stubbornness, Jochi simply smiled and let him go. Meng Jiao then sat down against the door frame, bent one leg, leaned against the door, and closed his eyes, pretending to doze off. But he held the knife tightly in his arms, and his ears twitched slightly, clearly still on guard. The room fell silent, with only the crackling of burning firewood remaining. Jochi put down his bow, picked up his water bag and took a sip, then carried the water bag to the door and plopped down next to Meng Jiao. He nudged Meng Jiao with his shoulder and said, "Stop pretending to be asleep," then handed him a water pouch to drink and warm himself up. Meng Jiao opened his eyes, which were bloodshot but clear. He took the water pouch, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, then handed it back to Jochi. Jochi didn't rush to drink, but turned his head to look at him with a half-smile. He said that back in the old days everyone in the camp said that Meng Jiao was mute and crazy. But last night he heard it. Meng Jiao could speak. And his accent didn't sound like someone from Lianbei Road, it sounded more like someone from the military outposts in Guangzhou. Meng Jiao's fingers tightened, and he instinctively gripped the hilt of the knife. But when he saw Jochi's open and harmless eyes, his tense muscles slowly relaxed. Jochi shook the water pouch in his hand, his eyes burning with intensity. "Now that we're on his ship, our lives are tied together. Want to chat?" Chapter 15. Old grudges in Guangzhou are sharpened anew. The icy river breaks open with a thunderous roar. "I am a captain of the Guangzhou Shen's army." After a long silence, Meng Jiao finally spoke. He stared at the firelight, a burning anger simmering in his eyes. 3 years ago, there was a severe drought in Guangzhou. The imperial court issued relief funds, but Zhao Yuqing, a commander of 1,000 households, withheld 70% of them. My brothers were either dead or crippled, and those who survived couldn't even get enough to eat. Meng Jiao lowered his head and stroked the hilt of his sword, his voice growing increasingly somber. I went to demand an explanation, but he told me to get lost and even drove several crippled brothers out of the camp, where they all froze to death in the snow. As he said this, his teeth clenched so tightly they pounded. Then he uttered only one sentence. So I killed him. That night, he stormed into Zhao Yuqing's tent with a knife and, in front of his 3 concubines, hacked the man 78 times. After killing him, he didn't flee, because he knew he was finished, but he felt a sense of satisfaction. The room was so quiet that only the crackling of firewood could be heard. After listening, Jochi suddenly smiled. Good kills, but too few. Meng Jiao was stunned. Jochi tossed the empty water pouch aside, his eyes gleaming with ambition. What's the use of killing just one commander? In this chaotic world, which of those sitting in high positions doesn't have someone like us weighed down on them? He stood up and patted Meng Jiao on the shoulder. If you don't want to be eaten by others, you have to be more ruthless than them and climb higher than them. Follow me, and from now on, we'll kill every unfair official we see and climb up by stepping on their heads. Until one day, we will be the ones to call the shots in this world. Meng Jiao stared at the man, who was much younger than himself, his eyes blazing with fury. After a moment, he slowly rose, knelt on one knee, and performed the salute that the Shen's army only gave to their commander-in-chief. Meng Jiao's life belongs to the squad leader. At dawn, the wind and snow gradually stopped, leaving only a few snowflakes swirling in the air. In the side room on the right, Zhu Shou was fast asleep, wrapped in a quilt, drool still clinging to his lips. Suddenly, a large hand slapped heavily on his shoulder. Bang! Zhu Shou screamed and tumbled off the calm, heated brick bed, to the floor, dazed and confused. He was about to curse when he looked up and saw Meng Jiao's fierce and menacing face. Rise! Zhu Shou immediately swallowed back the curse word and hunched his shoulders as he put on his shoes. In the next room on the left, Zhao Hu and Wu Laosen were embracing their wives and snoring. The next moment, the broken wooden door was slammed shut, and dust fell down in a flurry. Zhao Hu sprang up to reach for his knife, but in his panic, he bumped into Ma Sao Bao, throwing the room into chaos. Women screamed, and men searched for their pants. Meng Jiao's muffled, thunderous voice came from outside the door. Get to work! Zhao Hu and Wu Laosen breathed a sigh of relief, then cursed. That madman scared the hell out of me. At 1:15 a.m., the sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds and fell on the seemingly calm snowfield outside the pass. The ground began to tremble slightly. Jochi stood on the cliff of the Beacon Tower Pass, squinting at the end of the ancient river channel. Soon, a black cavalry unit appeared, about 30 riders. Unlike the scattered soldiers from the previous night, these men were all riding black-maned war horses, wearing iron-trimmed leather armor, carrying longbows, and with scimitars at their waists. The leader, clad in chainmail and wielding a finely crafted iron lance, exuded an imposing aura under the Azure Wolf banner. Judging by his equipment, he was none other than a centurion of the Serious people. This is a regular army. Zhao Hu, lying nearby, swallowed hard. Squad leader, with so many men, our few pieces of meat aren't enough to take them down in one volley. Shut up and stick to the plan. Jochi glanced at him coldly, then looked at the figure huddled up inside the pass. Zhu Shou, it's your turn. Zhu Shou's face was paler than snow. Staring at the menacing cavalry in the distance, his legs trembled. Squad leader, I dare not. Jochi took out a piece of silver and weighed it in his palm. If you perform well, the silver is yours. If you mess it up, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Zhu Shou's teeth chattered. Compared to being beheaded by Jochi, being used as bait at least offered a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and rushed out of the cover. Outside the pass, Asur, the centurion of the Sky Wolf, reined in his horse and frowned as he stared at the dilapidated beacon tower. The 3 scouts he had sent out last night had not yet returned, causing him a growing unease. Just then, his personal guard pointed deep into the pass. Centurion, there are men ahead! Asur looked closely and saw a Ning army soldier in tattered uniform running around in the snow like a headless fly, looking back as he ran. He looked exactly like a deserter who had been scared out of his wits. Asur's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. A lone 2-legged sheep. Catch him alive, ask if there's anyone else in the beacon tower, we'll have an extra dish tonight. 30 cavalrymen behind him let out strange howls like wolves, urging their horses onward. The war horses exerted their strength simultaneously, like a black torrent stirring up snow dust, charging towards Zhu Shou. Seeing the charging cavalry, Zhu Shou didn't need to act this time. He was genuinely terrified. He slipped and fell to the ground with a thud, then yelled as he got up and, carrying his broadsword, scrambled towards the trap area in front of the beacon tower. Ha ha! These 2 sheep are scared out of their wits! Charge in and grab them! Asur watched Zhu Shou's disheveled figure, his eyes filled with even greater cruelty. He had already decided that once he captured this Ning man, he would crush his bones with his horse's hooves. But he didn't see that beneath the thin layer of snow was a layer of ice, harder than stone. The horse's hooves pounded into the pass, their crisp sound echoing through the valley. Just as the vanguard had crossed the camouflaged flat road and was about to catch up with Zhu Shou, a sudden change occurred. Asur's warhorse suddenly lost its grip, its hooves pawing wildly at the ice. In the next instant, the immense inertia carried both man and horse sideways. The warhorse neighed mournfully and collapsed to the ground. Asur reacted quickly. Taking advantage of the moment, the horse fell to roll and leap off, but he still couldn't stand steadily on the ice. He spun around several times and crashed heavily into the stone wall. This is just the beginning. The cavalry behind couldn't stop in time. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds rang out as the warhorses behind crashed into the fallen men and horses in front, the sound of bones cracking clear and piercing. What was originally a fierce charge instantly turned into chaos, with men and horses stumbling and falling. In the narrow pass, shouts and neighing filled the air, and the 30 riders were reduced to utter pandemonium. What's going on? Stay calm! Stay calm! Asur, his face covered in blood, got up and brandished his lance, trying to regroup his troops, but it was too late. A sharp whistle suddenly rang out overhead. That was a sign of death. On the cliff, Meng Jiao had been waiting for a long time. Hearing the whistle, he suddenly opened his eyes, his bloodthirsty killing intent surging. Get out of here! With a loud shout, a dagger flashed, and the taut hemp rope snapped. Rumble! Several large rocks, loosened long ago, were freed and rolled down the cliff face, covered in ice and snow, with a thunderous roar that instantly drowned out the neighing of horses and screams. The boulder crashed down right at the entrance to the pass. With a loud thud, 2 cavalrymen and their horses were smashed into a bloody pulp. Our escape route is cut off. The entire team was trapped in the narrow pass. Asur looked at the blocked escape route behind him, and then at the icy ground beneath his feet, which was impossible to stand on, and finally realized that he had been ambushed. Ignition! Guilan, Su Qionyang, and the others, who were already prepared, immediately lit the fuse on the ceramic jar in their hands. The jar contained black, viscous pine resin kerosene. Throw! Guilan gritted her teeth and smashed the first fire jar, followed by the second, third, and more than a dozen fire jars that rained down on the crowd, hitting the horses and armor. Smack! Smack! The earthenware jars shattered, and pine resin and kerosene splattered everywhere, instantly igniting the fuse. With a whoosh, flames shot into the sky. The narrow pass outside instantly transformed into a living hell. The serious soldiers, splashed with hot oil, screamed in agony, desperately trying to pat off the flames, but the flames, like a persistent carbuncle, only grew stronger with each pat. Chapter 16. Even when engulfed in flames, courage prevails. Even a beautiful woman can be a ruthless ruler. Boom! The boulder crashed down, cutting the narrow pass in half. Centurion Sir, his face covered in blood, proved himself a veteran of many battles. The moment the boulder fell, he managed to pull a dozen or so vanguard men into the inner side of the pass. With their escape route blocked, ice lay ahead, and no way out behind them. Sir wiped the blood from his eyes, glanced at Zhu Shou who was still escaping, not far away, and then scanned the stone walls on both sides, immediately understanding what was happening. The trap of the two-legged sheep! He roared and swung his lance. Charge! Kill that deserter and charge into the beacon tower! The remaining 7 or 8 wolf soldiers who were still able to move abandoned their horses, drew their scimitars, and howled as they charged at Zhu Shou. Zhu Shou had originally intended to continue feigning compliance, but when he turned around and saw that these people were truly chasing him relentlessly, he was terrified. Oh my God! It's really happening! He yelled and took off running, aiming at the marks on the ground as he ran, then suddenly ducked behind a large rock. The wolf soldiers were chasing too fast, and the ice was slippery, so they couldn't stop. Splash! Splash! The 3 leading figures lost their footing and plunged into the pit, knives and all. The bottom of the pit was already filled with sharpened wooden stakes, and their screams instantly echoed through the valley. The others were cushioned by those in front and didn't die instantly, but some had their arms pierced or their thighs impaled. Let's do it! Zhao Hu and Wu Laosen, who were lying in ambush behind the sheep and horse wall, had already been holding back their anger. Seeing the usually arrogant serious people struggling in the pit, their fear instantly turned into a brutal killing intent. Kill! Zhao Hu was the first to leap out, raising his knife to slash at a wolf soldier who was just about to climb out of the pit. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Wu Laosen was not to be outdone, targeting those trapped inside the pit. Even Zhu Shou, who had just been fleeing in a sorry state, jumped out from behind a rock to deliver the finishing blow. You think you can chase me? You think you can chase me? However, Sir did not fall into the pit. The moment his men lost their footing, he used his lance to brace himself and stop his momentum. Seeing his men being slaughtered by this rabble, he was enraged and charged forward, lance in hand. Despicable southerner! Die! He single-handedly forced Zhao Hu and Wu Laosen back, pressing them step by step toward the entrance of the beacon tower, his voice like that of a demon. Who can stop me? Just then, the sound of falling rocks came from above. Sir looked up sharply and saw a figure as black as a tower rushing down the path on the side of the cliff, like a tiger descending the mountain. Meng Jiao actually jumped down. Using the momentum of his fall, he gripped the thick-backed steel sword tightly with both hands, and without any fancy moves, delivered a fierce and ruthless blow. Open it for me! Sir's expression changed drastically. The oppressive aura made his hair stand on end. He had no time to dodge, and could only raise his iron lance to block. Clang dash! A clang of metal rang out at the pass, sparks flying. In the clash of pure force, Sir's lance, honed over many years of battle, was bent by a single blow. The immense force traveled down the shaft, splitting his hand, numbing his arms, and forcing him to his knees. Before he could catch his breath, Meng Jiao flipped his wrist and swept the thick-backed knife horizontally. Pfft! A head flew off, hot blood splattering across his chainmail. Centurion Sir of the Sky Wolf clan was dead. Meng Jiao stood beside the corpse, his chest heaving violently, his scars grotesque and terrifying in the morning light, like a true god of death, causing Zhao Hu and the others to instinctively take a half-step back. The battle inside the pass was already decided, but suddenly a scream came from the direction of the high platform. Ah dash! That was Xiaohuan's voice. It turned out that a nimble serious soldier had climbed up the high platform along the rubble on the side wall, intending to kill the women who were throwing fire pots out of the pass. When those blood-stained hands climbed onto the wall, revealing a twisted, ferocious face, Xiaohuan collapsed to the ground in terror. The wolf soldier grinned maliciously, about to climb on top of her. Guilan's face turned deathly pale instantly. She had no knife in her hand, and Jochi was not beside her. Extreme fear, ironically, brought out a fierce determination within her. She picked up the large rock at her feet with both hands, closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and used all her strength to smash it down on the hand gripping the rock edge. Bang! Ah dash! The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. The wolf soldier screamed in agony, instantly letting go in excruciating pain. He flailed wildly in midair before plummeting straight back into the churning sea of fire below. Guilan leaned against the wall, panting heavily, looking down at her hands. There was no blood, but they were trembling violently. She killed someone. But the next moment, she turned around and hugged the still trembling Xiaohuan. The panic in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only the relief of surviving a disaster. So what if I kill someone? To survive, I have to live, even if it means becoming a demon. Outside. There are still people outside. Zhao Hu wiped the blood from his face and pointed to the boulder blocking the pass. The boulder wasn't completely sealed off. There were gaps on both sides, high enough to climb over. Quick! Go help the corporal! Meng Jiao, carrying a blood-dripping knife, was the first to leap over the pile of rocks, followed closely by Zhao Hu, Zhu Shou, and the others. They had assumed there was still a fierce battle outside, since there were more people there, and even if they had been burned, they might not all be dead. But when everyone climbed over the boulder and saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. The area outside the pass had become a scorched inferno. The fire was gradually subsiding, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh. The ground was littered with the remains of the serious soldiers, who had been burned, rolled and struggled, and died. The few survivors who had managed to escape the inferno, and were still alive were now retreating in terror. There was only one person blocking their way. Jochi. He stood at the only exit, long sword in hand, truly a lone guardian. A wolf soldier engulfed in flames screamed and lunged at him, intending to take him down with him. Jochi didn't even blink, he simply sidestepped, drew his sword, and sheathed it. Laugh. A thin line appeared on the man's throat, and his body lurched forward 2 steps before collapsing into the snow, his blood staining the white snow. Another tried to attack from the side, but Jochi slashed his arm with a backhand stroke, then turned the blade and cut his neck. Every strike Jochi made was solely for killing. That chillingly clean and decisive style was even more terrifying than Meng Jiao's brutal violence. Zhu Shou, lying on the rock, was chattering with excitement. This is our squad leader? This is the king of hell! Wu Laosan murmured. How could he have pretended to be so stupid before? It's like he's a completely different person. One of the serious soldiers took advantage of the chaos to bypass Jochi and had already escaped several dozen paces. Jochi took out a hard bow from his back, bent the bowstring, and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air and struck the man squarely in the back. With that, the battle was completely over. Jochi looked up at Meng Jiao and the others who had climbed out from behind the boulder, and said calmly, It seems that everything inside has been cleaned up as well? He paused, then said, You were a little slow. Be faster next time. Yes. Zhao Hu and Wu Laosan straightened their backs and answered in unison. At this moment, their eyes looked at Jochi with no more doubt or fear, only almost fanatical worship. In this chaotic world, following such a ruthless person meant that even if they went to the underworld, they could return unscathed. Clean up the battlefield, Jochi ordered. Finish them off, leave no survivors. Pile the bodies outside and build a mound of corpses, so that anyone who wants to come later will have to think twice. The crowd surged forward, beginning to loot the spoils. This haul far surpassed previous ones. Though most of the 30 war horses were dead or wounded, over a dozen fine horses remained alive, along with numerous fine iron scimitars, leather armor, and intact chainmail. For them, who were starving and destitute, this was a windfall. Jochi walked to Asur's body, squatted down, and rummaged around for a while, quickly finding a blood-stained leather letterbox. He pulled out the stopper, poured out its contents, and immediately frowned. It was a document from within the Daning army detailing the transport of grain and supplies to Yunzhou. It bore the red seal of the prefectural governor's office and meticulously recorded the dates and routes of the grain and supplies being transported from the rear to Yunzhou. The words, "The 15th day of the 12th lunar month," were heavily circled. The 15th day of the 12th lunar month, which is 3 days from now. Jochi's eyes sharpened, and he immediately took out the sheepskin map he had seized from the scout, comparing the 2 maps side by side. The dried-up ancient riverbed marked on the sheepskin map ran south, and its destination was precisely the rear pass that the grain transport team from Kanhuri would have to pass through in 3 days. The route, the goal, and the deadline all matched perfectly. Why were the serious vanguard so determined to fight this small beacon tower? Because they had to remove this thorn in their side and clear the Ghost Sorrow Gorge from their sight before the main force set off. 3 days later, the main force of Tianlang will take advantage of the Ghost Sorrow Gorge to swallow up the Yunzhou grain route in one gulp. This was a crucial piece of intelligence, but also a death sentence. Jochi carefully folded the 2 documents and tucked them into his bosom. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, and Bu Yilan was directing people to move the spoils into the house, Zhu Shou, who was on guard outside, suddenly stumbled back. "Sergeant!" Zhu Shou pointed in the direction outside the pass. Chapter 17. Jochi displays his power by slaying corrupt official. Bao Su joins the gang after sharing the head. In the wind and snow, the sound of horses' hooves was like thunder. A group of about 50 Ningjuan cavalrymen, carrying the flag of the patrol battalion, charged aggressively to the outside of the pass. The leading military officer was strong, and wore bright armor with a goose-feather saber at his waist. His narrow eyes were full of ruthlessness and greed. His name was Ma Kuei, and he was the centurion of the Yunzhou patrol battalion. He didn't usually think about killing the Tianlang people. Instead, he extorted money from caravans and bullied stragglers on the border. Ma Kuei reined in his horse and saw the corpses of the werewolves scattered all over the ground, as well as the pile of spoils of war next to him, especially the dozen or so fat and strong war horses. His eyes instantly turned red. This is no battlefield, it's a gold mine. Jochi was about to salute when Ma Kuei ignored him completely. He pointed with his whip and immediately accused Jochi. "How dare you! You dare to collude with the serious people and divide the spoils here! Men, seize these spies and confiscate the supplies!" Xiao Hu, still fuming after killing the enemy, roared. "Bullshit! We fought our way here! Look closely, those are the corpses of Sirius. We are the 10th team of the broken camp." Ma Kuei sneered, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. He didn't care whether the other side was a broken faction or not. He was determined to get these things, and these people's heads would be perfect for making up for his shortcomings. He immediately ordered, "Archers, prepare! Shoot them all dead, leave no one alive!" 50 cavalrymen simultaneously drew their bows and nocked arrows, all aimed at Jochi and his men. Meng Jiao let out a low roar, and was about to raise his thick-back sword when Jochi reached out and stopped him. "Sir, wait a moment." Jochi looked at Ma Kuei, his surprise quickly turning into a fawning smile. But his heart was as cold as snow. He had seen plenty of such corrupt officials in history books in his previous life, but he never expected to encounter one in person today. He leaned close to Meng Jiao, seemingly to comfort him, but in reality, he whispered a few words to him. Then he untied the hard bow and long sword and stuffed them into Meng Jiao's arms. Jochi raised his hands, feigning fear, and walked towards Ma Kuei, shouting as he went, "Sir, please don't do this. This is a misunderstanding. I have important information to report. I beg you to spare my life." Seeing that his hands were empty, Ma Kuei's vigilance lessened considerably. What trouble could a terrified common soldier possibly cause? He snorted dismissively, spurred his horse forward 2 steps, bent down, and asked, "Speak, what other secrets are you hiding?" At this moment, Jochi was only 3 steps away from Ma Kuei. 3 steps separate life and death. Jochi raised his head, and his previously fawning face instantly contorted into a hideous, demonic expression. "Your life is hidden!" A loud shout rang out, and Jochi suddenly sprang up. A flash of cold light appeared, and the dagger hidden in his sleeve, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, slashed across Ma Kuei's throat. Laugh dash! Blood spurted out. Ma Kuei clutched his neck, his eyes wide, only able to let out a series of gasping breaths, unable to believe he had died here. Without pausing, Jochi pulled the convulsing Ma Kuei off his horse, snatched the goose-feather knife from his hand, and mounted his horse again. He stood ready, sword drawn, his murderous aura soaring. "Let's see who dares to move!" It all happened so fast and so ruthlessly that Ma Kuei's personal guards were stunned for a moment before roaring and charging forward with their swords drawn. "Kill him! Avenge our lord!" Bang! 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 The bowstrings twanged. Meng Jiao had somehow climbed onto the boulder, holding Jochi's strong bow, and fired 3 arrows from his vantage point. The 3 guards at the forefront were shot between the eyebrows and fell straight off their horses. Jochi also spurred his horse forward, using the momentum to cut down the nearest man with a single stroke. In the blink of an eye, Ma Kuei died, and his personal guards perished. A deathly silence fell over the scene. The remaining 40-odd cavalrymen were completely stunned. Their commander had been killed, and their opponents were so ferocious that no one dared to move. A man who looked like a deputy raised his hand to stop the group and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by this? Killing the centurion of the patrol battalion is treason." "Rebel?" Jochi reined in his horse, flicked the blood off his blade, and sneered. "Ma Kuei wants to hoard the wealth for himself, and even kill innocent people to claim credit. This is true rebellion." He raised his blood-stained knife high, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Ma Kuei has been executed. You are all men of Dining. There is no need for you to die with this corrupt official." At this point, Jochi changed his tone. "My name is Jochi. As long as I remain here guarding this beacon tower, all the credit for this place will be shared." He pointed to the corpses on the ground and continued. "What happened today is very simple. Lord Ma Kuei and these brothers encountered the elite Tianlang troops and fought to the death for their country. You fought desperately to kill the enemy and annihilated them, avenging Lord Ma." Jochi kicked the pile of serious heads. "There are 30 heads here. I'll give you 10. Take them back. It'll be enough to get you a promotion." He stared at his deputy and said word by word, "Whether you take the head back for a promotion, or die here with that dead bastard Ma Kuei, the choice is yours." The entire arena fell silent, and all the cavalrymen looked at their second-in-command. The deputy was a smart man. He glanced at Ma Kuei's corpse, then at the treacherous terrain, then at Meng Jiao staring at him from the boulder, and finally his gaze settled on the pile of real serious heads. 10 heads, which would normally cost countless lives, can now be taken for free with just a nod. Even a fool could do the math. He took a deep breath, the gloom on his face dissipating and replaced by a complex smile. "My name is Bao Su. May I ask how I should address you, brother?" "Jochi." "Well said, Jochi." Bao Su cupped his hands and said, "Brother Zhou is right. Lord Ma did indeed fight bravely and died for his country. We are deeply saddened that our rescue came too late." The deal was done the moment those words were spoken. Jochi smiled and put down the knife. "General Bao is a wise man." He waved for Zhao Hu and the others to throw over the 10 severed heads. Bao Su ordered his men to collect the heads, then gave Jochi a deep look. "I will remember this favor today. Brother Zhou, until we meet again." After saying that, Bao Su led his men, dragged up the bodies of Ma Kuei and the others, and hurriedly left. Watching the cavalry's departing figures, Zhu Shou breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, that scared me to death, Corporal! We've managed to tie up the patrol battalion too." Jochi jumped off his horse and wiped the blood off his hands. "If they take the head, it's equivalent to admitting they've made the deal." "All right, stop spacing out." Jochi glanced at the sky and said, "Let's get to work." Chapter 18. Fire burns stone to create a path to survival. A precious jade awaits a buyer. After sending away Bao Su and his gang of scoundrels, the area in front of the beacon tower finally became quiet. The group continued cleaning up the battlefield, this time being extra careful, wishing they could turn the snow over 3 times. While cleaning up the centurion's body, which had been cleaved in 2 by Meng Jiao, Ma Saobao felt something hard inside her blood-soaked silk robe. After wiping away the blood, she saw it was a jade pendant about half the size of her palm, as white as mutton fat, with a grey wolf carved on it. Wu Laosan leaned over for a glance and said disdainfully, "A broken rock? Can you eat this thing? It's not as good as half a bag of silver." Guilan was passing by with the arrows in her arms when she caught a glimpse of that warm, white jade pendant out of the corner of her eye, and she stopped in her tracks. She put down the arrows, took the jade pendant, and the moment she touched it, the delicate, smooth texture made her heart skip a beat. By the light of the snow, she examined the texture and carving closely, and whispered, "This is old mine material, the color is like solidified fat, and the texture is extremely fine. With such quality it would be a prized possession in the treasure pavilion of the capital, and it would be more than enough to buy a 2-courtyard house." "What?" Wu Laosan and Ma Saobao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "This piece of broken jade can be exchanged for a house?" Guilan shook her head. "This is not broken jade." As Jochi approached, Guilan handed him the jade pendant and reminded him, "Young Master Zhou, this kind of old mine jade with wolf totem is mostly worn only by grassland royalty or great shamans. That person is probably more than just a centurion." Jochi didn't understand jade, but he trusted Guilan's judgment. More importantly, if they had truly killed royalty, given the nature of the serious people, they would never let it go. He stuffed the jade pendant into his pocket, then glanced at Wu Laosan, whose face was contorted with pain. "Keep it for now. If you sell it and make money, you'll all get your share. The spoils were quickly tallied. Besides the jade pendant and silver, the biggest gain was the herd of horses. Although some were killed or wounded, 15 remained intact. Especially the centurion's mount, jet black with snow-white hooves, was exceptionally magnificent. Despite the chaos, it remained unfazed, staying by its master's body until Jochi forcibly led it away. Zhao Hu circled the herd of horses, touching one and patting another, grinning from ear to ear. Squad leader, can we form a cavalry unit someday? Jochi immediately poured cold water on the idea. What a load of crap. Our shabby stable can only fit 5 horses if we squeeze them in. The rest will be tied up outside, and if the wind and snow blow tonight, they'll all freeze to death tomorrow. Zhao Hu was dumbfounded. What should we do then? Jochi patted the black-maned horse's neck. Keep 5 of the best ones. Besides this one, each of you can choose one. Take the rest to Yunzhou City to exchange for grain and money. Once the decision was made, trouble ensued. Zhu Shou pointed to the huge granite rock at the pass, his face full of distress. Squad leader, the road is blocked. How are we going to get those horses in? Meng Jiao had previously placed these stones to attack the enemy, and they had worked extremely well, directly cutting off the enemy's retreat. But now, they had also blocked Jochi and his group's path. The boulder was stuck at the narrowest point. A person could climb over it using both hands and feet, but a horse couldn't get through at all. Zhao Hu stepped forward and tried to push it, but the stone didn't budge. Meng Jiao also tried, but finally shook his head. This thing weighed at least several thousand pounds. There was no way to push it by force. Jochi walked around the rock with his hands behind his back, then tapped the rock's surface with the handle of his knife. What are you pushing for? Use your brain. Go, gather some more firewood and pile it up next to the rock. Zhu Shou looked bewildered. Sergeant, are you going to roast stones? Jochi was too lazy to explain. Enough with the nonsense, just do what I tell you to do. Soon, a campfire was lit beside the boulder. Everyone looked at Jochi in bewilderment, wondering if the stone could actually melt. The fire burned ever brighter, but Jochi remained unhurried, simply standing to one side with his arms crossed. It burned for a full half hour, until the bluish-gray granite was glowing red-hot. Jochi then spoke up. All right. Meng Jiao, go and fetch 2 buckets of river water. Although Meng Jiao didn't understand, he immediately did as instructed. Soon, 2 buckets of river water with ice shards were brought over. Jochi gave the order. Splash it on. Splash dash. Ice water poured onto the scorching rocks produced a sizzling sound, like a thunderclap exploding on flat ground. White mist rose into the air, followed by a series of crackling sounds from within the mist. When the moisture dissipated, everyone was stunned. The once indestructible boulder was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and in some places it had even broken off. Jochi said calmly. This is called thermal expansion and contraction. The crowd couldn't understand, but they found it terrifyingly powerful. Jochi pointed to the boulder. Meng Jiao, bring the sledgehammer and smash it open. Meng Jiao stared at the now brittle stone, as if seeing the world for the first time. He returned to the beacon tower, retrieved a large iron hammer, and smashed it down hard into the crack. Boom! With a single blow, stone chips flew everywhere. The previously terrifyingly hard granite now crumbled like stale candy. In just a few blows, a path wide enough for war horses to pass through was cleared. Zhao Hu and Zhu Shou stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with more than just admiration. It was as if they were looking at a deity. They simply couldn't understand what their sergeant was thinking, or why he had pretended to be stupid before. Jochi brushed the dust off his hands and instructed. Zhao Hu, Zhu Shou, put Tianmeng's head in their underwear and hang it on the horse's tail. We're going to Yunzhou to report the military situation. Then he looked at Wu Laosan and said, You stay here and take the women to deal with the dead and wounded horses. Skin them and tan them, and air-dry the meat. Wu Laosan's face crinkled with excitement. Yes, Corporal. This horse meat is enough for us to eat all winter. His wife was all smiles. All you ever think about is food. So many horse hides, we can make horsehide rugs and coats, then we won't have to suffer from the cold anymore. Jochi looked at Meng Jiao one last time. Protect them well. If any more fools come, you know what to do. Meng Jiao nodded emphatically, gripping the knife in his hand tightly. In the wind and snow, a dozen horses were driven through the pile of rubble. The last 2 horses had a long string of spears wrapped in rags trailing behind them. Those were the heads of 20 serious men. Blood seeped through the fabric, leaving a glaring red trail on the pristine snow, exuding a chilling, pungent stench. Chapter 19. It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings, a discerning eye and a shrewd strategist. 5 miles outside Yunzhou City, there is a dense forest of black pine trees. Jochi reined in his horse and ordered Zhao Hu to hide all the war horses in the woods and keep a close watch on them. These horses were private property that the 10th team had fought desperately to seize, and they couldn't be exposed to the light of day. If those vampires at the garrison discovered them, they probably wouldn't even leave a single horsehair. Zhao Hu patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, Corporal, I'm here as long as the horse is here." His eyes gleamed as he looked at the herd of war horses. These weren't horses. They were clearly piles of gleaming silver. Without further delay, Jochi called Zhu Shou, mounted the jet-black Centurion steed, and headed towards the Yunzhou garrison. Zhu Shou followed behind on his chestnut horse, 2 bundles hanging from the sides of the saddle containing human heads still dripping with frozen blood. The smell of blood attracted several wild dogs that followed from a distance, but none dared to approach. The two walked one after the other through the snow, and soon arrived at the gate of Yunzhou garrison. The gates of the garrison stood tall, and 2 soldiers in bright uniforms blocked their way with their spears drawn. They glanced at them sideways, their tone full of contempt. "Halt! What are you doing here? What kind of beggar soldiers are you? Do you think you can just barge into this place?" Jochi cupped his hands and said, "Jochi, squad leader of the 10th team of the Broken Camp, number 7 Beacon Tower, has urgent military information and requests an audience with the commander." The soldier chuckled, glanced at the package behind Zhu Shou, but couldn't see what was inside, assuming it was just ordinary junk. Urgent military intelligence? These days even Tom, Dick, and Harry claim to have urgent business. The officers are in a meeting and don't have time to see a lowly squad leader like you. If you have any intelligence, leave it here and go back to wait. Jochi knew perfectly well that this was a case of, "It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings." If the intelligence is handed over to them, the credit will be swallowed up in no time. He didn't react, but stepped forward and, using his body as cover, quietly slipped a piece of silver into the soldier's hand, saying with a smile, "Brother, please be lenient. This matter is indeed extremely urgent. If the serious people make a move right under our noses, it will be difficult for everyone to explain." The soldier weighed the silver in his hand, his expression softening slightly. He said lazily, "All right, I'll go in and inform them. Whether the Lord sees me or not is not up to me." After saying that, he sauntered into the door. A moment later, the soldier came out and simply said, "The report has been given. Just wait." They waited for an entire afternoon. From midday, when the sun was at its brightest, until sunset, the cold wind stung their faces. Jochi stood straight at the door the whole time, while Zhu Shou stomped his feet incessantly, snot almost dripping from his nose, but dared not utter a single complaint. As darkness approached, Jochi spoke up. "Brother, could you please inform them again? Perhaps the commander has forgotten in his busy schedule." The soldier waved his hand impatiently. "Go back. The Lord is busy and doesn't have time to see a mere squad leader like you. If you're really in a hurry, leave the intelligence here." Jochi suppressed his anger, and his voice turned serious. "This matter concerns the survival of Yunzhou. If it is delayed, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility." The soldier was immediately enraged and slammed his spear on the ground. "You think you're so great? You dare to act wildly in front of the garrison? If you don't get out of here, I'll break your legs." He was about to step forward and shove her. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from the direction of the side gate. Several attendants escorted an elderly man back. The old man was dressed in plain clothes, wearing a gray squirrel fur cloak, with a fair complexion and no beard, and an elegant demeanor. His eyes seemed cloudy, yet they concealed a sharpness that made people afraid to look directly at him. Upon seeing him, the soldiers immediately adopted a servile demeanor, bowing and greeting him. "Mr. Zeng, you're back." Mr. Zeng simply nodded slightly and was about to enter when his gaze suddenly stopped on the chestnut horse that Zhu Shou was leading. To be precise, it landed on the 2 bundles next to the saddle. He stopped and asked, "What is that?" The soldiers were stunned. Before they could even make up a story, Jochi already knew that his chance had come. This is the only chance. He stepped forward abruptly, his voice booming. "Jochi, squad leader of the 7th Beacon Tower of the 10th Squad of the Lianbei Daopa Camp, greets you, sir. These are the heads of 20 elite serious cavalrymen. There's also a top-secret intelligence document found on the enemy chieftain. It's of utmost importance. I've been waiting here for half a day, hoping to present it to the commander in person." What? The soldiers were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they almost collapsed to the ground. 20 severed heads, or the elite serious cavalry? A hint of surprise flashed across Mr. Zeng's calm face. He looked Jochi over again. The young man's armor was worn and tattered, yet he stood tall and straight, showing no fear in the cold wind. A mere squad leader managed to take the heads of 20 elite serious cavalrymen. Such a record is something even the elite night guerrillas of the garrison might not be able to achieve. Mr. Zeng asked. Which team are you on? Jochi answered simply. The 10th team of the Broken Camp is currently stationed at Ghost Sorrow Gorge. Ghost Sorrow Valley. Mr. Zeng read it aloud softly. That place was notoriously a death trap. He suddenly smiled. That's interesting. Come with me. Mr. Zeng waved for Jochi to follow, without even glancing at the soldier whose face was ashen. Once inside the second gate, all was quiet. This passageway led to the commander's study, flanked by high walls, and was almost deserted. Jochi took 2 quick steps, landing half a step behind Mr. Zeng. Without saying much, he simply reached into his pocket and pulled out 5 taels of silver that he had prepared beforehand. Taking advantage of the shadow at the bend, he gently pushed the silver into Mr. Zeng's wide sleeve. Jochi said in a low voice, Sir, you must be tired. Here's a little something for tea to soothe your throat. Mr. Zeng paused slightly, turned his head to look at him, and gave him a half-smile. 5 taels of silver wasn't much for the commander's staff, but the boy's actions surprised him. A common soldier, having just accomplished a great feat, showed no arrogance or impatience whatsoever. Instead, he knew to burn incense and pray to Buddha first. This is not simply being sensible, but understanding people's hearts and the ways of officialdom. Mr. Zeng accepted the money without hesitation and slowly asked, Your name is Jochi? Yes. In this world, there are many who are capable of killing. But those who are capable of killing and also know how to be human are rare. Those hotheads who only know how to act recklessly are often the ones who die the fastest. He paused, then said, I think you're the kind of person who'll live a long life. This is already an extremely high evaluation. Soon, the two arrived outside the commander's study. Mr. Zeng straightened his sleeves and said calmly, Wait here. After saying that, he pushed open the door and entered. A moment later, a close attendant came out and announced, Summon Jochi. Jochi took a deep breath, turned to Zhu Shou who was still trembling, and instructed him. You wait here and keep an eye on the horses. Having said that, he straightened his clothes and strode into the study. A warm fragrance wafted over. In the center of the study, a middle-aged man sat on a large chair covered with a tiger skin. This man was none other than Qin Shan, the commander of Yunzhou Guard. He held a white cloth in his hand, slowly wiping a gleaming sword. Hearing footsteps, he suddenly looked up, his gaze like sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, piercing straight at Jochi. Jochi did not flinch, but knelt down on one knee to meet that gaze. Starting next week, I will pay my respects to you, sir. Chapter 20. Better to be a local tyrant in chaotic times than a watchdog in prosperous times. The underfloor heating in the study was burning brightly, making it warm and cozy. Qin Shan put down his sword and his gaze fell on the young squad leader kneeling on one knee. Jochi's armor was worn and tattered, stained with dark red bloodstains that had not been wiped clean, but his eyes were calm and clear, and he did not look like an ordinary soldier at all. Qin Shan said in a deep voice, Stand up and speak. You said you had top-secret intelligence. If you dare to try to fool me with trivial matters, you know the consequences. Jochi stood up, took out a sheepskin map and a grain transport document from his bosom, and presented them with both hands. This document was found on the Centurion after the complete annihilation of a Tianlang elite cavalry unit today. It indicates that the Tianlang Tsumlam army will use the Gachujian Pass through 3 days to launch a surprise attack on the Yunzhou grain route. Qin Shan's expression changed drastically, and Mr. Zeng, who was beside him, immediately took the document and handed it to him. Qin Shan unfolded it, and his expression grew even more gloomy. The red line on the map was clearly visible, piercing straight into the heart of Yuzhou. If this is true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Shan looked up at Jochi. You said you annihilated an entire elite cavalry unit? How many were there? Jochi replied. Including a centurion, there are 20 men in total. Qin Shan sneered. 20 men? With your shabby beacon tower of 5 men? Jochi, falsely reporting military achievements is a capital offense. Even his elite personal guards might not be able to achieve such a result, let alone a few lowly soldiers guarding the beacon towers. Jochi did not offer any explanation, but simply pointed to the door. If you do not believe me, sir, you can see for yourself. All 20 heads have been brought here. Qin Shan narrowed his eyes, stood up, and strode out the door. In the courtyard, Zhu Shou was leading 2 horses, shivering from the cold. Qin Shan immediately noticed 2 stiff packages hanging from the saddles and said coldly, "Open them." Jochi drew his sword and untied the ropes, several heads rolling to the ground. Braids, tattoos, and ferocious faces, all characteristics of the serious people. Qin Shan, a veteran soldier, recognized him at a glance. Truly the elite of the serious army. He gasped, and when he looked at Jochi again, the doubt in his eyes had turned into shock, and even a hint of admiration. This kid has the makings of a great leader. Jochi then led the black-maned horse over and handed it the reins. "Sir, this horse is the centurion's mount. The officers saw its magnificent appearance and felt that only a hero like you deserved it, so they specially presented it to you." Qin Shan was taken aback, then burst into laughter, raising his hand to pat the horse's neck. The black horse snorted. It was indeed a top-quality horse, 1 in 1,000. The intelligence was real, the battle achievements were real, and the person was so sensible. These 3 things combined were enough to tempt any superior. Qin Shan said good 3 times in a row, patting Zhou Qi's shoulder heavily. "Zhou Qi, you are a talented person. It's a waste of your talent to leave you in that godforsaken beacon tower. How about this? Don't go back, stay in the garrison. I'll give you a captain's rank and put you in the Imperial Guard. What do you say?" Zhu Shou, who was standing nearby, almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. General Banner Commander, Imperial Guard Battalion. This is practically a meteoric rise. But Jochi took a step back and knelt on one knee again. "Your Excellency's kindness is too great, I am humbled. But my brothers are still in Ghost Sorrow Gorge. Since that is the breakthrough point for the serious people, someone must guard it. I am familiar with the terrain and am willing to go back and guard this gate for your Excellency." Qin Shan's smile faded slightly. "What? You don't think much of the position of Commander-in-Chief?" The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Being ungrateful is a major taboo in officialdom. At this moment, Mr. Xing, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "Sir, a tiger should return to the mountains. Confining it in a cage will only cause it to lose its wildness. The broken camp now has 20 squads, and in my opinion, the 10th squad is not suitable for Corporal Zhou either. Perhaps." Qin Shan glanced at Mr. Xing, and the two exchanged a look, immediately understanding each other's meaning. This kid is ambitious and capable. Since he doesn't want to be a dog under our noses, let him go out and be a wolf. Qin Shan waved his hand and said, "Good. Since you have this intention, I will grant your wish. Issue my military order, effective immediately. Establish the 21st Detachment of the Breaking Camp. Appoint Jochi as the 21st Detachment's commander, stationed at Gichujian, and fully responsible for the local defense." At this point, he changed the subject. "However, the warehouse is tight, and I don't have extra troops and supplies for you. How you lead the 21st team is entirely up to your own ability." Jochi sneered inwardly. This commander wanted the horse to run but didn't want it to eat grass. But what he wanted was not an existing army. Jochi cupped his hands and said, "My lord, I understand your overall command. I will recruit the soldiers and procure the provisions myself, and I will not make things difficult for the garrison. However, we must defend Ghost Sorrow Gorge, and we cannot fight the Heavenly Wolf Scimitar empty-handed. I humbly request that my lord grant me a written order to return to the old armory of the broken camp and pick out some discarded, unregistered broken armor and swords. Even if they are rusty, they can be sharpened and used." He raised his head and said sincerely, "Otherwise, even if I summon people, they'll only be sent to their deaths with sticks." Upon hearing that it was just junk from an old armory, Qin Shan immediately agreed. "Granted. It's just some scrap metal, right? I'll write you a note, go and choose for yourself." Jochi loudly expressed his gratitude. "I will not fail you. As long as I have a breath left, the serious people will not be able to take a single step across Ghost Sorrow Gorge." Soon after, Jochi walked out of the garrison gate with a brand new letter of appointment and waist tag. Before leaving, he made a point of bowing deeply to Mr. Xing, who was seeing him off. "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Mr. Xing looked at him and said only one sentence. "Commander-in-Chief Shou, take care of yourself." Jochi smiled and mounted his horse. After everyone had gone, Qin Shan asked in the study, "Why did you speak up for him, sir? He doesn't know what's good for him." Looking out at the snow falling outside the window, Mr. Xing said meaningfully, This boy has a tiger in his eyes. He is no ordinary person. On the way back, the wind and snow continued. Zhu Shou sat behind Jochi, still looking pained. Commander, the commander gave you the position of commander of the garrison. Why didn't you take it and instead went back to the broken beacon tower to eat sand? He simply couldn't understand it. Going to the city to become an official meant having wine, meat, and women. It was far better than struggling in this godforsaken place. Jochi lashed the air with his whip, making a crisp sound. He glanced back at the receding garrison and sneered. You know nothing. Staying in the garrison, with dozens of officials above you, I'd have to watch my step to get a sip of soup. I wouldn't even know when I'd be sold out. Once I return to Feng Shui and have the title of general, I'll be the local tyrant. A wild light gleamed in Jochi's eyes. With the emperor far away and the sky high, I can do whatever I want. Recruiting soldiers and horses, becoming a mountain king, that's the way for people like us to survive. Drive! The war horses neighed, their hooves flying as they charged into the vast black pine forest. Chapter 21. Tracking Black Cloud's stronghold on a snowy night, the rough man is no match for the red-sleeved beauty. The black pine forest was eerily quiet. The wind and snow howled among the treetops, but the depths of the forest were as still as death. Zhao Hu, who was supposed to be watching over the horses, was gone, as were the dozen or so tall horses. Jochi tightened the reins, his brow furrowing. Zhu Shou peeked out from behind him, his face pale. Commander, where's the horse? Where's Zhao Hu? Did that kid run off with the horse? Jochi didn't answer. He dismounted and searched the snow. Disorganized hoofprints stretched westward into the ravine, and there were signs of struggle on the ground. Soon, they saw a figure hanging from a crooked old pine tree. That was Zhao Hu. He was bound hand and foot with hemp rope, hanging upside down from a tree branch, his mouth stuffed with a rag, his face flushed red, swaying back and forth in the wind. Upon seeing Jochi, Zhao Hu struggled desperately, tears welling up in his eyes. Jochi drew his sword and slashed the rope, sending Zhao Hu sprawling headfirst into a snowdrift, landing face first in the dirt. He spat out the rag, got up, and knelt down in front of Jochi, his eyes red with shame and indignation. Squad leader, I'm so sorry! Ma Quan has been stolen! Jochi asked coldly. Who stole it? The Sirius? Zhao Hu slapped himself hard. Not a Sirius, but a woman! Jochi and Zhu Shou were both taken aback. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and said, The woman was dressed in red, quite pretty, but she looked like a vixen. She pretended to be lost in the woods, asking for a drink of water. Zhao Hu had just turned around to get his water bag when she knocked him unconscious from behind. When he woke up, he was hanging from a tree, and more than a dozen people had led all the horses away. After listening, Jochi interrupted his sobbing. They didn't kill anyone, they only stole horses, and they used this kind of method. They must be horse bandits. He looked at the hoofprints to the west, then mounted his chestnut horse. Follow them. If we follow the hoofprints, we'll definitely find them. Zhu Shou felt a little uneasy. Commander, there are only 3 of us, while they have more than a dozen. Jochi glanced at him. We've killed 20 elite Skywolf cavalrymen, what are we afraid of with a dozen petty thieves? At his command, the 3 immediately gave chase. There was only one horse. Jochi rode in front, while Zhu Shou and Zhao Hu followed behind, galloping through the snow. The moonlight reflected on the snow, making the hoofprints still clear. On the way, Zhao Hu heard Zhu Shou call Jochi the squad leader and looked on in disbelief. Zhu Shou smiled and told him that Jochi had been promoted to squad leader of the 21st Squad. Zhao Hu immediately perked up. Then can we be promoted to squad leader too? Without turning his head, Jochi urged. Hurry up and catch up. If we don't find the horse, I'll chop you up and you can become a squad leader in the underworld. The 3 chased after the mountain until dawn, when a precipitous mountain finally appeared ahead. The mountain peak, like a black sword, pierced the sky, with sheer cliffs on 3 sides, making it impossible for even monkeys to climb. Only a narrow, winding path led to the summit, at which stood a gate built against the mountainside. A tattered flag hung on the gate of the village, with 3 characters written in red on a black background, Black Cloud Village. Jochi reined in his horse and looked around. This place was easy to defend and difficult to attack, backed by mountains. It was indeed a good place to become a mountain king, much better than that wretched place, Kichujian. Zhao Hu's eyes blazed with fury the moment he saw the flag. It's them! Commander, I'm going to challenge them. I'll tear that bitch to pieces. Jochi said calmly. Go. Zhao Hu, carrying a broadsword, rushed to the gate of the stockade and started yelling. "You cowards up there, get out here! You dared to steal your grandpa Zhao's horse, why don't you dare show your face? You stinking woman in red, come down here, grandpa will give you a good time." Foul language echoed through the valley. The next moment, the gate of the stockade swung open with a clang. A group of henchmen dressed in rumpled fur coats rushed out, escorting a horse with a young girl riding on it. She was dressed in a striking red outfit, standing out against the snow-covered mountains. 2 short swords were tucked into her waistband, and a red cloak draped over her back. Her features were beautiful, yet she possessed a wild and heroic air. And the white horse she rode was the one that Jochi and his companions had lost. The girl reined in her horse, looking down at Zhao Hu with a mocking gaze in her phoenix eyes. "I thought it was someone else, but it's just the bear I took down in one move." She sneered again. "Your mouth stinks so much, did you eat shit and not wipe it clean?" The henchman behind him burst into laughter, cursing him as a bear embroidering flowers, all show and no substance. Zhao Hu, humiliated, blushed and roared as he charged forward with his sword raised. But he was already at a disadvantage fighting on foot against mounted enemies, and he was like a mad bull, charging forward recklessly. The girl in red snorted coldly, spurred her horse's flanks, and the white horse neighed as it charged towards her. Just as they were about to collide, she sharply pulled on the reins, and the warhorse nimbly turned to the side. At the same time, the girl drew her twin swords, a flash of cold light. Before Zhao Hu could even bring down his broadsword, his wrist was struck hard by the back of the blade. Clang! The broadsword fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the girl spun around on horseback, and the back of her other knife slammed solidly into the back of Zhao Hu's head. Smack! Zhao Hu rolled his eyes and fell straight into the snow, landing face first in the dirt once again. This battle was a decisive and swift defeat. The girl, mounted on her horse, twirled her twin swords, her face full of disdain. "Is this all the skill you have? You dare to challenge others? Go home and practice some more, don't come out here and embarrass yourself." Another burst of harsh laughter erupted from the mountain stronghold. Zhao Hu lay prone in the snow, so ashamed and indignant that he wished he could bury his head in it and never get up again. Just then, the slow and steady sound of horses' hooves rang out. Jochi rode out slowly from behind on a tall, chestnut horse. He didn't draw his sword, and there was no anger on his face. Instead, he looked at the girl in red with undisguised admiration in his eyes. "This is a good location. This crimson horse is even better." Jochi reined in his horse, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "You've got some skill, boss. But you stole my horse and beat up my brother. That can't be settled by just returning the horse." The girl in red turned to look at him. Though the man before her wore tattered leather armor, his aura was overwhelming. She raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And what do you want?" Jochi's gaze swept over her waist, which was encased in a tight-fitting outfit, and he laughed. "The horse is fine, and the woman is beautiful. But you're lucky to have dared to steal from me." He pointed to the mountain stronghold behind her. "I've taken a liking to this place. The people, the horses, and this stronghold make a perfect dowry." Chapter 22. A dashing charmer captures a beauty on horseback, his playful banter stirring her heart before the battle. "Pa! What a shameless thief!" The woman in red raised her eyebrows, her pretty face flushed with anger. Known in the area as Red Chili Pepper, she was always the one stealing from others. She'd never seen Jochi harass her like this in public. She coldly retorted, "Want my dowry? You'll have to see if you're alive to take it. Remember, it's Lin Hongxiu of Black Cloud Village who will take your dog's life, so you won't be left without a name at the King of Hell." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Hongxiu spurred her horse's flanks. The white horse neighed, its hooves pounding the snow, kicking up dust as it charged straight at Jochi. Using the horse's momentum, she unleashed 2 swords simultaneously, one aimed for his throat, the other for his ribs. It was her family's secret killing move. Double ghosts knocking on the door. "Good timing!" Jochi sat firmly on his chestnut horse until the blade was almost upon his face, then suddenly pulled on the reins. The chestnut horse reared up, its front hooves kicking wildly in the air. 2 sharp clangs rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Jochi didn't fight head-on. Instead, he flicked his wrist and lightly tapped the sides of the 2 short knives with the back of his blade. With minimal effort, he deflected the force, causing Lin Hongxiu's arms to swing outwards, leaving her chest wide open. As the 2 horses passed each other, Jochi leaned forward and reached out, his 2 fingers slicing across the back of her hand that held the knife. He reined in his horse, turned around, sniffed his fingers, and smiled with delight. Such smooth hands. So tender, it's a pity they're not good for wielding swords and spears. They'd be perfect for a beautiful woman to keep you company and pour you wine. You lecher! I'll kill you! Lin Hongxiu was filled with shame and rage, and she turned her horse around to charge again. This time she was truly enraged, her twin swords flashing like two balls of bright silver light, each move aimed at Jochi's vitals, wishing she could tear him to pieces. The sounds of weapons clashing were as numerous as popping beans. The two horses circled and fought fiercely in the snow. Lin Hongxiu's swordsmanship was light and swift, while Jochi's attacks were wide and unrestrained, with a touch of roguishness, yet he always managed to escape danger. Lin Hongxiu swept her sword horizontally, aiming straight for Jochi's waist. Instead of retreating, Jochi advanced, blocking with his sword and using the momentum to close the distance, almost grazing her cheek. The hot breath hit Lin Hongxiu's face, and Jochi's voice rang in her ear. That slash was powerful, and you have strength in your waist. If you can have this strength on the heated brick bed, in the future, I'll be very lucky. Shut up! Lin Hongxiu was so angry that she trembled all over. She swung her knife more and more wildly, even disregarding her defense. She was willing to take a knife herself in order to stab a hole in Jochi's body. The henchmen on the stockade wall were all dumbfounded, forgetting even to cheer. Zhao Hu just got up from the ground, rubbing the back of his head, his eyes wide open. My goodness, Commander, this isn't a life or death struggle, it's clearly a marriage proposal. These moves, TSK, he's practically rubbing against the young lady. After 30 rounds, Lin Hongxiu was drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed. The more she fought, the more alarmed she became. The man before her was like a bottomless sea, unmoved by her fierce attacks. She had a vague feeling that if Jochi really wanted to kill her, she would be dead within 10 moves. This shame of being mocked and controlled completely disturbed her mind. I refuse to believe I can't kill you! Lin Hongxiu screamed and abandoned her defense, raising her twin swords high above her head, ready to strike down with a doomed stance. Have you made enough of a scene? The playful glint in Jochi's eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp glint. As the two horses passed each other again, he suddenly released the reins, and his long sword flew from his hand, embedding itself in the snow. The next instant, he kicked off the stirrups with both feet, and his whole body soared into the air like a rock spreading its wings, directly pouncing towards Lin Hongxiu. The wind howled. Before Lin Hongxiu could react, she was suddenly pulled down behind her. A domineering masculine aura enveloped her instantly. Jochi had jumped onto her horse's back and was right behind her. Get down! Lin Hongxiu panicked and instinctively tried to ram her backward with the hilt of her sword. But Jochi was already on horseback. He wouldn't give her that chance. He grabbed her slender wrist with one hand, twisted it backward, and pinned her arms behind her back. Two short knives clattered to the ground, and his other hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Lin Hongxiu's back was pressed tightly against his broad, hard chest, her whole body stiff as if she had been electrocuted. From childhood to adulthood, apart from her father, no man had ever dared to be so close to her, let alone hold her like this. Jochi lowered his head, resting his chin on her burning shoulder, and whispered, Don't move. Boss, the horse is bumpy, be careful not to fall off, it would break my heart if you got hurt. Let me go! You bastard! If you have the guts, get off your horse and fight me again! Lin Hongxiu struggled desperately, kicking her legs wildly, trying to shake him off. But the more she struggled, the more awkward it became, and it seemed as if he was holding her even tighter. Jochi gave her waist a light pinch, his tone amused. Still moving? If you move again, I won't be so polite. Or do you want to put on a show of horseback romance in front of these 100 or so brothers? I don't mind letting everyone see how the leader of Black Cloud's stronghold becomes obedient in a man's arms. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over her, instantly extinguishing Lin Hongxiu's resistance. She looked at Zhao Hu and the others who were dumbfounded not far away, then at the dumbfounded henchmen on the stockade wall, and a chill ran through her heart. If she were to continue to be harassed by this man here, how could she face anyone in the future? Where would the dignity of the chieftain be then? What exactly do you want? Lin Hongxiu dared not move again. Her body slowly went limp, her pretty face turned as red as if it were about to bleed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Jochi smiled and took a deep breath of the delicate fragrance emanating from her hair. This rouge horse was indeed spirited, but the spiritider it was, the more enjoyable it was to tame. What I want, didn't I just say? He released his grip on her wrist, but still kept his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear. I've taken a liking to you. But I don't like things forced. Today is just a little gift to let you know who I am. Having said that, Jochi didn't linger. He let go of the horse, dismounted, and landed steadily on the snow. Then he walked to the chestnut horse, mounted it again, and moved with clean, elegant movements. He reined in his horse, looked up at Lin Hongxiu, who was still in a daze on horseback, her clothes slightly disheveled, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Those dozen or so horses, I'll leave them with you for now. Don't skimp on the fodder, make sure they're well fed. Remember, my name is Jochi. I'll come to retrieve my horse and pick up my men at this time tomorrow. Having said that, Jochi spurred his horse. The chestnut horse neighed and turned around. He pulled out the long sword stuck in the snow and galloped away. Zhao Hu and Zhu Shou exchanged a glance, chuckled, and then took off running after the horse. In the cold wind, only Lin Hongxiu remained standing there, staring at the departing figure, biting her lip, the blush on her face lingering for a long time. Jochi! Asshole! Lin Hongxiu suddenly cursed loudly, pulled hard on the reins, and spurred her horse back to the mountain stronghold. Close the door! Close the door for me! If he comes again, shoot him with arrows! Chapter 23. The pretty chieftain is overwhelmed with shame and indignation. Yan Sunpan's murderous intent rises. Black Cloud Village, Hall of Gathering Righteousness. Bang! A large, coarse blue and white porcelain bowl was smashed to the ground, shattering into 8 pieces, with scalding hot tea splashing everywhere. Lin Hongxiu's chest heaved, her pretty face alternating between pale and flushed, her usually spirited phoenix eyes now brimming with tears. It wasn't just a simple feeling of being wronged. It was more like shame, anger, and humiliation. Bastard! Lecher! You son of a bitch! She gritted her teeth, raised her riding crop, and slammed it hard onto the chair. Lin Hongxiu had never suffered such humiliation in her life. From childhood to adulthood, whether at home or later when she joined the Black Cloud Village outlaws, everyone treated her with respect and deference. But today, right at the gate of her own village, in front of 100 or so brothers, she was restrained by Jochi like a chick, held in his arms, and whispered those lewd words in his ear. The thought of that burning chest and that restless hand around her waist made Lin Hongxiu's body burn. The feeling of utter powerlessness made her want to tear Jochi to pieces immediately. This is outrageous! A loud shout rang out, and the third leader, Chao Meng, stormed into the hall, wielding a bronze cudgel. He was as black as a tower, his face trembling with menacing flesh, and his eyes were bloodshot. Boss, I'm leading my men down the mountain right now. That bastard dared to touch you. I'll chop off his claws and feed them to the dogs, then tear his stinking mouth apart. Chao Meng was a ruthless man. In his heart, Lin Hongxiu was not just a chieftain, but more like his own sister. He would fight to the death for anyone who dared to disrespect him, let alone the humiliation he suffered today. Third brother, sit down. A chilling voice came from the corner. The second in command, Yan Pingxing, walked out with a grim face, the iron abacus in his hand creaking under his grip. This calculator was usually all smiles, and he could haggle for ages over a few coins, but today there wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. He walked to Lin Hongxiu's side, saw her slightly disheveled hair, and felt a pang of heartache in his eyes. When he turned his head again, his murderous intent was already fully revealed. This debt cannot be settled easily, it must be settled thoroughly. Yan Pingxing flicked the abacus beads, his voice as cold as ice. Miss, don't get upset. That brat dared to touch you. He's not only slapping Black Cloud Village in the face, but also trampling on the lifeblood of us old brothers. Uncle Yan. Lin Hongxiu's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, I didn't lose, he cheated, he... I know. Yan Pingxing interrupted her. I've seen those dozen or so horses that were stolen. They were all war horses of the serious regular army. The chestnut horse he was riding today was no ordinary horse either. He narrowed his eyes. To be able to get so many war horses, that kid is definitely not an ordinary soldier. When he fought you, he didn't use his full strength at all. To put it bluntly, he was playing cat and mouse. Who cares what kind of horse it is? Chao Meng roared angrily. I'll smash both man and horse to pieces with one blow. Shut up! Yan Pingxing glared at him fiercely. All you know is recklessness. That man's skills are unfathomable. You'll just be throwing your life away. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain to the old master and the underworld? Upon hearing the mention of the old master, Chow Meng immediately wilted, hanging his head and not daring to utter a sound. Yan Pingxing turned to Lin Hongxiu, his tone even more somber. Miss, this man's origins are unknown, but he said he'd come again tomorrow, which means he doesn't take our Black Cloud stronghold seriously. If we swallow this insult, we can forget about ever showing our faces in the underworld again. Lin Hongxiu's eyes gradually turned cold. Uncle Yan is right, this feud is dead. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her shame and indignation, and regained the dignity of the head of the gang. Uncle Yan, Chow Meng! Exist! We've been operating this mountain road for many years, it's time to reveal our assets. Lin Hongxiu looked at Yan Pingxing. Uncle Yan, go and rearrange the mountain path traps. Use all your skills, both real and fake, to deceive and intimidate. Even if a fly flies in, you'll have to break its wings. A cold, calculating glint flashed in Yan Pingxing's eyes. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them myself. The 9-bend linked formation hasn't been used for a long time, so it's perfect to use these people as practice. I'll make sure they suffer a lot with every step they take. Chow Meng! Take men to dig pits at the village entrance and along the mountain path. Tripwires, horse traps, bamboo spikes, even if you have to turn the ground at the village entrance upside down, fill it with traps. All right. Chow Meng grinned maliciously and walked out with his stick. I'm going to dig a few more latrines, soak bamboo skewers in them, and even if I don't kill him, I'll disgust him to death. Watching the two men leave with murderous intent, Lin Hongxiu clenched her fists tightly. Jochi, no matter who you are, if you dare to come tomorrow, I'll let you know that Black Cloud Village is not a place you can come and go as you please. On the other side of the mountain, in a pine forest depression sheltered from the wind, Jochi was leaning lazily against a tree, a stick dangling from his mouth, watching the brightly lit Black Cloud Village in the distance. They found a hunter's hut and started a fire. Zhao Hu was feeding the chestnut horse grass, rubbing the large bump on the back of its head as he did so. Commander, that little woman in red just now turned green. Zhao Hu chuckled mischievously, then remembered something. But there were two leaders on the stockade wall, especially the big, dark-skinned guy with the big stick. He almost jumped down to fight, but was caught by a skinny middle-aged man next to him. Zhu Shou chimed in. Yes, Commander, that big, dark-skinned guy is really anxious. I bet it's because of that woman's lover, right? You've really stirred up his heart. Jochi chuckled. If he were really her lover, she wouldn't have been so stiff when I hugged her just now. He recalled Lin Hongxiu's trembling with shame and indignation, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. She panicked at the slightest touch, and couldn't even hold a knife properly. That girl is clearly still too green. Zhao Hu's smile grew even more wicked. Commander, you've really taken a liking to her? Those moves you made just now were really exciting. If you asked me, it's the wild horses like that are the real thrill to ride. Stop being so cheeky. Jochi chuckled and cursed, but the image of Lin Hongxiu's pretty face, both shy and angry, still lingered in his mind. She was undeniably stunning. He patted the snow off his knees and said lazily, A fiery body is just a lack of sleep, and a wild nature is a lack of training. Once I've tamed this rouge horse, the Black Cloud stronghold will naturally belong to the Shou family. After saying that, he stretched and said, All right, everyone go to bed early. As soon as he finished speaking, Jochi seemed to remember something and called out to Zhao Hu. Wait a minute. You've gone through a lot of trouble, riding back to the beacon tower overnight. Take a look at the horse meat that Wu Lao San and the others have prepared. Carry as much as you can, at least half a carcass. Zhao Hu was taken aback. Huh? Why are you carrying so much horse meat? Jochi closed his eyes, put his hands behind his head, and said meaningfully, Tomorrow we'll go pay our respects to the mountain gate and invite the brothers of Black Cloud Stronghold to have a feast. Chapter 24. The aroma of roasted horse meat wafts through Black Cloud Village. A trap is set by Red Sleeve to test Zhou Lang. As dawn broke, a cold wind swept through Black Cloud Village like a knife. The atmosphere atop the stockade walls was oppressive, almost suffocating. Archers were densely packed behind the battlements, and several large iron pots sat atop a fire, bubbling and boiling with molten gold and hot oil, the black smoke mingling with a pungent, acrid smell. Lin Hongxiu, draped in a bright red cloak, stood atop the highest watchtower, clutching her family's heirloom, the wild goose bow, her gaze fixed intently on the winding path below. She hadn't slept all night, her eyes were bloodshot, but her indomitable spirit only grew stronger. Second in command Yan Pingxing stepped forward, still clutching his abacus, and whispered, Boss, does that kid really dare to come? We've burned a lot of firewood and oil tonight, which is worth at least 50 taels of silver. If he's just bluffing, we'll lose a lot of money on this deal. Lin Hongxiu's gaze remained unwavering, her tone resolute. He will come. That kind of person has a wolfish nature in his eyes. Once he sets his sights on his prey, he won't let go. Chao Meng slammed his copper rod against the wall, shaking off a patch of snow, and shouted, Perfect timing! I dug 18 horse traps last night and soaked 300 bamboo skewers in a dung pit. If he dares to show his face, I'll turn him and his horse into hedgehogs. Yan Pingxing glared at him. Shut up, all you know is fighting and killing. It would be best to scare him away without bloodshed. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dot finally appeared at the end of the mountain path. The sentry on the watchtower screamed, They're here! The entire stockade stirred instantly. Everyone held their breath, and the sound of bowstrings being drawn rang out. The black dots drew closer and closer, and indeed, there were 3 people. The man in the lead rode a chestnut horse, wearing tattered leather armor, and seemed to be humming a tune, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. 2 men followed on foot behind him, one carrying a large bundle of firewood, and the other carrying half a carcass of raw meat. Lin Hongxiu frowned. She had expected Jochi to launch a sneak attack, to challenge her, and to hurl insults, but she never expected him to adopt this stance. Jochi stopped 300 paces from the gate of the stronghold. This position was extremely cunning, exactly outside the range of the Black Cloud stronghold's crossbows, not a step more or less. He dismounted and casually ordered, Zhao Hu, right here, start a fire. Zhao Hu responded. And so, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, the 3 madmen actually cleared the snow, built a campfire, and put the half-sliced meat on the fire to roast. The stockade was deathly silent. Even Chao Meng stood there with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. Yan Pingxing's fingers froze on the abacus. What kind of act is this? Lin Hongxiu's face turned extremely ugly. She understood clearly that this was contempt. Jochi had obviously treated Black Cloud Village as a picnic spot, and treated them, these fierce bandits who were on high alert, as if they didn't exist. Soon, flames rose and an irresistible aroma of meat wafted through the cold wind, filling everyone's nostrils. It was top-quality horse meat, perfectly marbled with fat and lean, sizzling and dripping with oil from the intense heat, sending up plumes of smoke. Someone swallowed hard, and then a chorus of stomach growls echoed from the stockade wall. Although Black Cloud Village ruled the mountain, heavy snow had blocked the mountain pass, and their food supplies were long gone. The brothers had been eating hard, dark bread every day. They had never seen anything like this. Chao Meng swallowed hard, rubbing his stomach, and said, Boss, it smells so good. What kind of meat is that? Lin Hongxiu glared at him fiercely, but didn't say anything, though she couldn't help but move her throat. At this moment, Jochi, who was down the mountain, cut off a piece of roasted meat that was golden brown and dripping with oil, picked it up with the tip of his knife, and waved it towards the village wall. Hey guys up here! Have you had breakfast yet? His voice was strong and resonant, echoing through the valley. It must be unpleasant to be lying on the wall in this freezing weather, exposed to the northwest wind. No one answered, but countless eyes were fixed on that piece of meat. Jochi took a big bite, his mouth full of oil, chewing with a look of pure enjoyment, and then said loudly, I'm a straightforward person, I don't play games. I said yesterday that I'm here to pick someone up. He pointed to the half-eaten piece of meat on the fire, and continued shouting, This meat is from the warhorse I slaughtered yesterday from a 100-man squad of Sirius. It's top-quality warhorse meat, very nourishing. These words immediately caused an uproar on the stockade wall. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, The Sirius? He killed the Sirius's 100-man squad? Some people doubted. Is he bragging? Just the 3 of them? Yan Pingxing's eyes darkened, his fingers moved quickly across the abacus, and he said in a low voice, Miss, he may not be lying. He stared at the half-eaten, sizzling piece of horse meat at the foot of the mountain and explained, The dozen or so horses we snatched back yesterday all had the mark of the Tianlang Sunlung tribe under their saddles. They were the mounts of the Tianlang army, and they valued them more than their own lives. Yan Pingxing took a deep breath, his gaze towards Jochi filled with apprehension. If they hadn't wiped out all the Tartars on horseback, the 3 of them would never have been able to bring back all these warhorses intact. This half-carcass of meat is most likely from those horses that died in battle. To annihilate the elite cavalry of the Heavenly Wolf sent a chill down his spine. This kid is a ruthless character. Lin Hongxiu's heart skipped a beat. She looked down at the man eating meat heartily and chatting merrily, her palms sweating as she gripped the bow. If this was true, then the fact that she had survived dozens of moves against him yesterday, and even been teased by him, clearly meant he had shown her mercy. Jochi seemed quite satisfied with the commotion on the wall. He cut off another piece of meat and threw it to Zhao Hu, continuing to shout. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. I, Jochi, am here today only to see your leader. He changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat teasing. Boss Lin, you were still so soft in my arms yesterday. How come you're all hard today? Are you putting on such a show to keep me at bay, or are you afraid you'll fall for me? Shut up! Lin Hongxiu blushed with shame and indignation. This bastard dared to say such things in front of the entire village. Chao Ming was so angry that his eyes turned red. He swung his copper cudgel, ready to jump down. Boss, this can't be tolerated. I'll tear his mouth apart. Yan Pingxing grabbed his belt. Don't move! This is a provocation. You're no match for him. Lin Hongxiu gritted her teeth and asked, Uncle Yan, are we just going to let him humiliate us like this? Yan Pingxing was speechless for a moment. Down the mountain, Jochi spoke again. Boss Lin, I know you care about your reputation. I'm not here to fight you to the death, so how about we make a bet? As he spoke, he plunged the knife into the snow, crossed his arms, and looked at the red figure on the watchtower. I have half a carcass of meat here, enough to treat all the brothers in your village to a good meal. Open the gate and let me in. If I can't win over the brothers, you can kick my head around like a football. He paused, then chuckled. If you submit, this village is mine, and you are mine too. Dare to bet? Silence fell once more on the stockade wall. The aroma of meat still lingered in the air, and many of the henchmen's Adam's apples bobbed as all eyes were fixed on Lin Hongxiu. Lin Hongxiu stood on the watchtower, her red cloak fluttering in the cold wind. She looked at Jochi, who stood confidently down the mountain, and then at her brothers beside her, who were drooling but still gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh. Trying to get something for nothing? Jochi, you underestimate Black Cloud Village. What do you take us for? Wild dogs that wag their tails at the slightest touch? She waved her hand, pointing to the snow-covered, winding mountain path below the stockade wall. Want to come in? Sure. This mountain path is the gate of my Black Cloud stronghold. If you have the ability to walk up from here and stand before me, I will respect you as a true man and personally open the gate for you. At this point, Lin Hongxiu snatched the longbow back from Chao Meng, drew the bowstring taut, aimed it at Jochi, and revealed murderous intent in her eyes. But if you don't have the ability, then leave your life here as a sacrifice for my trap array. Yan Pingxing narrowed his eyes and snapped the abacus shut. Jochi, you're too naive to think you can swallow Black Cloud Village with just your mouth and half a piece of meat. I've set up a 9-bend linked formation on this mountain path, with 36 obstacles of varying degrees of difficulty. He sneered. If you really have the ability to annihilate the Skywolf Elite Cavalry, these traps are nothing to you. If you can't even get through here, then we'll have to take that half of your flesh from your corpse. These words instantly calmed the wavering hearts of those on the stockade wall. The henchmen shouted in unison. Yes. Want to be our home? Dream on. The boss is mighty. Let him break through. If you can't get through, you die. Zhao Hu, listening from below the mountain, felt a chill run down his spine and shrank back. Commander, this woman doesn't fall for that. That road looks dangerous. It's definitely full of potholes. Good! Jochi shouted, directly interrupting Zhao Hu's retreat. He laughed loudly, his eyes filled with even greater admiration. This is the kind of woman he values, someone with backbone and brains. That's interesting. Jochi casually flicked away the splinter from his toothpick, stood up, brushed the snow off his clothes, and looked at the eerily quiet mountain path, laughing arrogantly. Boss Lin, since you want to test me, then I'll show you what I'm made of today. He turned around and called out. Zhao Hu Zhu Shou. The two immediately responded. Yes. Keep the meat roasting, don't let the fire go out. Jochi unfastened the long sword from his waist, casually tossed it to Zhu Shou, straightened his collar, and then stepped forward empty-handed. Wait until I go up the mountain and bring the chief down, then we'll eat together. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the treacherous snowfield amidst everyone's shocked gazes. Zhu Shou shouted anxiously. Commander! Sword! You didn't bring a sword! Jochi didn't even turn his head. He simply broke off a branch about the thickness of his wrist from the roadside, weighed it in his hand, and casually trimmed off the twigs, leaving only a smooth, long stick. You don't need a knife to deal with a few rotten pieces of wood. The wind was biting cold, and on the stockade wall, Lin Hongxiu's palms, which were gripping the bow, were already covered in sweat. Chapter 25. A single blow sweeps through the Yama's palace. A lone rider conquers the Nine-Bend Pass. The wind and snow intensified suddenly. On the narrow path leading to the village gate, the snow was not thick. Most of it had been swept away by the strong wind, leaving only a thin layer of frost covering the black rocks, creating a mottled and messy black and white contrast. The most dangerous aspect of this road is that it's difficult to distinguish between what's real and what's fake. Jochi couldn't tell which patches of frozen, hard soil were actually traps hidden by loose snow. The person who set up the trap, hiding it under such a thin layer of frost, was no ordinary individual. Jochi weighed the wooden stick in his hand, then rubbed his toe against the slippery thin ice and clicked his tongue. You dug a pit and set a trap, Boss Lin. I kindly brought you meat, and you paved this path to ruin for me? He tapped the ground with his stick, his tone flippant. You think you can stop me with such a little trick? Don't you think too highly of your future leader? On the stockade wall, Lin Hongxiu remained silent with a cold face. The second in command, Yan Pingxing, however, narrowed his eyes, his hands tucked into his sleeves, gripping an abacus, and said coldly, Boy, this path is called Ghost Gate Bend. 18 bends, 36 hurdles. Whether you can make it up depends on your fate. Ghost Gate Bend? Jochi scoffed. The name sounds impressive, but it's just a trick to catch rabbits. As soon as he finished speaking, instead of cautiously exploring the path as everyone expected, he suddenly thrust his stick forward. Do! The wooden stick struck a hard object with a dull thud. Jochi flicked his wrist, lifting a fist-sized rock from under the thin snow, then kicked it 3 steps away. Snap! The once flat snowfield collapsed instantly, revealing a large pit 3 feet wide. The bottom of the pit was dark and had bamboo skewers stuck upside down. Wow, that's ruthless. Jochi glanced at it, but without stopping, he stepped across the pit and landed steadily on the solid ground just half a foot wide at the edge of the pit, without missing a beat. On the stockade wall, Chao Meng gasped. Good heavens, does this kid have X-ray vision? The plum blossom pit is buried so deep, how does he know it's empty? Yan Pingxing's face darkened, and he moved the abacus beads. He can pinpoint the location by sound. He just used the echo of that strike. The sound of solid ground is different from that of open ground. He's an expert. After passing the first hurdle, Jochi not only didn't slow down, but actually walked faster and faster. The wooden stick in his hand seemed to have come to life, sometimes tapping the snow on the left, sometimes knocking on the mountain wall on the right. Bang! 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 As he continued forward, the mountain path traps were triggered one after another. Arrows shot out from the bushes, grazing his temples and embedding themselves in tree trunks. Animal nets descended from the sky, but he slid in advance to avoid them. Jochi was like a slippery fish, moving freely in this deadly net. As he walked, he loudly commented, The tripwire is too high, it can only trip a blind man. The arrow mechanism is too tight, you can tell where it's going just by the sound. Boss, you guys still need to practice your traps. Yan Pingxing's eyes twitched as he listened, and he almost crushed the abacus in his hand. These mechanisms were all painstakingly set up by him. Some of them were closely guarded secrets, yet Jochi spoke of them as worthless. Arrogant! Yan Pingxing hissed. Pull the rolling dragon! The trusted confidant immediately turned the winch behind the wall. Boom! A dull, loud thud came from above the mountain path. Jochi looked up and saw 3 huge logs rolling down from the bend. Each one was as thick as a water bucket, sharpened at both ends, and studded with iron nails. Riding the wind and snow, they roared and rolled toward Jochi. 3 logs rolled down side by side, almost completely blocking any escape route. Chao Meng excitedly pumped his fist. Now let's see where you run! Lin Hongxiu instinctively gripped the railing, her palms sweating profusely. She hoped Jochi would be stopped, yet she was inexplicably worried for him. Faced with the rolling log, Jochi stopped. He knew very well that he couldn't retreat now. Retreating would only result in him being crushed into mincemeat by the increasingly fast-rolling log. He took a deep breath, stood with his feet apart, held the wooden stick in front of him, and stared intently at the rolling log in the middle. Just as the log was only 3 zhang away from him, Jochi suddenly lowered his body, rolled close to the ground, and took the initiative to meet it. You're asking for death! Someone on the stockade wall exclaimed. Just as the two were about to collide, Jochi suddenly thrust out his wooden stick and stabbed it hard into a protruding rock beneath the rolling log. Rise! With a roar, he used the leverage of the wooden stick to lift the stone 3 inches higher. Bang! The middle log struck a rock, and the high-speed rolling log instantly lost its balance. The enormous inertia caused it to bounce up, flip over, and fly off at an angle. Bang! Bang! The out-of-control logs first crashed into the left side, then into the right. The 3 deadly logs collided in midair with a deafening roar, before tumbling off the mountain path and plunging into the abyss beside it. Boom dash! After a long while, the echo of a landing came from the abyss. As the dust settled, Jochi brushed the snow off his clothes, leaned on his slightly bent wooden stick, and whistled at the red figure on the stockade wall. Boss Lin, you're ruthless. He deliberately rubbed his lower back, tilted his head back and laughed. You're going to throw down such a thick log? You'll regret it if you really hurt my back. At this moment, the entire Black Cloud village was completely silent. Everyone stared at him as if they'd seen a ghost. That was a log weighing hundreds of pounds, yet he had managed to break the seemingly inescapable trap with just a broken stick, using minimal force to overcome immense weight. Chow Meng's mouth dropped open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. This actually works? Is that stick made of iron? Yan Pingxing's face was extremely ugly. His proud rolling dragon hadn't even touched the hem of Jochi's clothes. He murmured to himself. Just one glance. A second faster, and it would be suicide. A second slower, and it would be death too. He just happened to time it perfectly at the most critical moment. This person is a true master. Lin Hongxiu looked at Jochi, who stood proudly in the wind and snow, and her heart skipped a beat. That's incredible, absolutely incredible. This strength is not arrogance or violence, but a kind of confidence in controlling the overall situation, as if nothing in the world can stop him. Bring on whatever other tricks you have. Jochi strode forward. The rest of the journey became almost a one-man show for him. He jammed the mechanisms of the series of trapdoors with a wooden stick, and he kicked up snow to block the toxic fumes nozzles, causing one mechanism after another to malfunction. The most dangerous thing is an iron crocodile mouth, hidden under the loose soil, which is a pair of sharpened iron clamps. Jochi walked up to them, then suddenly stopped, poked the seemingly flat ground with a withered wooden stick in his hand, and then pulled it back sharply. Collapse! The iron clamp snapped shut instantly, its 2 rows of sharp teeth biting down hard, but it didn't even touch his stick. Jochi looked disgusted. The mechanism is rusty, and it's so slow that it can't even grab my stick. Yan Pingxing nearly coughed up blood upon hearing this. It was an utter insult to his specialty. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Jochi was already standing by the suspension bridge in front of the village gate. The suspension bridge was raised high, leaving only an empty, deep ditch with sharp blades stuck in the bottom. On the other side was the gate of Black Cloud Village. A junior leader's voice trembled as he said, "The boss, he's coming up." Despite facing 36 obstacles, Jochi wasn't even scratched. Lin Hongxiu took a deep breath and looked down at Jochi on the other side of the ditch. The two stared at each other across the deep ditch. Jochi raised his head and said loudly, "Chief Lin, I'm up. Open the bridge and the gate." Chapter 26. A Battle of Wits and Righteousness. A reckless man angrily issues a letter of challenge. Lin Hongxiu bit her lip, staring intently at Jochi. In just a short moment, her heart was in turmoil. From the shame and anger of being teased yesterday, to the shock just now, and now to the awe, this man had shattered all the pride of Black Cloud Village in the most arrogant way. Chow Meng was the first to panic, shouting, "Boss, we can't open it. What's the point of talking about rules with this kind of scoundrel? Just shoot him dead with a hail of arrows and be done with it." The other leaders echoed his sentiment, believing that it would be best to unleash a barrage of arrows while Jochi was standing unprotected by the drawbridge. Yan Pingxing's face was grim, his abacus clattering as he gripped it. Killing Jochi would be easy. He was unarmed, the terrain was open, and 100 arrows would be enough to kill him. But if he did that, the banner of righteousness of Black Cloud Stronghold would fall completely. Lin Hongxiu was also struggling. Killing Jochi would eliminate the trouble, and he would have indeed won honorably. If she went back on her word, how could she face her father in the afterlife? How could she face the code of honor she had upheld for so many years? After a moment, Lin Hongxiu finally spoke. "Open the door." Everyone's expression changed, but she suddenly turned around, her eyes like knives. "I said open the door! A bet is a bet. My Black Cloud village is a phoenix that has fallen into the wilderness, not a castrated rooster without eggs. A loss is a loss. If you try to sabotage me, I will despise myself for the rest of my life. At a command, the winch creaked and spun. With a deafening crash, the suspension bridge slammed onto the opposite bank, raising a cloud of dust, and the road leading into the village was finally open. Jochi watched the fallen bridge, a slight smile playing on his lips. He hadn't been wrong. This woman certainly had guts. He straightened his collar, dusted himself off, and strode across the suspension bridge. The moment the gate opened and Jochi stepped inside, he was surrounded by over 100 bandits. These men were dressed in tattered clothes, thin and wielding knives with unwavering steadiness, and their eyes held a fierce glint. Jochi scanned the crowd and quickly realized that these people were not ordinary bandits, but rather trained. Lin Hongxiu stood in the center of the group, with the gloomy Yan Pingxing on her left, and the furious Chao Meng on her right. Lin Hongxiu, her hand on the twin swords at her waist, said coldly, Jochi, the dozen or so horses you stole yesterday are right behind us. You win now. Get on your horses and let's go down the mountain. The surrounding henchmen immediately stepped forward, their gleaming blades all pointed at Jochi. With just a command from Lin Hongxiu, these 100 or so knives could chop him into mincemeat. But Jochi did not back down. His gaze swept over the young yet weathered faces, finally settling on their well-maintained weapons. He suddenly exclaimed, Good knives. The man is a bit thin, but the blades are sharpened every day. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting him to refuse their invitation to leave. Jochi also abandoned his roguish demeanor from the mountain path, standing with his hands behind his back, his posture straight, exuding a more composed and dignified air. He looked at Lin Hongxiu. Chief Lin, the horses aren't urgent. If it were just for a few horses, I wouldn't risk my life. I may have offended you all with my words outside, but now that I'm here, there are some things I'd like to say to you all. Ignoring the swords and blades around him, he took a step forward and looked directly at Lin Hongxiu. You want me to leave? Fine. But before I go, I'd like to ask you brothers, isn't this world in chaos? He pointed to his feet and then looked at the distant mountains. The court is corrupt and treacherous officials are in power. The Tianlang people outside the border wall raid the Ning people every year and slaughter them like sheep. I see that you are all very skilled and well organized. You are definitely not just bandits who bully the weak and fear the strong. Zhou Qi's gaze fell on Yan Pingxing and Lin Hongxiu. Especially the 9-bend linked formation just now, its advance and retreat were well controlled, and it was in line with military strategy. Ordinary mountain bandits could not set up such a formation, and ordinary outlaws could not train such troops. Yan Pingxing's eyelids twitched, and he was secretly alarmed. This kid had a sharp eye. He had seen through the Black Cloud stronghold's true nature at a glance. Zhou Qi's tone turned serious. Since you all have such abilities, you must have suffered injustice or been framed, which is why you had no choice but to become outlaws and hide in the mountains eating hard bread. His voice suddenly rose. Is this the life you want? I'm a soldier, a rough man. I don't understand many grand principles. All I know is that the serious people ride our horses, sleep with our women, and eat our flesh. And you real men can only cower here and live your lives. Aren't you frustrated? These words struck everyone like a hammer blow. Many young bandits lowered their heads, their hands gripping their knives trembling slightly. Yes, it was humiliating. They possessed exceptional skills and should have lived upright lives in the sunlight, but now they were bandits hated by everyone, like rats that couldn't bear the light of day. In the crowd, an old man shouted in a hoarse voice. So what? The government won't give us a way out. If we go down the mountain, we'll die. Jochi immediately stepped forward, opened his arms as if to welcome the blizzard. That's why I came, he said in a deep voice. Although I, Jochi, am only a captain now, the knife in my hand is dedicated to killing the serious people. The meat on my horse was stolen from the Tartars. If you follow me, I can't guarantee you'll have plenty of fish and meat every day, but I can guarantee that your knives will only be used to kill foreign tribes and enemies. Jochi looked around at everyone and said, word by word, I will give you a respectable identity, so that you can go out into the world without having to bow your heads, and you can stand tall and say, I am a hero who killed the Tartars, not a bandit. The village was deathly silent, save for the howling wind. Yet, beneath this stillness, a fire seemed to be quietly igniting. Lin Hongxiu stared at Jochi before her, her eyes glazed. The frivolous and dissolute rogue from before was gone. Now standing before her was a powerful and ambitious figure, a man with the will to conquer the world. Every word he spoke struck at Black Cloud Village's deepest wounds, and also at Lin Hongxiu's deepest desires, to clear her name, to see the light of day again, and to avenge herself. This was what she dreamed of accomplishing, and also her father's greatest regret before his death. But could this man truly be trusted? Just as everyone fell silent, Chao Meng broke the atmosphere with a loud shout. He strode forward and slammed his bronze cudgel heavily on the ground. What a silver tongue you have! Zhou, stop trying to sweet-talk the brothers! Chao Meng was a straightforward man who didn't understand grand principles. He only knew that Jochi was too dangerous, and a few words were enough to sway his brothers' hearts. He pointed at Jochi's nose and cursed. I'm a rough man, and all I know is that Black Cloud stronghold was built brick by us. Why should you think you can take us over just by talking? He thumped his chest. Want to be my boss? Fine. Just knowing how to break mechanisms isn't enough, and just being good with words is a woman's job. In the world of outlaws, might makes right. Jochi looked at the enraged black bear and smiled. He wasn't afraid of someone stirring things up. He was afraid of no one responding. As long as someone spoke, the situation would be resolved. Jochi nodded and said, This brother is right. Talking without doing is useless. I understand that. If you want me to entrust your lives to you, a few words are far from enough. Let's do it according to the rules of the martial arts world. Lin Hongxiu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and regaining the composure of a leader. She glanced at Jochi, then at the agitated Chao Meng, and quickly made up her mind. Since Jochi refused to leave, she would make him give up. She stepped forward, blocking Chao Meng's path. Jochi, the path you described is indeed tempting. But I can't gamble with the lives of the 180 people of Black Cloud Village. If you want to subdue us, you'll have to pass 3 tests. Jochi raised an eyebrow. Which 3 challenges? Lin Hongxiu held up 3 fingers. The first challenge is martial prowess. We make our living by the sword. If our commander can't fight, the brothers won't be convinced. You have to win the fight against Chao Meng's stick first. She then pointed at Yan Pingxing. The second test is strategy. Black Cloud Village has survived until today thanks to Uncle Yan's cunning. If you only know how to act bravely and can't lead the team well, you must make Uncle Yan bow down in terms of knowledge and strategy. When it came to the third challenge, Lin Hongxiu paused, looking at Jochi with a complicated expression. I will decide the final challenge. We can discuss it after you have passed the first 2 challenges. Jochi readily agreed. Okay. Chao Meng, who could no longer contain himself, tightened his sheepskin coat and fastened his belt, his joints cracking. In this icy and snowy landscape, he resembled a ferocious beast guarding its prey, exuding a menacing aura. He held up the thick, bronze cudgel, pointing it at the weapon rack beside him. Hey Zhou, you threw away your knife earlier, don't say I, old Chao, bullied you. The weapons rack is over there, take whatever you want, swords, spears, halberds. This cudgel of mine weighs 62 pounds, a touch will kill, a graze will injure, you'd better pick something that suits your hand. Jochi glanced at the bronze staff and nodded. It is indeed a method of overwhelming force with sheer strength. He wasn't arrogant, but he also didn't go to the weapon rack. Ordinary weapons couldn't withstand a bronze staff weighing over 60 pounds. A head-on collision would only result in them breaking on the spot. He turned and walked up to Lin Hongxiu, the two of them so close they could hear each other's breath. Lin Hongxiu instinctively took a half-step back, her hand on her waist. What are you doing? Jochi said calmly. I'm borrowing your knife. Before she finished speaking, he had already reached out. With a clear clang, Lin Hongxiu felt a lightness at her waist. The pair of mandarin duck willow leaf knives that had accompanied her for many years were now in Jochi's hands. Jochi weighed the 2 swords in his hand. The blades were long and thin, as light as paper, yet they exuded a chilling aura. He twirled the swords beautifully and laughed. Fine swords. They're not cold to the touch now that they've been touched by the warmth of a beautiful woman. Lin Hongxiu blushed and was about to lash out when Jochi turned to face Chao Meng, his expression instantly turning murderous. He held his twin swords, one facing forward and the other backward, his body slightly lowered, assuming a balanced offensive and defensive stance. Seeing that he had taken a weapon, Chao Meng's fighting spirit intensified. He grinned and roared. Good! Like a man! Watch out, this stick of mine doesn't have eyes! The next instant, Chao Meng stomped his feet and swung his bronze cudgel, bringing a howling wind with the force of splitting Mount Hua, smashing it down on Jochi's head. Chapter 27. Twin blades like snowflakes, slicing through 1,000 pounds. A single blade deflects 10,000 pounds of force. A loud shout rang out amidst the wind and snow. Die! Chao Meng was as strong as a black bear. The bronze cudgel in his hand, as thick as a duck egg, whipped up a fierce wind as it slammed down on Jochi. This blow was without any fancy moves. The 62-pound bronze cudgel, combined with its momentum, could shatter any stone it struck. Jochi did not take the hit head-on. In the nick of time, his foot slipped, and his body, like a leaf swept up by the wind, drifted 3 feet to the side. Boom! The copper rod slammed down where he had been standing, instantly shattering the blue bricks and sending rubble and snow flying. The ground at the entrance of the village seemed to tremble as well. The bandits watching gasped in alarm. If that stick had struck a person, not only would a living person be broken, but even a horse would have its spine broken. Dodge? Let's see how many times you can dodge! Chao Ming's attack missed, but he used the rebound from the staff to twist his waist and sweep the copper staff out horizontally. Sweep through the enemy ranks! The sweep covered a vast area, almost completely blocking Jochi's escape routes to the left and right, and the howling wind made people's scalps tingle. Jochi still didn't take it. He suddenly leaned back, almost falling flat on the snow, the copper rod whistling past his nose. Are you like a loach? Chao Ming missed both of his moves, failing to even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes, and roared in anger. He no longer held back, wielding his bronze staff in a blur of yellow, chopping, smashing, sweeping, and thrusting with tremendous force, forcing Jochi to dodge and weave within a small space. Lin Hongxiu stood on the sidelines, her palms already sweating profusely. She could tell that Chao Ming was using brute force to overcome skill. A mere glancing blow from that copper rod would break bones and tendons. As for Jochi's 2 thin willow leaf knives, they were like chopsticks in the face of such heavy weapons. A direct block would surely break them. The henchmen, however, became more and more excited as they watched, cheering loudly. Third Master, kill him! Yan Pingxing shook his head and said in a low voice, This kid is overconfident. Dual swords are agile and not suitable for facing heavy troops head-on. He only dodges and doesn't attack. Once he runs out of energy, he will die. During the match, Jochi was indeed retreating the entire time. But the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He is waiting. Heavy weapons are powerful, but they also have a fatal flaw, inertia. One should not exhaust one's strength, nor push one's momentum to the limit. Every strike Chao Ming delivered appeared fierce, but in reality, he used all his strength. The moment his old strength was depleted and new strength had not yet been generated was his opening. Finally, Chao Ming swung his 29th strike, the meteor breaks the top move, and missed again. Jochi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He's not backing down. Just as the bronze staff slammed into the ground and the force dissipated before it bounced back, Jochi moved his twin swords simultaneously. He pressed close to the staff, moving as fast as a snow shadow. Court death! Chao Ming was overjoyed to see that Jochi dared to get close. He exerted force with both arms, trying to lift the bronze staff and send Jochi flying. But as soon as he exerted force, Jochi pressed down hard with his left hand. Click! The blade was precisely positioned at the point of force application at the front end of the copper rod, using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. Chao Ming felt a sudden weight in his hand. The bronze rod, which he could normally lift with only 5 parts of his strength, now felt like it was weighed down by a mountain, and he couldn't budge it at all. Before he could react, Jochi's right-hand knife was already at him. That wasn't a cut, it was a slide. The cold blade pressed against the copper rod, accompanied by a piercing metallic scraping sound, and slid like lightning towards Chao Ming's hands that were holding the rod. This tactic is called going with the flow. If Chao Ming doesn't let go, he won't be able to save any of his 10 fingers. Chao Ming's expression changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but the bandit's ferocity flared up, and instead of retreating, he advanced, releasing one hand to grab Jochi's wrist, while using the other hand to forcefully swing the copper rod. Jochi chuckled. You've got some guts. He twisted his body to avoid the large hand, and suddenly crossed his 2 swords. Cut! The 2 knives were wedged into Chao Ming's mouth like scissors, but instead of actually cutting, they were slapped hard with the backs of the knives. Smack! The blow struck the nerve in his wrist. Chao Ming screamed in agony as his entire right arm went numb and weak, leaving him completely powerless. The 62-pound bronze cudgel finally slipped from his grasp. Clang! The copper rod slammed heavily onto the ground, rolled twice, and then stopped moving. The outcome is decided. But Jochi did not stop. Just as Chao Ming's weapon slipped from his hand, leaving him wide open and staring at him in terror. Jochi's twin blades suddenly unleashed a flurry of blade flowers in front of him. Swish! 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 The cold light darted around Chao Ming's body, so fast that no one could see the path of the blade. Chao Ming felt a chill run through him, and a cold wind instantly rushed into his clothes. He closed his eyes in fright, thinking he was about to be torn to pieces. All right. Jochi spoke calmly. Chao Ming opened his eyes shakily, first touching his neck, finding his head still there, then touching his chest, finding no blood. What happened? A burst of laughter suddenly erupted from all around. Chao Ming looked down, and his face immediately turned a deep purplish red. All the buttons on his thick sheepskin coat had been ripped off, leaving the coat wide open and revealing a tuft of chest hair that shivered wildly in the cold wind. Even worse, his belt was cut in half, and he had to hold it up with his hand, otherwise he would be embarrassed in front of everyone. Jochi stood 3 steps away, toying with his scalpel, and laughed. Brother, it's cold, you should wear more clothes. Chao Ming looked at the bronze rod on the ground, then at his open robe, and froze. He wasn't stupid. If those knives had landed on his throat or wrist, he would be dead already. Jochi had held back, and with perfect timing, winning the contest without hurting their relationship, and even teaching him a lesson. Excellent swordsmanship. Yan Pingxing, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but cheer. He was truly impressed. Previously, breaking through the formation relied on eyesight and courage, but now, in the duel, it was all about real skill. To be able to disarm Chao Ming without a scratch using only 2 thin blades, and to precisely sever buttons without injuring flesh, such control was truly terrifying. Jochi flicked his wrist, reversed his grip on the 2 swords, with the hilts facing forward, and handed them to Lin Hongxiu. Boss Lin, here's your knife back. Lin Hongxiu took the twin swords. The hilts still held his warmth. A wave of unease washed over her. Her prized twin swords, in this man's hands, seemed to possess a completely different power. That was an air of effortless dominance, and a composure that allowed one to control life and death. Jochi looked at Chao Ming, who was still pulling up his pants, and smiled. First test, martial spirit. Third master, do you want to pick up this stick yourself, or should I pick it up for you? Chao Ming's face flushed red and then turned pale. Finally, he sighed, bent down to pick up the copper rod, and clasped his hands in a deep fist salute to Jochi. No need! Lao Chao, I'm a rough man. If I lose, I lose. If you're so capable, I'll admit it. Jochi nodded in satisfaction. Get one sorted out. Then, he turned around, his gaze passing over Lin Hongxiu and landing on the middle-aged man who was always squinting and holding an abacus. Is this the second in command? The fighting is over. So, how should we proceed with the competition? Chapter 28. A dragon trapped in a snow-covered situation, overturned with a single kick. Yan Pingxing gave Jochi a deep look, then slowly squatted down. He stretched out his withered hand and slowly drew a circle in the snow in front of him. Commander Zhou, you won that last fight decisively. As Yan Pingxing drew, he said without looking up. But in this world, you can't become a leader just by having strong fists. Even if you're made of iron, how many nails can you hammer in front of 1,000 troops? As he spoke, he placed a white pebble in the circle. This is Black Cloud Village. Then, he pulled out a handful of black chess pieces from his pocket, and arranged them densely around the circle, layer upon layer, completely surrounding the white stone. These are the Sirius's iron cavalry, 5,000 strong. Yan Pingxing stood up, pointed to the simple sand table on the snow, and said in a cold voice, Look carefully, this is the Black Cloud Village we are standing on. 30 li to the south is the Daning border defense, and 30 li to the north is the Tianlang people's 1,000-mile grassland. We are trapped between the 2 tigers, in a place called Duanhuan Pass, which is high and has a wide view. If the Sky Wolf Cavalry wants to go south to raid the grasslands, we are their eyes and ears. If they want to retreat after looting, we are their roadblock. In the eyes of the Azure Wolf tribe, Black Cloud Village is a fishbone stuck in their throat. A few days ago, we captured a spy and learned that the Sirius people were about to raze Black Cloud Village to the ground to clear the way for our army. Yan Pingxing stared at Jochi. If you were the chief, the stronghold's provisions would only last 3 days, with no reinforcements from outside and no way to retreat from within. 5,000 cavalry would surround the mountain, attacking day and night. Commander Zhou, how would you solve this game? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding henchmen turned pale. 5,000 to 180. This was the nightmare they had been worrying about day and night, It seemed like a certain death sentence for them. Lin Hongxiu frowned as well. She was already prepared to fight to the death and die for the village, because in her opinion, this problem was unsolvable. Jochi walked to the sand table and looked down at it for a moment. 5,000 people surrounding the mountain. He stroked his chin. That's certainly a grand gesture. Yan Pingxing sneered. What, can't you solve it? It's normal that you can't solve it. This is a dead end, what military stratagems call a death trap. The only way is to rely on the natural defenses of the mountains to hold out, kill the horses for meat, and drag it out for 10 days or half a month until the enemy runs out of food and retreats on their own. At this point, his tone turned somber. But in that case, at least half of us would die. That's the best outcome I could calculate. This was Yan Pingxing's limit, and in everyone's eyes, it was the only way out. But Jochi just scoffed after hearing that. Hold on to the death? He shook his head. Second Master, you're too calculating, which has limited your vision. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jochi suddenly lifted his foot. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he stomped heavily on the circle representing Black Cloud Village. With a whoosh, the snow flew everywhere. The circle was instantly flattened by his foot, and the white stone representing Black Cloud Village was kicked away, rolling several meters away into the snow and disappearing without a trace. What are you doing? Yan Pingxing flew into a rage, his beard bristling with anger. What do you mean by this? Are you abandoning the stronghold and surrendering? Lin Hongxiu was also stunned, not understanding why Jochi wanted to destroy the foundation of Black Cloud Village first. Jochi ignored their shock, squatted down, and tapped the empty snow pit. The village is dead, but the people are alive. He raised his head and looked intently at Yan Pingxing. Why must we defend it? If we save the land but lose the people, we will lose both the land and the people. If we save the people but lose the land, we will save both the land and the people. With 5,000 people surrounding the mountain, you're still thinking about defending it? That's not making a living, that's courting death. Since they're here, what's wrong with giving them this dilapidated village? After saying that, Jochi quickly drew two completely different routes on the snow with his fingers. No matter how fierce the serious people are, they are still human. When their army marches south, the tribes, cattle, sheep, the elderly, women and children in the rear will inevitably be undefended. If it were me, I would break up into smaller groups and jump out of this circle before they can surround us. Jochi grabbed a handful of black chess pieces and threw them violently to the back. Choose 20 of the best riders, each with 2 horses, and take a detour of 100 miles to strike at their lair. Whether it's burning tents, slaughtering cattle and sheep, or even seizing their women, as long as their backyard catches fire, the morale of these 5,000 men will be thrown into chaos, and they will be eager to return to reinforce. Yan Pingxing frowned. What about the remaining 100 or so brothers? They don't have horses, they can't run fast, and if they get caught... Run? Who said we were going to run? Jochi sneered, his finger pointing heavily at a hidden valley line. This is Black Cloud Stronghold's true specialty. The remaining 170 men will be ambushed on their return route. The forest is deep and the road is narrow, making it difficult for cavalry to maneuver. When they're rushing back in a panic to put out the fire, we'll use traps, falling rocks, and sneak attacks to take a big bite out of them. Our stronghold has been attacked from the front, and we are ambushed from behind. In this battle, we don't need to kill them all. As long as we hurt them and make them afraid, our 5,000 iron cavalry will become like frightened birds, wishing they had more legs. They will have no intention of turning back to attack the mountain. Jochi's voice deepened. This is called besieging way to rescue Zhao, or avoiding the strong and attacking the weak. With a loud bang, Yan Pingxing felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He didn't understand the difference between Wei and Zhao, but he grasped the ruthlessness behind those 8 words. A surprise attack on their stronghold, an ambush along the way. This isn't defending the stronghold, it's treating 5,000 iron cavalry like prey. He had spent his entire life calculating how to protect his own little piece of land. But when Jochi spoke, he was looking at the enemy's mind and the overall situation of the battlefield. Step outside the circle and strike straight at the heart. Yan Pingxing muttered to himself, his eyes gradually shifting from confusion to fervor. Looking again at the mess on the snow, he suddenly understood. What was originally a dead end had become a winning game precisely because of the disappearance of Black Cloud Village. If they defend the village to the death, they will surely perish. But once they abandon the village, they are no longer trapped beasts, but tigers unleashed from their cages, vengeful ghosts in the night. Lin Hongxiu looked at Jochi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She didn't understand military strategy, but she grasped this principle. This man didn't want to lead them to continue being bandits. He wanted to transform Black Cloud Village into an elusive army. Jochi glanced at Yan Pingxing, who was still in a daze, and smiled faintly. Second Master, you're calculating the steward's accounts. I'm settling accounts with the general. Have I passed this second hurdle? Yan Pingxing snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and forcibly calmed his turbulent emotions. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the second in command, who always held himself in high esteem and even Lin Hongxiu had to show him deference, slowly straightened his clothes. He bowed deeply to Jochi, performing a standard scholar's salute. A single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. Yan, your vision is too narrow. Commander Zhou won the second round brilliantly. An uncontrollable cheer erupted from the crowd. If Jochi's victory over Chao Meng earlier instilled fear in them, then his victory over Yan Pingxing now will truly convince them. Even the smartest man in the village bowed his head. What else could they say? Good. 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 Although Chao Meng didn't fully understand what avoiding the strong and attacking the weak meant, seeing that Yan Pingxing had bowed, he immediately roared along. Jochi smiled, his gaze finally settling on Lin Hongxiu. Boss Lin. Jochi walked up to Lin Hongxiu and looked at this woman who stood tall and straight like a red plum blossom in the wind and snow. I've passed the first 2 rounds. How do you want to test me on the third? Chapter 29. A beautiful woman bends down to pledge her life to him. From then on, the Black Cloud family bears the surname Zhou. The wind and snow continued, but the tense atmosphere that had been building up to a hostile stance quietly dissipated at that moment. Jochi stood in front of Lin Hongxiu, waiting for her to pose the third difficult question. Lin Hongxiu raised her head. The sharpness in her eyes had faded considerably, leaving only weariness and desolation. She slowly said, "The third round is unnecessary." She admitted that in terms of skill, Jochi had defeated Chao Meng, and in terms of vision, he had impressed Yan Pingxing. Although she was a woman, she knew her place. Black Cloud Village had been in her hands for 3 years, barely surviving by hiding in the mountains. Only by handing it over to Jochi might they truly have a chance to live. Jochi raised an eyebrow, about to ask her to call him Big Brother. But Lin Hongxiu raised her hand to interrupt, her expression solemn. If you want to sit in this chair and have 180 brothers in the village risk their lives for you, you have to promise me one thing. As long as Jochi accepts this karmic debt, everyone in Black Cloud Village will follow his lead. Jochi stopped smiling and said seriously, "Go on." Lin Hongxiu turned to look at the weathered men behind her, her eyes gentle yet sorrowful. She told Jochi that many of the people in Black Cloud Village were originally from the Weiyuan Escort Agency. 3 years ago, the Weiyuan Escort Agency accepted a mission involving hidden goods, only to be ambushed en route. Over 300 escorts suffered heavy casualties, with her father sustaining dozens of stab wounds, ultimately covering the retreat for the others. Yan Pingxing, Chao Meng, and dozens of their old comrades protected her as they fought their way out of the encirclement. But when they finally returned to the escort agency after several days of travel, they found only ruins. Their home was gone, burned to the ground. The elderly, women, and children who remained were all wiped out. The entire Weiyuan escort agency was exterminated overnight. In this vast world, there was nowhere left for them to go. Forced into a corner, they went up Black Cloud Mountain and became nameless, wandering ghosts. For the past 3 years, they have clung to life, not only to survive, but also to find the real culprit and avenge the more than 400 innocent souls of the Weiyuan escort agency. At this point, Lin Hongxiu's voice trembled, and her eyes reddened, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. To this day, they still don't know who their enemy is. They only know that those who came that night were all masked masters, and their fighting styles were definitely not those of ordinary martial artists. She turned to Jochi and said, word by word, "Jochi, I need a promise from you. If you can help us find the real culprit and avenge the Weiyuan escort agency, this Black Cloud stronghold is yours." As the words fell, the old bodyguards around them had red eyes, and their hands gripping their knives tightened. That was their deepest wound, and also the obsession that had kept them alive until today. Looking at Lin Hongxiu, Jochi could sense the heavy burden this woman carried on her shoulders. The hatred of killing her father and wiping out her entire family was enough to crush anyone in this chaotic world. Not a member of the martial arts world, Jochi murmured to himself, already understanding that this was no simple case of smuggling goods. it was likely connected to powerful figures and perhaps even concealed a sinister conspiracy. But Jochi laughed instead. It's the challenges that make things interesting. If you can't even handle this little bit of trouble, how can you talk about dominating the world in chaotic times? He readily agreed. Deal. No matter who it is, once we find out, I'll chop off their head for you. Lin Hongxiu trembled, clearly not expecting him to agree so readily. She reminded him that the other party, capable of destroying the Wei Yuan escort agency, must be a powerful force. Jochi stepped forward, exuding domineering arrogance. So what? What I Jochi do, I will kill gods and Buddhas alike. A few cowardly rats hiding in the shadows are nothing. Chao Ming felt his blood boil and clenched his fist. This was more like it. This was the kind of older brother he wanted to recognize. Lin Hongxiu took a deep breath, and a relieved smile finally appeared on her face. All right. Since you've agreed, from now on, Black Cloud's stronghold changes hands. After saying this, she was about to kneel down on one knee to pay her respects. Wait a minute. Jochi reached out and supported her arm, preventing her from kneeling. Lin Hongxiu was startled, and when she looked up, she met Jochi's mischievous smile. No, Chief, Miss Hongxiu. Jochi didn't let go, but instead moved closer. You just said that as long as I agree to take revenge, Black Cloud's stronghold will be mine. What about you? He said in a flippant tone. I'm not the kind of person who does things that don't pay off. With such a huge karmic burden, there has to be some other benefit, right? The entire room fell silent instantly. Chao Ming opened his mouth wide, and Yan Pingxing quickly turned his face away, pretending to admire the scenery. This kid just became the leader, and he's already flirting with the former leader. Lin Hongxiu's face flushed red to her ears. She tried to pull her hand away, but found she couldn't move at all. She bit her lip and glared at Jochi, both embarrassed and annoyed. In fact, she had made a solemn vow before her father's coffin 3 years ago on the day of his burial. She raised her head, meeting Jochi's burning gaze, and resolutely said, I made a vow long ago. Whoever can find the real culprit and avenge my father, I, Lin Hongxiu, will repay him with my body, serving him as a slave without complaint. Good. Jochi laughed, released her hand, and then gently stroked the bridge of her nose. You said it yourself? He turned to Yan Pingxing and said, Second master, be a witness. Just in case I accidentally take revenge and the first master reneges on his debt. Yan Pingxing smiled wryly and cupped his hands, saying, Your subordinate obeys. Jochi was in high spirits. This trip to Black Cloud's stronghold had not only brought him an elite force, but also secured him a stunningly beautiful wife. He had truly struck gold. Then, Jochi strode up the crenellations of the stockade wall, looked down at the expectant eyes below, and shouted at the top of his lungs toward the gate. Zhao Hu! Zhu Shou! Is the meat roasted? Bring it in! Excited shouts immediately came from afar. Yan Pingxing told Chao Ming to lead the way, lest the two of them fall into a trap in the village. A moment later, Chao Ming led Zhao Hu and Zhu Shou in. The two men were wearing tattered battle robes, their faces greasy, and they were carrying a thick wooden pole with half a carcass of roasted horse meat, golden brown and crispy, still sizzling with oil. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled everyone's noses. Someone swallowed hard, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds all around. The Black Cloud village members stared wide-eyed. They guarded the village, yet they were incredibly poor, having only eaten thin porridge for the past 2 weeks. Such a large piece of roasted meat was like a divine meal to them. Seeing that Zhao Hu and Zhu Shou's mouths were covered in oil, Jochi laughed and scolded them for stealing food. The two chuckled, put the meat in the center of the field, and began to slice it. Zhu Shouxian sliced off a piece of tenderloin, picked it up with the tip of his knife, and presented it to Jochi. Commander, please go first. Jochi didn't take it, waving his hand and saying, Give it to Chief Lin first, then give it to Miss Hongxiu. The rest can be distributed among the brothers. He looked at everyone, his voice steady and powerful. Since you call me big brother, let me make this clear first. Follow me, Jochi. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as I have a bite to eat, I'll make sure you never starve. The final word, eat, carries more weight than a military order. The previously reserved bandits could no longer contain themselves and swarmed around like hungry wolves. No one dared to rob them, but their stretched necks and eager eyes said it all. Yan Pingxing immediately ordered his men to bring out the last 3 buckets of wine. Zhao Hu worked swiftly, quickly distributing steaming pieces of horse meat to everyone. They ate heartily, drank heartily, and the lingering tension between officials and bandits was completely washed away by the warmth of the meal. Chow Ming was gnawing on a piece of meat with bones, his mouth dripping with oil, and he didn't forget to give Jochi a thumbs up, mumbling that the meat smelled delicious. Yan Pingxing stood aside, looking at Jochi, who stood with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, and the last trace of doubt in his heart completely disappeared. Those who understand how to share profits understand how to unite people in loyalty. This man may seem like a rogue soldier, but his methods of winning people's hearts are truly shrewd. As Jochi watched the men below wolfing down their food, the smile on his lips gradually faded. We need to eat, and we need to fight. With a major battle imminent for some of our brothers, this meal might be the last time they ever eat meat in their lives. Chapter 30. The Heavenly Wolf's attack on Yunzhou is revealed. Black Cloud divides his forces and devises a clever plan. The wind and snow were still fierce, howling across the Black Cloud village pass, swirling up snowflakes and blurring the distant mountain shadows. Outside the village gate, the aroma of horse meat still lingered, and the men were eating it heartily. Jochi stood on the village wall watching this scene, but the smile on his lips slowly faded. He knew very well that the excitement before him was only temporary, and the real test was just beginning. Jochi jumped off the stockade wall and headed straight for the Hall of Gathering Righteousness. Lin Hongxiu, Yan Pingxing, and Chow Meng followed closely behind. Inside the hall, the brazier was burning brightly. Jochi sat in the main seat and gestured for the others to take their seats. He looked at Yan Pingxing and asked bluntly, "You said that the serious people have gathered 5,000 iron cavalry to flatten Black Cloud Village. Is that information accurate?" Yan Pingxing nodded gravely. "I personally interrogated the spy, there's no mistake. This time, the serious are serious." Jochi tapped his fingers lightly on the table and retorted, "Black Cloud Stronghold has no more than 180 people at most, and they don't have much gold or silver. If it's just about revenge, a 1,000-man squad would be enough to surround the mountain. Why use 5,000 elite cavalry?" Chow Ming was taken aback, scratched his head and said, "Why else? Those wolf cubs are petty. We stole their food, and they're angry about it." Jochi scoffed and shook his head. "Wolves hunt for meat, not to bite rocks and break their teeth. 5,000 cavalrymen have to eat and feed themselves every day, which is incredibly costly. If it were just to kill 100 or so of us, even the dumbest shepherd wouldn't do that kind of business." Lin Hongxiu frowned. She had also felt something was wrong. The Sirius's actions were truly illogical. Yan Pingxing pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "Does Commander Zhou mean that we are not their real target at all?" Jochi nodded. "The other day at the beacon tower where I was stationed, we also intercepted a secret letter from the Sirius people. What they really want to attack is Yunzhou. The main force of the Tsamlang tribe will launch a surprise attack on the rear of Yunzhou." He dipped his hand in water and drew a rough map on the table. 30 li to the south is the Daning border defense, and 30 li to the north is the Tianlang grassland. The Broken Soul Pass, where Black Cloud Village is located, is blocking their way south and retreat. Jochi's voice turned serious. "Normally, when the cavalry raids for supplies, we are their eyes and ears. When they want to retreat after looting, we are their obstruction. This time, the Tsamlang tribe has assembled a large army. This is not a small-scale operation, but to pave the way for their southward advance to Yuzhou. Therefore, they must remove this thorn in their side." Chow Ming only half understood, but Lin Hongxiu and Yan Pingxing already grasped the meaning. Black Cloud Village was worthless in the eyes of the serious people, but it blocked a vital passage. Chow Ming asked anxiously, "Then what do we do? Should we stop fighting them?" "Of course we have to do it," Jochi said coldly. "If we lose land but save people, we can save both. Now that we know their target is Yunzhou, our plan is even more secure. If we launch a fierce attack on the front lines, our rear will be vulnerable. We'll step outside the circle and strike straight at their heart." Yan Pingxing took a deep breath, all hesitation gone from his eyes. "Now that the strategy is decided, please have Commander Zhou assign tasks. The lives of these 180 brothers are all in your hands." Jochi did not refuse and immediately asked, "Hongxiu, how many horses are there in the village now?" Lin Hongxiu was slightly taken aback when she heard him address her that way before replying. "Including the dozen or so I got from you, there are a total of 48. 1 person, 2 horses, that makes 20 cavalry." Jochi looked at her. "This cavalry force is the key to this game. Do you dare to come with me to the Sirius's lair?" Lin Hongxiu raised an eyebrow, her hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "What do I have to be afraid of? I'm just afraid that Commander Zhou can't keep up with my horse. Jochi laughed loudly. Good. We two will lead these 20 riders. Chao Meng, Zhao Hu, and Zhu Shou, you come along too. Pick the brothers with the best riding skills and bring the best equipment. Upon hearing that they could fight a tough battle, Chao Meng was overjoyed and patted his chest, saying, Don't worry, brother, even if I, old Chao, die, I will pave a bloody path for you. Jochi then looked at Yan Pingxing and solemnly instructed him. The ambush at home is entrusted to you. You are familiar with the terrain. Lead the remaining 150+ people to set up an ambush in the dense forests on both sides of Black Cloud Village. He emphasized. Remember, only attack the enemy's rear when they retreat, not their front. What we want is for their backyard to catch fire and for them to be filled with fear, not to fight them to the death. Yan Pingxing bowed and accepted the order. As long as I, Yan, have a breath left, I will make these wolf cubs know how powerful Black Cloud's stronghold is. Jochi stood up, his tattered leather armor surprisingly exuding an aura of 1,000 soldiers in the firelight. There's no time to lose, let's move out immediately. Second Master Yan, this is your responsibility. Hongxiu, let's go back to Ghost Sorrow Gorge first. As night deepened, the wind and snow showed no signs of abating. Jochi, along with Lin Hongxiu, Chao Meng, Zhao Hu, Zhu Shou, and 20 elite soldiers, quietly left Black Cloud Village, led their war horses into the vast snowfield, and headed straight for Ghost Sorrow Ravine. The snow swallowed most of the sound of horses' hooves, and the group moved through the night like ghosts. By the time they reached the number 7 beacon tower, it was already late at night. Inside the beacon tower, all was silent, except for Ming Jiao, who stood guard at the entrance. Seeing Lin Hongxiu and a troop of burly cavalry behind Jochi, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he immediately stepped forward. Squad leader! Jochi dismounted and said, Meng Jiao, gather everyone immediately. Meng Jiao didn't ask any further questions and quickly summoned everyone from the beacon tower. The women and Wu Laosen hurriedly put on their clothes and rushed into the courtyard. Guilan's gaze paused slightly when she saw Lin Hongxiu beside Jochi. The woman, dressed in red and wielding 2 swords, exuded a commanding presence. Standing beside Jochi, they displayed a tacit understanding of fighting side by side. Guilan felt a slight pang in her heart, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and stepped forward to ask. Zhou Lang, what is this? Jochi said briefly. Chief Lin of Black Cloud Village is our new ally. Without further explanation, he immediately scanned the crowd. The Sirius army will soon march south. Tonight, all the beacon towers in Ghost Sorrow Valley may become their targets for elimination. We can't hold them off with our small force, nor is it worth it. Su Qianyang held Xiao Huan tightly, and Wu Laosan was so frightened that his legs went weak. Jochi raised his hand to stop the panic. Don't be afraid, we won't fight head-on this time. Now move all the food, meat, weapons, horses and important supplies to the back mountain and hide them in caves. After speaking, he looked at Meng Jiao. The towering man stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with longing. Jochi said in a deep voice, You and Zhao Hu stay here and lie in ambush on the cliff, observing along the route taken by the Sirius people. I need to know if they really come out tonight to clear the beacon towers and sentry posts. Meng Jiao clasped his hands in a fist and replied, Yes. Chapter 31, A Blood Feud Between Two Families, a book in 1 volume. War rages everywhere, no way out for survival. The group found a cave entrance in the back mountain. The entrance was narrow, only wide enough for 1 horse to pass through, but inside was a completely different world. The cave ceiling was high and wide, and the interior was dry and spacious, just the right place for the group to take shelter from the wind and snow. Outside the cave, a fierce wind howled like ghosts and wolves, whipping the mountainside with heavy snow. Inside, dozens of pine torches were stuck in the cracks of the rocks, crackling and burning, their orange glow casting long shadows that swayed erratically on the stone walls. The supplies had been mostly moved. Chao Ming led his men to a sheltered mountain hollow, where the horses huddled together, heads facing inward and hindquarters outward, relying on each other's body heat to ward off the cold wind. In the corner, Guilan carried several old cotton quilts and spread them on a flat stone platform. Xiao Huan, still recovering from her illness, was exhausted from her busy work and curled up asleep against Su Qianyang. Su Qianyang, being kind-hearted, covered her with her patched padded jacket. Guilan spread out the quilt, exhaled a soft breath, and subconsciously went to find Jochi. Jochi was sitting cross-legged on a large blue stone not far away, with Lin Hongxiu sitting beside him. Lin Hongxiu bent down to adjust the binding, biting the end of the cloth with her teeth and tying a neat knot with her right hand. Jochi took a sip of water and casually handed her the water pouch, but Lin Hongxiu didn't take it, only turning her head to say something. Jochi smiled, then took out some dried meat, tore it in half, and gave it to her. This time she took it. It all felt as natural as breathing. Guilan stood in the shadows, her fingers unconsciously gripping the blanket. It wasn't just simple jealousy, but a feeling of powerlessness from being left out. Looking at Lin Hongxiu, she sensed a similar aura about the woman to Jochi. They sat together like two wolves taking a short rest, ready to pounce and tear apart their prey at any moment. But what about her? She looked down at her hands. Her fingers were long and slender, with only thin calluses from needlework on the pads. These hands could embroider mandarin ducks, write delicate calligraphy, and tidy up a dilapidated beacon tower. But in chaotic times, before the impending slaughter, these hands were too pale and too useless. When the cavalry charged out, Lin Hongxiu could follow behind Jochi with her sword, while she could only hide in the cave and wait, praying for his safe return like a cripple. Su Qionyang noticed something was wrong and called her softly. Guilan came back to her senses, her gentle smile returning. She said she was fine, tucked Xiaohuan in, and then found a spot not too far away to sit down. She took out her needle and thread and, by the light of the fire, began to mend the battle coat she had taken from the Sirius. Beside the bluestone, Jochi was unaware of her thoughts. He looked at Lin Hongxiu and asked in a low voice, "Let's get down to business. What exactly was that shipment your escort agency was carrying?" Lin Hongxiu paused in her chewing of the jerky, swallowed it, and then looked somewhat unfocused. "I don't know." Jochi frowned. She didn't even know about the thing the entire escort agency had risked their lives to protect. Lin Hongxiu didn't explain, but simply pulled out a small square wrapped in layers of oiled paper from her bosom. The oiled paper was peeled back, revealing an ancient thread-bound book. The deep blue cover had yellowed and become brittle due to its age, and 6 large characters in regular script were written vertically on it. "The Sutra of Rebirth and Salvation from Calamities." Jochi was somewhat surprised. "A Buddhist scripture? The hidden dart your father received was a scripture?" Lin Hongxiu smiled bitterly. She said that ostensibly, 50 cartloads of yellow paper and 30 cartloads of sandalwood were sent. That night, her father, covered in blood, shoved this book into her hands and said only one sentence. "The goods are worth more than the lives of the 400 people in the Weiyuan escort agency. The goods are worth more than the lives of the 400 people in the agency." She opened the book. The paper was yellowed, the handwriting neat, all ordinary scriptures, without any corrections or folded pages. She had opened it before, holding it up to the sun page by page, hoping to find a treasure map, a martial arts manual, or even just a letter, but there was nothing. Jochi took the book, quickly flipped through it, and then rubbed the pages against the firelight. It was a single-layered book, without any interlayers. He smelled it. There was only the scent of old paper and ink, and a faint fragrance from Lin Hongxiu. He closed the book and said in a deep voice, "No, this thing is absolutely deadly. Perhaps the secret is not in the book, but in the book itself." Lin Hongxiu shook her head, rewrapped the book, and carefully placed it back in her bosom. "No matter what it is, my father entrusted it to me, so I have to protect it. Unless I die, no one can take it away." The two fell silent. Jochi stared at the flames, his mind racing. The clues, Weiyuan escort agency, the capital, the ambush, were too fragmented to piece together yet. He got up, brushed off the dust, and told Lin Hongxiu to take a nap first, and they would set off once Meng Jiao returned. Lin Hongxiu nodded, hugged her sword, leaned against the stone wall, and closed her eyes to rest. Jochi turned and walked towards Guilan. She had been sewing with her head down until his boots stopped in front of her, then she looked up as if she had just noticed him and asked softly, "Zhou Lang, are you done talking?" Jochi responded and squatted down beside her, poking at the fire to make it burn brighter. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, he asked why she wasn't asleep yet. Guilan said she couldn't sleep and wanted to mend the cuffs of his sleeves so he could wear them without being drafty. Jochi felt the warmth in his heart, reached out and took her hand, took the needle and put it back into the ball of thread. "Don't sew anymore, it will hurt your eyes." Guilan didn't pull her hand away. Her hands were cold, while Jochi's palms were burning hot, covered in calluses. She glanced at Lin Hongxiu, who was resting with her eyes closed in the distance, and suddenly lowered her voice. "Zhou Lang, about that book that Chief Lin just took out." Jochi's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly to block the view from that side. "You saw it?" Guilan nodded, her expression complicated. "That's not an ordinary scripture. That's my father's book." Jochi was startled and stared at her. Guilan's eyes reddened, and she forced back tears, saying that she would never mistake the words on the cover. They were written by her father himself. Moreover, there was a small ink stain the size of a fingernail on the spine, which she had accidentally splattered when she was a child grinding ink. She looked at Jochi, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Zhou Lang, why is my father's book in the hands of Chief Lin?" Jochi's mind went blank. Guilan's father, the former vice minister of war, was executed for his crimes, and his entire family was exiled. Lin Hongxiu's father, the head, chief, of the Weiyuan escort agency, had his entire family wiped out for escorting a secret shipment. These two bloody incidents might actually be connected. Was the client of the escort mission that Weiyuan escort agency provided the services for the Gu family? This book must contain a secret that could shake the heavens. Jochi gripped Guilan's hand tightly, his voice extremely low. "Keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone except me, including Lin Hongxiu." Guilan was startled by his gaze and nodded hastily. Jochi patted her back, telling her to sleep first. With him there, the sky wouldn't fall. Guilan lay down with her back to him, her body still trembling slightly. Jochi sat back down on the large blue stone, glancing at Lin Hongxiu not far away, then at Guilan under the covers. The blood feud between the two women might point to the same enemy. And where exactly was the secret hidden in that Buddhist scripture, without any linings or alterations? Just then, hurried footsteps came from the cave entrance. The snow crunched underfoot, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, making the torches flicker. Lin Hongxiu suddenly opened her eyes, her hand already on the hilt of her knife. Zhao Hu's voice came from outside. "It's me!" Immediately afterward, Zhao Hu and Meng Jiao crawled into the cave. They were covered in snow, as if they'd been dug out of a snowdrift, their eyebrows and beards splattered with ice. Zhao Hu was shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Meng Jiao strode up to Jochi and knelt on one knee. His usually dull eyes were now filled with horror. Jochi asked calmly, "How is it?" Meng Jiao's voice was hoarse. "Gone, all gone. There were 9 beacon towers in Go's Sorrow Gorge. Except for our number 7 tower, which is empty, the other 8 have all been demolished." He swallowed hard and said that he and Zhao Hu had reached platforms 5 and 6, but the serious men had left no survivors. The brothers guarding the platforms, the old and weak inside, had all been killed. Meng Jiao didn't continue, only slamming his fist hard on the ground. Zhao Hu added in a trembling voice, "A dark mass in the distance, as if obscuring the snow-covered ground. Jochi was right, the serious people are determined to wipe this area clean." The cave fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath and looked at Jochi. Even though they had heard his assessment beforehand, the fear gripped everyone's hearts when their comrades and neighbors had turned into corpses overnight. Jochi slowly stood up, the firelight illuminating his face, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. "It's good that it's clean." He straightened his armor. "They'll only dare to move forward if they clear the road. Only when they move forward will we have a chance to poke their ass." He turned to look at Lin Hongxiu, then at the cavalrymen who were fully equipped and ready to go. "It's our turn." Chapter 32. Zhou Yu gazes northward, pointing to white bones. Elite cavalry raids the Azure Wolf on a snowy night. Jochi stood on the edge of the cliff, the cold wind making his hair ache. He crouched down, pressed down on the loose pebbles on the cliff edge, and peered down. The dried-up riverbed, like a gray-white scar, meandered past the ruins of the beacon tower, leading all the way to Yunzhou in the southeast. The river was full of serious cavalry. It was a vast, dark expanse, stretching as far as the eye could see. The horses' hooves pounded on the frozen riverbed, the rumbling sound rolling up from the valley floor, making the stones beneath their feet tremble. Jochi smelled the horse manure carried up by the north wind, but he couldn't count how many people were below. The vanguard had already crossed the ruins of the beacon tower, while the rearguard was still surging out on the distant horizon, like a crack in the grassland spewing out swarms of black ants. Lin Hongxiu lay on his right side, her face pressed against the ground, only half of her head showing, and asked in a low voice, "How much?" Jochi did not answer, but silently calculated in his mind. Each column consisted of about 5 riders running side by side, and the line stretched as far as the eye could see. He stared at the flagpole beside the beacon tower to keep track of the time. Chow Meng crawled over, his lips turning purple from the cold. Just as he was about to speak, Jochi interrupted him coldly. "Shut up." 15 minutes passed, then another 15 minutes, and the line continued. Meng Jiao lay prone at the furthest point, watching the rear guard. Only when the last azure wolf banner disappeared around the bend in the river did he crawl back and hold up 3 fingers near Jochi's ear. 30,000. Jochi nodded, feeling a sense of relief. All 30,000 cavalrymen were heading south towards Yunzhou. So how many people are left in the Tsenglong tribe's stronghold? The Tsenglong tribe's camp was located 180 li northwest of Gichujian, nestled along a seasonal river called Baig. Nomadic tribes do not build cities, tents are their homes. 30,000 elite cavalrymen marched south in full force, leaving behind only their families, livestock, and the elderly and weak. Jochi turned to look at the 20 riders behind him. The group crouched in a sheltered spot behind the cliff, leading their horses silently. Each rider carried 2 horses, with strips of cloth tied to their muzzles to prevent them from neighing. Before setting off, he left Zhao Hu, Zhu Shou, and Wu Laosan in the cave. Zhao Hu was unconvinced, saying that he could also kill the Sirius. Jochi only replied, "You ride the horse like it's a pig. Stay and guard the cave. If anyone gets close, no matter who it is, poke them first and then ask questions." Zhao Hu wanted to argue, but Jochi glared at him and said, "Your wives are all inside. Staying with them is like going to war." Zhao Hu finally shut up. Zhu Shou patted him on the shoulder, telling him to obey. Wu Laosan was even more decisive and had already started piling stones at the cave entrance. As Jochi left, he glanced back. Guilan stood in the shadows at the cave entrance, saying nothing, only nodding at him. Her eyes held fear and worry, but even more so, a steadfast trust that she held onto through gritted teeth. Jochi didn't look much, mounted his horse, and led his men away into the snowstorm. The Sirius army has finally finished its journey. Jochi stood up, brushed the pebbles and snow off his knees, and said only one word: "Go." Everyone mounted their horses and galloped northward along the shady side of the mountain ridge. Each person rode 2 horses, taking turns riding and sparing no effort. Jochi was at the forefront, the cold wind blowing into his mouth, making his throat dry. He buried his face in his collar, squinting to get his bearings. The sun rose, and light shone through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the snow-covered ground. They walked along the ridge for 10 miles, then turned down a gentle slope and entered the rolling hills. The grass had long since withered, revealing large patches of grayish-yellow frozen soil. Horse hooves trod on it, leaving almost no mark. Jochi glanced back. The column was stretched out in a straight line, no one had fallen behind. Lin Hongxiu was half a horse's length behind him on the right, her scabbard patting the horse's belly with each sway. Chao Ming was in the middle, and Meng Jiao brought up the rear. 180 li. With 2 horses taking turns, 2 hours is enough to get there. They headed north, crossing 3 low hills, where the terrain gradually leveled out and the view became increasingly expansive. Jochi's heart began to race, and he even felt a strange excitement. The Ning dynasty army has never reached this place. For 200 years, the border troops of the Ning had only one duty: defense. Defend the cities, the passes, and the beacon towers. If a city was lost, it would be recaptured and the defense would continue. If men died, new batches would be sent to replace them. Those officials in the imperial court probably really thought that the grasslands were the territory of the Sirius people, and that the Ning dynasty soldiers would melt as soon as they stepped on them. Jochi twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm going to step on it today, no matter what." It wasn't until noon that they reached the mound on the bank of the Bone River. Jochi raised his hand, and the procession stopped instantly. He dismounted, lay prone on the ridgeline, and cautiously peeked out. The sight before him made him gasp in shock. The banks of the wide white Bone River are densely covered with domes, like a gray-white mushroom, stretching for miles along the river to the horizon. There are simply too many tents to count. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Unlike the orderly military camps in the Central Plains, the tents here were clustered together in groups of hundreds or thousands of households. The dark blue wolf flags were planted between the yurts, crackling in the north wind, and the black and red wolf head totems twisted and grotesquely in the wind. In the center of the camp stood a huge white tent belonging to a nobleman. Surrounding it were ordinary gray felt huts, and on the outermost perimeter were countless carts carrying supplies and belongings, their shafts linked together to form simple walls. The cattle and sheep were penned among the vehicles, a dark mass, like a wriggling carpet. It was cooking time, and thousands of plumes of smoke gathered together, pressing down into a hazy, gray cloud above the valley, which even the wind couldn't disperse. Chao Ming, lying on the side, stared wide-eyed. "Damn it, did they move the entire grassland here?" Jochi's voice was cold, but his eyes seemed to burn. This should be the old guard of the Tsamlang tribe. When 30,000 elite cavalry marched south, they left all their belongings, women, children, cattle, and sheep here. He surveyed the entire camp, searching for the real key point. The camp is too big. 20-odd people rushing in won't cause much of a stir. We need to find the weak spot and strike decisively. Soon, Jochi locked onto the central area. It was located upstream on a slightly higher elevation. Unlike the dirty gray felt tents on the outskirts, most of the tents there were as white as snow, and decorated with golden wolf heads on top. Especially the one in the very center, which is so huge it looks like a palace, with wooden railings and arrow towers outside. Lin Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said, "That's the royal tent. The noble families of the Tsamlang tribe should all be in that area." Jochi squinted. Compared to the relaxed herders on the outskirts, that area was clearly more guarded. Chapter 33, dividing the army into 3 routes to burn supplies and launch a direct assault on the capital, disrupting the royal court. To the east of the camp, along the lower reaches of the Whitebone River, about 2 or 3 miles apart, stand 3 small, earthen yellow hills. That wasn't a mountain, but the serious people's hay storage area. The hay was packed tightly, bundles stacked into high walls, secured with thick ropes and wooden stakes, and covered with felt to protect against snow. The nearest one was less than half a mile from the edge of the camp. Each haystack covered several acres and was piled higher than a person on horseback. This is the lifeblood of the Tianlang horse for winter. In the grasslands during winter, horses die without grass. Without fodder, even the fiercest cavalry is just a pile of scrap metal. Jochi stared at the 3 hay storage yards, quickly calculating the wind direction in his mind. A north wind was blowing from northwest to southeast. Dry hay, a cold winter, a north wind. If you lit it, the fire could burn high into the sky. He retreated back into the mound and whispered, "Come here." Chao Meng and Meng Jiao crouched down and approached, while Lin Hongxiu knelt to his left, her hand on the hilt of her knife. Jochi picked up a dry branch and marked the locations of the camp, the river, and 3 hay storage areas on the frozen ground. The camp is here, and the river flows from northwest to southeast. There are 3 haystacks on the east side, lined up along the river, the closest being half a mile and the furthest being 5 miles away. The royal tent is in the middle of the camp, near the upper reaches of the river. The cattle and sheep are mainly on the south and west sides. He looked up at Chao Meng and said, "Take 5 men, go around to the east, and set fire to the hay storage area." Chao Meng's eyes lit up, and he was about to laugh when Jochi interrupted him. "Don't rush. Start burning the 3 hay storage yards from the furthest one." Chao Meng was taken aback. "Why?" Jochi pointed to 3 circles with a dry twig. "The wind is blowing southeast. You burn the furthest one first, and the fire will spread south with the wind. Once you've finished burning it, immediately move to the second one, and then light the third one. When the closest one is also burning, the first 2 places will have become a sea of fire, and everyone in the camp will definitely go to put out the fire." He stared at Chao Meng and said, word by word, "Remember, order and leave. No lingering." Chao Meng's playful expression vanished. Jochi's voice grew deeper. "The serious people grow up on horseback, and their archery skills are honed from infancy. You can't kill them all if you charge in, but their arrows can take your life from 50 paces away." He patted Chao Meng's breastplate. "This thing can't stop a mace arrow. If you get hit by one, you can forget about surviving." Chao Meng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he nodded emphatically. Jochi continued, "After you've burned the haystacks, rush the camp tents. There are mostly women and children inside, so they won't put up much resistance. Just disperse them and create chaos. Don't stop, and don't get entangled with the enemy." "Understood." Chao Meng completely stopped smiling this time. Jochi then turned to Meng Jiao. "Take 5 men and sneak in from the southwest, attacking the herds of cattle and sheep." Meng Jiao nodded without saying a word. "The cattle and sheep are penned in the cart array, with the cart shafts connected like a fence. You don't need to dismantle the carts, just find an opening, rush in, and drive the cattle and sheep south. The frightened cattle and sheep will panic on their own. As long as you kill the lead sheep, the rest of the herd will break up." Jochi drew another line on the ground pointing south. "Drive them as far away as possible. Even if we can't drive them away, we must scatter them. When the 30,000 cavalry return, they'll have no grass to feed their horses and no meat to eat. Let's see what they'll use to fight." After saying that, he stuck the withered branch in the position of the royal tent. "Red Sleeve, follow me, take the remaining 10 riders, and charge into the royal tent." If the hay storage area catches fire, the royal guards will have to rush to put it out, and the cattle and sheep will be thrown into disarray, requiring additional troops to be dispatched to the west and south. At that point, the defenses around the royal tent will be weakened. Meng Jiao frowned. That's also very dangerous. Jochi looked at him. That's why I brought 10 people. That's enough. Meng Jiao opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't try to persuade him further. He knew that once Jochi made a decision, he wouldn't change it. Jochi stood up and smoothed the line on the ground with the sole of his boot. Remember, if you see the royal tent on fire, no matter what you are doing, retreat immediately. Go south, 30 miles downstream along the White Bone River, there's a poplar forest. Remember the one we passed through on the way here? Chao Meng and Meng Jiao nodded. Meet there. Whoever arrives first waits for half an hour. If they don't come back within half an hour, they won't be coming back. Don't wait, continue south. Chao Meng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. I've got it. Meng Jiao remained silent for a moment, then clasped his hands in a fist and said, Take care, Commander. All right, stop making it sound like a farewell. Jochi mounted his horse, casually checking the cloth strip on the horse's muzzle, and then glanced at the 20 riders behind him. These people showed tension, excitement, and fear on their faces, but none of them backed down. Chao Meng, you go first. Go around to the east side, and make your move once you have the position. Chao Meng grinned and led his 5 men silently around to the east, hugging the shady side of the hills. Their hooves, wrapped in rags, barely made a sound on the frozen ground, and they quickly disappeared behind the rolling hills. Jochi then said to Meng Jiao, You sneak in from the southwest and wait for the fire to start in the east before making your move. Don't expose yourself prematurely. Meng Jiao nodded and mounted his horse, glancing back at Jochi before leaving. His usually dull eyes were now filled with trust. He led the 5 men along the shadows of the valley, quietly disappearing southwest. Jochi sat on his horse, squinting at the royal tent in the distance. The wind howled, whistling through the withered grass, as if playing a dirge for the impending slaughter. The 10 riders behind them, along with Lin Hongxiu, all held their breath. The war horses also felt the oppression, pawing the frozen ground restlessly, puffs of white steam coming out of their nostrils. A quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. When Zhou Qima counted to the 3,000th, a point of orange-red light suddenly appeared on the eastern horizon. The spark trailed a long tail, cutting through the gray snowfield, swept by the north wind, and plunged fiercely into the farthest haystack. Boom dash. Even from this distance, you could hear the muffled thud of the explosion. The dried-out grass, combined with the pine resin rocket, and propelled by the northwest wind, instantly transformed into a roaring fire dragon. Flames shot into the sky, turning half the sky a fiery red. Immediately afterwards, a second and a third rocket fell in succession. The once quiet Sunlong tribe camp instantly erupted into chaos. The mournful sound of ox horns, panicked shouts, and the neighing of war horses all carried on the wind. It's all messed up. Things finally went into chaos. Zhou Qi's smile widened. My little wolf cubs, it's Chinese New Year. Chapter 34 Meng Jiao drives beasts to disrupt the enemy camp, and Hongxiu slays the heavenly wolf with her twin swords. Upon seeing the first hay storage yard ablaze, Meng Jiao immediately picked up his thick-backed steel blade, raised his arm, and shouted, Let's go! He spurred his horse's flanks with both legs, lowered his body to the horse's neck, and charged straight towards the wagon formation to the southwest. 5 riders followed closely behind, their hooves, wrapped in rags, thumping heavily on the frozen ground. The wind filled his ears, and Meng Jiao couldn't hear anything, but he didn't need to hear, he only needed to see. 200 paces ahead, carts were lined up end to end, forming a wooden wall about half a person's height. Thick hemp ropes were tied between the cart shafts, and the gaps were stuffed with felt and dry grass. Inside the wagon wall, a dense mass of cattle and sheep huddled together, a few of them gazing up at the firelight to the east. The serious people in the camp were in chaos. Some herders rode bareback horses galloping eastward, while women carrying children crawled out of their tents, screaming and running in all directions. No one noticed Meng Jiao. 100 paces away, he spotted a gap in the wagon formation. Between the 2 wagons, there was a gap wide enough for 2 horses to pass. Beside the gap, a herdsman from Tianlang, gripping his lasso, was craning his neck to look eastward, cursing under his breath. After 50 paces, the herdsman finally heard the sound of hooves and turned around in astonishment. But before the terror on his face could even form, Meng Jiao's broadsword had already cleaved down, the blade cutting diagonally from his left shoulder to his right rib, slicing him in two, blood splattering all over the cart shaft. Without pausing for a moment, Meng Jiao spurred his horse and charged into the chariot formation. The thousands of cattle and sheep, already uneasy from the firelight, were thrown into chaos by the sudden intrusion of 6 riders, their horses neighing and blades flashing. Remembering Jochi's instructions, Meng Jiao specifically targeted the largest sheep in the flock, the one with the copper bell around its neck. With a single stroke, the head of the foremost black ram flew off, and blood splattered all over the ground from its neck cavity. The sheep were instantly engulfed in flames, bleating shrilly as they charged wildly in all directions. The cows were even more terrifying than the sheep. Startled, they lowered their heads and charged, their curved horns like ramming hammers, smashing the carts blocking their path to pieces. One by one, the thick hemp ropes snapped, and pieces of wood flew everywhere. The south side of the wagon pile was the first to be breached, and cattle and sheep poured out like a flood bursting its banks. The stench of mud and dung hit Meng Jiao, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. "Head south! Head south!" Meng Jiao roared. The brothers brandished their swords and spurred their horses, weaving back and forth along the north and flanks of the herd, driving the cattle and sheep southward in one fell swoop. Meng Jiao glanced back and saw that the second haystack was also on fire, with 2 pillars of fire shooting side by side into the sky to the east. The north wind forced the flames to lean southward, and thick smoke covered half the sky. People darted about in the camp, and cries, horns, and horses' hooves mingled together, turning the once quiet grassland into a noisy inferno in the blink of an eye. Another group of carts to the west also began to riot. The cattle and sheep there, hearing the noise and stimulated by the firelight, started to collide with the carts. Meng Jiao didn't have time to deal with it. He just led his men to charge left and right through the herd, driving the scattered cattle and sheep back south. A herd of startled horses burst out of the tent area, saddleless, and with their reins dragging on the ground, clearly having broken free of their hitching posts. They charged into the herd of cattle and sheep, making the scene even more chaotic. Meng Jiao's horse stepped on something soft. He looked down and saw a lamb that had been trampled to death, lying flat on the frozen ground, its blood and entrails mixed together. Just then, an arrow whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in the rump of a cow ahead. Meng Jiao turned his head, and 3 Tianlang cavalrymen appeared from his left rear, their bows already fully drawn. Flash! He leaned to the right, and the second arrow grazed his left arm, taking away a piece of armor. Meng Jiao did not turn to fight. Jochi had told him not to get entangled with any enemy. He lashed his horse with his whip, sending it charging straight into the surging herd of cattle. The 3 Sky Wolf cavalrymen gave chase for a few steps before being blocked by the mad bulls. One of their horses was gored by a bull's horn, and the rider fell to the ground, instantly trampled to death by the bull's hooves. The remaining 2 dared not give chase. Meng Jiao, panting heavily, wiped his face, indistinguishable between sweat and blood. Looking south, the herds of cattle and sheep had transformed into a long, black river, surging mightily into the wilderness. That's enough. Once these beasts scatter, the serious people might not be able to gather them back in 3 to 5 days. Meng Jiao turned back again, looking towards the center of the camp. The royal tent hadn't been set on fire yet. He gripped the reins tightly, whispering to himself, "Commander, it's your turn." Jochi had been waiting for this moment. Flames soared into the sky to the east, and herds of cattle and sheep scattered to the south, making the entire Tsonglong tribe camp look as if it had been ripped open from the middle. He lay prone on the mound, his eyes fixed on the royal tent area. Around those large white tents, there were originally 2 patrol cavalry squads, each with about 15 riders, patrolling back and forth around the perimeter. There were also 4 sentries on the watchtowers. When the first haystack caught fire, the sentries in the watchtower began to sound their horns. After the second fire broke out, a patrol of cavalry was moved to the east. Once the cattle and sheep had dispersed, the second patrol could no longer remain stationary. A commander in armor shouted a few words and led 10 riders south. Only 5 riders remained in the royal tent area, plus 4 sentries in the arrow tower, making a total of 9 men. Jochi gritted his teeth, the sound of his jaw grinding. The time had come. He turned to look at the 10 riders behind him. Lin Hongxiu had already drawn her sword. The blade reflected the firelight, gleaming with a dark red, cold light. Jochi ripped the cloth strip from the horse's muzzle and whispered, "Charge with me." The spur struck the horse's flank hard, and the warhorse, in pain, bolted forward. 12 riders surged out from behind the mound, like a drawn dagger, heading straight for the royal tent. 300 paces, the sound of horses' hooves on the frozen ground gave them away. The sentries in the arrow tower were the first to spot them, and they sounded the horn with a heart-wrenching blast. The 5 patrolling cavalrymen, who were looking south, turned sharply at the sound of the horn. At 200 paces, Jochi could already see the fear on their faces. After 100 paces, he took a deep breath and drew his short bow from his back. 10 riders behind him simultaneously drew their bows and knocked arrows. Put! Arrows flew from the bowstring in unison. Jochi's arrow pierced the throat of the nearest sentry, who fell backward from the watchtower. The other 3 sentries were also struck by arrows almost simultaneously, all dying instantly. 5 Sky Wolf cavalrymen charged towards them. The one in the lead was burly and wielded a scimitar, roaring as he charged straight at Jochi. Lin Hongxiu lay prone on the horse's back, almost becoming one with it. She slashed diagonally from Jochi's right, charging headlong into the Sky Wolf warrior's blade. As the opponent brought down a slash, Lin Hongxiu suddenly leaned to the left, almost hanging off the horse's belly. The blade grazed the top of her head, slicing away a few strands of hair. In the instant the horses passed each other, Lin Hongxiu's right-hand sword slashed upwards, passing under the horse's belly. The warrior instinctively ducked, and in that instant, Lin Hongxiu's left-hand sword had already flipped and swept horizontally, the blade passing flatly across his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The wolf warrior's head hadn't been severed, but his neck was split open with a half-foot-long gash. His eyes were still wide open, his scimitar still raised, but he was already frozen on his horse. The 2 horses passed each other without Lin Hongxiu turning her head. The blood on her twin swords was whipped into a red line by the wind. The warrior managed to take 3 more steps on his horse before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Jochi had no time to look at her. The 2nd serious cavalryman had already charged in front of him. This man was young and had excellent horsemanship. His scimitar whistled through the air as he slashed towards Jochi's face. Jochi dodged to the side, and in the process, drew his ring-pommel sword. Using the momentum of the 2 horses crossing each other, he thrust the sword into the man's armpit. The blade sank 3 inches into the ribs, where it was caught. Jochi gritted his teeth and twisted, the blade riding half a circle in the bone. The cavalryman screamed and fell from his horse. Jochi pulled out his sword, hot blood splattering half his face. Both issues have been resolved. The remaining 3 were clearly more troublesome. Instead of charging recklessly, they quickly dispersed, forming a triangular formation. Each held a round iron shield in their left hand and a short knife in their right, the shield protecting their neck and abdomen, circling around Jochi and the others. Veteran. Jochi's heart sank. These 3 were the true elite of the Sky Wolf army, not just reckless brutes who only knew how to roar and charge. Surround them! At his command, the cavalry behind him immediately scattered, with 4 or 5 men surrounding the Wolf Knight on the left. But instead of retreating, the enemy advanced, pushing his shield forward to block the first Black Cloud Fortress cavalryman's slash, and then thrusting his short sword upward from under the shield. The blade pierced the cavalryman's inner thigh with pinpoint accuracy. There, unprotected by armor, the blood vessel was severed, and blood gushed out like a burst water bag. The cavalryman screamed and fell from his horse, convulsing on the ground. The 2nd serious cavalryman was even more ferocious. His war horse seemed to possess human instincts, charging left and right through the encirclement. A Black Cloud Fortress cavalryman slashed from the side, his blade striking the shield and sending sparks flying. The wolf rider used the momentum to lean back, dodging a spear thrusting from the other side. He then sat up abruptly, his short sword slashing down from above his shield, striking the spear-wielding rider's wrist. His hand and half his forearm flew off, a scream tearing through the night. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 3rd Sky Wolf cavalryman charged out, his shield slamming into the chest of a Black Cloud Stronghold cavalryman, knocking both man and horse to the ground. The cavalryman's leg was pinned down by the horse, and he struggled desperately. The Sky Wolf cavalryman turned his horse around, bent down, and plunged his blade into the back of the man's neck. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men killed 3 of Jochi's soldiers. Jochi's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Hongxiu!" Lin Hongxiu had already returned. She circled around from the left flank, her twin swords crossed in front of her chest, and charged straight into the triangular formation. Chapter 35. A woman with red sleeves draws her bow and shoots at the king's tent. Zhou Yu rides his horse and snatches a Hu woman. Lin Hongxiu focused on the nearest Tianlang cavalryman, her twin swords flashing up and down, her left sword slashing at the shield, her right sword circling around it, striking 7 or 8 times in succession, forcing the enemy to cower behind the shield and defend desperately. Jochi flanked from the side, his ring-pommel sword slamming into the edge of the shield, the shock causing the man's hand to split open, and the shield to tilt for a moment. In that instant, Lin Hongxiu plunged her right-hand sword into the gap between the shield and his neck, the tip piercing his throat. The wolf rider coughed up a mouthful of black blood and fell backward from his horse. Seeing their comrade dead, the remaining two immediately lost their footing. The man on the left tried to escape, but Jochi wasn't about to let him go. His warhorse spurred its horse forward a few steps and gave chase, the ring-pommel sword slashing down from behind, cutting straight from the back of the head to the spine. The man groaned, slid off the horse's neck, and was dragged a dozen steps by the horse, his feet still caught in the stirrups. The last one was the fiercest. He simply threw away his shield, gripped a short sword with both hands, and charged at Lin Hongxiu with a howl. Lin Hongxiu met him head-on, parrying the short sword with her left sword and slashing horizontally with her right. The man reacted extremely quickly, leaning back to dodge, but the short sword even slashed back, the tip tearing her sleeve and nearly injuring her wrist. In the instant the two riders passed each other, Jochi attacked from the side, his ring-pommel sword striking the man's shoulder with full force, crushing the shoulder and knocking the short sword from his hand. Lin Hongxiu turned her horse around and plunged her sword into his heart. All 9 men were dealt with in the blink of an eye. Jochi was panting heavily, blood dripping from the blade and splattering onto the frozen ground. The royal tent was right in front of him. He roared, "Charge the royal tent!" The remaining 7 riders followed him straight to the enormous white dome. The wooden gate outside the royal tent was wide open, and the inside was empty. The guards had vanished. Several women who had seen the commotion quickly shielded their children and retreated back into their tents. Just as Jochi rushed to the tent entrance, the tent flap was suddenly flung open, and a burly woman from the Heavenly Wolf tribe charged out, wielding a short-handled axe. She was half a head taller than Jochi, with frighteningly thick arms, and roared in the Heavenly Wolf language as her axe whistled through the air as she chopped at the horse's head. Jochi pulled on the reins, and his warhorse reared up, narrowly avoiding the axe blade. Immediately following, using the momentum of the horse, he swung his sword down, striking the woman squarely on the forehead, the blade splitting all the way to her nose. The woman's face instantly split open, blood and brain matter gushing out, her body falling straight down, the short axe clattering to the ground. Jochi dismounted, kicked the corpse aside, and rushed into the royal tent. The tent was dark, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of ghee. The royal tent was larger than it appeared from the outside, with a towering dome supported by thick wooden pillars wrapped in gold-threaded felt embroidered with wolf totems. In the very center stood a massive tiger-skin chair, with a large, dark blue banner hanging from its back, but the seat was completely empty. Jochi scanned the room but saw no sign of the Wolf King, only a few maids huddled in a corner, trembling and too afraid to move. Clearly, that guy had already led his army south, and his stronghold was now a mere shell. "Commander-in-Chief! Commander-in-Chief, come and see!" Someone shouted from the back room, their voice distorted. Jochi strode over, lifted the curtain, and paused for a moment. Inside were more than a dozen large wooden chests, their lids half open, filled with gold. The gold ingots were neatly arranged, gleaming a dark yellow in the firelight. Beside them were several leather pouches, revealing rows of gleaming white silver ingots of excellent quality. In the corner, a bronze box was also open, containing agate, turquoise, and coral beads piled haphazardly. Jochi immediately recognized that the gold ingots were all cast by the Daning government, clearly spoils of war plundered from the border by the Tsunlang tribe over the years, or intercepted from the annual tribute. Wherever they came from, he'd take them first. "Stuff it!" he roared. "Put it all in your arms, stuff it into your bags, as much as you can." His men were stunned for a moment, then rushed forward like madmen. They stuffed gold ingots into their armor and satchels, and poured jewels into their boots, none of them willing to lag behind. Lin Hongxiu rushed in, heading straight for the tiger-skin throne. With a flash of her twin blades, a cold light swept across the back of the chair, and with a snap, the azure 9-striped white banner on the back of the chair was cleanly severed. She then grabbed the banner and tied it around her waist, and also stuffed a gold seal engraved with a wolf's head from the table into her bosom. "Hongxiu, let's go!" Jochi roared, his arms already stuffed with 7 or 8 pieces of gold ingots, making his armor sag. "Retreat!" He turned and rushed out. Just as he lifted the tent flap, a figure darted out from the side, darting past him like a startled rabbit, heading straight for the warhorse tethered outside the tent. Jochi instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword, but the person didn't move. It was a young girl. She quickly leaped onto Jochi's horse, gripping the mane tightly with both hands. Turning back to look at him, she urgently shouted in broken Ningqiao Mandarin. "Take me away!" Lin Hongxiu rushed out of the tent, and upon seeing the situation, she raised her twin swords and slashed directly at the girl. Jochi stretched out his arm to block, forcefully parrying her sword, the blade scraping against his wrist guard and sending sparks flying. Lin Hongxiu sheathed her sword, glanced at the girl, then at Jochi, and let out a cold snort. Jochi knew what she was thinking. The girl was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her face was round, with slightly high cheekbones that made her eyes appear exceptionally deep. Her eye sockets were slightly deep, and her pupils were light brown, like the waters of an autumn lake on the grasslands. Her nose was straight, her lips were rosy, and her skin was a honey-colored hue, radiating vitality, as if touched by sunlight and wind. Two thick, black braids hung down her chest, the ends adorned with silver beads and turquoise, swaying gently with her breath. Her brocade robe was embroidered with gold thread at the collar and cuffs, and she wore a silver-inlaid leather belt around her waist. She was clearly not a girl from an ordinary herdsman's family. Lin Hongxiu's cold snort made her meaning crystal clear. Jochi ignored her, walked to the front of the horse, and looked up at the girl. "You want to come with me?" The girl gripped the horse's mane tightly, her eyes showing no fear, and simply nodded emphatically. Jochi smiled and said, "All right." He mounted his horse, pulled on the reins with his left hand, and smoothly wrapped his right arm around the girl, pulling her directly into his embrace. The girl stiffened slightly, but did not struggle. Jochi growled, "Go!" The warhorse neighed and charged forward, followed closely by 7 riders, each with bags bulging with gold and silver jewels. Lin Hongxiu, riding at the rear, suddenly pulled on the reins, drew a whistling arrow wrapped in oilcloth from her quiver, and rubbed it against the brazier at the entrance of the royal tent. With a whoosh, the arrowhead instantly burst into crimson flames. Lin Hongxiu drew her bow, knocked the arrow, and with a tremor of the bowstring, the rocket shot like a meteor into the white dome that symbolized the highest power of the Tsunlong tribe. Chapter 36 Fire breaks out in the royal tent, chaos reigns among the wolf pack, ambushes in the empty camp block the return journey. Flames had already licked the dome of the royal tent, and the felt cloth quickly shrank and turned black. Jochi did not turn back, but tightened his grip on his horse's belly, held the reins with his left hand, and held the wolf girl in his arms tightly with his right arm, leading his riders in a fierce charge. The girl's braids kept whipping his face, the silver beads digging painfully into him, but he didn't care. Warhorses charged between 2 white domes, and Jochi turned around and roared. The cavalry behind him immediately drew their fire arrows, rubbed them against the roadside braziers, and the flames instantly shot up. The bowstrings twanged, and rockets, trailing orange-red flames, plunged fiercely into the large tents of the noble quarter. Those tents, already coated with sheep fat for snow protection, now became perfect ignition sources. One white dome after another burst into flames, instantly resembling a row of burning lanterns. A wave of heat swept over him from behind, making Jochi's neck burn. The girl in his arms shrank back, but remained silent, her rapid heartbeats pounding against his arm through the brocade robe. The noble district was in complete chaos. Women and children screamed and fled. Several elders of the heavenly wolf sect stood in the firelight, their cries swallowed by the wind. "Don't stop!" Jochi urged his horse on. Lin Hongxiu, responsible for bringing up the rear, turned and fired another arrow. This arrow, unlit, pierced the face of an old man holding a bow. The old man staggered and fell into the snow, bow and all. The 9 riders charged out of the gate in single file and finally entered the open field. The camp behind them was already engulfed in flames, thick smoke and sparks billowing into the sky like a giant black python piercing the night. The wolf girl in Jochi's arms suddenly stirred, turning around with difficulty on horseback to stare at the royal tent being consumed by flames. The firelight reflected in her deep brown pupils, casting an eerie red glow. A slow smile crept onto her lips. Jochi noticed this and his heart stirred slightly. This woman clearly harbored a story. He didn't have time to think it through and glanced back again. The cavalry that had gone to reinforce the hay storage area caught up, but stopped after only 100 paces or so. After hesitating for a moment, they turned back. Fire was more important than chasing the enemy. Jochi breathed a sigh of relief, but did not slow down, his gaze sweeping eastward again. The eastern camp was in even more chaos, with sporadic fires flickering and the faint sounds of horses' hooves and battle cries echoing through the air. Several riders burst forth from the edge of the eastern camp, heading straight for the agreed-upon poplar forest. Jochi knew that Chao Meng and Meng Jiao had already spotted the firelight of the royal tent. He immediately turned his horse around and chased after them in the same direction. On the other side, on Eagle Peak, The gate of Black Cloud's stronghold had already been smashed open, and the heavenly wolf cavalry swarmed in, their swords and spears gleaming, their hooves crushing the icy mud road, but the stronghold was eerily empty. The stove was cold, the water vat was empty, and not even a dog remained. General Badru of the Tsunglong tribe rode his horse through the main road, his gaze sweeping over the open doors and overturned tables and chairs on either side, his face growing increasingly grim. He climbed to the highest watchtower, sneered, and cursed these bandits for not daring to fight, for only knowing how to scurry into the mountains like rats. Just then, a centurion rushed over and pointed to the southwest horizon. Badru looked in that direction and saw black smoke rising into the sky above the Grey Wolf tribe's camp on the banks of the Bone River. There was more than one plume of smoke. Several plumes of smoke intertwined and were stretched into long columns by the night wind. His expression changed drastically. He jumped off his horse and rushed up the tower. The centurion caught up and whispered that the Ning people had attacked the camp. Badru immediately denied it. According to the time, the main force of the Azure Wolf King should be outside Yunzhou's city at this moment. The Ning people's soldiers were all holed up in the city. Where would anyone have gone to the Whitebone River? The centurion guessed again whether the Fire Falcon tribe had been involved. Badru didn't answer immediately. He knew the Fire Falcon and the Wolf tribe had a deep-seated grudge. The old score from last year's fight over the Salt Lake hadn't been settled, and the Fire Falcon had made some harsh threats. But he also knew that the Fire Falcon tribe wouldn't dare stab him in the back while the Wolf King was personally leading the campaign. But the black smoke rose higher and higher, and the wind continued to fan the flames. Badru gritted his teeth, finally realizing that if the cattle and sheep scattered, even if they won the battle in Yunzhou, they would be completely finished. He immediately ordered a return to reinforce, leaving only a 100-man squad to guard the camp, while the rest rushed back to Baigu River. The mournful sound of horns echoed across Eagle Peak, and thousands of Sky Wolf cavalry surged down the mountain path like a tidal wave, their torches forming a winding fiery dragon. The flames burned from the summit all the way down to the mountainside. They had moved in such haste that they hadn't even deployed scouts into the woods on either side. At a narrow pass halfway up the mountain, the road suddenly narrowed, with steep cliffs on both sides and a dense pine forest overhead. Yan Pingxing lay prone behind a rock, clutching a hemp rope thicker than his thumb, taut and pulled into the bushes on the opposite cliff. Deep within the dense forest on both sides, 150 Black Cloud village brothers lay prone in snowdrifts, holding their breath, their hands filled with hardwood hunting bows and crossbows, the arrowheads wrapped with strips of cloth soaked in pine resin. Along the roadside, a dozen enormous logs hung from the treetops, their trunks studded with iron nails and spikes, hidden among the branches like a row of death gods ready to fall at any moment. The sound of hooves grew closer, the ground trembled, and snow fell in a flurry. The Sirius vanguard charged forward with a roar, their whips lashing their mounts, who neighed incessantly, completely oblivious to the murderous intent overhead. Yan Pingxing had initially worried that it was too risky for 150 men to cut off the rear of several thousand cavalry, but now, seeing the Sirius's long, spread-out formation, he felt reassured. He kept an eye on the situation and counted the number of people. Once the main force had completely passed through, only the supply train and a few hundred cavalrymen remained in the pass, with about 300 paces of space in front and behind. Yan Pingxing's eyes finally lit up. He watched the last cavalryman's figure disappear, then swung his short sword down sharply, snapping the thick hemp rope. A sharp crack echoed from the opposite cliff. Yan Pingxing roared, "Smash it for me!" The cavalry of the rear guard of the Sirius unit looked up in horror, only to see thorny logs whistling through the air, crashing down towards the center of the canyon. Immediately afterward, countless rockets rained down from the dense forest, covering the narrow mountain path. Chapter 37, Bloodshed at the pass as supplies are seized. Internal strife caused by the loss of the mountain stronghold. The sound of the log hitting the crowd was not as deafening as Yan Pingxing had imagined. Instead, it was like a club hitting wet mud, dull and sticky, one sound after another. The iron nails and spikes instantly pinned the lead cavalryman and his horse to the ground. The war horse neighed and fell, and the rider was thrown onto the frozen stone road. Before he could get up, he was trampled over by the hooves of the horses behind him. The pass was immediately blocked. Rockets rained down from the dense forest on both sides, striking the crowded ranks. Flames from burning pine resin clung to the leather armor, horse manes, and supply wagons, impossible to extinguish. But the Sirius cavalry were no ordinary troops. Though the front was in disarray, the rear reacted with lightning speed. Several officers roared in the Sirius language, pointed their scimitars at the woods on either side, and a dozen or so cavalrymen immediately turned their horses, drew their bows, and retaliated in the direction from which the fire arrows had been fired. Arrows pierced the tree trunks and rocks with a thud, thud, thud. One of Yan Pingxing's brothers groaned as an arrow struck his shoulder, and he tumbled down from behind a rock. "Hide well! Don't show your face!" Yan Pingxing immediately retreated behind the rock. The Sirius's arrows were accurate and deadly. Even before a person could be seen, they rained down arrows towards the firelight. After 2 volleys of arrows, 3 or 4 brothers in the woods on the left were hit, and screams of agony rang out one after another. Yan Pingxing's heart sank. They were able to hold their ground and launch a counterattack even when trapped in the pass. If it were the Ning dynasty soldiers, they would have already rioted. But the Sirius did not linger in battle. The officer shouted a few more times, and the troops began to retreat down the mountain. Yan Pingxing lay on the rock watching, initially thinking it was a feigned retreat. The Tianlang cavalry were masters of feigning defeat to lure the enemy into pursuit, but he quickly realized that this wasn't a trap. They were genuinely in a hurry to leave. The cavalrymen turned back to fire arrows as they ran, but no one tried to fight back. Supply wagons blocked the pass, several of them already on fire, billowing thick smoke from the grain sacks and fodder, but no one went to help. The supply soldiers driving the wagons mounted their horses and fled down the mountain with the cavalry. A few who were slower were blocked by the burning wagons and could neither advance nor retreat. Yan Pingxing recalled Jochi's instructions before leaving. The lifeblood of the Sirius people is their camp. If the camp burns down, they won't care about anything else. Cutting off their supplies is acceptable, but don't engage in direct combat. If they run, chase them. If they don't, shoot them. Mountain bandits cannot fight the Sirius cavalry head-on. Now they've run away. Without further hesitation, Yan Pingxing sprang up from behind the rock, pointed his short knife forward, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Charge!" The brothers roared as they crawled out of the snowdrifts from the dense forests on both sides, rushing down the hillside toward the pass. There was no formation, no ranks, they just swarmed down the slope. Yan Pingxing was the first to charge into the pass. The ground was littered with corpses, blood mixed with melting snow, making it slippery and difficult to stand. A warhorse with a broken leg lay convulsing in the middle of the road, spitting blood and foam from its mouth. He stepped over it. Several supply soldiers were desperately squeezing into the gaps between the wagons. One of them heard the commotion, turned around abruptly, and slashed at Yan Pingxing with his curved blade. The knife was swift and ruthless. Yan Pingxing dodged to the side, the blade grazing his chest and tearing through his leather coat, revealing the dusty cotton wadding underneath. He was almost disemboweled. He swung his sword diagonally with a backhand motion, the tip slicing open the man's forearm. The man cried out in pain, his curved sword veering off course. Yan Pingxing rushed forward, grabbed the man's collar with his left hand, and plunged the short sword deep into his ribs, twisting it inward. The supply soldier let out a muffled thud, his eyes rolled back, and his body went limp. When Yan Pingxing drew his sword, his hands were covered in hot blood, so slippery he almost couldn't hold it. But before he could wipe it off, another wolf soldier pounced from his right. The man was wielding a wooden pole salvaged from a supply wagon, its end encased in an iron band, which whistled through the air as it swept across. Yan Pingxing jumped back, the pole tip grazing his nose. Before the other side could retract their pole, 2 Black Cloud village brothers rushed forward, one grabbing his leg and the other his waist, forcefully throwing him to the ground. 3 knives were thrust down simultaneously, and the wolf soldier struggled, almost shaking off the man on top of him, before finally stopping after being stabbed twice more. Yan Pingxing didn't linger. He led his men out of the pass and chased after them down the mountain path. The Sirius cavalry in front ran fast, but the supply troops who hadn't managed to seize any war horses were much slower. They mostly rode pack horses, which were short-legged and fat, making it impossible for them to run fast on the narrow roads. The men from Black Cloud stronghold fired down from the hillsides on both sides, unleashing arrows and crossbow bolts at the backs of the supply troops. Another 7 or 8 men fell from their horses. The remaining supply troops completely disregarded the provisions, cut the harnesses of their pack horses, threw the sacks of fodder on the ground, and feeling lighter, desperately spurred their horses to flee for their lives. Only 2 of the Sirius soldiers stopped. They reined in their horses, turned around, and fired 2 arrows cleanly and decisively. One arrow struck the thigh of Yan Pingxing's brother on the right, who screamed and fell to the ground. The other arrow grazed Yan Pingxing's ear, the fletchings stinging his earlobe. Yan Pingxing's head buzzed, and he instinctively ducked. The 2 men didn't linger after they finished, and rode away. He could tell that the 2 men weren't afraid. There was no panic in their eyes, and their movements were as practiced as those of seasoned veterans. They were simply eager to get back to the camp and didn't want to fight a group of bandits to the death on the mountain road. Yan Pingxing didn't pursue them further. Jochi's words were still ringing in his ears. Don't engage the Heavenly Wolf cavalry head-on. He stood at the bend in the mountain road, watching the last few Sky Wolf cavalrymen disappear into the night at the foot of the mountain, his chest heaving violently. Looking back, the fire was still burning in the pass. 7 or 8 supply wagons had overturned, and grain sacks were scattered everywhere, some already on fire, others still intact. Yan Pingxing grinned. Take inventory. Bring back all the unburnt grain sacks. Take the horses too. Take everything usable. The brothers immediately began to rummage through the pass. Some stripped the leather armor off the soldiers, some pulled grain sacks from under the overturned carts, and the bolder ones searched the corpses for scimitars and quivers. Yan Pingxing gave a quick glance and saw dozens of dead Tianlang soldiers lying on the ground, along with 5 or 6 uninjured horses. Although some of the grain sacks were burned, less than 30% were destroyed, and most of the rest were still usable. This battle was a huge success. Just as he was considering whether to send someone down the mountain to retrieve the grain bags left behind, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the direction of the mountain stronghold. A henchman tumbled and crawled down the path, panting as if he were about to collapse. Yan Pingxing recognized him. It was Sun Jiu, whom he had sent to scout the way towards the mountain stronghold. Sun Jiu ran up to him, put his hands on his knees, bent over and took several deep breaths before looking up and calling out, "Second Master!" Yan Pingxing's face darkened. "Speak!" Sun Jiu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "The serious people from the mountain stronghold haven't all left." Yan Pingxing's smile froze instantly. "How many people are left?" "I don't know, but there are at least 100 people," Sun Jiu said in a trembling voice. "They've taken over our village." Chapter 38 The Golden Brocade Robe reveals clues, secretly plotting poison to secure a destiny. After galloping for 30 miles, Jochi clearly felt that his warhorse could no longer hold on. The horse's belly heaved violently, and the sound of its hooves changed from crisp to dull and dragging, each step feeling like it was stepping on nothing. It was already pitch black, and the moon was obscured by thick clouds, letting out only a sliver of grayish-white light. Finally, the lonely poplar forest in the distance came into view, its bare branches dancing like ghostly shadows in the night wind. This place was exactly 30 li from the Sunglung tribe's camp, their agreed meeting point. Jochi pulled on the reins and shouted to stop. The warhorse staggered 2 steps, almost kneeling on its front hooves. The horse spewed out rapid white breaths, mixed with fine blood foam. Jochi knew that the horse was ruined. It would surely collapse on the road after running another 10 miles. The hoofbeats behind them gradually stopped. Jochi used the dim moonlight to count his men. Lin Hongxiu was there, and Chao Meng had also caught up, but one of the 5 brothers Chao Meng had taken with him was missing. Of his 10 riders, only 5 remained. Besides the 3 who were dead or wounded, 2 others had escaped. Jochi looked back into the darkness. Meng Jiao's men hadn't caught up yet, and only the sound of the wind filled the wilderness. Jochi ordered in a hoarse voice, "Wait here for half an hour. Rest a bit, or you'll die if you keep riding." After saying that, he dismounted, his legs weak and his knees almost giving way. After a bumpy 30-mile journey, the inside of his thighs burned with pain, and his trousers were stuck to his skin, mostly worn through. Jochi turned around and reached out his hand to the girl on horseback. The girl glanced at him, her light brown eyes like dull amber, but she didn't take his hand. She twisted her waist, squeezed her legs against the horse's belly, and landed nimbly, her knees slightly bent to absorb the force, her body perfectly still. Jochi's outstretched hand froze in midair. He had no choice but to withdraw it, rubbed the dried scabs on his fingers, and laughed. "What impressive skills!" He handed the reins to his brothers, told them to loosen the girth and feed him beans, then walked to a poplar tree and sat down. The gold hooves hidden in his armor were uncomfortable, so he reached out and adjusted their position. The serious girl stood still, her 2 braids hanging down her chest, the silver beads and turquoise at the ends tinkling softly in the breeze. She seemed hesitant to approach. Jochi looked up at her and asked directly, "Tell me, who are you? Why are you coming with me?" The girl was silent for a moment, then walked 3 steps away from him, squatted down, placed her hands on her knees, and said in broken Ningqiao Mandarin, "I am from the Fire Falcon tribe." Jochi raised an eyebrow. "The Fire Falcon division?" The girl suddenly gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. "The dogs of the Tsumlang tribe. Last autumn, the Tsumlang king led his troops to steal our cattle and sheep, and even kidnapped our women, forcing them to cook for us, sew clothes for us. She didn't say anything more, only pursing her lips into a thin line. Jochi didn't urge her, but waited quietly. The girl took a deep breath before continuing, explaining that she was originally just the daughter of an ordinary herdsman from the Fire Falcon tribe. Her father herded sheep, and her mother wolf felt. When the Grey Wolf tribe attacked, her father charged forward with his shepherd's whip, only to be cut down by a single blow. The wind howled through the poplar forest, and withered branches creaked overhead. The girl whispered that she had been taken to the Tsunlong tribe's camp and imprisoned for over a year. Today, seeing the Ning people burn down the royal tent, she knew her chance had come. She looked up and stared directly at Jochi. You are a soldier of the Ning people. You can kill people from the Tsunlong tribe, so you are my benefactor. I will go with you, anywhere is fine with me. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the girl's face. Her eyes were slightly red, her expression earnest, and the hatred in her light brown eyes seemed to overflow. But Jochi's gaze fell imperceptibly on her collar. Embroidered there was a gold thread pattern, with 2 strands of gold thread outlining a fiery falcon holding a sun in its beak, and even the feathers on its wings were detailed. Sun-shaped Fire Falcon. Jochi didn't know much about the Fire Falcon tribe, but he understood that an ordinary girl who had been kidnapped would never wear such a brocade robe. He simply smiled and nodded, saying, Fire Falcon tribe, good. He then didn't ask any further questions, and the girl seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Jochi got up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and walked towards Lin Hongxiu. She was leaning against another poplar tree, rewrapping the cloth strips on her hands. Her left hand had a gash in the middle of the fight, with white flesh turned outwards, which looked frightening. Jochi wanted to grab her wrist to check the injury, but Lin Hongxiu's shoulders slumped, and she turned to the side to avoid him, leaving him with only a cold and hard profile. Jochi reluctantly stopped and lowered his voice, saying, The Tsunlong army attacking the mountain stronghold will definitely head back after seeing the smoke and dust from the camp. Judging by their distance, they are less than 10 miles away from us now. Lin Hongxiu paused in her movements. Jochi continued, When Meng Jiao arrives, we must go around him. We can't run into them. Lin Hongxiu bit the cloth strip tightly to tie the knot, glanced up at Jochi, then looked at the Tianlang girl squatting in the distance. Her lips moved, but she swallowed her words back. She whispered, I wonder how things are on Uncle Yan's side. The fighting strength of the serious people is far superior to that of the bandit brothers. Jochi knew what she was worried about, so he said, Don't worry, as long as you follow my instructions and don't fight head-on, nothing will go wrong. Meanwhile, at the soul-severing pass of Eagle Peak, Yan Pingxing squatted by the pass, going over the news Sun Jiao had brought in his mind 3 times. Over 100 Sky Wolf people had occupied Black Cloud Village. He glanced down at the short knife in his hand. The blade was still stained with the blood of the serious soldiers. His brothers behind him, having heard the news, all stopped carrying the grain sacks. After a brief silence, a buzz of discussion immediately arose. Some said the Sirius had already occupied the stronghold, and that going back would only mean certain death for them. Others brought up the battle at the pass earlier, in which the Sirius, even when blocked, were able to turn around and shoot arrows with terrifying accuracy. Lu Batzi walked up to Yan Pingxing. He had an old scar on his right cheek that ran from his brow bone to his chin. It was from when he fought with the officials in his younger days. He was considered an elder in the village, and his words carried weight. He lowered his voice and urged, Second Master, let's run. Take the food and head south into the deep mountains. We'll come back after the serious people leave. Several brothers nodded in agreement. Yan Pingxing did not answer immediately, but instead tucked the dagger back into his waistband, stood up, took a couple of steps, and then stopped. Run? Where to run? 150 people have lost their village. In the dead of winter, the mountains are freezing cold at night. To the south are the government offices, to the north are the Tianlang people. There's no food in the deep mountains, they'll scatter sooner or later. He thought of Jochi, and he also thought of Lin Hongxiu. Fighting was outmatched, running away was impossible, and he couldn't explain himself. But in the end, what overcame all hesitation was a practical thought. Without a foundation, the team would soon fall apart. Yan Pingxing turned to look at everyone and said in a deep voice, We won't run away. We must take back the village. Lu Batzi was about to speak when Yan Pingxing raised his hand to interrupt him. I know you're afraid, and I'm afraid too. Just now, the Sirius almost shot an arrow through my head. I'm not made of iron, I'm afraid of dying too. He paused, then said, But if we lose the village, where can we go? The government in the south is beheading people, and the north is full of Tianlang people. If we go deep into the mountains, we'll either freeze to death or starve to death in the 12th lunar month. The crowd fell silent. The firelight illuminated their dirty faces. Some were filled with fear, some with confusion, and some with clenched teeth. Yan Pingxing continued. A direct assault is definitely not an option. I'm not stupid enough to send my brothers to their deaths. But those serious people are outsiders and don't know our village well. We know better than anyone how long we've been here, where the secret passages are, and what's behind the walls. Lu Bazi's brow twitched. Yan Pingxing already had an idea in mind, and immediately ordered that all the grain sacks, fodder, and captured weapons be hidden in the pine forest to the east, and covered with branches and snow in a sheltered ravine. The wounded brothers were also carried inside, with 10 men left to look after them. The captured Tianlang horse was led deep into the forest, tied to a pine tree, and its muzzle was covered with a cloth to prevent it from neighing and revealing its location. Although everyone was still uneasy, they calmed down a bit when they heard that it wasn't a direct assault. They started moving bags of grain and unpacking usable items from the carts, and the entire Dunhunger area became busy again. Yan Pingxing stood at the edge of the pass, pondering for a moment, then suddenly shouted into the crowd. Du Fei! No one answered. He cursed again. Du Fei! You son of a bitch, come out here! From behind the crowd, a thin figure slowly emerged. Du Fei was a head shorter than Yan Pingxing, as thin as a bamboo pole, with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, high cheekbones, darting eyes, a few yellow hairs on his chin, and a black mole on the tip of his nose. He walked silently, his steps as light as a cat's. Everyone in the village knew his skill. He could scale walls and leap over houses as if walking on flat ground, and even the people sleeping below couldn't hear him as he walked around the roof beams. Du Fei was originally a master of petty theft. Later, he stole from the county magistrate's house. After being discovered, he broke the leg of the county magistrate's brother-in-law and was wanted by the government. Only then did he have nowhere else to turn but to Black Cloud Village. He hunched over and chuckled. Second Master, did you call me? Yan Pingxing looked him up and down, then pulled a palm-sized paper package from his pocket. The package was wrapped in several layers of paper and tied tightly with thin hemp rope. He carefully untied it, revealing a small handful of grayish-white powder inside. Du Fei stared at it and asked, What is this? Yan Pingxing smiled and said, Good stuff. He then wrapped the paper up again and handed it to Du Fei. Du Fei subconsciously took a half step back, his eyes fixed on the powder, and even the mole on the tip of his nose twitched. Yan Pingxing lowered his voice and said, The serious people have occupied the village and have been making a fuss for most of the day. They should be cooking soon. Sneak in through the secret passage on the east slope and pour this packet of medicine into the wells in the village. Du Fei's lips twitched, and he immediately understood what this meant. His voice trembled as he said, Second Master, the serious people are incredibly powerful. If you send me in alone, isn't that just suicide? Yan Pingxing shoved the paper package into his chest. What are you afraid of? A direct assault is suicide. Sneaking in is the only way to survive. Does Dongpa know about the serious people? They haven't even figured out where the outhouses are in the village. He stared at Du Fei again. You can even get into the county magistrate's house with a dozen vicious dogs guarding the gate, so why are you afraid of a few barbarians? Du Fei still refused to take it, his hand tucked in. Yan Pingxing's eyes darted around, his tone shifting as he pulled Du Fei half a step closer. Du Fei, listen carefully. If the village is lost, the brothers will all be like stray dogs, and you won't be able to escape either. Can you evade the serious people, or the government's wanted posters? Du Fei's Adam's apple bobbed. Yan Pingxing patted him on the shoulder. As long as you get it done, when Commander Zhou returns from the Tianlang camp, I'll personally get you a proper official position. I can't guarantee anything else, but a small squad leader position is no problem. Du Fei looked reluctant. Sergeant, you're only in charge of 4 people. Yan Pingxing glared at him and said, I'll find you another wife. Don't push your luck. Du Fei then took the paper packet with a grin, weighed it in his hand, and asked, Second Master, is this much powder enough? Enough. Yan Pingxing said sternly, raising his leg as if to kick. Go now, don't dawdle. Du Fei stuffed the paper package into his pocket, turned around, and ran up the mountain. After running a few steps, he turned back and shouted to Yan Pingxing. You promised you'd come back and get me a wife. After saying that, he quickened his pace, his thin figure disappearing into the dark mountain path in no time. Chapter 39 Du Fei sneaks into the well at Hozhai at night, steals a sheep, and startles the Hu soldiers. Dufay lay prone on a chipped bluestone slab on the eastern slope, first brushing away the snow, then pressing his ear against it and listening for a full 50 breaths. With no sound from around him, he confirmed that no one had discovered the entrance to the secret passage hidden behind the withered thorns. He lifted the top stone slab, reached in and touched the cave walls. They were dry, indicating there was no water inside. Then he curled up into a ball and crawled into the narrow, low passage, inching forward with only his hands. The passage was narrow and dark, his shoulders constantly scraping against the earthen walls, and the top of his head was only 2 inches from the back of his head. He dared not light a fire, and could only crawl in the dark. He crawled for a full 20 jambes before the passage suddenly widened up. Dufay touched a wooden plank and knew this was the exit. He pressed his ear against the plank and listened. He could faintly hear voices overhead, not very close. Instead, the aroma of meat seeped down through the cracks, making his stomach rumble. He held his breath and slowly pushed upwards, but at first he couldn't move it at all. He changed his posture, arching his back and using his shoulders to push against the plank. Finally, the plank loosened, and the dry firewood collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Dufay immediately stopped and waited for 10 breaths. When there was still no response from outside, he pushed again, creating a half-foot gap. Several pieces of firewood rolled down and hit his arm. The woodshed was dark and empty, the door only slightly ajar. Dufay quietly crawled out, first putting the wooden planks back on, then tidying up the scattered firewood, and casually covering the opening with a few pieces of firewood. He then peeked through the crack in the door. There was no one in the open space behind the village, and the firelight was coming from the direction of the front village. He quickly reviewed the layout of the village in his mind. Of the 3 wells, the one in the center of the front village was the most difficult to attack, the one next to the kitchen on the east side was the next most difficult, and the one in the west corner of the back village was the most convenient. Dufay decided to start with the safest one and headed directly towards the west corner of the back village. He moved along the wall, his toes touching the ground first, then slowly pressing down, making almost no sound. The moon hadn't risen yet, and the back village was pitch black, perfect for him to hide. He passed the half-open door, from which came heavy snoring. He even softened his breathing, slipping past like a shadow. They arrived at the livestock shed, where dozens of horses were tethered. One of them pawed restlessly. Dufay squatted by the well, lifted the wooden plank of the well cover a crack, and a cool breeze immediately rushed out. He took out a paper packet from his pocket, picked up a pinch of grayish-white powder, and gently sprinkled it into the well, his movements so subtle they were almost invisible. He then smoothed it down the edge of the well, making sure no trace was left. The meal at Jochi was a success. He carefully put away the paper package, retraced his steps, and headed towards the kitchen to the east. It was much brighter there than at Jochi, with a blazing fire burning brightly. A whole sheep sat on the fire, its fat dripping and sizzling, and the aroma could be smelled from afar. Dufay crouched behind the corner of the warehouse wall and watched for a while. He noticed that the wolf soldier guarding the fire was nodding off in sleep, still clutching the wooden stick he used to turn the meat, his head tilting more and more to the side. Once the man was completely asleep, Dufay had an idea. He needed to drug the well, and he couldn't let the lamb leg go to waste. He circled around to the side and behind the fire, stealthily approaching from a blind spot. Seeing that the wolf soldier had his back to him, he squatted down beside the roasting lamb rack, drew his dagger, and began to carefully cut the tendons and fascia along the lamb's leg joints. His movements were extremely light. He dared not even touch the bone, for fear of making the slightest sound. Finally, the last leg tendon was severed, and the entire hind leg detached. Dufay caught it with lightning speed. It weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. As soon as he put the lamb leg into his clothes, the scalding fat burned him through his thin clothes, almost making him cry out. His face turned red, and he quickly took the lamb leg out and stuffed it into a dirty burlap sack. Before he could even catch his breath, heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Dufay's hair stood on end. Without time to run, he immediately used the wall as a stepping stone, gripped the eaves with his fingers, and flipped himself onto the roof like a gecko, lying motionless in the shadows. The one who arrived was a more robust serious soldier, with a curved sword at his waist and only a thick braid on his head. As he approached the fire, he saw his comrade tending the fire dozing off to the side and immediately began to curse. The sleeping serious soldier awoke with a start and hurriedly explained, but still received a heavy slap across the face and almost fell into the fire. Dufay lay on the roof, chuckling to himself. Just then, the wolf soldier with the braided hair suddenly turned to look at the roasted lamb rack and froze. The lamb was missing a hind leg, The white bone was exposed at the break, and oil was still dripping down. Chapter 40. The Master Thief leaves empty-handed, but his solo revenge raises suspicion. The wolf soldier with the braided hair suddenly turned around and let out another series of loud shouts, his voice even louder than before. The muscles on his face were contorted, and the veins on his neck bulged out. He pointed one finger at the roasted lamb with the missing leg and the other at the sleeping wolf soldier, cursing and shouting, repeating the same few words over and over again. Dufay peered down from the roof ridge, his shoulders trembling as he tried to suppress his laughter until his stomach ached. He couldn't understand Tianlung's language, but the mannerisms were all too familiar. Back then, he stole half a pig's head from Butcher Wang, and Butcher Wang would curse at his apprentice in the same way, then beat him, then curse again. Everyone curses in the world using the same pattern, regardless of whether they're from Ningmen or barbarians. The man with the braid raised his hand and slapped the man across the face with a loud crack. The slapped wolf soldier covered his face and whimpered for mercy, but the man with the braid grabbed his collar, dragged him up, and shoved him forward. He pointed to the legless sheep on the grill, then to the village ahead, and shouted a short command. The man who had been beaten nodded repeatedly, and quickly took the whole sheep off the grill. The scalding grease made him gasp, but he dared not cry out, and could only hoist the sheep onto his shoulder. The grease stripped down his collar, and the sheepskin coat on his back was quickly soaked with large grease stains. The man with the braid kicked him in the backside again, and he staggered a couple of steps before carrying the sheep toward the next village. The man with the braid turned back, glared at the campfire, and followed cursing. The two figures turned past the house ahead, their footsteps fading into the distance. Dufay lay on the roof ridge for another 30 breaths, making sure there was absolutely no movement, before sheathing his dagger back into his waistband. He held the lamb leg wrapped in burlap in one arm, flipped over and slid down the other side of the roof ridge, his toes lightly touching the wall before he landed lightly without making a sound. Dufay squatted down by the wall, and hid the lamb leg behind a broken basket in the corner of the warehouse. He'd get it when he came back. Now there was only one well left, the one right in the middle of the front village, next to the Hall of Righteous Gathering. He took out the paper packet from his pocket, squeezed it through the oiled paper, and found the last dose of medicine powder inside. Dufay took a deep breath, put the packet back in its place, and crept towards the front of the village, close to the wall. The front village was the brightest spot in the entire village, and also where the serious people were most numerous. Dufay avoided the main roads, instead squeezing into the narrow gaps between the houses. Some of these gaps were only about a foot wide, making it difficult for an ordinary person to even turn sideways. But his frame seemed born for stealth. With a hunch of his shoulders and a contraction of his stomach, he slithered past like a snake. After passing through 3 rows of houses, the clamor of the front village rushed towards him. Dufay crouched behind the gable wall of a room, peeking out half his face. 4 or 5 fires were burning in the open space, their light as bright as day. The doors of the Hall of Righteous Gathering were wide open, and torches and figures flickered inside. 20 or 30 serious soldiers sat scattered on the open ground, some drinking, some cleaning their weapons, and some tearing meat to eat. The missing legged sheep from earlier was left on the wooden plank, and several men were scrambling for its meat. Dufay's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the well. The well was 10 steps to the left of the entrance to the Hall of Righteousness, with a blue stone rim and a well pulley, and no obstructions within 5 steps around it. He frowned. To get to the well, he had to cross at least 15 paces of open ground, all illuminated by the firelight, bright enough to see a mouse running by. What's more troublesome is that the well opening faces the main gate of the Hall of Righteousness, and anyone inside can see it simply by looking up. There's no way to force your way there. Dufay scanned the area and found a low wall to the left of the gathering hall. Behind the wall was a shed for storing miscellaneous items. Half of the shed had collapsed, and a few pillars were leaning and supporting the roof. The low wall was about 7 or 8 steps from the well, but that distance was still too far. Most of the serious soldiers on the open ground were gathered around the campfire on the south side, about 20 steps from the well. Although there were no guards at the entrance, people were constantly going in and out of the hall. Dufay crouched behind the wall, his mind racing. He couldn't wait any longer. If they missed mealtime, he couldn't guarantee everyone would have water. If the Black Cloud Village brothers couldn't take over the village quickly, they'd freeze to death that night. He had to find a way to distract these people, even if it was just for a few dozen breaths. Dufay looked down and saw a few fist-sized pebbles at the base of the wall. He picked one up, weighed it in his hand, and then put it down. Throwing stones would give him away too easily. He turned to look at the house behind him. The door was ajar, and a hint of dark red peeked through the crack, as if a charcoal brazier was burning inside. Du Fei silently pushed open the door and slipped inside. The room was empty. Several wooden plank beds with sheepskin rugs were placed against the wall, and leather bags, quivers, and other miscellaneous items belonging to the serious people were scattered around. Sure enough, there was a charcoal brazier in the very center of the room, the charcoal glowing a dark red and still warm. Du Fei's gaze shifted and landed on the pile of hay in the corner. Hey, charcoal brazier, that's enough. He first checked the situation inside the house. The north-facing window panel was movable and could be opened by pushing it outwards. The window faced Hojai Alley, the same road he had taken to get there, so he had a way out. Du Fei squatted down, pulled out a few handfuls of dry grass, and then tore off a sheepskin rug from the bed. He stuffed the dry grass into the rug, rolled it into a loose roll, and carried it to the bedside to place it. He glanced back through the crack in the door. The Heavenly Wolf soldiers in the front camp were still eating and drinking, and no one was paying attention to this side. Du Fei stepped back, poured the last dose of medicine powder into his left palm, and clenched it into a fist. He then used his dagger to pick out a piece of glowing red charcoal from the brazier and stuffed it into the hay roll. As soon as the charcoal touched the hay, a wisp of white smoke immediately rose up. Du Fei gently blew a breath, and the white smoke thickened, the edges of the dry grass turning dark red. He blew another breath, and with a poof, flames leaped up. As soon as the sheepskin rug wrapped with dry grass was set ablaze, the pungent smell of mutton and burning immediately filled the air, and thick smoke seeped out through the cracks in the windows and doors. Before the fire could grow large, Du Fei turned and rushed towards the north window. He pushed open the window pane, flipped out, and landed in the alleyway with a light touch of his toes on the windowsill. Flames suddenly leaped up behind him, and the stench of burning sheepskin was stronger than he had expected. Du Fei didn't turn back, but circled back around to the front village along the alley. Chaos had erupted there, shouts from the serious people rose and fell, and footsteps pounded as they rushed towards the burning house. He crouched behind the low wall, and peeked half his head out through a gap in the wall. All the serious soldiers in the open space stood up, some pointed at the source of the smoke and shouted, while others grabbed their belongings and ran. Several people also poured out of the entrance to the Hall of Gathering Righteousness, with the one with a braid leading the way, waving his arms and shouting commands. The area around the well was finally empty. The open space, spanning 15 paces, was deserted. Du Fei leaped out from behind the low wall, skimming the ground, and reached the well in a few steps. He loosened his fist with his left hand, the grayish-white powder in his palms slightly damp with sweat. Du Fei stretched his hand above the well opening, spread his fingers, and the powder fell into the well in a flurry. It's done. The wolf soldier with the braided hair seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around to glance at the well opening. But apart from the wind-blown windlass rope, there was nothing there. Du Fei had already crouched down and rolled into the shadow of the low wall on the left side of the Hall of Righteousness, and crept eastward along the base of the wall. He passed through the low wall, squeezed into the narrow gap between the two rows of houses, and then turned a corner, returning to the area of the eastern warehouses. The fire at the front village was quickly extinguished, and the shouts of the Tianlang soldiers changed from agitation to cursing, as if they were cleaning up the mess. Du Fei didn't stop. As he passed the corner of the warehouse, he grabbed a leg of lamb from behind a broken basket and tucked it under his arm. He followed the path he had come from and made his way to the woodshed in the back village. The back village was still dark, and the snoring from the half-open door was still louder than before, like a saw being pulled back. Du Fei darted into the woodshed, pushed aside the firewood, lifted the wooden plank, first stuffing the lamb leg into the hole, then crawling in backwards. The plank fell back into place, and the firewood couldn't be stacked properly from the inside, but he didn't care. The passageway was dark and narrow, making it almost impossible to breathe, but the aroma of burnt mutton fat filled the entire passage, making Du Fei's mouth water. After climbing for about 20 zhang, the space ahead narrowed, and his shoulders rubbed against the earthen wall again. He was almost there. He touched the stone slab above his head and pushed himself up with his shoulder. The stone slab was moved aside, and the night wind rushed in, making him shiver, but it felt better than anything else. Du Fei crawled out of the cave, squatted behind the withered thorns, put the stone slab back on, and then haphazardly covered it with gravel and dead leaves. He looked up at the sky, but the moon was still nowhere to be seen. The hillside was pitch black, and the wind rustled the withered branches. He could still faintly hear voices coming from the village behind him, but they were already far away. Du Fei unscrewed the burlap sack and pulled out the lamb leg. The meat had cooled down a bit, but it was still warm, with a thin film of fat forming on it, and the meat underneath was still steaming. He opened his mouth and started gnawing. His teeth tore through the crispy crust, and the tender meat underneath came off easily, a perfect balance of lean and fat. The oil melted in his mouth, filling it with a rich, savory aroma. As Dufay walked down the mountain, he tore off large chunks of meat, not bothering to wipe the grease smeared on half his chin. The night wind stung his ears, but the hot mutton warmed him from his throat to his stomach, making him feel incredibly comfortable. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, so he held the lamb leg in front of him to prevent it from getting too cold. He felt even more at ease, and used the medicine on every single one of the 3 wells. Those serious people are in for a world of trouble once they drink the water. After Dufay finished gnawing on the outer layer of meat, he used his dagger to scrape off the bits of meat from between the bones and stuff them into his mouth, not wasting a single bit. After walking 4 or 5 miles along the mountain path, a faint light shone from the pine forest ahead, indicating the direction of Duanhuan Pass. Dufay tossed the half-eaten lamb leg bone to the side of the road and hastily wiped his mouth and chin with his sleeve. After wiping himself clean, he looked down and saw the oil stains on his sleeve, shook his head, and ignored them. The sentry at the pass recognized him and immediately let him in. Yan Pingxing was still squatting under a stone wall at the edge of the pass, as if he hadn't moved an inch. Dufay grinned from afar, revealing a set of shiny, oily teeth, and rushed over to him in a few quick steps, slapping his chest. "Second master! All 3 wells, not one missing, all taken care of!" Yan Pingxing raised his head and looked Dufay up and down. He saw that Dufay had a smug look on his face, his eyes were shining like a weasel that had stolen a chicken, and his mouth was stretched almost to his ears. "Second master, I've handled things perfectly for you. Now you better think about getting me a wife." Yan Pingxing's nose twitched, and his brows immediately furrowed. He leaned closer to Dufay's face, sniffed hard twice, and a strong smell of mutton wafted over. Yan Pingxing's face instantly darkened. "You little brat, you're eating all by yourself?" Chapter 41 Yan Pingxing cleverly applies the warming skin powder, Dushan steals blood and stains the watchtower. Dufay chuckled, grinning slyly, and said that he was thinking of retaking the stronghold tonight, then all the fat sheep that the serious people had stolen would be theirs. But he was also afraid that the meat might be poisoned, so he decided to test it on himself and let his brothers taste it first. Yan Pingxing stared at him, his expression suggesting he was contemplating whether to strike him with the back of the knife or the blade. Dufay quickly changed the subject, squatted down beside him, and asked in a low voice, "What exactly is that powder? Can the serious people be poisoned if they drink the well water?" Yan Pingxing tucked the dagger back into his waistband, shifted his position against the stone wall, and after a long while said, "The poison won't kill them." Dufay's eyes widened immediately. He felt that he had risked his head to go in and administer the poison, only to have it give them diarrhea. Yan Pingxing explained in a low voice that the medicine was called warm muscle powder. After drinking it, the body would slowly become warm and soft, the bones would feel like they were melting, the limbs would feel as limp as noodles, and strength would gradually dissipate. Forget about lifting a knife, even clenching a fist would be difficult. Dufay listened with his mouth agape. As Yan Pingxing spoke, his gaze drifted to the dark mountain ridge opposite, and his expression suddenly became strange. Gone was his usual fierceness. Instead, it was as if he was recalling some old story. Dufay tilted his head and stared at him for a long time. Then, his eyes darted around, and a sly grin spread across his face. He said, "Second master, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Yan Pingxing's gaze instantly returned, and the gentleness on his face vanished immediately. Dufay rubbed his hands together, his face beaming, hoping to get a little bit of the warming powder, just a fingernail-size amount would do. Yan Pingxing glared at him, and Dufay immediately shrank back, sheepishly shutting his mouth and taking half a step to the side. Yan Pingxing ignored him, got up, brushed the pebbles off his clothes, and walked into the woods. His brothers huddled in sheltered spots. Some dozed in tattered sheepskin coats, others shivered, hugging their knees. No one dared to light a fire, fearing the light would be seen by the wolfmen in the village. Yan Pingxing walked to the middle of the crowd and tapped a stone at his feet with his scabbard. Those who were asleep woke up, and those who weren't asleep also looked up. He glanced around and said that the medicine had been put into all 3 wells, not a drop had been wasted. When the drug takes effect at night, the serious men will become as limp as mud. They prepare after midnight, and strike at 1 to 3 a.m., taking advantage of the enemy's deepest sleep to reclaim the stronghold. No one responded. Some rubbed their hands, some bit their lips, and some simply covered their heads again. Yan Pingxing knew they were afraid. Less than half of his brothers had actually seen blood, the rest were mostly hunters, runaways, and refugees. Killing people was ultimately not the same as chopping wood. The battle just now had shown them the ferocity of the serious people. Those barbarians, raised on horseback, were all burly and strong, and even when they were ambushed, they still managed to kill more than a dozen of their Black Cloud village brothers. Yan Pingxing emphasized again that once the medicine took effect, they would be unable to exert their strength. Normally, one Tianlang soldier could defeat 3 or 4 of them, but after being affected by the Wenji powder, the situation was reversed. Someone finally raised their head. Yan Pingxing drew his short knife and said that the chief and commander Zhou were taking 20 brothers to raid the lair of the Skywolfmen. Before they returned, they had to take back the village and not let anyone look down on them. A burly man asked in a low voice, "There are at least 100 or so Tianlang soldiers in the village. How are we going to fight them?" Yan Pingxing didn't explain much, only telling everyone to gather their weapons, sharpen their dull knives, and share the arrows if they didn't have enough. He told them to follow him when the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m., arrived. The crowd then dispersed, rustling as they arranged their weapons. Du Fei squatted in a corner, picking at the black grime under his fingernails with a dagger, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Sure enough, Yan Pingxing turned around and walked towards him, squatted down to look him in the eye, and told him to go first at the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m., then sneak in through the secret passage and open the gate of the village. Du Fei curled his lip. "Why is it me again?" Yan Pingxing softened his voice and said that no one else had this ability except him. He would give him a big credit for this, and when the boss and Commander Zhou returned, he would definitely not treat him unfairly. Du Fei pondered the words. "Great achievement," reminding Yan Pingxing not to just flatter him with words. Yan Pingxing didn't reply. Du Fei sighed, tucked the dagger back into his waistband, cracked his knuckles, and finally said only, "All right, great achievement, remember that." It was the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m. The mountain wind had subsided somewhat, but the chill had intensified. Exhaled breath condensed on the face before quickly dissipating. Du Fei once again sneaked into the mountain stronghold, emerging from the woodshed and lying prone to listen for a long time, but there was no sound from any direction. He crouched low as he left the woodshed, creeping forward along the row of houses at the back of the village. The snoring inside was even louder than at dusk, one house after another, as if the entire row of houses was snoring. As he passed the door, he heard a deep, rumbling snore coming from inside, the sound trailing off with long, drawn-out notes, occasionally pausing as if struggling to breathe, then resuming after a couple of breaths. Du Fei felt a sense of relief, knowing that the drug had taken effect. He followed the shadows under the eaves toward the front village, his courage growing, and quickened his pace. The fire in the open space of the front village had completely died down, leaving only a pile of black ash. The doors of the Hall of Gathering Righteousness were tightly shut, and the inside was pitch black, without a trace of light. Du Fei circled around the open space and crept towards the village gate. The gate was due north, with 2 thick wooden planks covered with iron sheets, and the bolt was a pine bar as thick as a bowl. There was a watchtower on each side, built of wood, with wooden walls half a person high on 3 sides, and straw mats covering the roof to protect against wind and snow. Du Fei crouched behind the corner of the house to the left of the village gate, looking up at the 2 watchtowers. A faint light shone from the left, like a small charcoal brazier, and he could vaguely see a figure huddled behind a wooden wall, barely moving. The one to the right was completely dark. He stared at the left for a while, and then the figure suddenly moved. As the person stood up, they swayed, grabbed the railing, mumbled something in serious language, and then slowly moved towards the wooden ladder. The footsteps were heavy, not the heavy of normal walking, but the heavy of unsteady steps. Each step made the wooden planks creak, as if the legs were weak and could only rely on the weight of the body to slam down. The man reached the top of the ladder, grabbed the crossbeam with one hand and held onto the railing with the other, and slowly shuffled down. With each step down, his body swayed, his fingers gripping the crossbeam, unable to let go yet afraid to loosen his grip. Du Fei could see clearly that the man had already lost most of his strength. When he finally managed to get down, he stumbled and bumped his shoulder against the wooden pillar of the stockade wall, letting out a muffled groan. Then, he leaned against the wall, and walked a few steps along its base before turning into the narrow alley between the stockade wall and the gable wall of the house. Du Fei immediately followed, keeping a 5 or 6 step distance, his footsteps silent. The man stopped at the end of the alley, one hand bracing against the wall, the other reaching for his belt. But his fingers wouldn't obey him. He fumbled for a long time without success, muttering another curse under his breath. Du Fei was already 2 steps behind him. The man finally unbuckled his belt, and urine gushed onto the wall, sending up a wave of heat and a foul stench. Du Fei drew a dagger with his right hand, the blade grazing inside his sleeve. The next moment, he stepped forward, his left hand tightly covering the man's mouth, while his right hand plunged a dagger into his neck from the side. The tip of the knife pierced through flesh and bone, the man's body stiffened abruptly, and a muffled groan escaped his throat, but Du Fei's palm crushed him, leaving only a faint sound. Du Fei pushed the dagger in another half-inch, then dragged it horizontally. Hot blood spurted out, splashing onto the back of the man's hand. The man's body went limp, his knees buckled, and he slid down the wall. Du Fei supported the man's shoulders and gently laid the body down, preventing him from making a sound. He then wiped the dagger clean on the back of the man's fur coat, took a short curved knife from his waist, and tucked it into his own pocket. He glanced back at the alley entrance, made sure no one was around, and then retraced his steps back to the foot of the village wall. The small oil lamp in the watchtower on the left was still lit, its dim yellow light seeping through the cracks in the wooden planks. Du Fei stepped onto the wooden ladder and climbed very slowly. He tested each step with his toes to make sure it wasn't making a sound before shifting his weight. The ladder was made of old wood, and some steps were loose, but fortunately, he was light, so it only swayed slightly. Reaching the top of the ladder, he didn't rush to peek out, but instead pressed his ear against the edge of the floor to listen. Inside, he could hear heavy breathing, nasal and intermittent, like someone dozing off but not quite asleep. Du Fei slowly peeked out. The watchtower wasn't large, sheepskins were spread on the ground. A wolf soldier sat leaning against the wooden wall, his head bobbing up and down, hitting his chest and bouncing back. Beside him were a horn bow and a quiver, and he clutched an empty leather pouch in his hand. The small charcoal brazier in the corner glowed a dark red, barely retaining a trace of warmth. When the wolf soldier heard the noise, he raised his eyelids and saw a head pop out from the top of the stairs. The wolf soldier lazily mumbled a word in the serious language, as if asking why he had been gone for so long, before his eyelids drooped again. Du Fei scaled the watchtower and crouched down to him in 2 steps. Perhaps the drug had dulled his mind, or perhaps he mistook Du Fei for his companion who had gone down earlier. He didn't react until the dagger was slid across his neck. The strike was swift and clean. The wolf soldier didn't even utter a sound, his head lolling to the side as he leaned against the wooden wall, motionless. Du Fei descended from the watchtower, then crept to the foot of the watchtower on the right, went up to peek inside, and found it empty. He jumped from the watchtower and landed by the village gate. The bolt was incredibly heavy. Du Fei grabbed the bar with both hands and tried to lift it up, but it wouldn't budge at first. He gritted his teeth, bent his back, and put all his strength into his arms before the bar creaked and came loose from the iron support. He lifted one head, pushed it aside, and the entire pine log slid down at an angle. Then, he pulled the 2 thick wooden doors open a crack, just wide enough for one person to pass through sideways. A mountain breeze immediately rushed in through the crack in the door, chilling him to the bone. Du Fei took out a tinderbox from his pocket, turned the bamboo tube outward, and blew a breath into the crack in the door. The tinderbox lit up, looking like a small, bright orange bean in the darkness, not big, but noticeable enough. Du Fei held the tinderbox to his chest and waved it 3 times towards the crack in the door. It paused for a moment, then shook 3 more times. Chapter 42, Yan Pingxing's bloody battle to seize the mountain stronghold, and the righteous warrior's siege of the heavenly wolf. The orange-red light on the hillside flickered 3 times, paused, and then flickered 3 more times. Walk! Yan Pingxing led his men out from behind the rock wall, a dark mass of them. No one dared to make a sound. He carried a short knife and walked at the front, followed by more than 100 men who crept up the mountain path. No matter how light their steps were, they could not suppress the sound of loose stones rolling and the soles of their boots scraping the ground. Yan Pingxing gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "I'll just have to make do." After the mountain road twisted and turned twice, the outline of the village gate emerged from the darkness. The 2 thick wooden doors were slightly ajar, and it was pitch black inside, so no one could see what was happening. Yan Pingxing squeezed in sideways. Du Fei crouched in the shadows of the doorway, his tinderbox already extinguished. He lowered his voice and said, "Second Master, the sentries on both watchtowers have been cleared. The serious are sleeping like logs. The drug is taking effect." Yan Pingxing nodded, turned around and waved to the outside. One by one, the brothers squeezed into the village gate. He didn't speak, but simply gestured to divide the people into 3 groups. 30 people on the left, 30 people on the right, and the rest would follow him to the front of the village. The left group was led by Li Dachui, a blacksmith, and the right group was led by Ma Buliu, a hunter. The 2 groups silently dispersed to both sides, hugging the base of the village wall. Yan Pingxing led about 70 men and made their way towards Qianzhai along the main road, with Du Fei following closely behind. When he reached the door of the first room, he listened intently, and heard a series of snores coming from inside. He reached out and pushed the door open. It creaked open, and a strong smell of mutton and sweat hit him. A wolf soldier lay sprawled on the ground, drool dripping from his mouth. Yan Pingxing crouched down, held his short sword to the man's neck, and pulled hard. The man twitched twice, making gurgling sounds in his throat, and quickly went still. There were 2 more on the bed. Yan Pingxing dealt with them one by one, knife in, knife out, knife out. There was no struggle, no screaming. The drug had drained their strength. They couldn't even open their eyes. When he came out of the house, his hands were covered in hot blood, steaming in the cold wind. He nodded to those behind him, and the brothers immediately paired up and began to feel their way inside, one by one. They cleared 5 rooms and 13 sky wolf soldiers, but not a single one woke up. Yan Pingxing breathed a slight sigh of relief. Du Fei's efforts hadn't been in vain. These barbarians were already rotten to the bone. But when Yan Pingxing pushed open the door to the 6th room, the snoring inside suddenly stopped. He stopped at the doorway, knife held across his chest. Someone turned over in the darkness, the mattress rustling, followed by a mumbled, serious-speaking voice. The person mumbled again, this time a little louder. It wasn't sleep talking, it was a question. Yan Pingxing didn't understand the language of the heavenly wolves, so he could only walk towards the direction of the sound. Unexpectedly, his foot snapped, breaking an arrow's shaft. That day, the werewolf suddenly sat up and reached to the side. Yan Pingxing pounced on him by the sound, grabbing a clump of coarse hair with his left hand and stabbing down with his short knife in his right, but it missed his shoulder. The man let out a terrible scream, the sound almost lifting the roof off. Yan Pingxing's heart sank. This one wasn't poisoned. The Sirius, having been slashed, suddenly sprang up, grabbing Yan Pingxing's wrist tightly and drawing a short knife with his other hand, slashing at Yan Pingxing's face. Yan Pingxing leaned back, the blade grazing his nose. With his left hand still gripping the man's hair, he pressed down, his knees slamming into the man's chest. The Sirius groaned and fell backward. Yan Pingxing pressed down on him, repositioned himself, and plunged the knife into the man's neck. The man's body trembled violently a few times, and a hoarse sound came from his throat. Finally, the strength in his hands dissipated. But it was too late. The scream echoed through the night, and commotion broke out in the other houses. Someone shouted in the Sirius language, doors were pushed open, and things fell to the ground. Yan Pingxing rolled out of the house, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and roared, "Attack! All of you attack!" The brothers were stunned for a moment, then immediately scattered. The sneak attack turned into a full-scale assault, with groups of 3 or 5 kicking down doors and rushing into the house. The first few rooms went relatively smoothly, but once the door was broken open, the Sirius soldiers inside were still lying there like rag dolls, their eyes darting around, whimpering, but their limbs were too weak to move, and they couldn't even dodge when the knife came down. Yan Pingxing walked along, sword in hand, listening intently. From Li Dachui's path on the left came the muffled thud of a hammer smashing flesh, while from Mao Bulia's path on the right, a fierce battle had broken out. The entire village was in complete chaos. He had just rounded the corner of a row of houses when he bumped into a shirtless wolf soldier. The man, gripping a curved sword, stumbled out. Yan Pingxing gave him no chance to react, plunging the sword into his stomach, twisting it horizontally, and then pulling it out. The wolf soldier stumbled 2 steps, his scimitar slipped from his hand, and he fell to the ground. This one has been drugged, it's easy to deal with. But the next room was different. The door was blocked from the inside, and it took 2 brothers 3 kicks to finally open it. As soon as the door collapsed, a curved knife slashed out from the darkness. The brother in front didn't even have time to scream before half his head was split open, and blood splattered all over the faces of the men behind him. The man behind him stood frozen in fear at the doorway. Yan Pingxing yanked him aside and dodged to the side of the doorframe. Another slash came from inside, striking the doorframe and sending splinters flying. Using the doorframe as cover, Yan Pingxing slipped in and plunged his knife into the forearm of the wolf soldier. The man cried out in pain, dropping his scimitar, but instead lunged at Yan Pingxing, grabbing his waist and slamming him against the earthen wall. Yan Pingxing's back went numb from the impact, and he almost lost all the air in his chest. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the back of the other man's neck, and pressed down. In the midst of the struggle, he thrust his short knife 3 times. The first 2 stabs were blocked by the ribs, but the third one finally pierced the ribcage. The wolf soldier stiffened, his strength dissipating. Yan Pingxing pushed him aside, and the brothers who followed him delivered 2 more blows before the man finally stopped moving. Yan Pingxing leaned against the wall, and caught his breath. Looking down, he saw that his clothes were covered in blood, and he couldn't tell whose it was. We can't stop, we can only move forward. A chaotic battle had already broken out in the open space in front of the village. When Yan Pingxing arrived, the scene was even worse than he had imagined. People lay sprawled on the ground, some were Tianlang soldiers, and some were his own brothers. The embers of the fire had been trampled apart, and embers were scattered all over the ground, hissing and smoking when stepped on. A dozen or so serious soldiers rushed out of the Hall of Righteousness, each armed with a weapon. Though their steps were unsteady, they were still able to stand firm and wield their swords, indicating that the poisoning was not severe. Yan Pingxing immediately understood that the serious people grew up drinking mare's milk wine, and some of them drank alcohol all day long, hardly ever drinking any well water. At the entrance of the Hall of Righteousness, 3 heavenly wolf soldiers were attacking 2 brothers. One brother was desperately trying to block with a machete, while the other was holding a sharpened wooden stick, his arm already slashed, blood dripping down his elbow. Yan Pingxing rushed forward and plunged his knife into the waist of a wolf soldier from behind. The man screamed and swung his knife, the blade tearing open Yan Pingxing's clothes and leaving a burning gash in his flesh. The other 2 serious soldiers turned and saw him, roaring as they charged at him from behind. Yan Pingxing dodged the first blade and slashed the thigh of the man behind him with his other hand. The man's legs buckled and he knelt down, but the curved blade of the man in front also came crashing down. He couldn't dodge that blow. The curved blade slashed at his left shoulder, the blade digging into flesh and lodging in the bone. A piercing pain shot from his shoulder to the back of his head. Yan Pingxing's vision went white, he groaned, but his right hand still thrust the short knife forward, plunging it into the other man's abdomen. The 2 men stood frozen face to face for a moment. The wolf soldier spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Yan Pingxing's face. Yan Pingxing twisted his knife, pulled it out, and the man fell backward. The scimitar was still stuck in his shoulder. Yan Pingxing gripped the hilt, and gritted his teeth as he pulled it out. As the blade slid off the bone, he almost cried out, and hot blood immediately gushed from the wound, dripping down his arm. Du Fei appeared beside him without him noticing, helped him up, and called out, "Second master!" Yan Pingxing shook off his hand. "Don't worry about me, go help those in front." The chaotic battle on the open ground continued. The brothers outnumbered each other, but lacked any strategy, rushing forward in a chaotic frenzy, some even injuring their own men. Most of the serious soldiers were poisoned, but the dozen or so who weren't were each worth 3 or 4 of the brothers. At this moment, Jochi attacked from the left, his iron hammer covered in blood and brains, followed by about 20 people, several of whom were already limping. Mao Bulia also came from the right, but his numbers were much fewer. 30 had set out, but less than 20 had returned. His hunting knife was dulled, so he picked up a serious scimitar. A wound on his face stretched from his eyebrow to his cheekbone, and blood smeared half his face. He gasped. There was one house on the right that wasn't poisoned. 7 or 8 Sky Wolf soldiers fought it head-on and lost 6 or 7 of them. Yan Pingxing felt a wave of nausea, but he just gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. The battle gradually receded towards the Hall of Righteousness. After fighting for more than half an hour, Yan Pingxing had lost count of how many times he had slashed and how many blows he had taken. His left shoulder wound was numb, the blood had congealed into a black crust, and his arm hung limply at his side, like a piece of dead flesh. More and more of the serious soldiers fell. Those who had been poisoned couldn't even crawl anymore and were pinned to the ground and killed one by their brothers. Those who hadn't been poisoned fought the fiercest, but they couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. 3 to 5 men would surround each one, and they were slowly worn down to death. Many of his brothers also perished, but Yan Pingxing dared not recount them all. The last wave of serious soldiers were driven out of the Hall of Righteousness, and Li Dachui's iron hammer smashed half of the door frame at the entrance of the hall. The fighting in the open space gradually subsided, and the sporadic shouts in the serious language from various parts of the village became increasingly rare and weak. Yan Pingxing stood at the entrance of the Hall of Gathering Righteousness, panting heavily, his vision blurring. Du Fei ran over and helped him up. "Second master, that's enough, just 2 more left." Yan Pingxing raised his head. In the very center of the open space, dozens of brothers formed a circle. Inside the circle stood 2 serious men, back to back. A man of extremely high stature, a head taller than everyone around him, wore leather armor studded with copper nails, a wolf tail ornament hanging from his waist, and a scimitar in his hand still dripping blood. His eyes were fierce as he swept over the crowd surrounding him, as if he were looking at a group of prey. He was a centurion. The other one had braids. It's the one Dufay saw when he stole the lamb leg. Chapter 43 bloodstained the area in front of the Hall of Righteousness. All those who fought bravely against the barbarian generals were wounded. The tall man's scimitar flashed suddenly, and a pale, cold light reflected from the embers, as fast as a snake's forked tongue. The two brothers closest to him rushed forward at the same time, one wielding a machete and slashing from the left, the other gripping a short spear and stabbing from the right. The tall man shifted his body to the right, avoiding the woodcutter's knife, and swung his curved blade outwards, the blade slicing directly across the man's neck. The brother's head lolled to the side, and blood spurted from his neck 3 or 4 feet away, splattering all over the faces of those around him. He was still standing, but blood was still gushing out, and 2 breaths later he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the man with the braid also moved. He emerged from behind the tall man, and with a swift stroke of his narrow-bladed longsword, he cleaved the short spear in 2 with a snap. The brother only had half a stick left in his hand. Before he could even react, the man with the braided hair had already raised the knife from the bottom up, the tip of the knife slicing from his lower abdomen to his chest. The man groaned, the broken stick fell to the ground, and he clutched his stomach with both hands, his intestines slipping out from between his fingers. He looked down, his legs buckled, and he knelt down. Yan Pingxing's throat tightened. In less than 3 breaths 2 lives were lost. Those surrounding him instinctively took a half step back. It wasn't an order from anyone, their legs moved on their own. Go! Surround them and kill them! Yan Pingxing roared hoarsely, his throat sounding like it was full of blood, his voice cracking. The circle tightened a bit more, but no one dared to actually charge. A moment later 3 more brothers mustered their courage and rushed forward, one facing them head-on, 2 from the sides, all 3 wielding knives simultaneously. The tall man and the man with the braid turned back to back, appearing as one. The tall man parried a frontal slash, stepped into the man's chest, and as the man retreated, slashed his curved blade across the man's thigh. The brother screamed and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his thighs, its color black. Before the man on the left could even bring down his knife, the man with the braid had already plunged his long sword into his ribs. The knife tip pierced through the leather armor and flesh, twisted the braid and pulled it out. The brother opened his mouth but could not make a sound. After falling down, he twitched twice and then stopped moving. The last brother who charged up from the right saw this and, without even striking with his knife, turned and ran. The tall man didn't chase after them. He and the man with the braid stood there, their feet covered in blood, but their breathing remained steady. 5, with 4 or 5 brothers killed or wounded in succession. Yan Pingxing's left shoulder was in excruciating pain, and his vision blurred intermittently. The blood had congealed into a hard shell, but it felt like something was grinding inside his bones, making him want to vomit with every movement. He stared intently at the 2 serious men. The taller man's footwork, the angle of his curved sword, and the speed of his strikes were all terrifyingly fast. The man with the braid was even more clean with his swordsmanship, not a single stroke wasted, all aimed at vital points. Yan Pingxing glanced down at the short knife in his right hand. The blade was riddled with nicks and chips. He knew that even if he weren't injured and his arms were intact, standing in front of those 2 would be suicide. He took a half step back, leaning his back against the door frame of the gathering hall, and gasped for breath. Let me! Li Dachi squeezed through the crowd, carrying the hammer on his shoulder. The cloth on the hammerhead had fallen off at some point, revealing a dark, lumpy iron with strands of hair and bits of flesh stuck to it. Yan Pingxing tried to stop him, but before he could even open his mouth, Li Dachi had already charged out. A blacksmith by trade, he didn't follow any set rules. His fighting style was simple: smash. The hammer was swung high, whistling through the air, and smashed down on the tall man's head. If it landed, even a head made of iron would be cracked open. The tall man didn't take the hit head-on, but stepped back half a step to avoid it. The hammer smashed into the ground, shattering the bricks and stones. Li Dachi lost his balance and fell forward. The tall man's curved blade immediately slashed from the side, heading straight for Li Dachi's waist. Li Dachi reacted quickly, blocking the attack with the hammer handle at his side, sending sparks flying. But the force of the knife was immense, causing Li Dachi to stagger back 2 steps, his hand going numb, and he almost dropped it. Before he could regain his footing, the man with the braid attacked from the other side, his long knife aimed straight for his back. Big hammer! Behind you! Yan Pingxing roared. Li Dachi instinctively lunged forward, the long knife slicing across his back, tearing through his armor and leaving a bloody gash on his spine. He rolled to his feet and swung his hammer at the man with the braid again. The girl with the braid easily dodged to the side without even losing her footing. The tall guy seized the opportunity to approach from the other side, and the two of them, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched Li Dachi in the middle, like a cat playing with a mouse. Li Dachi's hammer is heavy and powerful, but his recovery is slow. Every time he misses, he leaves a half-breath opening, and the two serious men always manage to seize the opportunity to strike him with their blades. After 3 rounds, Li Dachi was slashed in the arm and thigh, and his shoulder was hit by the back of the knife. His entire arm was numb, and his steps began to falter. "I'm here to help you!" Ma Bulya charged into the fray, now wielding the Sirius's scimitar. The hunter's fighting style differed from the blacksmith's. He didn't charge head-on, but instead cut in from the side, his blade lowered, aiming straight for the man with the braid at the knees. The girl with the braided hair jumped back a step, pressing down with her long sword to block the attack. The two swords collided with a crisp sound. Taking a breather, Li Dachi swung his hammer at the tall man again. This time, he lowered the arc, swinging it like a sweeping blow. The tall man leaned back to avoid it, then slashed with his backhand, cutting a gash on Li Dachi's forearm. Despite the pain, Li Dachi didn't let go. He swung the hammer back and used the end of the handle to stab the tall man in the face. The tall man turned his head to avoid it, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Ma Bulya managed to entangle the man with the braid. His eyesight was indeed good. He could see and dodge every slash, but he could only dodge and couldn't find an opening to retaliate. The knife that tied the braid was too fast, slashing one after another, almost without stopping. Ma Bulya was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps, his back bumping into the brothers who surrounded him, and his feet stepping on a corpse, almost tripping over it. In that instant, the long knife with the braided hair was already thrusting, the tip of the knife piercing into Ma Bulya's left rib. Although it was blocked by the rib and did not penetrate deeply, the pain made him bend over, and the curved knife almost slipped from his hand. He gritted his teeth and rolled to the side, but the long knife caught up and ripped a bloody gash in his waist. "No way! Come this way!" Li Dachi roared. Ma Bulya scrambled towards Li Dachi, and the two finally stood together, their posture resembling that of two werewolves facing each other, back to back. But their demeanor was completely different. The tall man and the one with the braid were breathing steadily, their steps were firm, and although they had minor injuries, they were only superficial. Li Dachi was panting like a donkey that had been pulling a millstone all day, while Ma Bulya was bent over, clutching his ribs. The two of them had a total of 7 or 8 cuts on their bodies. After a brief stalemate, Li Dachi and Ma Bulya dared not advance rashly, and the two generals of Tianlang did not rush to make a move either. "Du Fei!" Yan Pingxing straightened up, leaning against the door frame. Du Fei immediately came closer. Yan Pingxing put his right hand on Du Fei's shoulder, pulled him to his side, and whispered a few words in his ear. Du Fei nodded, then turned and ran towards the back of the crowd. Chapter 44. Dripping water turns to ice, trapped beasts fight, united we stand, shame can be avenged. The stalemate within the encirclement didn't last long. The tall Sirius took a step forward, his scimitar hanging at his side, and tilted his head to look at Li Dachi and Ma Bulya, as if they were 2 rabbits trapped in a snare. The man with the braid sneered and said to Ma Bulya in broken Mandarin, "You are not worthy to wield our heavenly wolf curved blade." As soon as he finished speaking, the tall man stepped forward again, holding the blade horizontally in front of his chest. The man with the braid also came around from the other side, his long sword pointing diagonally at Ma Bulya. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, slowly approached like herding sheep. Li Dachi gripped the hammer handle and retreated, while Ma Bulya, clutching his ribs, was also forced to retreat. The encirclement moved with the 4 men. The man with the braid spoke again. "Kneel down, and I'll give you a quick death." Li Dachi gritted his teeth and swung his hammer forward. "Even if I die, I'll break a mouthful of your teeth." The tall man didn't understand the words, but he grasped the man's stance. A smirk appeared on his lips, and he brandished his curved blade. Just as the two were about to clash, a loud shout suddenly came from behind the 2 heavenly wolves. "Get out of the way!" Li Dachi didn't see what happened clearly, but he saw his brothers quickly scatter to both sides, revealing a passage. The tall man and the man with the braid turned around at the same time, and saw Du Fei running towards them carrying a wooden bucket. The water in the bucket was sloshing violently. Just as the tall man turned his blade, Du Fei had already poured the entire bucket of water over his head. It was well water from a winter night, icy cold. The curved blade struck only empty air as it cleaved into the water. Cold water was poured over the tall man's head, soaking his collar and running down his chest and back. The man with the braid tried to dodge, but only managed to get halfway out. Half of his body, including his clothes, was completely soaked. After splashing the water, Dufay turned and ran, even faster than when he came. The brothers immediately closed in, blocking the passage. The encirclement tightened again, with two serious men standing in the middle, soaking wet. The tall man tossed his head, scattering water droplets. The man with the braid angrily cursed. Despicable! But before he could finish speaking, Dufay's voice rang out again. Get out of the way! The brothers separated again. Dufay rushed in again, carrying a bucket of water. This time, the two heavenly wolves were clearly on guard. The tall one, with his sword drawn, stared at the bucket, while the one with the braid took a step to the side, creating distance between them as they prepared to dodge. Dufay picked up the bucket and started to pour. But he had only lifted the bucket halfway when he suddenly pulled his wrist back, and the water splashed back into the bucket, with only a few drops spilling out. The tall man and the man with the braid had already dodged aside, their center of gravity shifting outwards. The two were stunned by the sudden movement, and froze in midair. Dufay took the opportunity to push the bucket forward, and the entire bucket of water was finally poured out, drenching the girl with braids from head to toe. Dufay yelled, Go away! I'm going to give you a good wash today! He turned and ran, and the encirclement closed in immediately. The girl with the braid shivered, not from fear, but from the cold water. It was a freezing night, and the well water felt harsher than knives when poured on them. Soon the third, Get out of the way! Rang out. The brothers had learned their lesson and scattered before Dufay could even get close. Dufay charged in for the third time with the bucket. This time, the tall man didn't wait for him to splash the water. He pounced on him, his curved blade slashing through the air. Dufay stepped forward, pretending to splash the water, and the tall man immediately withdrew half of his blade strike, dodging to the side. But the water still didn't come out. Dufay took the bucket back, and the tall man paused, just as he was about to regain his balance, when Dufay suddenly splashed the water out. The bucket hit the tall man squarely in the chest, and cold water poured down his belt into his trousers, filling his boots completely. The tall man's curved blade flashed through the air, but before it was even halfway through its trajectory, his wrist twitched. Dufay had already turned and run far away, shouting, Again! When Dufay rushed in for the fourth time, Jochi already sensed something was wrong. The man with the braid stood very close together, his shoulders shrugged slightly, the white breath he exhaled was much thicker, and his hand holding the knife loosened and tightened again, his movements noticeably slower. The tall man was also trembling, his curved knife held in front of his chest, the tip of the blade shaking incessantly. Dufay poured the bucket decisively, tossing it out before they even got close, the water scattering in midair and engulfing the two of them. The two wolves tried to dodge, but their feet suddenly slipped. It turned out that the water on the ground had frozen into a thin layer of ice in the cold wind, and the bricks and stones were covered with a layer of ice, making it impossible to get any foothold on their boots. The tall man pushed off with his right foot, slipping on the ice and nearly falling forward. The woman with braids was also stuck on the ice, unable to move, and the cold water poured onto her soaked clothes, the chill seeping into her bones. Jochi and Bulyu exchanged a glance, saying nothing, but both understood that their opportunity had arrived. Jochi swung his iron hammer, aiming straight for the tall man's ribs. The tall man raised his knife to block, but he was already a beat too slow. The hammer handle struck the blade, sparks flew, his arm was jolted back, and he slid 2 steps across the ice, nearly falling. If it were before, he could have easily dodged the blow, and then delivered a slash to Jochi. But now, his feet were slipping, his fingers were stiff, and his body was trembling, making it impossible for him to use his swordsmanship effectively. Bulyu also attacked from the other side, still targeting the man with the braid. He swung his knife horizontally along the ground, aiming straight for the man's ankle. The man with the braid tried to jump, but his foot slipped, and he could only hurriedly lower his knife to block, causing his body to tilt. Bulyu didn't let him catch his breath, and with a backhand slash, he swept the knife upwards, aiming straight for the wrist holding the knife. The man with the braid tried to flip his wrist to block, but his frozen fingers wouldn't obey him, and the corner of the knife missed by an inch. The blade grazed the back of his hand, leaving a bloody gash. The man with the braid let out a muffled groan, the long sword nearly slipping from his grasp. He gritted his teeth and gripped it tightly, but his strength was far less than before. Jochi swung his hammer down again, striking the tall man's curved blade squarely. The tall man's hand was shattered by the impact, and the curved blade flew out of his hand, flying 2 jong, approximately 6.6 meters, before embedding itself in the ground, humming and trembling. The tall man's hands were empty. Outside the encirclement, Dufay's voice boomed like thunder, his throat hoarse from shouting. "Attack together! Brothers! Attack together!" The next moment, the encirclement was completely breached, and everyone rushed forward. Chapter 45. The 9-striped white banner startles the barbarians. The shepherdess reveals her true form. The Black Cloud stronghold brothers swarmed forward like a tide, raining blows of fists, knife hilts, and spear shafts down on him. The tall man tried to struggle empty-handed, but Jochi struck him in the back of the knee with a spear, sending him crashing to his knees on the ice, where he was immediately pinned down by several hands. Blood trickled from the back of his braided hand, and his long sword was kicked away. Ma Bully grabbed his braid and pulled him back, while 2 brothers immediately pounced on him and twisted his arms behind his back. In less than 10 breaths, the 2 fierce warriors of the Heavenly Wolf army were pinned to the ground. The 2 men, their lips purple from the cold, still glared at each other, refusing to submit. Dufay threw the empty bucket on the ground and shouted, "Tie them up! Tie them up tightly!" Jochi and his group couldn't wait for Meng Jiao, so they had to retreat. To avoid the serious people's reinforcements, the group took a long detour and didn't arrive at Ghost Sorrow Gorge until late at night, where the number 7 beacon tower was already in sight. Jochi pulled on the reins, and the horse's hooves slipped on the gravel, stopping with heavy breaths. The girl in his arms was almost at her limit, leaning limply against his chest, her breath hot, yet she still clung tightly to the horse's mane. Chao Ming asked from behind, "Commander Zhou, shall we go up the mountain?" Jochi stared at the dark cliffs for a moment, then turned his horse around and said, "No, let's go straight back to Black Cloud Village. The situation in the village is unclear. They are currently safe hiding in the caves. We'll come back to pick them up after the war in Yunzhou is over." Chao Ming asked no more questions and immediately followed. Lin Hongxiu, draped in the white banner of the Azure Wolf 9 banners, rode beside Jochi, and the group headed straight for Black Cloud Village under the cover of night. As the moon sank and the sky began to lighten, the walls of Black Cloud Village finally emerged from the mountain valley. Someone peered out from the watchtower and immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, "The boss is back! Commander Zhou is back! Open the gates!" Shouts echoed through the village, the suspension bridge creaked down, and the village gate opened. Jochi and his men rode into the village, only to find the courtyard filled with straw mats, and beneath them lay the bodies of their fallen comrades, some with half their calves exposed, the blood on their boots long since dried into a dark brown. Hearing the commotion, the brothers in the village rushed out to greet them. Several wounded soldiers leaned against the wall, some with their arms crossed, others with strips of cloth wrapped around their bodies. When they saw Lin Hongxiu return, their eyes immediately reddened. Dufay rushed over from the main room and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Hongxiu's horse. "Boss, you're finally back!" Lin Hongxiu dismounted, her gaze sweeping over the straw mats, her face gradually turning pale. She asked in a deep voice, "What are the casualties in the village?" Dufay lowered his head and replied, "In this battle, we lost 53 brothers and were crippled 22. None of the lightly wounded were uninjured." Lin Hongxiu pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time. Jochi dismounted and asked, "Didn't I tell you not to engage the serious people head-on? How come the casualties are so heavy?" Dufay glanced at Jochi, then looked at Lin Hongxiu. After receiving a nod from Lin Hongxiu, he spoke. "The Tianlang army did indeed retreat, and we intercepted their rear as ordered by the commander. But they left behind 100-man squad and occupied the stronghold." Jochi frowned. Dufay continued, "The second-in-command said that if the stronghold is lost, the chief and the banner commander will have no way to explain it when they return, so he will lead the brothers to fight their way back." He paused for a moment. "The second leader had me poison the water for the serious people beforehand, and then sneak open the gate at night. I thought we could gain a great advantage, but I didn't expect that they could still kill people even after being poisoned, and they fought us for most of the night." Lin Hongxiu and Chao Ming asked almost simultaneously, "Where is the second-in-command?" Dufay lowered his eyes and said, "The second-in-command was stabbed several times. The wounds elsewhere are all superficial, but the one on his shoulder was too deep and went down to the bone. It has been stitched up and treated, and he is lying in the room." Lin Hongxiu immediately walked into Yan Pingxing's house, followed by Jochi and Chao Ming, with the girl from the Heavenly Wolf sect silently walking at the very back. Yan Pingxing lay on the kong, a heated brick bed, his left shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, his face ashen, his lips cracked. Hearing footsteps, he struggled to sit up. Lin Hongxiu quickly stepped forward and pressed down on his uninjured shoulder. "Lie down!" Yan Pingxing looked at her weakly. "Miss, Commander Zhou, I'm so glad you're safe. It's my fault for being so incompetent. I lost half my brothers. If I were to..." "It's not your fault," Jochi interrupted him. "It was my miscalculation. I didn't expect the serious people to leave troops to guard the village. It's already quite an achievement that you were able to take the village back." Chao Meng squatted on the edge of the Kong, a heated brick bed, staring at the blood-stained bandage on his shoulder, and said in a rough voice, "Old Yan, rest assured, we'll take care of things outside." Yan Pingxing nodded, then remembered something and turned to look at the door. "Chief Zhou, Du Fei made the greatest contribution in this capture of the stronghold. He sneaked into the stronghold twice, poisoned it, and opened the gate. Without him, we wouldn't have even been able to get onto the stronghold wall." Jochi then looked at Du Fei. Du Fei stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Reporting to the commander, I am Du Fei." Jochi sized him up and saw that he was not tall, had narrow and thin shoulders, but his hands were covered with calluses, his eyes were clever, and his left arm was wrapped in bandages. Jochi nodded. "Very good. After everything is settled after the war, I will reward those who have made contributions." Du Fei quickly thanked him and then reported. "Commander, there's one more thing. We captured the serious centurion and his deputy alive, and they are both tied up in the prison." Jochi immediately said, "Take me to see him." Before leaving, he softened his tone and said to Yan Pingxing, "Uncle Yan, focus on recovering. We can talk about the village matters once you've healed." Lin Hongxiu also told him not to push himself. Yan Pingxing finally nodded, leaned back on his pillow, and closed his eyes. Jochi left the house, with Du Fei leading the way, crossing the courtyard towards the prison in the northwest corner. 2 oil lamps hung outside the stone wall, their flames flickering in the draft. As soon as the prison door was pushed open, a stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. The girl from Sirius stood at the doorway, paused, and said softly in broken Mandarin, "It's dark inside, kind of scary. I'll wait outside." Just as she was about to step back, Jochi grabbed her wrist and laughed. "No, come in and have a look, it's a lot of fun." The girl tried desperately to shrink back, but she couldn't break free from Jochi and was dragged into the cell. In the dim corner, a nearly burnt-out oil lamp illuminated the stone wall, and 2 bound figures swayed precariously. The 2 wolves were badly beaten. The taller one's right eye was swollen into a slit, and his cheekbone was bruised. The one with the braid had a crooked nose, and dried blood smeared from his nostrils down to his chin. But the fierce glint in their eyes hadn't faded. The tall man first sized up Jochi, then his gaze fell on Lin Hongxiu. In an instant, his eyes changed from fierce to terrified. The banner was azure with 9 white tassels, embroidered with ferocious wolf heads in gold thread. It was the 9-tassel white banner of the Azure Wolf tribe. The girl with the braid followed his gaze and was struck dumb, her breath catching in her throat. She murmured in a trembling voice and serious, her shock turning into a raging inferno. "This is the king's white banner! You lowly southern barbarians, how dare you desecrate the totem of the eternal heaven!" The man with the braid pounded on the prison door like a madman. "I will kill you all! I will tear you to pieces!" He then saw Du Fei behind Jochi, and his eyes blazed with fury at the sight of his enemy. Pointing at him, he cursed, "You despicable Ning dog! If you have the guts, open the door and fight me! All you Ning people know is scheming and trickery!" The taller man struggled as well, spewing out a string of serious language, his tone even fiercer than the others. Du Fei stood to the side with his arms crossed, looking at them like 2 chained dogs, and said indifferently, You're right, I am despicable. If you're not satisfied, come find me again when you're reincarnated." The girl with braids was furious, her face turning pale. Jochi ignored them and turned to pull out the girl, Tianlang, who had been hiding behind him. The girl, who had wanted to shrink into his shadow, staggered forward a couple of steps after being pulled. The cell fell silent instantly. The man with the braided hair still had his mouth open, the words of his curse stuck in his throat. The tall man's fierceness vanished, and both of them looked at the girl, then simultaneously knelt down on one knee. The man with the braid uttered a phrase in serious, his tone extremely respectful. Jochi couldn't understand the content, but he understood the civility in his voice, the attitude of a subordinate facing a superior. Everyone in the cell was stunned. Du Fei looked at the girl, then at the 2 kneeling werewolves, his face full of confusion. Chao Meng's hand unconsciously went to the hilt of his knife, and Lin Hongxiu's gaze also fell on the girl, her brows furrowing slightly. Jochi laughed, crossed his arms, and looked at the two kneeling men. "Oh, the centurion of the Tsunlong tribe, you have to kneel before a shepherdess from the Huijuan tribe? Are all the Tsunlong tribe people spineless?" The man with the braids suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and roared. "How dare you kidnap my Tsunlong king's queen? When my Tsunlong army tramples Yunzhou, I will crush your little mountain stronghold into dust. Not a single blade of grass, not a single tree, not a single chicken or dog will be spared." Jochi's smile didn't fade, instead it deepened. He slowly savored the words, "Princess of the Azure Wolf," then turned his head to look at the Sky Wolf girl beside him. Chapter 46. The Hu woman weeps as she recounts past grievances. Lin Hongxiu presents a flag to Zhou Lang. The girl's disgust seemed to seep from her very bones. She abruptly shook off Jochi's hand, took a step back, and spat at the two Tianlang generals kneeling on the ground. "Pa! Who is your queen?" The girl with the braided hair raised her head, as if to say something more, but she had already turned and strode out of the cell. Jochi watched her disappear, then turned back and gave Du Fei a brief instruction. "Keep an eye on them, don't let them get away." "Rest assured, Commander-in-Chief," Du Fei replied, clasping his hands in a fist salute. As soon as Jochi left, Du Fei instructed the guards. "These two are too dangerous. Break their arms first to prevent them from hurting our own people." The man with the braid flew into a rage, cursing and swearing, his Tianlang dialect and Mandarin mixed together, creating a chaotic mess. Du Fei, however, acted as if he hadn't heard him and added, "By the way, he also had his teeth pulled, so he wouldn't bite anyone." "All right, leave it to me," the guard replied immediately. On the other side, the girl from Sirius had already crossed half the courtyard, her footsteps hurried and heavy. Jochi caught up with her in a few strides, turning his head to examine her tense face. "What a young queen of the Wolf Kingdom!" The girl paused in her tracks. Jochi, however, seemed oblivious to her anger and continued slowly. "I heard the Wolf King is an old man, at least 50, if not 60. This is truly an old ox eating young grass." The girl stopped abruptly, and when she turned around, her eyes were already red, as if two balls of fire were burning in them. "Shut up! I'm not his queen, I'm not!" Jochi stopped smiling and looked at her quietly. The girl's chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "That old wolf is the one who stole me away." Jochi repeated, "Stolen?" The girl's lips trembled, as if she had been holding it in for a long time, and finally she exhaled. She said that a year ago, she went hunting and was captured by the Tsunlong tribe. The Tsunlong king wanted to marry her, but she refused, so they imprisoned her and sent that wicked old woman to watch over her, the very woman Jochi had killed. "What about the Fire Falcon tribe? Aren't your people coming to find you?" Jochi asked. The girl gave a cold laugh, devoid of any warmth. "He did it cleanly. Our people thought I was surrounded and killed by wolves, and no one came looking for me." The wind blew in from the courtyard, ruffling her hair, but she didn't even bother to brush it aside. Jochi leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, and re-examined the girl. "So, you really are from the Fire Falcon division?" "My name is Numin." She raised her head and looked directly at Jochi. "The daughter of the Fire Falcon king." Jochi raised an eyebrow. No wonder she wasn't just a shepherdess, she was actually a genuine princess. The Wolf King had abducted the Fire Falcon king's daughter, yet the Fire Falcon tribe knew nothing about it. It all sounded absurd. "So what if we know?" Normin's voice lowered. "The Tsunlong tribe has 30,000 iron cavalry, while the Huijuan tribe can't even muster 10,000. Even if they knew my father." She didn't finish speaking, but Jochi already understood. He knew, but he couldn't beat her, and he didn't dare to fight her. Jochi chuckled. "It seems that your three great tribes of Tianlang are not so harmonious." Normin glanced at him and retorted, "What do you think? The Tsunlong tribe swallowed the Black Mane tribe's pastures and snatched the women of the Firefly tribe. The Black Mane and Firefly tribes dared not speak out against it, and could only say a few soft words in the Khan's tent. Aren't you Ning people the same? The high-ranking officials in the court eat the flesh and blood of the border soldiers and sit in Yongning City pointing fingers." She spoke slowly, her tone much calmer than before. "On the grasslands people kill with knives, Yuning people kill with pens. The principle is the same, wherever there are people, the strong prey on the weak. Whether you wear boots or live in a felt tent, it doesn't change anything." Jochi stared at her for a few moments. This girl spoke Mandarin haltingly, but her mind was clearer than many others. After being imprisoned for a year, she hadn't been worn down. Instead, she had come to understand many things. He withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the main room. Lin Hongxiu was standing under the eaves, folding the tattered wolf banner into a square, her gaze also fixed on this side. Jochi walked over and said, "Hongxiu, I need to go to Yunzhou City to check on the battle situation. Please keep an eye on this girl for me and don't let her run away." "Don't worry, she won't run away. I'll keep her as your wife," Lin Hongxiu retorted. Jochi leaned closer and sniffed, then deliberately laughed. "Why does it smell so sour?" "Pa!" Lin Hongxiu turned her face away. "Stop patting yourself on the back. Who wants to be jealous of you?" Jochi stopped teasing her and turned to get the horse. He had only taken 2 steps when Lin Hongxiu suddenly called him back. "Etc." She handed over the neatly folded banner of the Azure Wolf King, and then took out a golden seal from her bosom, the very seal bearing the wolf's head. "Take this with you." She stuffed the gold seal into Jochi's hand. "When you go to Yunzhou, you'll need something to prove that you attacked the Sunlong camp." Jochi took the seal and weighed it in his hand. The gold seal was heavy. He then put it in his pocket and draped the flag over the horse's back. "Great, that's very thoughtful." Lin Hongxiu rolled her eyes at him. "You're still better than me. All you know is how to stuff gold into your pocket and hug women on horseback." These words were spoken quickly and crisply, as if they had been held back all the way and finally burst out in one breath. Jochi opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't reply. He mounted his horse and glanced down at Lin Hongxiu. The morning light fell on her face. Her lips were still pursed, but her eyes held something unreadable. Jochi said nothing more, spurred his horse, and with a long neigh, the warhorse charged out of the village gate. Before the suspension bridge was even lowered, the horse's hooves pounded on the wooden planks, and in the blink of an eye, they were up the mountain path. A cold wind rushed into Jochi's collar, and he shivered. The journey from Black Cloud Village to Yunzhou City by main road would take half a day, but by taking a shortcut over 2 mountain ridges, a fast horse could arrive before noon. Jochi chose the shortcut, but the mountain path was rugged, and the horse's hooves kept slipping on the gravel and frozen ground, forcing him to constantly rein in the horse. After crossing the mountain ridge, the terrain finally leveled out. Jochi wrapped the reins around his hand twice, spurred his horse, and it immediately galloped off. In the distance, the outline of Yunzhou City gradually emerged from the morning mist on the horizon, and the Ming dynasty flag still hung on the city wall. Jochi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense the whole way, finally settled down. Yunzhou was not lost. He spurred his horse and charged straight toward the city gate. Chapter 47. A lone warrior crosses a formidable pass, gaining military intelligence through storytelling in a tavern. Jochi rode his horse to the city of Yunzhou and finally saw what this important border town looked like. The city wall was much taller than he had imagined. It was not made of neat blue bricks, but rather of grayish-yellow boulders and rammed earth, thick and rugged. The wall was covered with arrow marks and cracks from wind and rain erosion, with withered grass swaying in the gaps, yet this did not diminish its sturdiness in the slightest. The city wall was 3 zhang high, with a thick base that narrowed towards the top. The top of the wall was covered with crenellations, and behind them, shadowy figures could be seen moving about. The arrow slits beneath the crenellations were dark and menacing, like countless eyes staring out of the city. The main gate was tightly closed, with only a side gate opening to the side, barely wide enough for 1 person and 1 horse to pass through. Above the gate was a heavy iron gate suspended by thick iron chains. If the defenders loosened the winch, it could be smashed down in an instant, cutting any person charging into the city in half. The city gate tower was made of wood, with 3 layers of upturned eaves, and the copper bells on the eaves jingled in the north wind. The Ming dynasty's crimson flame banner flew atop the tower, its fluttering banner. Outside the city was a moat, its surface thick with ice, but beneath the ice, black water still flowed slowly. Inside the moat stood a waist-high wall of sheep and horses, also riddled with loopholes. At the city gate, chevaux de frise stood with their spikes pointing outwards, cold and menacing. A soldier peered out from behind the crenellations, pointing his spear downwards, and shouted sharply, "Halt! What are you doing?" Jochi reined in his horse, looked up and replied, "Jochi, the captain of the 21st team of the Broken Camp, has come to report to Commander Qin." As he spoke, he took out his waist token from his pocket and held it high. The soldiers on the city wall stared at the waist tag for a long time, then glanced at Jochi a few more times. At this moment, Jochi's armor was stained with blood and mud, his face was red and blackened by the cold wind, and his beard was unshaven. He certainly looked disheveled. "But the waist tag is real," The soldier tossed out a "wait" and retreated behind the battlements. A moment later, the side door creaked open, and an old soldier in uniform poked his head out and beckoned to Jochi. "Come in, bring the horse." Jochi dismounted and led the reins into the city. The gate was deep, and the oppressive feeling overhead was particularly strong. If the iron gate were to fall now, even the most powerful person would be smashed into a pulp. As he passed through the doorway, light suddenly flooded his vision. The scene in Yunzhou City was not what Jochi had expected. He had expected the city to be filled with soldiers, shops to be closed, and people to be filled with fear during wartime, but the streets were quiet and deserted, without the panic that comes with impending doom. Most of the shops along the street were still open, wine flags fluttered in the wind, steam rose from the steamer baskets of the pancake shops, and the clanging of metal came from the blacksmith shops. There weren't many pedestrians on the street, but everyone went their own way. Occasionally, soldiers would patrol on horseback, but it was just a routine patrol, without any sense of martial law. The houses in the city were mostly brick and wood structures, with gray walls and black tiles, arranged at varying heights. The bluestone pavement was polished to a shine by the wheels and hooves of horses, and the ruts were deep, indicating the frequent passage of caravans on ordinary days. Turning a corner, Jochi saw a 3-story restaurant with the words Yunleiju written on the plaque above the door. Downstairs, there was a lot of noise. Even through the door, he could hear people banging on tables and cheering. Jochi's stomach rumbled at that moment. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything since last night, and had ridden dozens of miles of mountain roads. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart. So he tied his horse to the entrance of the restaurant, tucked the large wolf banner under his arm, and pushed open the door to go inside. The aroma of wine and meat wafted through the air, carrying with it the warmth of the steam. A few vendors sat at tables near the window, dressed in short brown robes with sheepskin vests over them, warming themselves by their wine bowls. Several porters squatted on a bench in the corner, their hands red from the cold tucked into their sleeves, a steaming bowl of mutton offal soup before them. In another corner, a few men in long gowns, resembling accountants, slowly peeled peanuts, glancing occasionally towards the main hall. Several soldiers, having removed their armor and draped it over the back of chairs, wearing only padded jackets and their faces flushed with alcohol, were banging on the table, urging the continuation of the story. Although everyone spoke in hushed tones, the sheer number of voices created a lively atmosphere. Jochi glanced around, sat down at an empty table against the wall, leaned the banner against the table, and waved to the counter. "Waiter, 2 dishes and a bowl of rice, quick!" The waiter rushed over, first noticing the bloodstains on his armor, then immediately asked with a smile, "What would you like to order, sir?" "Anything is fine, as long as it's hot." Jochi reached into his robes, his fingertips first touching a piece of gold ingot, then several round beads, like agate or coral. Finally, he pried out a soft, crumpled piece of silver from between the gold beads. 1 or 2 ounces is enough. He slapped the loose silver on the table. The waiter, with his sharp eyes, noticed the scabs on his fingers and saw that the silver was of excellent quality. His smile immediately brightened. "All right. Here's braised mutton, stir-fried cabbage, and a bowl of hot corn rice for you. All you can eat." Jochi nodded and leaned back in his chair. The gold pearl in his arms was digging painfully into his ribs, but he subtly shifted his position. In the center of the hall stood a square table with a gavel on it. Behind the table sat an old man in a gray robe, fanning himself with a folding fan. It was unclear who he was fanning himself for on such a cold day. Snap! The moment the gavel struck, the noise in the hall immediately subsided. The storyteller raised his voice. "Last time we talked about how the 30,000 iron cavalry of the Tianlang barbarians pressed in, a dark mass that blotted out the sun. The sound of their hooves could shake the rooftops of Yunzhou City from 30 miles away." He snapped his folding fan in two and then asked, "Guess what?" Someone below chimed in. "Our commander Su has been waiting for them for a long time." "That's right." The storyteller closed his folding fan. "General Su Che, the left commander of Jinbei, what kind of person is he? 20 years ago at King Shaku, 300 remnant soldiers defended the isolated city for 49 days, gnawing on tree bark and drinking snow water, and even managed to break several of the Tianlang people's teeth." The room erupted in laughter. Jochi leaned back in his chair, but his ears perked up. The storyteller continued. 2 days ago, the Tianlang barbarians arrived at the city walls. They were extremely arrogant, not even bothering to form a battle formation. Their vanguard of 8,000 cavalry rushed towards the 3 camps outside the city, intending to take them down first and then slowly deal with Yunzhou. The gavel struck again. But little did they know that Commander Su had already buried 5,000 elite troops in the mountain gullies on both sides of the camp, just waiting for them to sneak in. 8,000 barbarians rushed to the camp and were about to set it on fire when ambushes from both sides suddenly appeared. The camp's defenders also took the opportunity to counterattack, attacking from 3 sides and causing them to fall to their deaths. A man in short clothes slapped his thigh and cheered. "Serves them right. Let them be arrogant." The storyteller stroked his beard and said, "This battle lasted for 2 whole hours. The barbarians suffered at least 3,000 casualties, including a centurion. The rest of them fled back in a panic, not even daring to collect the bodies. We've also lost over 2,000 brothers. But exchanging 2,000 for his 3,000, plus a centurion, is worth it." At this moment, the waiter came over with a tray and placed braised mutton, stir-fried cabbage, and millet rice in front of Jochi. "Please enjoy, sir." Jochi nodded, picked up a piece of mutton and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was stewed until tender, and he didn't care that it was hot, as he ate large mouthfuls of rice. The storyteller's voice continued to penetrate my ears. Before dawn, the barbarians, unwilling to give up, sent 2 more groups to launch a night raid. The first group tried to steal from the northern camp, but they were caught by a patrol and sent back by a hail of arrows, killing 100 or 200 men. The second group fared even worse. They tried to burn the supply route, but Commander Su had already laid an ambush, trapping them like turtles in a jar, and they lost another 500 or 600 men. By the second day, the barbarians had learned their lesson and no longer charged headlong. They sent 10,000 men to surround 3 camps outside the city, but did not attack them. The remaining 15,000 men began to probe and attack the city. Some people scoffed. "Beat the city? Can they even take it?" The storyteller waved his hand. "We couldn't take it, but the barbarians aren't stupid. They just wanted to test our strength. They used catapults, arrows, and siege ladders in turn. They fought all day long, and the city walls were covered with arrow shafts, like a hedgehog. But Commander Su just wouldn't send out any troops, and the camps outside the city remained untouched. The barbarians attacked twice, losing over 1,000 men, but they barely even touched the city walls a few times." Someone pressed further. "And what about today?" The storyteller tapped his folding fan on the table. "The fight isn't over yet. I just came down from the city wall, and the barbarians are still wandering around outside the city, like a pack of hungry wolves surrounding a sheepfold, wanting to bite but unable to find a place to go." Someone in the hall sighed. "How long will the siege last? Is there enough food in the city?" The storyteller's face turned serious. "Brain? The granaries in Yunzhou's city have enough to last for half a year. Commander Su has already made preparations, but he's afraid they won't come. Besides, the barbarians are numerous and need to eat too. Their grain and fodder are transported from the grasslands, hundreds of miles away. How long can that last? Besiege the city? It's not certain who will besiege whom." These words inspired the crowd, and another round of applause erupted in the hall. Jochi chewed on his mutton, but secretly he was calculating. The storyteller's words were 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood, but some of the information should be true. For example, the camp outside the city was besieged, and the city dared not easily send troops out. At present, the 2 sides were indeed in a stalemate. He turned his head to look out the window, where the horse tied to the door was licking the snow on the ground. "All right, let's eat first." Jochi picked up another piece of cabbage with his chopsticks, and shoveled a big mouthful of rice into his mouth. Chapter 48. Mr. Zhang offers a strategy to repel the barbarian troops. Commander Zhou is ordered to venture into the wolf's den. Jochi shoveled the last mouthful of rice into his mouth, put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and got up to leave. The large banner wrapped in the wolf's mantle was tucked under his arm. It felt heavy, like a piece of red-hot iron. As he left Yulai residence, the war horses at the gate were licking the snow with their heads down. Seeing him emerge, the horses snorted. Jochi untied the reins, mounted his horse, and rode straight to the governor's mansion in the north of the city. Yunzhou's city is not large, but its streets are neatly divided, with the main bluestone street crisscrossing. The further north you go, the more orderly the houses become, with fewer shops and more high-walled mansions. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers pass by, and when they see his blood-stained armor, they only glance at him a few more times and do not stop him. A large courtyard with gray tiles and high walls came into view, with soldiers standing at the gate and the words, "Jinbei left governor's office," hanging on a flagpole. Jochi knew that Jin Shan was most likely located here now. The governor's mansion had a small facade, but its interior was quite deep. The vermilion gate was half closed, and 4 armored soldiers stood with their hands on their swords, their expressions stern. Jochi dismounted, took the reins, and stepped forward, presenting his identification badge. Jochi, the commander of the 21st team of the Broken Camp, requests an audience with Commander Qin Shan to report back. The guard took the waist token, examined it carefully, glanced at his blood-stained body, and after confirming it was correct, turned and went inside. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the side door opened again, and the guard gestured for him to go in. He then walked straight to the end of the council hall. Jochi handed his horse to a soldier beside him, straightened his collar, and strode into the governor's mansion. After passing through the courtyard and the hanging flower gate, the council hall came into view. The door was open, and a map was spread out on the long table. Several military officers and civil officials stood on both sides, and a middle-aged man in his 40s sat in the main seat. He wore a blue robe, had a slight beard, and had a deep look in his eyes. He was none other than Su Che, the left governor of Jinbei. Qin Shan stood to his left, while Mr. Xing, in a grey robe, stood to his right. As soon as Jochi entered, he knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a salute. Jochi, the commander of the 21st Detachment of the Broken Camp, pays his respects to General Su and all the generals. All eyes in the room turned to him. Qin Shan was taken aback at first, then explained. General Su, this is the squad leader from the Beacon Tower who intercepted the secret letter from Tianlang a few days ago. He has now been promoted to captain of the 21st Squad. Su Che glanced at Jochi and said calmly, You're lucky to still be alive. I'm afraid there aren't many people left on the Beacon Tower side. Qin Shan quickly told him to stand up. After Jochi stood up straight, he immediately began to recount in one breath the events of the previous day when he led 20 elite cavalry to raid the Tsunglong camp, burn down 3 haystacks, destroy the royal tent, and force 5,000 Tsunglong elites to return to Baigu River. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment, then a chorus of questions arose. 20 riders? They burned down the royal tent. Do you know how many people are in the Azure Wolf camp? That's an outrageous claim. Several military officers shook their heads repeatedly, clearly disbelieving. Qin Shan stood to the side, his face also stiffening. He had never expected that Jochi would actually dare to lead men to attack Tianlong's lair. At this moment, Mr. Xing slowly spoke up to smooth things over for Qin Shan, saying that he had previously worried that the matter might not be effective, so he hadn't rushed to report it, but unexpectedly it actually worked. Su Che didn't pursue the matter, but his gaze returned to Jochi. Ignoring the doubts, Jochi reached into his robes, first finding a piece of gold ingot, then moving aside a few beads, and finally taking out the heavy gold seal, which he presented with both hands. This is the golden seal that was taken from the tent of the Wolf King. Qin Shan took it and examined it. The bottom of the seal was engraved with the characters for Sirius and a wolf's head pattern. It was quite heavy, and the workmanship was definitely not a fake. He immediately presented it to Su Che. Su Che took it, weighed it in his hand, looked at the inscription again, and finally nodded. The golden seal is real. He placed the golden seal on the table and said calmly, I saw it once at King Shaka 20 years ago. The Wolf King was holding this flag to supervise the battle back then. Taking advantage of the situation, Jochi pulled out the large banner from under his arm. The azure banner was unfurled, with 9 white banners hanging down. The gold-threaded wolf head seemed to come alive, and everyone in the room immediately fell silent. Qin Shan's eyes lit up, and he took it in 3 steps at a time. He carefully examined the stitching and gemstone inlays, and the more he looked, the more certain he became that this was indeed the 9-banner white banner of the Tsunglong tribe. He turned and handed the flag to Su Che. Su Che stroked the wolf head pattern, his expression finally relaxing a little. It is indeed the royal banner of the Tsunglong tribe. Seeing this, Mr. Xing slowly stepped forward and proposed a strategy to defeat the enemy. First, hang the white banner high on the city wall so that the Tianlang soldiers outside the city can see the royal flag fall into the hands of the Ning army, thus disrupting their morale. Second, send someone to infiltrate the Tsunglong army, return the golden seal to the Tsunglong king, and add a message telling him that the Ning army only sent 20 riders to burn down the royal tent, and if they really wanted to destroy his lair, there would be far more than that. He added that if he sent another 1,000 gold coins and 20 beauties, the Wolf King, having suffered heavy losses and with his rear in chaos, would surely back down and withdraw his troops. Su Che pondered for a moment, and felt that the plan was feasible, but the person going to the Tsunglong King's tent must be bold and careful. He asked Mr. Xing if he was willing to go, but Mr. Xing quickly waved his hand and said with a smile that he could only give suggestions and would not take the risk. At this point, Mr. Zhang suddenly turned his head and looked at Jochi. Commander Zhou is both courageous and resourceful, making him the most suitable candidate. Jochi's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to speak when Su Che looked over. He had been somewhat hesitant, but considering that Jochi had led 20 riders into the Tsunglong King's tent, he was indeed brave enough, so he nodded in agreement. Then Su Che heard Qin Shan mention that the position of commander of the patrol battalion was vacant. Su Che immediately made a decision, ordering Jochi to change into uniform immediately, be promoted to commander of the patrol battalion, and prepare to go on a mission to the Tsunglong army camp. Jochi knelt on one knee, suppressing his surging emotions, and solemnly accepted the order. Thank you, General Su! After Su Che turned and left, the generals in the hall also gradually withdrew, their eyes displaying various expressions: surprise, doubt, and scrutiny. Qin Shan, however, did not leave. Only after most of the people had dispersed did he walk up to Jochi and pat him on the shoulder. Good job, kid! Just as Jochi was about to reply, Qin Shan suddenly lowered his voice and abruptly asked a question. However, what should be the punishment for going into battle without authorization? Chapter 49. Mr. Zhang laughs and scolds Zhou the Bold. Commander Zhou secretly makes gunpowder packs. Jochi remained kneeling on one knee, his mind racing. Qin Shan's words were harsh, but there was no real anger in his tone. This wasn't about punishing him, but rather a warning and a test. He lowered his head, a smile about to spread across his face, but he quickly suppressed it. When he looked up again, his face was filled with fear and trepidation, and he said in a deep voice, I confess my guilt! Qin Shan's eyelids twitched, but he didn't speak. Jochi continued, saying that he had risked his life in this battle, and from the moment he crossed the mountain ridge, he never thought he would come back alive. He simply said that Commander Qin was stationed in Yunzhou, and had a renowned reputation. If his subordinates were all cowards, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the commander? Jochi was a rough man and didn't understand grand principles. He only knew that the people of Yunzhou Guard had to stand tall when they went out. These words were spoken with force and conviction, sounding honest and loyal, yet concealing a ruthless, almost reckless, determination. Just as Qin Shan's expression softened slightly, a sharp shout suddenly erupted from the side. Presumptuous! Jochi shuddered in fright. Mr. Zhang strode forward with a stern face, his finger almost poking Jochi's nose, and angrily rebuked him. Commander Qin is strict in disciplining his troops. When has he ever taught you such brainless brute behavior? The usually smiling old man was now bristling with anger, his beard and hair standing on end as he hurled insults without mercy. He said Jochi was acting impulsively, and if he hadn't been lucky this time, his head would have been hanging in the Heavenly Wolf King's tent as a wine jug long ago. But despite his scolding, every word he uttered contained phrases like sharing the commander's burdens, reporting the news to Yunzhou, and returning the royal banner and golden seal, highlighting all of Jochi's merits, though all of them were veiled in reprimand. Jochi knelt on the ground with his head down, almost unable to suppress the urge to spit out his mouth. This old man is indeed formidable. Even his insults are delivered with such skill. After Mr. Zhang finished scolding, he sighed and his tone softened. He looked at Qin Shan and said that young people are full of enthusiasm and inevitably act rashly. Although this boy is sincere, he is still too green. He needs to be disciplined in the future, and cannot be allowed to run wild. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan's last bit of tension relaxed. He looked at Mr. Zhang, then at Jochi kneeling, and suddenly burst out laughing. All right, get up. Mr. Zhang's words were ostensibly an insult, but in reality, he was pleading for you. Do you think I can't tell? Mr. Zhang quickly cupped his hands, feigning innocence. Qin Shan waved his hand to interrupt, walked up to Jochi, and asked him in a low voice. Jochi, I ask you, if it happened again, would you dare to do it again? Jochi looked up and grinned. Dare. Qin Shan was taken aback, then burst into laughter, patting him heavily on the shoulder. Good, you've got guts. Get up. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. But next time, if you dare to do something so audacious again. He paused, his gaze lingering on Jochi's face for a moment, and then smiled. Remember to let me know in advance. After speaking, Qin Shan turned and walked towards the back hall, his laughter still echoing in the council chamber. Jochi then stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and turned to look at Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang resumed his smiling demeanor, stroking his beard as he walked out. Jochi clasped his hands in thanks and whispered his gratitude, but Mr. Zhang simply waved his hand, saying he had only spoken the truth. The two left the council hall one after the other, passed through the hanging flower gate, and came to a row of locust trees with all their leaves gone. There was no one around, only the sound of the cold wind rustling through the bare branches. Jochi quickly took a few steps to stop Mr. Zing and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you recommend me as an envoy just now? I just raided the Tsemlong tribe's stronghold, seized the royal banner and golden seal, and committed murder and arson. Now you want me to go to their camp? Isn't that sending me to my death?" Mr. Zing stopped, looked him up and down, and said calmly, "If I don't let you go, how will you become a commander of 1,000 households?" Jochi opened his mouth, but couldn't find a word to say. Mr. Zing smiled and said that although the serious people were fierce, they also had rules, and what they respected most were the brave. Jochi raided their stronghold with 20 riders, seizing the royal banner and burning the royal tent. In the eyes of the serious people, he was a true warrior. The Wolf King might not kill him, instead, he might even look at him with more respect. After hearing this, Jochi felt a little relieved. But soon he remembered something else, and his expression immediately became awkward. He lowered his voice and said, "Sir, there's something I didn't dare to say earlier." Mr. Zing raised an eyebrow. Jochi looked around and took a half-step closer. "I not only stole the royal flag and golden seal, but I also kidnapped the queen consort of the Azure Wolf King." Mr. Zeng's smile froze instantly. His hand stroking his beard stopped in midair, and he seemed to have been paralyzed. After a long while, he widened his eyes and looked Jochi up and down 3 times. "You little bastard, you're incredibly audacious." Jochi spread his hands with a bitter face. "I didn't know she was a princess at the time. A stunningly beautiful woman from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom jumped onto my horse. I couldn't just push her off, could I?" Mr. Zing took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. He said "good" 3 times, then turned and left. Jochi quickly caught up with him, repeatedly asking for his advice. Mr. Zing didn't even turn his head, only waving his hand and saying, "Good luck to you." Before long, Mr. Zeng's figure disappeared behind the hanging flower gate, leaving only Jochi standing under the locust tree, his neck shivering from the cold wind. Half an hour later, Jochi changed into a brand new set of armor and stood in a side room of the governor's mansion. The new armor was made of cowhide, and laid with iron plates, and adorned with dark red tassels on the shoulders. The waist badge had been replaced with a heavy bronze plaque, with "Jochi, Commander of the Patrol Battalion," engraved on the front and the seal of Yunzhou Guard on the back. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the gray-white clouds hung low. Jochi stood by the window, gazing at the city wall. He was waiting for the Azure Wolf banner to be hoisted on the city wall, waiting for the morale of the Heavenly Wolf army outside the city to waver, and waiting for Su Che's military orders so that he could hold the golden seal and walk into the camp of more than 20,000 Heavenly Wolf cavalry. After pacing around the room twice, he suddenly stopped. He couldn't just wait like this. He touched the gold ingot in his pocket, pushed open the door, and went out into the side courtyard. Although Yunzhou's city was not large, it had all the necessary shops. Jochi first found a medicine shop, knocked on the counter, and asked the shopkeeper if they had saltpeter. The shopkeeper, still half asleep, looked up and asked the soldier what he needed the saltpeter for. Jochi, without changing his expression, simply said it was a family recipe for treating frostbite. The shopkeeper didn't ask any further questions and pulled out a paper packet. Jochi thought it wasn't enough, so he took out some loose silver and slapped it on the counter, then took all the saltpeter. He then went into the incense and candle shop, bought a few pieces of sulfur, and finally went to the charcoal shop, picked out a bundle of good charcoal, and asked the owner to break it up and put it in a bag. By the time he carried the sack back to the side courtyard of the governor's mansion, it was already dark. Jochi lit an oil lamp, closed the doors and windows tightly, and laid out saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal one by one on the table. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. Some things are etched into your bones, impossible to forget even if you try. The saltpeter needed to be purified, so he found an earthenware pot, added water to dissolve it, and then filtered out the impurities with a clean cotton cloth. Next, he placed the pot over a charcoal fire and slowly simmered it until the water vapor gradually evaporated, and white crystals precipitated at the bottom of the pot. He stared intently at the earthenware pot, not daring to blink. If he wasn't careful, this thing could send him flying. Sulfur and charcoal, on the other hand, were much simpler. They just needed to be ground into a fine powder. By the time the saltpeter had completely precipitated, it was already midnight. Jochi mixed the 3 powders in the correct proportions, carefully packed them into a cloth bag, tied the opening tightly, and then wrapped it with several layers of oilcloth. He thought for a moment, then took out a hemp rope from under the bed, soaked it in oil in the lamp, and carefully stuffed it into the mouth of the cloth bag, leaving only a section sticking out. The unassuming cloth bag on the table had a name in his previous life, IED. If the Wolf King truly disregarded the rules, this would be his final gift to the wolf camp. After doing all this, Jochi finally got a good night's sleep. As the first rays of dawn broke through the sky, the faint sound of war drums could be heard outside the window. The serious people are attacking the city again. Chapter 50. The Wolf King draws his bow and shoots the white banner. Commander Zhou enters the tiger's den alone. As the morning light pierced through the clouds, the white banner of the Azure Wolf slowly rose over the city of Yunzhou. The Azure Royal banner fluttered in the wind, its golden wolf head totem facing the rising sun, menacing and glaring. 9 white tassels were stretched straight by the cold wind, like 9 dying wolf tails. Outside the city, the heavenly wolf army was already arrayed. A dark mass of cavalry filled the open field, their war horses exhaling white breath, their scimitars gleaming coldly, awaiting only the order to attack Yunzhou once more. But just then, the royal flag was raised atop the city wall. At first, 1 or 2 people noticed it, froze in place, and then shouted at the top of their lungs. Immediately afterwards, a dozen, dozens, and hundreds of people raised their heads. The exclamations in the serious language quickly spread through the army. Some lowered their scimitars, others reined in their horses and turned in circles. The originally imposing formation began to loosen, and murmurs buzzed like swarms of flies across the open field. The royal flag was seized. What this means is clear to every serious person. At the center of the army, Alton, the king of the wolf, reined in his horse and slowly raised his head. He was over 50 years old, with graying temples, but his posture was still upright, and he looked like an iron tower on horseback. The wind and snow of the grasslands etched deep lines into his face, yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. He stared at the royal banner fluttering atop the city wall, silent, while the surrounding generals all fell silent in fear. After a moment he spoke. "Bring me my bow." 2 guards immediately unloaded a huge horn bow from their horses and presented it with both hands. The bow was entirely black, 2 feet longer than an ordinary bow, with gold thread wrapped around its limbs and silver white animal bone inlaid at both ends. The bowstring gleamed with a cold, eerie light in the morning sun. This bow, named Shooting the Sun, was made by a top bow maker over 3 years using the sinews of a grassland wolf mixed with silkworm silk. The Wolf King took the bow, gripping the bow arm with one hand and placing the other on the bowstring. The enormous bow, which was incredibly heavy, seemed as light as a feather in his hands. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and slowly pulled back the string with a dull creak. The gleaming arrowhead was aimed at the royal banner atop the city wall. Collapse! The sound of the bowstring almost drowned out the wind. The arrow, like a black lightning bolt, instantly traversed nearly 300 paces and struck the flagpole hard. With a loud crack, the flagpole, as thick as a bowl, snapped in 2, and the white banner with 9 tassels fell from the city wall, like a broken winged eagle, swaying and teetering as it fell to the ground below. Exclamations arose from the city walls, while deafening cheers erupted outside. The Wolf King tossed his bow behind him, drew his sword, and pointed the blade forward. "Slaughter all the people of Ning! Flatten Yunzhou!" The war drums thundered. The Tianlang cavalry swept towards Yunzhou city like a flood bursting its banks. Arrows rained down from the city walls of Yunzhou. The Ning soldiers defending the city had long been seething with anger, and now, seeing the royal flag shot down, their eyes turned red with rage. The archers didn't need to aim carefully. They simply fired arrows into the throng of people. Rolling logs, stones, molten gold, and boiling oil rained down, and soon the area at the foot of the city walls was piled high with corpses. But the serious men were like madmen. Those in front fell, and those behind trampled over the corpses to continue their charge. Ladders were erected one after another on the city walls, and soldiers had already climbed to the edge of the crenellations. People kept falling on the city wall. A soldier had just pushed a log off a cliff when he was shot in the chest and fell from the wall. The people next to him didn't even look at him, but grabbed his sword and continued to fight. Just as the battle was at its fiercest, the Ning army, which had been lying in ambush all night in the mountain valleys on both sides of the city, finally broke out. About 2,000 cavalrymen on the left flank charged straight into the rear of the serious army from the right, while another 2,000 infantrymen charged into the battlefield shouting. The serious army had not expected an ambush, and their rear ranks were thrown into chaos. But the chaos lasted only a moment. The centurions and chiliarchs rode a few times, and the troops quickly regained their footing. Some turned to meet the enemy, while others continued the siege, The division of labor was clear, and the formation remained intact. The two sides instantly clashed, fighting fiercely and evenly. Just as the Ning army cavalry had cut down a Tianlang soldier, a scimitar next to him struck him in the shoulder. The Tianlang soldier was surrounded by 3 or 4 Ning soldiers, his stomach pierced by a spear, and before falling, he swung his sword to wound another soldier's calf. No one retreated, and no one ran away. The battle raged from dawn until noon, the sun rising high in the east and then beginning to set in the west. The open fields outside the city were littered with corpses, some in leather armor, some in iron armor, some with braided hair, and some with their hair tied in topknots. Blood stained the frozen earth a dark reddish-black, making it slippery even for horses' hooves. When the bugle sounded from the direction of the Azure Wolf camp, the Heavenly Wolf troops began to withdraw. They retreated like the receding tide, but in a calm and unhurried manner, with the rear guard becoming the front guard, archers bringing up the rear, and they retreated back to their camp in an orderly fashion. Ning Jun did not pursue. The defenders leaned against the battlements, panting. Some collapsed to the ground, some looked down at their wounds, and others stared blankly at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood outside the city. Both sides were too exhausted to continue fighting. In the afternoon, Jochi stood in a side room of the governor's mansion, adjusting his armor in front of a bronze mirror. This was his newly acquired armor, the standard uniform of a Chiliarch, made of cowhide and inlaid with iron plates. The red tassels on his shoulders were bright and shiny, a far cry from the tattered uniform he had worn as a captain. The new sword at his waist also came with a copper-inlaid scabbard. He looked down at himself, then touched the hard object wrapped in oilcloth in his arms. 1,000 taels of gold and 20 beauties were all prepared and waiting outside the courtyard. Mr. Zheng's plan was to return the gold seal, offer up the wealth and beauties, and give the Wolf King a way out. Jochi thought that if the Wolf King refused to back down, he would have to pave his own way. Footsteps came from outside the door. "Commander Zhou, the general has given the order that we may depart." Jochi took a deep breath and pushed open the door to go out. The Tsanglong camp was about 5 miles from Yunzhou city. Jochi rode at the front, followed by 20 ox carts loaded with silver ingots, silk, and 20 young women. These women were all temporary prostitutes and slaves recruited by the government. They had changed into fine clothes and applied makeup, but they still sat in the carriage trembling. The closer they got to the main camp, the stronger the stench of blood from the battlefield became. Jochi remained unfazed and continued forward. When they were still an arrow's throw from the camp gate, a troop of cavalry charged towards them. The centurion at the head of the troop was burly and muscular. He reined in his horse and sized up Jochi. "An envoy from the Ning dynasty?" Jochi nodded, took out a document from his pocket, and handed it over. The centurion glanced at the document, then at the ox cart and the woman behind him, and smirked. "Come with me." Jochi was taken into the Tsanglong camp. The camp was larger than he had imagined, with tents stretching densely across the valley. The air was thick with the smells of horse manure, mutton, blood, and the smoky aroma of roasted meat. The soldiers, some standing and some sitting, all fixed their gazes on him. Jochi kept his eyes straight ahead, his back ramrod straight. After passing through the tent area, the view suddenly opened up. The central command tent had arrived. The tent was several times larger than the surrounding tent, entirely white, and decorated with a golden wolf head on top, gleaming in the sunlight. A dozen wolf flags were planted in front of the tent, and 2 rows of fully armed guards stood at the entrance, each one burly and strong, with their hands on the hilts of their swords. Jochi dismounted and followed the centurion toward the main tent. Just as he was about to step into the tent, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a thick wooden stake standing not far away. A person was tied to a wooden stake, completely naked, covered in blood, with their head hanging low. The person seemed to sense something and slowly raised their head. Jochi paused in his steps. Meng Jiao. On that blood-smeared face, only a slit was open in the eye. The moment he saw Jochi, his pupils contracted sharply. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. But Jochi understood the lip movements. "Walk." Jochi's hand silently reached into his robes, his fingertips touching a hard object wrapped in oilcloth. "Hurry up!" the centurion urged from the front. Jochi withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and stepped into the tent. The tent looked more spacious inside than outside, with thick wool felt on the floor and copper braziers burning brightly in the 4 corners, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. In the center, on a tiger-skin chair, sat an elderly man with gray hair. He wore a dark gold brocade robe, a jeweled belt around his waist, and held a curved knife inlaid with gold and jade in his hand. His face was deeply lined with wrinkles, each one etched with decades of bloodshed, yet his eyes shone like two flames. Jochi only needed to make eye contact with him for a moment before cold sweat broke out on his back. Alton, the king of the Blue Wolf. Although this man was old, the aura he exuded was so oppressive that it was almost impossible to breathe. It wasn't just power, it was the murderous intent that had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jochi instantly understood that if they really fought, he would be no match for this old man. Even if he were 30 years younger, even if he still had that package hidden in his arms. The Wolf King's gaze fell on Jochi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and a cryptic smile slowly crept onto his lips. An envoy from Ning dynasty? He spoke Ning dynasty dialect very well. Jochi bowed slightly and clasped his hands in greeting. Jochi, commander of the Ning dynasty's patrol battalion, has come to pay his respects to the king of Tsunglong on the orders of General Su Che, the left commander of Jinbei. Chapter 51 Commander Zhou stands proudly in the wolf's den. Alton's murderous intent rises. Chapter 51 Commander Zhou stood proudly in the Tsunglong tent, while Alton's murderous intent rose within. The tent was so quiet that the crackling of charcoal fire could be heard. The serious generals standing on both sides stared at Jochi, their gazes like knives cutting into him. The two rows of armored soldiers at the entrance had their hands on the hilts of their swords. With just a word from the Wolf King, they could chop this man into mincemeat. Jochi raised his head and glanced at the Wolf King. The old man was slowly picking up a bowl of mare's milk wine and bringing it to his lips without even lifting his eyelids. Jochi stood up, about to speak. The two serious generals on either side were stunned for a moment, then erupted into chaos. How dare you! Kneel down! Two of the closest armored soldiers rushed over and pressed all four of their hands on Jochi's shoulders, trying to push him back. Jochi slumped his shoulders, steadied himself, and withstood the two forces. The two soldiers blushed and tried to press down, but they couldn't move them. Two more armored soldiers rushed forward. Jochi's knees bent slightly, then straightened up again. Four hands pressed on his shoulders, like pressing down on an iron stake, but they couldn't push him down. That's enough. The voice of the Wolf King was like a bucket of cold water poured down on him. The four armored soldiers released their grip and retreated to the doorway. Jochi stood there, his shoulders numb from being pressed, but his face remained expressionless. I have long heard that the serious people are the eagles of the grasslands, and they value heroes the most, he said slowly, looking at the Wolf King. Today's meeting is quite unexpected. It turns out that the way the Wolf King treats his guests is to make his envoys kneel on the ground to speak. The Wolf King put down the bowl of mare's milk wine and looked up at him. You're not afraid of death. I'm afraid, Jochi said, but being afraid is useless. If the king really wants to kill me, I'll die whether I kneel or stand. I might as well stand. The Wolf King stared at Jochi for a few moments, and his lips twitched. He stood up, walked to the low table in front of him, and looked down at a pale blue flag that was being draped over the ground. It was the 9-stroke white banner of the Tsunglong tribe, which must have been retrieved by the Tsunglong soldiers below the city. The banner was damaged and had multiple arrow holes. The Wolf King reached out and slowly stroked the flag. His fingers traced the wolf's head embroidered in gold thread, paused over the arrow holes, and then moved to the broken stump of the flagpole. The Wolf King stroked the broken stubble, his voice suddenly turning fierce. Speak! What do you want? Jochi took the document out of his pocket, held it with both hands, took 2 steps forward, and placed it on the side of the low table. Your humble servant, on the orders of Su Che, the Marquis of Pingyang and left commander of the northern garrison, has prepared a small gift for your majesty and is hereby to negotiate peace. He also placed the gift list next to the documents. The Wolf King picked up the gift list, glanced at it, sneered, and threw the paper back onto the low table. Is Su Che scared? He looked at Jochi with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Gold, silver, silk, women. You think you can fob me off with this? Tell him it's not enough. My Tsunglong tribe's 30,000 iron cavalry will conquer your Yunzhou city, and all the gold, silver, and women in the city will be mine. Jochi did not respond. The Wolf King leaned forward. If you want to negotiate peace, fine. Hand over those scoundrels who burned my royal tent. I want their heads. There was a moment of silence inside the tent. Jochi thought to himself. That vicious Tsunglong king! It's a good thing I'm the one who's sent as an envoy. If anyone else had agreed to these conditions and sent their meritorious officials to sue for peace, then no one in Yunzhou City would dare to risk their lives to fight for the court anymore. With morale shattered, the city would be beyond repair. Just as Jochi was about to speak, someone suddenly stepped forward at the tent entrance. He was a serious warrior in his 30s, with an old scar running from his brow bone to his jaw. He stared at Jochi for a few moments, then his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Your Majesty!" He pointed at Jochi, his voice trembling. "It's him! It's definitely him!" The Wolf King frowned. "What is he?" The warrior strode up to the Wolf King, knelt on one knee, and spoke rapidly. "Your Majesty, the royal tent was attacked the day before yesterday, and I was patrolling the perimeter. It was that Ning man I was escorting, the one who was tied up outside, who led these men and scattered our cattle and sheep. I led a team to chase after them, but then the royal tent caught fire, and I rushed back just in time to see a group of Ning men rushing out of the tent. This man." He turned around and pointed at Jochi. "This man, on horseback, glanced back. I saw him clearly, it was him." An uproar erupted inside the tent. All the serious generals placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Jochi stood there, motionless. The Wolf King's gaze fell on him, and his expression changed. It was no longer the condescending scrutiny of before, but rather like an old wolf staring at a wild beast that had invaded its territory. "It's you?" Jochi was silent for a moment, then nodded. "It's me." He met the Wolf King's gaze and spoke. "It was I who led 20 riders, burned down the king's hay storage, dispersed the cattle and sheep, and burned down the king's tent." The moment the words were spoken, the entire tent erupted in chaos. "Kill him! Your Majesty, kill these southern barbarians! Slice him to pieces! Avenge our fallen clansmen!" Several knives had already been drawn, their blades pointing at Jochi. The 4 armored soldiers at the door rushed over, and one of them grabbed Jochi by the collar. The Wolf King stood up from the tiger-skin chair again. The fire in those eyes was almost burning out. "You have some nerve. Drag him away. Skin him alive and burn him like a lantern." The armored soldier who was grabbing Jochi by the collar pulled hard, and Jochi staggered a step, then suddenly laughed. The laughter was jarring amidst the cacophony of the tent. "Wait a minute." Jochi struggled for a moment but couldn't break free, so he simply stopped moving and raised his head in the position of being held, looking at the Wolf King. "Alton." He addressed him by his first name. There was a moment of silence inside the tent. The armored soldiers who were holding him were stunned, and they loosened their grip on his collar. The serious generals on both sides stared wide-eyed. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes. Jochi looked at him, his smile gone. "You're allowed to kill people, but you won't allow others to set fires? Your army marched south, burning countless villages, killing countless people, and abducting countless women. Aren't those people's lives too? You can kill them, but I can't burn them?" The Wolf King remained silent. Jochi continued. "There's one more thing I forgot to tell your Majesty." He paused. "Your queen is currently a guest at my place." The tent fell silent for a moment. Then came an even louder uproar. "What?" "The princess was with him." Several of the serious generals' eyes turned red, and they drew their swords, ready to charge forward. As soon as the Wolf King raised his hand, those people stopped in their tracks, their swords raised in midair, not daring to fall. The Wolf King looked at Jochi, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as thick as ink that could not be dissolved. "What did you say?" "I said Nomin is with me," Jochi said calmly. "She told me many interesting stories. For example, how she was invited to the Tsunglong tribe." He emphasized the word "please" very much. The Wolf King's expression changed. It happened in an instant, but the change did not escape Jochi's eyes. "Your Majesty," Jochi continued, "if I cannot return, my men will go to the Fire Falcon tribe and ask the Fire Falcon King to come and fetch his daughter in person. Do you think those 10,000 Fire Falcon cavalry who are gathering in the north, if they knew that their king's most beloved princess wasn't missing, but imprisoned, would they turn their blades on Yunzhou, or on the Whitebone River?" The tent was so quiet that you could hear the wind blowing through it. The Wolf King stood there, motionless. The murderous intent was still on his face, but there was something else in his eyes. The serious generals holding swords looked at each other, unsure whether to keep their swords raised or lowered. The armored soldier who was holding Jochi had already let go. Jochi stood still, straightening his collar which had been pulled askew. He looked at the Wolf King, waiting for him to speak. The Wolf King stared at him for a long time. It went on for a long time until the flames in the charcoal brazier flickered, and until the neighing of war horses could be heard outside the tent. Then he raised his hand and waved it. The generals who were holding swords slowly put them back. The Wolf King sat back in the tiger-skin chair, picked up the bowl of mare's milk wine again, and took a sip. Jochi, your mouth is sharper than your knife. Tell me, see your price, is it enough to buy your head? Chapter 52 Offering gold and drawing a piece of cake to lure the enemy chieftain, risking one's life to escape the encirclement with a tinderbox. Chapter 52 Offering gold and drawing cakes to lure the enemy chief, holding a tinder and betting his life to escape the encirclement. Jochi stood there, straightened his collar, and said calmly, Your Majesty, the movements of your 30,000-strong Tsunlong army have always been under the control of my great Ning. The Wolf King's brow twitched. Jochi continued, Our Commander Su admires the king's bravery, so he only sent an official with 20 riders to the Whitebone River. Your Majesty, think about it. If Commander Su really wanted to be your enemy, would he send 20 riders or 2,000? The Wolf King sneered. 20 mice burrowing into the ground might escape the eyes of an eagle. 2,000 horses? The dust they kick up alone could blot out half the sky. Ask Su Che if he dares to send 2,000 men across Black Wind Ridge. Before his troops even reach Whitebone River, my men will have chopped you into mincemeat. Jochi nodded. Your Majesty is indeed wise. My little tricks are no match for you. He took half a step forward and looked into the eyes of the Wolf King. However, if I may be so bold as to ask, Your Majesty, your ambitions surely extend beyond simply being the king of the Tsunlong tribe? The Wolf King didn't speak, he just looked at him. Jochi continued. Your Majesty desires to be the only king on this heavenly wolf grassland, the only Khan. The serious generals exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Namen is the daughter of the Fire Falcon King. The king invited her to the Grey Wolf tribe, probably not just for the sake of having more women to warm his bed. I suspect that the king wants to find an opportunity to cause something to happen to the Fire Falcon King and the prince. At that time, the king will be the Fire Falcon King's son-in-law, and naturally, the Fire Falcon tribe can be brought under his control. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes. People who are too smart often don't live long. Jochi smiled. From the day I stepped into the River of Bones, I never intended to return alive. I'm already lucky to have survived until now. He took the gold seal out of his pocket and held it in his palm. The gold seal was heavy, and the wolf head on it gleamed darkly in the firelight. I saw this golden seal in the king's tent and thought it was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. I admired it so much that I took it back and admired it for a few days. Now it is returned to its rightful owner. He handed the gold seal forward. The Wolf King looked at the golden seal but did not reach out to take it. If your Majesty is willing to make peace with my great Ning and cease hostilities, my great Ning will support your Majesty in becoming the Khan of the Heavenly Wolf Grassland. In the future, if your Majesty sends troops to Black Mane or recruits Fire Falcon, my great Ning will never take advantage of this situation. What a fine way to return something to its rightful owner, the Wolf King said slowly. You return the golden seal and promise Ningqiao your support for me to become the Khan of the Grasslands. It sounds like I've gotten the better deal. He stared at Jochi. Don't even mention a mere commander like you. Even if it were Su Che, what gives you the right to make decisions for the Ning dynasty? Would the emperor of the Ning dynasty just stand by and watch a unified Khan emerge from the Tianlang grasslands? Jochi took the gold seal back and weighed it in his hand. Your Majesty is indeed a wise man. He looked at the Wolf King. His Majesty naturally does not want to see the grasslands unified. But His Majesty is in the capital, and General Su is in Yunzhou. What the imperial court wants is peace on the border, and what General Su wants is for those who are responsible for defending the land. As long as your Majesty's horse doesn't trample over the walls of Yunzhou, I think Commander Su would be happy to have a pot of fine wine on the city tower and watch your Majesty gallop across the grasslands and unify the country. The Wolf King frowned. Is Su Che trying to sit back and watch the tigers fight? He wants me to fight the Fire Falcon and Black Mane tribes to the death so he can reap the benefits. Jochi shook his head. Your Majesty is mistaken. This is not called reaping the benefits without doing anything. It is called each getting what they need. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Yunzhou City outside the tent. Yunzhou City is a tough nut to crack. Even if your Majesty's troops bleed to death, What will they gain besides some gold, silver, and women? Territory? What do you need this city full of stones for? To herd sheep? He then pointed to the depths of the grassland to the north. But the north is different. The Fire Falcon tribe and the Black Mane tribe are like fat, juicy lambs. Your Majesty, you've suffered heavy losses here. Once you're too old to fight anymore, won't the Fire Falcon King take the opportunity to stab you in the back? He paused. By then, your dream of being the overlord of the grasslands will probably be shattered. The Wolf King stared at him without saying a word. Your Majesty, I'm merely doing the math for you. Take the daughter and woman given to you by Commander Su and withdraw your troops gracefully. Once you return, you can recuperate. The Fire Falcon tribe and the Black Mane tribe will naturally relax their guard when they see you are severely weakened. Jochi continued. He handed the gold seal forward a little further. By then, will they become meat on your plate? The Wolf King remained silent for a long time. The only sounds inside the tent were the crackling of the charcoal fire and the faint whistling of the wind outside. Finally, the corner of his mouth twitched. Good. Well done, Commander Zhou. He took the gold seal and weighed it in his hand. You are more venomous than the snakes of the grasslands. He placed the gold seal on the low table and raised his hand. I'll take both the gold and the woman. The generals who had been holding their sword hilts breathed a sigh of relief, and the swords were finally completely sheathed. Just then, a voice rang out from beside the Wolf King. Your Majesty, this child must not be allowed to live. Jochi looked in the direction of the sound. The speaker was a thin old man, dressed in a drab gray robe, sitting on a low stool behind the Wolf King. His cheekbones were high, his eye sockets were deep, and his eyes were cloudy yet exuded an indescribable coldness. A sparse goatee adorned his chin, and his fingers, dry and claw-like, were twirling a string of beads. Every major tribe on the grasslands has such people. They neither ride horses nor carry knives, but they are always present when the king holds meetings. Wizard. Their words sometimes carry more weight than the most valiant warriors in the tribe. Jochi looked at him without saying a word. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains will surely bring trouble later. Your Majesty, the golden seal can be taken back, and peace talks can be agreed to. But this man must be detained, the wizard said, twirling his beads. He looked at Jochi, a cold glint flashing in his cloudy eyes. Only by keeping him under control can we be sure of Princess Naman's whereabouts. The Wolf King pondered for a moment, then nodded. Agudo is right. He looked at Jochi, and the smile in his eyes turned cold. Jochi, to show our sincerity, you may stay in the tent as a guest. Once the army has withdrawn back to the grasslands and I have met Nomin, I will naturally let you go back. Jochi stood there, then suddenly smiled. Does your Majesty not trust me? I don't believe it, the Wolf King said bluntly. Jochi sighed. It seems we can't reach an agreement. Before he finished speaking, his hand had already been pulled out of his pocket. A square wrapped in oilcloth, with an oil-soaked hemp rope attached to it. In his other hand, a tinderbox appeared out of nowhere. With a gentle blow, a flame leaped up. The soldiers in the tent all drew their swords with a clang. Your Majesty may not have seen this before. Jochi held the tinderbox and waved it next to the fuse. This is called a thunderbolt. If I even flinch, a tiny spark will land on it. With a loud bang, this great tent, along with your Majesty and this Master Agudo, will all be reduced to mincemeat. The air inside the tent instantly froze. Agudo's hand, which was twisting beads, froze. The Wolf King stared at the inconspicuous cloth bag, then at Jochi's hand holding the tinderbox. Nobody dared to gamble. Because Jochi's eyes were too determined. As the saying goes, porcelain should not be allowed to collide with roof tiles. Your Majesty is destined to be the ruler of the grasslands. Your life is as precious as gold, while I, Jochi, am but a broken tile that shatters at the slightest touch. Are you really going to trade your precious, priceless body for my worthless life, this worthless piece of tile? Your Majesty, you've got a good deal. This step startled the generals on both sides, who all took a step back. The Wolf King's expression shifted between light and dark. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Good! What courage! He waved. Get out! Get out of my camp right now! Also, I must take that Ningqiao warrior who's tied up outside the tent with me. Jochi moved the tinder closer to the fuse. You're threatening me. The Wolf King's sinister eyes stared at Jochi. I wouldn't dare. I simply wish to bring my brother home. Jochi shook his head. Chapter 53 Saving Meng Jiao at the critical moment, teasing Suzy with warm and fragrant jade. Chapter 53 Saving Meng Jiao at the critical moment of life and death, teasing Suzy with warm fragrance and soft jade. Jochi held a tinderbox in one hand and the packet of Thunderbolt in the other, slowly retreating towards the tent door. The Wolf King stood still. Agudo stood beside him, her cloudy eyes fixed on the object in Jochi's hand, unblinking. The serious generals on both sides had drawn their swords, took a half step forward, and then stopped. No one dared to actually press forward. Jochi retreated to the tent entrance, his back pressed against the thick felt. He stared into the eyes of the Wolf King, slowly moved the tinderbox away, blew out the flame, and put it back in his pocket. The explosives were still held in his palm. He didn't put them away. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your profound understanding and righteousness." Jochi stuffed the explosives into his clothes, lifted the tent flap, and went out. Before the curtain fell, Jochi's voice drifted in from outside. "After I return, I will certainly report to Commander Su the King's intention to stop the war and make peace." The tent was deathly silent. Several serious generals looked at the Wolf King, waiting for his order. The Wolf King raised his hand. "Let him go." Agudo opened her mouth, as if to say something, but was stopped by a look from the Wolf King. Outside the tent, Jochi strode towards the wooden stake. Meng Jiao was tied up there, his head hanging low, and there wasn't a single patch of good flesh on his body. Wood marks overlapped with knife wounds, blood smeared all over his body, some areas had scabbed over, while others were still oozing. Jochi walked up to them, took out a dagger, and cut the rope. Meng Jiao's body went limp and he collapsed. Jochi grabbed Meng Jiao, whose body trembled uncontrollably. He estimated that even if Meng Jiao wasn't beaten to death, he would freeze to death in another half-day. Jochi dragged him to the nearest warhorse. The horse was startled, snorted, and dodged to the side. Jochi grabbed the reins and pulled hard to steady the horse. He looked up and around. Serious soldiers were stationed on all sides, standing at varying distances. No one dared to approach, nor did anyone leave. Everyone was staring at him. Jochi pushed Meng Jiao onto the horse. Meng Jiao was completely exhausted and could not muster any strength in his hands and feet. Jochi pushed and carried him across the horse's back, his belly pressed against the saddle, his head and limbs drooping down. The horse dipped down, pawed at the ground with its front hooves, and regained its balance. Jochi mounted his horse and sat behind Meng Jiao, one hand around his waist and the other gripping the reins tightly. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the central command tent. The Wolf King emerged at some point and stood before the tent entrance, hands clasped behind his back. Agudo stood beside the Wolf King, his back hunched, like a thin, old wolf. Jochi squeezed the horse's belly with both legs. "Drive!" The warhorse galloped off towards the camp gate. The serious soldiers on both sides quickly moved aside. No one dared to stop them unless the king gave the order. Horse hooves pounded through the passage between tents, splashing up a cloud of mud and snow. 100 steps. 150 steps. As they drew closer to the camp gate, they could already see the 2 rows of armored soldiers holding spears at the entrance. Suddenly, a dull tremor of a bowstring came from behind. Jochi's back suddenly jolted. A tremendous force slammed into my back, as if I had been hit hard with a hammer. He stumbled forward and nearly fell off his horse. Looking down, he saw an arrowhead protruding from his chest. It was stark white, stained with blood. The Wolf King's arrow pierced his body. Jochi grunted, gritted his teeth, and swallowed back the mouthful of blood that rose to his throat. He gripped the reins tightly, his legs clenched around the horse's belly, not daring to loosen his grip. Meng Jiao and his arms stirred, as if sensing something. Jochi didn't look at him. He turned around. The Wolf King still stood in front of the tent, holding the large, black bow in his hand. From a distance of more than 200 steps, I couldn't see the expression on his face. Jochi grinned and shouted in that direction. "Your Majesty's arrow has been remembered by Jochi." After shouting, he lashed the horse's rump with a whip. The warhorse, in pain, neighed and charged out of the camp gate. The Wolf King put away his bow and handed it to the guard beside him. Agudo twirled the beads, gazing at the receding black dot, and sighed. "Your Majesty should not have let the tiger return to the mountain. This man will surely become a major threat in the future." The Wolf King remained silent. He gazed at the distant wilderness until the horse disappeared on the horizon. At the foot of Yunzhou's city, a horse galloped from afar, carrying 2 people on its back. The guards on the city wall saw it, and were about to shout when the horse rushed to the city gate, and the rider fell off. Immediately afterwards, the person who was slung across the horse's back also slipped to the ground. The 2 people lay motionless in the snow. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd atop the city wall. When Jochi woke up, he didn't know how many days he had slept. Opening my eyes, I saw a thick roof beam painted with dark red paint. It was the room in the governor's mansion where he had slept for one night. Jochi turned his head and saw the light shining through the window paper, so bright it was hard to tell if it was morning or afternoon. He tried to move, but a sharp pain shot through his back. Looking down, I saw that my chest was wrapped in thick strips of cloth. The room was very quiet. He slowly propped himself up to sit up, leaned against the wall, and took a few breaths. Only then did they realize that there was another person in the room. A woman sat on a low stool by the window, holding a book in her hands and looking down at it. She wore a simple jacket and skirt, with a light gray vest over it, and her hair was simply tied up in a bun with a plain silver hairpin. Her face was free of makeup, her eyebrows and eyes were delicate, her skin was fair, and she looked as if she had just stepped out of a painting. Jochi was stunned for a moment. Judging from her clothes, she must have been assigned to serve her as a maid. He looked at the woman and asked, "Where is the soldier who came back with me?" His voice was a little hoarse, as if something was stuck in his throat. The woman had actually noticed him the moment he made a sound, but she pretended to be calm and didn't look up immediately. These past few days, she has been secretly loitering around this house under various pretexts. She wanted to see the hero who dared to treat the Heavenly Wolf Army like monkeys, the one everyone in the manor was talking about. She watched as the physician used a red-hot knife to cut out the broken arrow embedded in the shoulder blade, and she also saw the crisscrossing old scars on the man's body. This is completely different from the scions of noble families who usually frequent the mansions and only talk about metaphysics and Taoism. The woman looked up and glanced at him. "The physician treated me. It was all superficial wounds, but I hadn't eaten for several days and was exhausted." Her voice was soft and unhurried. "I woke up earlier than you." Jochi nodded. He leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on the woman. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head again and continued reading her book, without even a greeting. This maidservant has quite the nerve. Jochi stared at her for a few moments. The woman seemed oblivious, still looking down as she flipped through her book. Jochi recognized the book's title as The Strategy of the Defense of Shuafeng. Even a lowly maid in the governor's mansion could read military books. Su Che truly lived up to his reputation. Sunlight streamed through the window paper, illuminating the woman's profile. Her skin appeared almost translucent white. Her hands held the book pages. Her fingers were long and slender, and her fingertips were clean. She clearly wasn't someone who did manual labor. Jochi shifted his body to make himself more comfortable. "Come here." The woman looked up at him, put down her book, stood up and walked to the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed. "Give me a leg massage." Jochi pointed to his legs. "I've been lying down for too long, and they're really sore and numb." The woman didn't speak, but sat down on the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed, and gently began to massage it. The force was just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Jochi leaned against the wall, squinting at her. "This girl is really pretty." Her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips were all exquisitely crafted. Her skin was delicate, her fingers were white, and her nails were neatly trimmed, as if she had never been exposed to the elements. After a moment, Jochi moved his legs. "My thighs are sore too, let me massage them." Jochi raised his chin. The woman didn't speak, but leaned forward and moved closer to the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed. She moved her hands to Jochi's thighs and continued to knead and pound them gently. Jochi looked down at her. They were so close they could smell the faint scent of soap on her, along with an indescribable fragrance. Jochi reached out and grabbed her hand. The woman stopped what she was doing, raised her eyelids to look at him, and showed no sign of panic. "From now on, follow me." Jochi looked into her eyes. "Be my concubine. I am now a commander of 1,000 households." "So arrogant after just being promoted." "TCH," the woman scoffed. Although she scoffed, her heart skipped a beat for no reason. This man was incredibly rude. When he stared at her, he didn't take the imposing backyard of the governor's mansion seriously at all. But this undisguised banditry also reveals a strange kind of arrogance. She suddenly felt a mischievous urge and didn't try to dodge. She wanted to see how this audacious fellow would react if he really found out the depths of the inner quarters. Jochi pinched her chin and lifted her face. "Oh, don't you know any manners? And you're quite stubborn, but I like stubborn people. What's your name?" "Susie," the little maid called out. Jochi nodded. "Okay. From now on, I'll call you Azzy." Jochi released her chin, slid his hand down her back, and wrapped it around her waist. Her waist was incredibly slender. You could feel its softness even through her clothes. He pulled her closer to him with a strong hug. The woman neither struggled nor tried to escape. She stared intently at Jochi, her eyes unblinking. But deep within those eyes, which had initially held a look of anticipation, a hint of panic began to creep in. She underestimated the man's domineering nature. The arm around her waist felt like it was made of iron, and the man's masculine aura enveloped her, making her heart tremble. This completely deviated from her original intention of simply teasing him, but being stared at by those wolf-like, fiery eyes, she felt as if she had been frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Jochi's hands groped over her body, but he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. "This girl is so calm." It wasn't feigned composure. I was genuinely calm. Even as he held and touched her like that, she didn't blush at all. She just stared at him as if she wasn't the one being taken advantage of. Just as he was about to ask a question, the door was pushed open. Jochi looked up. Suche walked at the front, followed by Qin Shan and Mr. Xing. The three people stood at the door, their eyes all falling on him, and then on the hand he was holding Suzy. Suzy stood up from his arms and took half a step back. At this moment, a hint of panic finally appeared on her face. Suche glanced at Suzy. "Azzy, what are you doing here?" Suzy lowered her head and whispered, "Father, I came to see if our great hero of Yunzhou has woken up. Everyone says he has 3 heads and 6 arms, I want to see if it's true." "Nonsense! What kind of behavior is this?" Suche roared in anger. Jochi leaned against the wall, his hands still frozen in midair. He looked at Suche, then at Suzy. "Father?" Suche's daughter. Chapter 54. Betterden, she mistakenly plays a trick on Suzy. Discussing military merits, she releases Heiyun. Chapter 54. Lying on his sickbed, he accidentally teased Suzy, and released Heiyun based on his military merits. Jochi was stunned for a moment, and his hand was pulled back as if it had been burned. He looked up and saw Suche standing in the doorway, expressionless. Qin Shan stood beside him, his expression somewhat subtle. Mr. Xing stroked his beard, a faint smile playing on his lips. Jochi's mind was racing. He braced himself against the edge of the Kong, a heated brick bed, making a move to get up. He had only gotten halfway up when he swayed, clutched his forehead, and fell backward, landing hard on the pillow. Ouch! Dash! Jochi lay there, his brows furrowed, his face radiating weakness. "Where is this?" His voice was weak and feeble, his eyes unfocused, as if he was trying to make out the person in front of him. "We were still fighting in the serious camp just now. In a daze, I felt a murderous aura and thought it was an assassin attack. I instinctively used a move to capture him." As Jochi spoke, he looked at Suzy, his face displaying just the right amount of shock and fear. "You almost accidentally injured the young lady. The perpetrator deserves to die." Jochi struggled to get up again, but after raising half of his body, he swayed and lay back down. However, Jochi took a breath and clasped his hands in a fist salute. The young lady remained calm in the face of danger, her expression unchanged even when Mount Tai collapsed before her. As expected of the Commander-in-Chief's daughter, a tiger daughter of a military family, I admire you, I admire you. Suche glanced at him but didn't reply. Suzy burst out laughing. She stood there, her clear eyes sweeping over Jochi before turning to Suche and bowing gracefully. "Father, I have just examined it carefully. Commander Zhou was wounded in the back, but his mind is still intact. Although that arrow pierced through his armor, it didn't pierce his face. With such a face that's thicker than a city wall protecting him, I'm certain that Commander Zhou won't die." Jochi lay on the Kong, a heated brick bed, his smile freezing for a moment. He coughed lightly, deciding not to continue the conversation. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, Jochi turned to Suche, his expression becoming serious. "King Tsanglang has agreed to withdraw his troops." Qin Shan chimed in from the side. While you were unconscious, the Azure Wolf army had already retreated. You've done another great service, kid. Jochi quickly cupped his hands in greeting. It's all thanks to the adult's cultivation. I'm just following orders. Suche walked to the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky outside. Sunlight streamed through the window paper, illuminating his profile. The sun-shooting bow, with the strength of 3 stones, never misses its target, Suche said slowly. In the past 20 years, no one has ever survived a single arrow from it. Suche turned around and his gaze fell on Jochi. If he truly wanted to kill you, that arrow should have struck your back, not just your shoulder blade, which was 3 inches off target. He held back, yet he still managed to kill you. Jochi, what exactly did you say to him that made him both want to kill you and yet feel compelled to let you go? Jochi thought for a moment. Perhaps the commander burned his royal tent and seized his royal banner and golden seal. The Wolf King, in order to save face and fearing the power of the commander-in-chief, acted in this way. Suche remained non-committal. Tell me, how did you negotiate? Jochi responded and recounted the parts of the conversation that he could say in the tent. The story omits Normin's account and the explosives. It only describes how the Wolf King was aggressive, how the author feigned compliance, and how the Wolf King eventually relented by using the promise that De Ning will not attack from behind, as bait. After Jochi finished speaking, he added another sentence. Biao Xia acted on his own initiative and promised that when the Wolf King subdues the Fire Falcon and Black Mane tribes in the future, our great Ning will not launch a sneak attack from behind. Please punish him, General. Suche frowned. You have some nerve. Jochi propped himself up on the edge of the Kong, a heated brick bed, and knelt on one knee. The pain from the injury on his back was excruciating, but he endured it without uttering a sound. General, please forgive me. Jochi lowered his head. The Wolf King is no benevolent man. He is unmoved by gold and beautiful women, and coercion is useless against him. He will only relent if we give him substantial benefits. Jochi paused, then looked up. I believe that even if my great Ning doesn't launch a sneak attack from behind, that Sunlong tribe may not be able to unify the grasslands smoothly. The Fire Falcon and Black Mane tribes both have a century-old foundation and are not so easy to swallow. That Sunlong tribe's grasslands have been burned, and countless cattle and sheep have been scattered. It will take the Sunlong King at least a year to recover its strength. This year, we can send envoys to befriend the Fire Falcon and Black Mane tribes so that they can prepare. When the 3 fight each other, our Yunzhou city will be safe and sound. Suche didn't speak, he just looked at him. The room was quiet for a few moments. Mr. Xing stepped forward, stroked his beard, and spoke. General, although Commander Zhou acted on his own initiative, his thinking was quite thorough. Since the Wolf King has withdrawn his troops, it is clear that the plan was effective. As for how the Fire Falcon and Black Mane tribes will deal with it in the future, that's a matter for later. At least for now, the siege of Yunzhou has been lifted. He smiled and glanced at Jochi. It's not easy to come up with such a long-term plan when the Wolf King is facing a sword and axe. Suche nodded. Well done. He looked at Jochi, and there was something more in his eyes. You have rendered such a great service and deserve a generous reward. However, I just promoted you to the rank of commander of 1,000 men the other day, and you cannot be promoted any further, lest the other officers be dissatisfied. For now, you will serve as commander of 1,000 men in the patrol battalion, in charge of patrolling the Ghost Sorrow Gorge area. Tell me, what other rewards do you want? Jochi knelt on the ground and thought for a moment. The fact that Commander Meng and the commander have promoted me is already an immense favor. I dare not ask for any more rewards. He paused. However, I would like to ask for a reward on behalf of Meng Jiao and the righteous men of Black Cloud Village who accompanied me in the raid on the Sirius camp. Suche raised an eyebrow. Oh? Jochi continued. The commander-in-chief is unaware that of the 20-odd riders who attacked the Heavenly Wolf's lair, only Biao Xia and Meng Jiao were from the broken camp. The other 22 were all righteous men from Black Cloud's stronghold. They were not ordinary mountain bandits. They were forced into banditry by circumstances. I humbly beg the commander to grant me the privilege of removing the bandit name from Black Cloud's stronghold. Please also transfer my reward to Meng Jiao. Suche looked at him, and remained silent for a moment. It is rare to find someone who does not seek credit. Is Meng Jiao the one you brought back? Exactly. Yes, I've seen him. He's definitely a good prospect. Promote him to Centurion and let him serve in your patrol battalion. Suche paused. Black Cloud's stronghold will be stripped of its bandit status, and the government must not treat it as a bandit again. Jochi kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Commander. Suche raised his hand. Get up. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Stay at my residence for a few days to recover before you take up your post. After saying that, Suche turned and walked out. Qin Shan followed behind him, glanced at Jochi, and said nothing. Mr. Zhang was the last to leave. He walked to the door, then suddenly turned around, stretched out his finger, pointed 2 dots in the air, and smiled. Jochi knelt there and gave a dry laugh. The door closed. The room fell silent. Zhou Qigong struggled to his feet and lay back down on the Kong, a heated brick bed, while Suzy had already sat back down on the edge of the Kong. She picked up the scissors and gently cut open the gauze on Jochi's wound. The movements were very gentle and slow, as if afraid of hurting him. Jochi turned to the side, letting her do as she pleased. The layers of gauze were peeled away one by one, revealing the menacing arrow holes. The surrounding skin was peeling back, covered with dark red scabs, and looked frightening. Suzy picked up the medicine jar on the table, used a bamboo stick to scoop out some ointment, and gently applied it to the wound. Jochi was in so much pain that sweat beaded on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. After spreading the ointment evenly, she picked up a clean cloth and wrapped it around the ointment, layer by layer. Sudden. She pressed her fingertips firmly against the edge of the wound. Jochi gasped, nearly jumping off the Kong, a heated brick bed. Hiss, be gentle! Suzy leaned down and whispered in his ear. The breath it exhaled was itchy, with a faint, delicate fragrance. Lord Commander, what's gotten into you? You've become a coward. How much are you planning to pay the monthly wages for the maids who serve in the Emperor's chambers? Jochi's facial muscles twitched. He gave a dry laugh. It's a misunderstanding, that's just a misunderstanding. Chapter 55. A joke on the sickbed turns real. A chance encounter at the brokerage firm with the descendant of the censor. Chapter 55. A joke on the sickbed turns into reality. A chance encounter with the censor's descendant at the brokerage firm. Suzy looked down at Jochi with a mischievous smile on her face. Lord Commander, would you like me to massage your legs again? When Jochi heard the footsteps outside had faded into the distance, a surge of frustration welled up inside him. He thought to himself, You little brat. Just because you're Suche's daughter, you dare to flirt with me like this. I'll teach you a lesson. Suzy leaned slightly forward, looking at him and waiting for his reply. Jochi chuckled sheepishly, raised his body slightly, and subtly grabbed the mattress beneath him, the one that Suzy was also sitting on. He pulled suddenly. Suzy was already leaning and unsteady, and with this pull, she fell towards Jochi. Before she could react, her pink lips were firmly pressed against Jochi's lips. 3 breaths. Suzy stood there, her eyes wide open. Jochi was also stunned. Suzy quickly stood up straight, took a step back, and her face flushed red. You! Suzy pointed at Jochi, her words becoming incoherent. Jochi pursed his lips and looked at her with an innocent expression. Young miss, what are you doing? He paused, scratched his head. Although I have rendered meritorious service, you cannot reward me like this. Suzy glared at Jochi, and said shyly, You dared to play a trick on me. Jochi looked aggrieved. I'm innocent. It was you, miss, who kissed me first. I didn't do anything. This was my first kiss. You have to take responsibility for me, Mississippi. Suzy stomped her feet in anger. You, Jochi. Everyone says you're all courage, but I think you're all lustful courage. After saying that, she stomped her foot, turned around, and ran away. She ran to the door, glared at him back, and then dashed out. Jochi leaned against the Kong, a heated brick bed, watching her run away, and grinned. Mock up! He muttered something to himself, and slowly propped himself up to sit up. The injury on my back still hurts. Jochi got up and walked to the cabinet in the corner, then opened the cabinet door. Inside was Jochi's old leather armor, which he had changed out of before his mission. It was tattered and stained with blood. Jochi tore open the leather armor, revealing a pile of gold ingots, agate beads, and turquoise inside. Before his mission, he hid all these things in this old leather armor and didn't dare to carry them with him. Jochi placed these things on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and was about to count them when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. The footsteps were heavy, they were a man's. Jochi quickly gathered the treasure together, stuffed it back into his leather armor, and closed the cabinet door. Your subordinate Meng Jiao has heard that your excellency has awakened. A deep voice came from outside the door. Jochi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it was Meng Jiao. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Meng Jiao strode in. Meng Jiao walked up to Jochi, knelt down on one knee without saying a word, and kowtowed heavily. The commander was seriously injured while saving his subordinates. My life is an indebted sacrifice. Jochi looked at him. Meng Jiao's face was still somewhat pale. All right, get up. Jochi waved his hand. It's no wonder you're like this. That old bastard Sumlong King, never mind that. How are you feeling? Are you feeling much better? Meng Jiao stood up. Reporting to the commander, I have fully recovered. Jochi nodded. Don't call me commander anymore. I'm 1,000 household commander in the patrol battalion now. Meng Jiao was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Congratulations, sir! Jochi smiled. I've also secured a reward for you. Come with me to the patrol battalion and become a centurion. Meng Jiao knelt down again with a thud. Thank you, commander. I, Meng Jiao, could never repay your kindness, even if I were to die 1,000 deaths. All right, get up. Jochi reached out and helped him up. Don't kneel down so easily. Jochi turned around, opened the cabinet door, and tore open the old leather armor again, revealing the gold and beads inside. Keep these on your person. Meng Jiao glanced at it, didn't ask any questions, stepped forward and pulled out a handful, stuffing them into his clothes. He only stopped when his clothes were bulging. Jochi looked at him. Come on, let's go for a walk. The streets of Yunzhou City were much busier than they had been a few days ago. Jochi led Meng Jiao and slowly walked forward along the main street. The shops on both sides were open, selling cloth, grain, and blacksmithing, with people coming and going. You couldn't tell that a tough battle had just taken place a few days ago. Jochi walked and looked around. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a storefront appeared on the side of the road. A plaque hangs above the door with 2 characters, broker. Jochi stopped and glanced inside. Let's go in and take a look. The brokerage firm wasn't large, with a few tables and chairs, and wooden signs hanging on the walls indicating the properties, land, and servants. A middle-aged man in a silk jacket was leaning over the counter using an abacus when he heard the noise and looked up. Gentlemen, what would you like to do? The shopkeeper asked with a beaming smile as he came out from behind the counter. Jochi sat down at the table. I want to buy a house. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he quickly brewed tea and poured water. Sir, you've come at the perfect time. I happen to have a few fine houses on hand. Take a look, this is the residence of the wealthy Wang family in the east of the city. It has 3 courtyards and a garden. Master Wang is going back to his hometown to retire. Jochi glanced at it, and waved his hand. Too big. The shopkeeper pulled out another one. This place is in the north of the city. It used to be the residence of a commander of 1,000 men, but he was transferred away, and the courtyard has been empty for more than half a year. It has 2 courtyards, is spacious, and the price is reasonable. Jochi shook his head again. The shopkeeper thought to himself, I overestimated you, and bent down to pull out another piece of paper from the bottom of the cabinet. This place is in the south of the city. It used to be the residence of a government official. It's not big, just 2 courtyards with a small inner courtyard. It's quiet. Jochi took the paper and looked at it. A Beijing official? Yes. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. His surname is Fang, and his name is Fang Zishu. He used to be an imperial censor in the capital. I don't know what he did, but he was demoted to Yunzhou as a grain and fodder judge. He worked there for a few years, and then suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. He was nowhere to be found, either alive nor dead. He only has 1 son left in his family, and he wants to move away from Yunzhou. He asked me to sell this house. Jochi put the paper down. Take me to see this place. The alleys in the south of the city are quieter than those in the north. The shopkeeper led the way, making 2 turns before stopping in front of a house. The door wasn't big, the black paint was already peeling, and the door knocker was made of brass and had developed green rust. The wall is an old brick wall, with a few clumps of withered grass growing on top. The shopkeeper knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened from the inside. A young man stood inside the door, dressed in a moon-white robe. He was thin, with a pale face, but his features were delicate, and he stood ramrod straight. He glanced at the shopkeeper, then looked at Jochi and Mingjiao, and bowed slightly. Shopkeeper. Young Master Fang, this soldier has come to see the house. The shopkeeper pointed inside. May I go in and take a look? The boy nodded and stepped aside. Please. Jochi stepped across the threshold. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was very clean. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and a locust tree stood in the corner, its leaves all gone, its bare branches stretching towards the sky. The main building has 3 rooms, and there are 2 side rooms on each side, all of which are closed. Jochi walked around the yard and then went inside to take a look. The room was simply furnished, but had a strong scholarly atmosphere. A bookshelf stands against the wall, filled with books. On the table were writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, and on the wall hung several paintings and calligraphies. There is a painting with the 2 large characters, "Uphold Integrity," written on it, written with vigorous strokes. Jochi stood in front of the calligraphy for a while and looked at it. The boy followed behind him without saying a word. Who wrote this? My father. Jochi nodded and turned around. How should I address you, young master? The young man cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Student Fang Jizhong. Jochi glanced at him. Upholding justice and impartiality. From your name, one can tell that Imperial Censor Fang is a good official. Fang Jizhong was slightly taken aback, his gaze lingering on Jochi's face for a moment. General, you were able to discern my father's character and virtue from my student's name. I am truly impressed. Jochi chuckled. I'm just a roughneck, I'm just stating the facts. He wandered around the room again and looked at the books. Where is young Master Fang headed after leaving Yuzhou? Fang Jizhong lowered his eyes. My father arranged a marriage for his student when he was young. Now that the student has come of age, he plans to return to the capital to get married. Jochi nodded. Congratulations. He walked to the door and then looked back at the courtyard. I want this house. Fang Jizhong was taken aback. General. What, not selling? Sell it. Fang Jizhong snapped out of his reverie. There are still some odds and ends in this house. I'll need a few days to tidy it up. No rush. Jochi waved his hand. Meng Jiao, pay the bill. Meng Jiao took out a gold ingot from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took it, weighed it in his hand, and smiled so hard his eyes narrowed into slits. Consider the extra as a travel allowance for young Master Fang, Jochi said. Sir, you're so generous. The shopkeeper stuffed the gold into his pocket. Thank you, General. Fang Jizhong was taken aback for a moment, then bowed deeply. Fang Jizhong looked at the furnishings in the room and sighed softly. If the General doesn't mind, please leave all the books and paintings in your home. It's a long journey, so I won't take them with me. Young Master Fang is willing to part with it? Jochi raised an eyebrow. Fang Jizhong chuckled self-deprecatingly, but straightened his back ramrod straight. My father often said that only what you read and internalize is truly yours. What remains on paper is nothing but lifeless things. In this chaotic world, these books and paintings are far less useful than the sword in the general's hand. Then thank you, young master. Jochi said no more and led Meng Jiao out of the courtyard. 3 days later. The governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers. The main hall was filled with more than a dozen tables, all occupied by prominent military officers under Su Che's command, commanders, captains, centurions, and civilian staff. Su Che sat in the main seat, Qin Shan was to his left, and Mr. Xing sat next to Qin Shan. This is a victory celebration banquet. They repelled the Tsenlong army, burned the royal tent, seized the royal flag, and forced the Tsenlong king to retreat. This battle was so brilliant that these people could boast about it for 3 years. Jochi was seated at one of the tables near the front. The people at the same table were all commanders of 1,000 men, who had come from various camps inside and outside the city. Some knew each other, and some didn't, but they all nodded politely in greeting. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Jochi held his wine glass, casually making small talk. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar fragrance. Looking up, he saw that Suzy had slipped over at some point, and sat down next to him. The eyes of everyone else at the table turned to look at them. Jochi's lips twitched. Young miss, this. What, can I sit here? Suzy looked at him, her eyes bright. Jochi gave a dry laugh. I can sit. Young miss, there are so many people here. I advise you to behave yourself, Jochi said in a low voice, glancing at Suche. Weren't you fearless? Now you know fear? Suzy also lowered her voice. Sitting opposite Jochi was a young commander, who looked to be in his early 20s. He had striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and exuded a heroic aura. Not to mention women, even Jochi himself would be willing to take a second look at him. When the young general saw Suzy sitting next to Jochi, his smile froze for a moment before returning to normal, but his fingers tightened around the wine glass. Jochi noticed this detail. The young man's gaze lingered on Suzy for a moment before falling on Jochi, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Jochi raised his wine glass and waved it at him. The young people also raised their glasses in a toast from afar. I am Jipolu, a member of the valiant cavalry guard. Chapter 56. Jipolu's flying knife astounds all. Commander Zhou responds with laughter to the edge of the enemy. Chapter 56. Jipolu's flying knife shocks everyone. Commander Zhou talks and laughs at the edge of the enemy. Jochi has been recuperating at the governor's mansion for the past few days, and has gotten to know most of the generals of the left route army of the Jinbei army under Su Che. He had a general idea of who was close to whom, who didn't get along with whom, how many troops each person commanded, and who could hold their own against Su Che. He knew Jipolu. His father was Ji Changfeng, the commander of the Yunzhou cavalry guard, who, like Qin Shan, held the rank of 3rd grade. The valiant cavalry guards were the spearhead of the Yunzhou army, commanding 3,000 heavy cavalry and several thousand light cavalry, all on fine war horses, and equipped with the best armor and weapons. When this unit is deployed, the mere sound of its horses' hooves is enough to terrify the enemy. But this person doesn't get along with Qin Shan. Ji Changfeng comes from a prominent family. Several of his ancestors were generals, and it is said that they also have some connections in the capital. He was arrogant and concerned with appearances in his speech and actions. He couldn't stand Qin Shan's humble, peasant-like manners. Ji Changfeng often made trouble for Qin Shan in front of Su Che, vying for military funds, supplies, and war horses, causing trouble every year. Qin Shan didn't tolerate him either. The two had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and the whole of Yunzhou city knew about it. Jipolu was Ji Changfeng's second son. In his early 20s he had striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore a brocade robe that stood out in a crowd. He grew up in the military, and Ji Changfeng hired a famous teacher for him, who taught him everything from spear and staff to horseback riding and archery. It is said that he wielded that silver spear with unparalleled skill, able to throw a knife and retrieve incense from within 50 paces, and possessed first-rate eyesight and wrist strength. However, Ji Changfeng protected him very well. Jipolu had fought several battles in the Zaijiwi over the years, but they were all on safe battlefields, either following behind the main army after it had invaded or protecting the flanks. He had never been in a truly desperate situation. He himself didn't realize it, and he would tell everyone he met how he charged into battle in Wolf Fang Valley and shot down enemy cavalry in Black Wind Ridge. Jochi had heard about these things, but he didn't take them to heart. At that moment, Jipolu was sitting opposite him, staring at him. Jochi met his gaze and raised his wine glass in a distant toast. Jochi, Patrol Battalion of Yunzhou Guard. Jipolu nodded in return. Jochi turned his head to the side and lowered his voice. Young miss, is that handsome young general across the street jealous? Suzy snorted. That pretentious jerk is annoying. I'll ignore him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jipolu stood up. He held his wine glass, raising his voice slightly so that everyone in the room could hear him. Commander Zhou bravely ventured into the tiger's den, displaying the might of our army. I toast you. Jochi also stood up, raised his glass, and drank it all. Jipolu put down his wine cup and changed the subject. I've heard that the Wolf King's sun-shooting bow is unparalleled in the world, capable of drawing a bow with the force of 3 stones. Commander Zhou's ability to dodge vitals shows his remarkable agility. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Today, the commander-in-chief and his generals are enjoying themselves. I am not very talented, but I would like to exchange a few words with Commander Zhou to enhance the drinking experience. All eyes in the room fell on Jochi. Mr. Zhang sat in the corner, stroking his beard, and chuckled softly. Su Che picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and said nothing. Ji Changfeng, who was sitting to Su Che's right, put down his wine glass, glanced at Qin Shan, and had a faint smile on his lips. Commander Qin, your subordinate Zhou Qianhui is indeed a remarkable man. He spoke slowly and deliberately. In just a few days he has risen from a lowly soldier to a commander. This speed of promotion is probably the first of its kind in our Jinbei army. Qin Shan frowned. Ji Chanfeng, speak your mind. Ji Chanfeng stroked his 3 long tufts of beard. Commander Zhou has performed an extraordinary feat. He burned down the king's tent with 20 riders, entered the enemy camp alone, and forced the Wolf King to retreat. But none of us witnessed how he achieved this merit. He paused. It's good that a young person is lucky and gets a bargain. But luck can't put food on the table. If they don't understand their own limitations and think they can rely on luck to make a living in the future, then they're in trouble. Qin Shan sneered. Ji Chanfeng, you know how many battles your Xiaoji guard has fought, how many men you've lost, and how many heads you've brought back over the years. Jochi risked his life to enter the enemy camp, and the arrow wound in his body hasn't fully healed yet. You look down on him? Fine, let your son also risk his life to go to the Tianlan camp, and come back alive before you start making these sarcastic remarks. Ji Chanfeng's smile faded for a moment, then returned to normal. Commander Qin, I was merely looking out for Commander Zhou. A young man's brilliance is too flashy, it's not a good thing. Today, we're all brothers here. A friendly spar is fine, whether you win or lose, it's all respectable. If you dare not accept. He didn't continue speaking, but simply picked up his teacup and took a sip. Qin Shan was about to speak when someone next to him held his arm down. Su Zi had already spoken at this table. Ji Polu, you know perfectly well that Zhou Qi has been shot by an arrow, so why did you spar with him? All you do is show off. Ji Polu glanced at her, his face showing no anger, but he gave a slight bow. What you say is true, young lady. However, he turned to Zhou Qi, his gaze calm. Among all of you here, who hasn't been injured? And how many of you haven't been hit by an arrow? If Commander Zhou is unable to fight because of this one arrow, then I have been presumptuous. I believe that Commander Zhou is just like us. A mere arrow wound will not affect you in any way. Suzy frowned. A mere arrow wound? Do you know what arrow that was? Good. Jochi interrupted Suzy. He stood up and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Ji Polu. General Ji thinks highly of me, so let's entertain the generals. Suzy didn't move her lips, but lowered her voice and squeezed out a few words through her teeth. Keep showing off. This Ji Polu is no pushover. Jochi turned his head, smiled at her, and raised his voice a little. Of course I know General Ji is no fool. The valiant cavalry guard is the sharpest blade of our northern garrison army. How could there be a foolish general among them? Suzy kicked him in the shin in anger, got up and left, returning to Suche's side and tugging at his sleeve. Father, aren't you going to do anything about them? Suche chuckled but didn't say anything. Ji Polu watched the scene, his gaze lingering on Zhou Qi for a moment before returning to normal. Commander Zhou is indeed generous. He took 2 steps forward and stood in the center of the hall. I am not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Commander Zhou is injured. If we were to fight with fists and clubs, even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. Ji Polu pulled out 3 throwing knives from his sleeve. The blade was short, made of fine steel, and gleamed coldly in the candlelight. Let's have a long-range shooting contest. He pointed in the direction of the lobby entrance. The main hall's doors were wide open, leading to a dark courtyard. 3 rows of thin incense sticks had been inserted into the wooden pillars on either side of the door frame, their small red dots flickering brightly in the night. About 50 paces. Look at my 3 rows of incense sticks and 3 swords, Ji Polu said. Commander Zhou, what do you think? All eyes in the room were on the 3 rows of incense sticks. The incense stick was only the size of a soybean. From this distance, it looked like 3 red dots. Forget about cutting it off, just being able to see it clearly was difficult. Jochi glanced at it and nodded. Please. Ji Polu said no more, focused his energy in his dantian, and raised his right hand. A flash of cold light. Tap! The first throwing knife was embedded in the wooden post on the left. The top incense stick was gone, leaving only half a stick with smoke still rising from the broken end. Immediately following was a second flash of cold light. Tap! The wooden pillar on the right, the second row of incense sticks has been cut off. The third beam of cold light was unleashed almost simultaneously. Tap! The incense sticks in the middle row fell to the ground with a thud. 3 throwing knives were firmly embedded in the wooden pillar, their blades piercing the wood 3/10 of an inch deep, arranged in a neat row. The hall erupted in applause. Qin Shan sat there, looking at the 3 throwing knives, and nodded to himself. This young man's skills have indeed reached a level that is truly impressive. Putting aside accuracy, just the wrist strength alone, being able to drive a throwing knife into a wooden pillar from 50 paces away, can't be achieved without years of hard training. Ji Changfeng stroked his long beard, a smile playing on his lips. Mr. Zhang stroked his beard, his gaze lingering for a moment on the 3 throwing knives before turning to Jochi. Su Che maintained his indifferent expression, picked up his wine glass, and took a sip. Ji Polo withdrew his hand, turned to look at Jochi, and his gaze was calm. Commander Zhou, it's your turn. All eyes were on Jochi. Chapter 57, The Throwing Knife Skill Amazes All, a Hero Tested in an Arrow's Flight. Chapter 57 The Amazing Throwing Knife Skill Amazes Everyone, a hero is tested with a single arrow. Jochi looked at the 3 throwing knives that were embedded in the wooden pillar at the root, and nodded approvingly. General Ji's throwing knife skills are superb in both accuracy and wrist strength. He can cut off an incense stick from 50 paces away. On the training ground, he is invincible. Ji Pola stared at him without replying. Jochi casually pulled 3 pointed bamboo skewers for piercing meat from the table and held them side by side between his fingers. He looked up and met Ji Pola's gaze. However, on the battlefield, there are no stationary dead targets for you to aim at slowly. A killing blade that only shows inanimate objects and not living ones ultimately lacks the murderous aura of a life-or-death struggle. Ji Changfeng frowned, about to lash out. Jochi didn't give him a chance to speak. Jochi spun around, and the 3 bamboo sticks shot out in 3 different directions with the force of the spin. Whoosh dash. The first bamboo skewer grazed the ear of the maid who had just stepped out of the back hall, and with a thud, pinned the trembling pearl flower in her hair to the door frame behind her. The maid was completely unaware and continued walking forward with the pastries. Do. The second bamboo skewer went straight to the entrance. The guard on duty felt a sudden lightness on his head. He reached up and touched it, only to find that the red tassel on his helmet was gone. Turning his head, he saw that the tassel was pinned to a wooden post beside him by a bamboo skewer, the end still trembling slightly. Almost at the same time Jochi made his move, a flapping sound came from the high place in the main hall. A sparrow that had flown in seeking shelter from the cold was startled and was about to flap its wings towards the sorghum beam. A third bamboo skewer pierced through the air, passing through its spread tail feathers and pinning it upside down to the red lacquered wooden beam. The sparrow was not injured and could only flutter futilely in midair. The noise inside the hall subsided for 3 breaths. Those present were all seasoned generals who had fought countless battles and were familiar with the dangers of war. They could naturally discern the skill involved. Qin Shan slammed his hand on the table and burst out laughing. Good lad! After saying that, he turned to look at Ji Changfeng with a cheerful expression, but Ji Changfeng's face was ashen, and he held his wine glass without uttering a sound. The 1,000 household and 100 household officials in the room finally came to their senses and began to applaud, slapping the table in approval. What domineering eyesight and wrist strength! Not bound by weapons, able to kill with anything at hand, young Master Ji's loss in this round is not unjust. I'm impressed. Just for that one move, I believe he was able to storm the Sky Wolf camp alone. Suzy was so excited she almost jumped up, grabbing Su Che's sleeve and shaking it. Dad! Look! Su Che remained noncommittal, only taking a sip of his wine, concealing the admiration in his eyes. Inside the hall, Ji Pola's expression shifted constantly. He glanced at the throwing knife on the pillar, then at the beaded flowers on the door frame and the red tassels on the guards, before finally fixing his gaze on the fluttering sparrow on the beam. After a moment, he let out a long breath, stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply to Jochi. I admire Commander Zhou's skill in striking first after the enemy has passed. How can a dead target test a living blade? Today I have lost. Ji Pola straightened up, his eyes filled not with resentment, but with a burning fighting spirit. Once you recover, Commander, I will definitely have the opportunity to learn from your spear and staff skills again. Jochi stood up, clasped his hands in return, and gave him a way out. General Ji, you flatter me. If we were to really form a battle formation and exchange arrows from 50 paces away, even 10 Jochis wouldn't be able to dodge your flying knives. I merely used a trick. In terms of orthodox martial arts, I am far inferior to you in terms of solid foundation. Ha! Su Che, sitting in the main seat, clapped his hands and laughed. Su Che stood up and glanced at everyone present. Our Jinbei army is full of outstanding talents. With young talents like you, how can we worry about unrest on the border? Suche raised his hand. Guards! I will reward Ji-Polo with a fine steed from the western regions. May you ride it with your whip and break through enemy lines in the future. I'll reward Jochi with a golden silk armor to protect your iron will that dares to storm the enemy camp. Jochi and Ji-Polo knelt down on one knee in unison. Thank you for your grace, Commander. It was late at night when the banquet ended. As Jochi walked out of the main hall, a cool breeze blew, and the wound on his shoulder throbbed faintly. He slowed his pace and walked out along the corridor. Just as he turned a corner, someone called out to him. Commander Zhou. Mr. Zhang was standing at the other end of the corridor, carrying a bundle in his hand, walking towards him. Sir, you haven't rested yet? This old man's bones can't stay up all night anymore. Mr. Zhang walked up to him and handed him the bundle. Take this. This is the golden silk armor that the Commander-in-Chief has bestowed upon you. Also, the Commander-in-Chief has a few words for me to convey. Jochi straightened up and listened attentively. The commander said that tomorrow morning, you should take your men back to the patrol camp. Train those 3,000 men to be decent men and stop them from causing trouble in the city, Mr. Zhang said. 3,000? Sir, I've seen the troop register of the patrol battalion. There are only 300 cavalry and 500 infantrymen in the battalion, less than 1,000 men at most. Where did the 3,000 come from? Jochi asked, stunned. Instead of answering, Mr. Zhang stroked his beard and asked a question with a half-smile. I asked you, Miss Suzy has been getting close to you these past few days. Has the marshal been angry? The Commander-in-Chief has been quite kind to me. Jochi thought for a moment, and shook his head. Then let me ask you another question. According to the military law of Daning, how many soldiers can a commander of 1,000 men lead at most? Mr. Zhang's gaze was profound. 1,500, Jochi replied. What is the minimum number of troops a garrison commander commands? Mr. Zhang asked again. 3,000, Jochi blurted out. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he had said, and his heart skipped a beat. Mr. Zhang stopped talking and just looked at him quietly. Jochi took a step back and bowed deeply to Mr. Zhang. Thank you for your guidance, sir. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. You stole the show at the banquet tonight. The waters of Yunzhou City are too deep, and your current health isn't up to the task. It's a good thing to go out and lay low for a while. Mr. Zhang waved his hand and turned to walk back. After walking a few steps, he stopped again and looked back at Jochi. As for the 2,000 soldiers who appeared out of nowhere, how do we recruit them all and train them well so that the Commander-in-Chief can wait and see in the city? After saying that, he disappeared at the end of the corridor. The next morning, before dawn. After Jochi and Meng Jiao finished packing, they tied their 2 horses to the horse post at the side gate of the governor's mansion. The black horse snorted and pawed at the remaining snow with its hooves. Just as Jochi was about to mount his horse, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Suzy stood by the side door, holding a sandalwood box in her hands. Jochi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Miss, are you reluctant to let me go and planning to come with me to the wilderness? Suzy rolled her eyes at him and threw the box at him. Stop being so vain. This is a short knife left to me by my maternal grandfather. You go and take over the mess of the patrol battalion right now. Keep it for self-defense. Jochi opened the box and drew his sword. The blade flashed with a cold light, like a pool of autumn water. His gaze fell on the spine of the blade near the hilt, where 2 simple, ancient characters were quietly engraved, hidden edge. She casually gifted herself this peerless, chillingly sharp blade. Jochi's heart stirred slightly. He closed the scabbard, wiped the smile off his face, and took a step forward. Suzy subconsciously took half a step back, but couldn't dodge, and could only look up at him. Jochi raised his hand and very naturally tidied her hair, which had been ruffled by the morning breeze. Suzy froze instantly. I'll come back once I've established myself in the patrol battalion, Jochi said, staring into her eyes with unwavering certainty. Suzy's face flushed red. She raised her hand to strike, but Jochi nimbly retreated and mounted his horse. Let's go! With a squeeze of his legs, the black steed leaped forward, with Meng Jiao close behind. Suzy stood still, her hand still raised in midair. After a long while, she stomped her foot angrily. Who wants you back? The sound of horses' hooves gradually faded into the distance. Jochi and Meng Jiao headed north. Once outside Yunzhou City, The official road became increasingly narrow, with continuous mountain ranges closing in. The snow hadn't melted, and the horses' hooves rustled as they stepped on it. The two rode swiftly until noon, when the familiar outline of Black Cloud Village finally appeared in the mountain valley. Jochi reined in the reins and gazed into the distance. Behind the crenellations of the stockade wall stood a striking red figure. The mountain wind tugged at her clothes, making them flutter, and she stood there quietly, as if she had been gazing for a long time. Jochi squeezed the horse's belly, slowing it down. The horse's hooves pounded on the snow-covered mountain path, one hooves after another, steadily making its way towards that splash of red. Chapter 58. Commander Zhou returns to the village, reassuring the people. Lin Hongxiu accepts the golden ring with affection. Chapter 58. Zhou Qianhu returns to the village to reassure the people. Lin Hongxiu accepts Jin Huan with affection. Lin Hongxiu stood behind the crenellations of the village wall, watching two horses approaching each other on the mountain path. You can see the people on horseback now. It was him. A strange feeling welled up in Lin Hongxiu's heart. They were both happy that he had returned unharmed and annoyed that he had been delayed in Yunzhou City for so many days. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked into the village. The henchman behind him shouted excitedly, "Boss! Commander Zhou is back!" She didn't turn around or respond. Instead, she quickened her pace. Jochi and Meng Jiao entered the village and tossed the reins to the henchman who came to greet them. "Where is the leader?" Jochi asked. The henchman stammered and glanced towards the direction of the back village. Jochi chuckled, asked no further questions, and headed straight for the back village. Meng Jiao wisely lagged behind a few steps, then stopped, and stood guard outside Lin Hongxiu's door. Jochi pushed open the door and stepped inside. A charcoal brazier was burning inside, and warmth wafted through the air. Lin Hongxiu sat sideways on the edge of the kong, a heated brick bed, her back to the door, fiddling with something in her hand. She didn't turn around when she heard the door open. Jochi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Hongxiu's aloof demeanor. This little girl is really angry. Jochi walked over and sat down next to Lin Hongxiu. Lin Hongxiu immediately moved to the side, still refusing to look at him. Jochi took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and opened it. Inside was a bracelet made of pure gold. The surface is engraved with exquisite flowing cloud patterns. It is not only substantial but also extremely finely crafted. A small character is also discreetly engraved on the inner wall. Jochi handed the bracelet to Lin Hongxiu's eyes. "I had it made at the best goldsmith in Yuzhou City. Take a look, do you like it?" Lin Hongxiu glanced at it but didn't take it. Jochi wasn't annoyed. He forcefully pulled her hand over and put the gold bracelet on her wrist. Lin Hongxiu struggled symbolically for a moment, but failed, so she let him go. She looked down at the bright yellow cloud pattern on her wrist, pursed her lips, and finally couldn't help but ask, "The serious soldiers have been gone for so long, why are you only coming back now?" Jochi sighed. "I also want to come back sooner, but I really can't leave." As he spoke, Jochi stood up, unbuttoned his shirt with one hand, tore off the thin cloth wrapped inside, revealing the hideous penetrating wound on his left shoulder. Although the wound had scabbed over with dark red blood, the surrounding flesh was swollen and looked alarming. Lin Hongxiu's expression changed drastically, and she quickly stood up. "Who hurt you?" "King Samlang." Jochi pulled his clothes up. "I went to the Tianlang camp as an envoy. The matter was settled, but he went back on his word and tried to detain me. I forced my way out with Ming Jiao, and he shot me in the back." Lin Hongxiu bit her lower lip, her eyes instantly reddening. Jochi looked at her and lowered his voice. "That arrow went right through my shoulder, and the bleeding just wouldn't stop. When I was riding back, my vision kept going black. Several times I almost couldn't hold on." Jochi paused for a moment. "Do you know what sustained me and allowed me to return to Yunzhou City when I was half dead?" Lin Hongxiu shook her head. Jochi continued. "It was you. Every time I felt like I couldn't hold on any longer, I thought, I can't die. I promised you I would help find the murderer. Several times I felt like I was about to collapse, and then I saw a red figure standing on the village wall, looking at me. She was waiting for me to come back. That's my Hongxiu. I must go back to see her, or I will die with regrets." Tears welled up in Lin Hongxiu's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She could no longer care about being angry. She threw herself into Jochi's arms, burying her face in his uninjured right shoulder, her shoulder trembling uncontrollably. Jochi raised his hand and gently patted her back without saying a word. Just then, A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, one heavy and one light. Lin Hongxiu, with her sharp ears, immediately broke free from Jochi's embrace, turned around, and wiped her face with her sleeve. When he turned back, his eyes were still red, but he had already put on the airs of the head of the gang. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Chao Ming burst in, his loud voice shaking the rafters. "Commander Zhou! You're finally back!" Yan Pingxing followed behind him, and after entering the room, he solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute to Jochi. "Commander." Jochi nodded, gesturing for the two to sit down, and first looked at Yan Pingxing. "Uncle Yan, how is your injury?" Yan Pingxing raised his arm. "Commander Lao is worried. There's only a little soreness and numbness left. It's nothing serious." "That's good. I brought back 2 pieces of good news today." Jochi put away his casual expression. "First, Commander Su promoted me to the position of commander of the patrol battalion, in charge of the defense of the Gachujian area. Meng Jiao was also promoted to commander of 100. Chao Ming was taken aback for a moment, then grinned widely. "Commander-in-Chief! Goodness, that's 2 ranks higher than a banner commander. I knew it. Following banner commander Zhou was wrong. Following commander-in-chief Zhou was definitely the right choice." Jochi ignored his flattery, took out an official document stamped with the seal of Yunzhou Prefecture from his pocket, and handed it to Yan Pingxing. "The second piece of news is on this paper. Uncle Yan, please read it to everyone." Yan Pingxing accepted the document with both hands. His gaze had barely swept over the first 2 lines when he was frozen in place. Yan Pingxing took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning red, his lips trembling, and he read in a trembling voice. "The people of Black Cloud Stronghold were originally good people, forced into banditry by the need to survive. However, they have rendered meritorious service in resisting the Heavenly Wolf, and their loyalty and bravery are commendable. From this day forward, their bandit status is removed, and the government, military, and civilians must not treat them as bandits. All righteous individuals in the stronghold will have their past misdeeds forgiven, and those who join the army to serve their country in the future will be allowed to be enlisted in the military." The room fell silent. Lin Hongxiu was stunned, staring blankly at the paper stamped with the red seal. Chao Ming stared with eyes as big as copper bells, unable to catch his breath for a long time. After a long while, he grinned, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his fleshy face. "Boss, we're not bandits anymore? We're innocent now?" Lin Hongxiu looked at Chao Ming, then turned to look at Jochi, her throat feeling as if something was blocking it. She fought back tears and nodded heavily. "No." Yan Pingxing carefully folded the document, held it with both hands, and handed it back to Jochi. "Commander, I am deeply grateful. What are your plans for Black Cloud Stronghold next?" Jochi pushed the document back. "Keep this document for the brothers in the village to see as well. As for the arrangements." His gaze swept over the 3 of them, and his expression became extremely serious. "I have no intention of incorporating the brothers of Black Cloud Stronghold into the Ning army. Our people should be managed by ourselves." "Is he looking down on us?" Chao Ming muttered to Yan Pingxing. "Alas! Commander Jochi treats our Black Cloud Stronghold as his own family. This is a long-term plan. If we were incorporated into the Ning army, we would have to obey the orders from above, and over time the brothers would fall apart. Although the Wolf King withdrew his troops, it was out of necessity. Once he catches his breath, he will inevitably head south again." Jochi tapped the table. "Damn it, let him come! I'll burn down his haystack again!" Chao Ming cursed. Jochi waved his hand. "No need to rush. The Tsumlong tribe has suffered heavy losses this time, and he also wants to annex the Wufeng and Heizong tribes. He won't be able to spare any resources for a year or 2. This year or so is our opportunity." Jochi stood up, his eyes sharp. "We must build Black Cloud Stronghold into an impregnable fortress, strengthen our troops, and expand our manpower. The next time he comes, it won't be him coming to cause trouble for us, but us conquering the grasslands." Chao Ming, his blood boiling with excitement, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Great! Let's march into their grasslands again, steal their horses, and take their cattle and sheep." Yan Pingxing was not as optimistic as Chao Ming. He asked in a deep voice, "Commander, it's good to have ambition. But I've taken stock of the gold and silver treasures I brought back from the Tsumlong King's camp these past few days. Converted to silver, it's about 30,000 taels. This amount seems like a lot, but it's far from enough to recruit soldiers and manufacture weapons." "I know it's not enough." Jochi nodded. "Raising an army is a money pit. 30,000 taels is just the foundation. For the bulk of the cost, we have to find a way to earn it ourselves. Yan Pingxing frowned even more. Where will the money come from in this desolate wilderness? Jochi smiled and uttered 3 words. Ghost Sorrow Valley. Just as he was about to elaborate, a hurried shout suddenly came from outside the door. Jochi! Jochi! It was the voice of Princess Namen of the Fire Falcon tribe. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was pushed open forcefully with a bang. Nomin stood at the door, her chest heaving, her face showing a hint of urgency. She glanced at Lin Hongxiu and Yan Pingxing inside the room, but didn't go in. She just stood by the door and stared at Jochi. Jochi, when do you plan to let me go? Jochi looked at her, his smile fading. You can't leave now. Nomin frowned, a flash of anger in her eyes. Why? You want to back out? Do you want to use me as a bargaining chip like the Wolf King did? Jochi stood up and walked up to her. It's not that I want to detain you, it's just that it's not safe for you to go back now. Nomin froze, staring straight at him. What do you mean? What happened to the Fire Falcon division? Chapter 59 Jochi's refusal of beauty shows high righteousness. Ma Nomin falls into the trap of his warfare plans. Chapter 59 Jochi's refusal of beauty shows his noble character. Ma Nomin falls into his trap in the battle. Come in and speak, Jochi said, looking at Nomin standing outside the door. Nomin hesitated for a moment, but still stepped over the threshold and came in. Meng Jiao closed the door behind him from the outside. Nomin went inside and stood by the door, refusing to go further in. Come sit down and let's talk. We're all on the same side. Jochi gestured to the side. Chao Meng and Yan Pingxing exchanged a glance, and with great tact, stood up and stepped back behind Lin Hongxiu, making room for her. Nomin glanced at them but didn't move. Jochi didn't urge her. He pulled up a stool and sat down, saying, It's not that I don't want to let you go. That old bastard Sumlan King insists on taking you as his queen. You should know better than me what his purpose is. Nomin pursed her lips and answered in a low voice. He wants to use me to threaten my father in the future and take over the Fire Falcon tribe. Smart. But you're missing a step in the picture. Jochi shook his head. He's not trying to threaten your father. He wants to use you as an excuse to lure your father and brother out and get rid of them. Nomin's expression changed drastically, and she blurted out. He dares! Jochi stared intently at her and asked in return. Think about it, if you and him have a child in the future, and your father and brother are both dead, then who will inherit the Fire Falcon tribe? Nomin fell silent, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. The room was quiet for a few moments. Jochi softened his tone and continued. Fortunately, I managed to rescue you, so his plan to wipe out your lineage won't work. A few days ago, I went to the Tianlang camp outside Yunzhou City to meet that old bastard. He holds a grudge against me because of this and almost shot me to death with an arrow. Jochi tugged at his collar, revealing half of the thin cloth used to bandage his wound, and then straightened his clothes. Nomin's gaze fell on Jochi's shoulder, and she said in a deep voice. Consider this arrow something I, Nomin, owe you. Jochi waved his hand. It's nothing. Think about it more deeply. The Wolf King suffered a great loss this time in the south. He is even more certain that the Wolf tribe alone is not enough to defeat Dining. Once he retreats to the grasslands to recuperate, what will be the first thing he do? Nomin bit her lower lip tightly, unable to answer. Jochi answered for her. Unifying the grasslands. This is something he is determined to achieve. Even without your card, he would still do it. He probably wasn't in such a hurry before, otherwise he wouldn't have kept you in the tent for a year without forcing you. Things are different now. Whether it's a direct attack or a sneak attack, he'll soon be targeting your Fire Falcon division. Upon hearing this, Nomin's face gradually turned pale. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at Jochi, her voice trembling with barely suppressed anger and anxiety. That's all because of you. Jochi looked at her calmly. Nomin gritted her teeth and said angrily, If you hadn't kidnapped me, the marriage alliance would still be in place, and perhaps I would still have a chance to stop all of this. My Fire Falcon tribe wouldn't be facing his executioner's blades so soon. You're the one who drove my father to the brink of despair. With a loud bang, Lin Hongxiu couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her hand heavily on the table and stood up abruptly. What an unreasonable girl! Lin Hongxiu sneered repeatedly, angrily saying to Nomin, Back in the Whitebone River, who was it that jumped onto our horses by themselves? We pulled you out of that old wolf's mouth, And now you're turning around and biting us? You're truly an ungrateful wretch. Nomin was speechless, her face flushed red. Jochi patted Lin Hongxiu's hand, signaling her not to get angry. Lin Hongxiu glared at Nomin and sat back down angrily. Jochi then turned to Nomin. Hongxiu is right, you chose this path yourself. I'll just ask you one question, even without my appearance, if it really came to that, would you help the Wolf King persuade your father to surrender? Nomin was stunned. You don't, Jochi said. Nomin lowered her head helplessly. After a moment, she raised her eyes again, her voice softening. Jochi, I beg you. Send me back to the Fire Falcon tribe. When I get back, I will definitely persuade my father to never let the Fire Falcon tribe be enemies with the Ning again. My father doesn't want to fight either. Jochi shook his head. Born into this chaotic world, you can't simply choose not to fight. Besides, sending you back now isn't helping you, it's harming you. Nomin looked completely puzzled. Jochi patiently explained. Last time I was able to successfully launch a surprise attack on the White Bone River because no Ningren had ever invaded the grasslands in the past 100 years, and your grassland tribes never took precautions against the south. But now it's different. After this incident, the Tsunglong tribe will definitely be on high alert, and they will definitely set up sentry posts and checkpoints at all key points. He paused, then his tone became more serious. To safely send you back to the Fire Falcon tribe, we'd have to cross the 600 li of grassland controlled by the Grey Wolf tribe. It's impossible to avoid being discovered along the way. If I send someone back, it's tantamount to sending you back into Alton's clutches. Wouldn't that have been a waste of the arrow I took in my shoulder? Namen stood there, her face completely drained of color, and murmured, What should we do? She looked at Jochi. You must have a way, right? Please help me. I'll agree to any condition as long as you can save my father. At this point, Nomin bit her lower lip, making a humiliating decision, her voice trembling slightly. You want my body too, don't you? If you have a way, I can give it to you. The moment the words left his mouth, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Lin Hongxiu's gaze instantly turned cold, fixing on Jochi's face. Chao Ming and Yan Pingxing also held their breath, keeping their eyes down and not daring to breathe too loudly. Jochi met Lin Hongxiu's gaze calmly and patted her hand lightly again. He turned to look at Nomin. You're underestimating me. If I, Jochi, were the kind of person who would take advantage of someone's misfortune for personal gain, then what's the difference between me and that old bastard, the Wolf King? Upon hearing this, Lin Hongxiu's tense back subtly relaxed, her gaze softened instantly, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Jochi looked at Nomin again, remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He then said, There is a solution. Nomin's dim eyes instantly brightened. Jochi continued, I can send someone with your token to secretly deliver a message to your father, telling him the true situation here so he can prepare in advance. It would be best if we could unite with the Black Mane tribe and take advantage of the fact that the Azure Wolf tribe has just been severely damaged by our great Ning, and is now greatly weakened, to strike first and send troops immediately. Kill the Azure Wolf King and let your father become the Heavenly Wolf Khan. Nomin was stunned when she heard this. Her eyes flickered, her mind raced, and she gradually understood. This is a scheme of using one tiger to devour another, Nomin said, staring at Jochi. You want my father to fight the Tsunglong tribe for your Dening so you can reap the benefits. Jochi secretly praised her. This little girl has such a sharp mind. Even in such a tense and chaotic moment, she can still see through the scheme at a glance. He did not deny it, and answered frankly. You are indeed very smart. However, you are not entirely right. For the past 100 years, Dening has only defended and never attacked, and has never had the intention of annexing the grasslands. Your father should know this. Jochi sat up straight and made a promise. I can guarantee you. If your father is willing to send troops to attack the Tsunglong tribe, my Dening will definitely send troops to attack from both sides. At that time, we will chop off that old bastard Tsunglong King's head and use it as a wine bowl for your father. Nomin looked at him with suspicion. You, a mere captain, can you control the army of Dening? Chao Ming, who couldn't hold back any longer, shouted in his hoarse voice. Little brat, who do you think you are? My elder brother is now a commander of 1,000 men, in charge of the Yunzhou patrol battalion. Nomin glanced at him without any politeness and said coldly, The Yunzhou patrol battalion has no more than 1,000 soldiers at most. What's so great about that? Chao Ming raised his eyebrows, about to lash out, but was interrupted by Jochi raising his hand. Jochi stared at Nomin, his eyes filled with admiration. Impressive. I never imagined that a princess from the grasslands would know so much about the border defense system of my great Ning. Changing the subject, Jochi added. However, if you give me 3 months, I will be able to mobilize 5,000 troops. Jochi slowly stood up and walked to Nomi. I dare to lead 20 men to burn down the Sunlum King's tent and seize his golden seal. When I have 5,000 elite troops in my hands, do you think I can help your father flatten the Whitebone River? Nomi looked up at the man, his mind flashing back to all the crazy feats he had committed. She bit her lip, unable to refute it, and finally faced reality. What exactly are your conditions? Nomi asked resignedly. Jochi laughed. Great! No wonder you're the princess of the Fire Falcon tribe. He held up 2 fingers and said firmly. Just 2 conditions. First, I want war horses. The horses of the Fire Falcon tribe are the best on the grasslands. I want your father to secretly sell me 2,000 war horses every year at the lowest price. No matter how the Great Ning Court blocks the trade, your horses can only be sold to me, Jochi. Nomi was stunned. War horses are the lifeblood of the steppe tribes, but this deal concerns the survival of the Fire Falcon tribe, so they can negotiate this condition even if it's tough. Jochi then presented his second condition. Secondly, I will set up checkpoints and open markets in the future. Your Fire Falcon tribe's cattle, sheep, furs, and medicinal herbs can only be traded through my trade routes. In exchange, I, Jochi, will also exclusively sell my Ning's ironware, salt, and tea to you. From now on, the trade markets on the grasslands will no longer be decided by the Great Ning dynasty, nor by the Wolf King. In this territory of Yunzhou, I, Jochi, will be the one in charge. Nomi was stunned by his imposing aura and remained silent for a long time. You just need to write down the current situation and my conditions clearly in the letter, and give me one of your personal tokens. I will send someone to negotiate with your father in person. Jochi continued. Please pass on a message to your father in this letter. If he does business with me, Jochi, his Fire Falcon tribe can become the new masters of the Heavenly Wolf grassland. If he doesn't, he can keep those war horses and let them be buried with your tribe. Nomi stood silently for a long time. The charcoal brazier in the room made a soft, crackling sound. Finally, Nomi lowered her eyes and nodded. She reached up and touched her neck, then pulled hard, tearing off a bone necklace that she wore close to her body. This was left to me by my mother. All the nobles of the Falcon tribe recognize it. I'll write the letter now. Chapter 60. Commander Zhou returns to his stronghold to reward meritorious officials. Patrol Battalion encounters old friends in new territories. Chapter 60. Commander Zhou returns to his stronghold to reward meritorious officials. The patrol camp encounters an old friend, Nomi. After writing the letter, Nomi folds the thin paper and hands it to Jochi along with the bone-carved necklace. Jochi took it and looked at it carefully. The letter was written in serious script, which Jochi couldn't understand, but he didn't need to. I will send this letter to your father as soon as possible. Jochi put the letter in his pocket. You can stay in the mountain stronghold with peace of mind. I, Jochi, have agreed to the matter of the Fire Falcon tribe, and I will not go back on my word. Nomi looked at Jochi. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded, turned around and left. Jochi watched her figure disappear into the courtyard, then turned and walked towards the Hall of Gathering Righteousness. Lin Hongxiu and Yan Pingxing had already gone ahead and gathered the brothers in the village. The hall was packed with people. When Jochi walked in, he immediately saw the newly posted official document on the wall. That was the official document issued by Yunzhou Prefecture to strip Black Cloud Village of its bandit status. The hall was filled with the buzzing of voices. Those old brothers who had followed Lin Hongxiu for several years gathered at the base of the wall, staring at the piece of paper again and again, as if trying to confirm that this wasn't a dream. Someone quietly wiped the corner of their eye. Jochi did not interrupt them. Once the buzzing gradually subsided, he walked to the front, turned around, and looked at the people in the room. In this battle, our Black Cloud stronghold lost 53 brothers. Jochi's voice echoed in the hall. I, Jochi, owe them. I will remember this debt. From now on, I will support their families. If they have children, I will take care of them. As long as I, Jochi, have a bite to eat, their descendants will not go hungry. No one spoke. Everyone looked at him with red eyes. Jochi paused for a moment, then continued. Brothers who survived, you fought a tough battle. Without you holding the pass, without you fighting the serious people in the stronghold, there would be no Black Cloud stronghold today. I know all of that. Jochi glanced at Yan Pingxing. Yan Pingxing understood, took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, stepped forward, and read aloud. Rewards will be given based on merit. This is drafted on the orders of Commander Qianhu. Everyone listen carefully. Du Fei, having infiltrated the enemy camp twice, poisoned the gates to open them, killed 3 enemies, and captured the enemy general alive, has earned the greatest merit. He is promoted to leader of the Black Cloud Stronghold Scout Battalion. Du Fei stood in the crowd, his eyes narrowed into slits with joy, and he repeatedly returned the congratulatory greetings from his brothers around him. Li Dachi led the left flank charge, killing 15 enemy soldiers and sustaining serious injuries but refusing to retreat. He is promoted to leader of the left battalion. Li Dachi stood ramrod straight, his iron tower-like body clasped tightly in a fist salute. Ma Bulia led the right flank in an ambush, killing 8 enemies and sustaining serious injuries but refusing to retreat. He is promoted to commander of the right battalion. Ma Bulia's rib wound hadn't fully healed yet, so he clutched his stomach and grimaced, which could be considered a smile. Yan Pingxing read out a few more names, including those who followed Zhou Qichong to the Cunlong lair, and those who had risked their lives in the mountain stronghold. After reading the list, he put it away and said, "As for the reward money, come to me later to collect it according to the list. You may leave now." As the crowd gradually dispersed, the hall of righteous gathering became empty. Jochi called out to Yan Pingxing and Du Fei and walked to a corner. He took out Nomin's letter and necklace from his pocket and handed them to Yan Pingxing. "Uncle Yan, I don't trust anyone else to write this letter, so I'll have to trouble you to make the trip." Yan Pingxing took the letter and glanced at it. "To the Fire Falcon Division?" "Yes." Jochi nodded. "You and Du Fei go together. Disguise yourselves as merchants and go around from the north. You are experienced and prudent. If you do meet the Fire Falcon King, you can explain the situation to me." Du Fei's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, Commander. If you order me east, I'll definitely go west." Yan Pingxing put the letter away and glanced at Du Fei. "This mission is fraught with danger, so don't let your legs give way." Du Fei chuckled. "Following the second boss, I'm not afraid. By the way, Commander Qianhu." Du Fei rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. "The second-in-command said before that once I've rendered meritorious service, he'll find me a wife. What do you think?" Jochi paused for a moment, then laughed out loud. "All right. When you come back safe and sound, I'll find you a wife, the most beautiful one." After giving a few more instructions and sending the two away, Jochi went to Lin Hongxiu's room. Lin Hongxiu was sitting by the window, gently fiddling with the red gold bracelet in her hand. Hearing the door open, she immediately hid her hands in her sleeves and turned around. "Are you leaving?" Jochi walked over and sat down next to her. "Go to Gichujian to pick up the people first, and then go directly to the patrol camp to take up your post. Take good care of things here in the stronghold. Mr. Yen has gone to deliver a message and won't be back for a while. If there's anything urgent, have Chao Ming send someone to the Lumapo camp to find me." Lin Hongxiu nodded. "Nomin will have to stay with you," Jochi instructed. "She's anxious and says hurtful things, so don't take it to heart." Lin Hongxiu leaned gently on Jochi's shoulder and snorted softly. "I know my limits. Go ahead with peace of mind. I've dealt with that patrol battalion before, and they're all no good. As a new official, you should be more careful." Jochi gently kissed Lin Hongxiu's forehead, then got up and left. As soon as they stepped out of the village gate, Meng Jiao was already waiting outside with his horse. Jochi mounted his horse, spurred it on, and galloped towards the direction of Ghost Sorrow Stream. Torches flickered in the caves behind Gichujian Mountain. When Jochi and Meng Jiao crawled inside, Guilan was sitting on a flat rock, mending a suit of armor that she had taken from a Tianlang soldier by the light. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. The moment she saw Jochi, the needle in her hand pierced her fingertip. Ignoring the pain, she immediately stood up. A flash of great joy appeared in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it and stepped forward to meet him. "Zhou Lang," she called softly. Jochi looked at Guilan. She had lost some weight, and her face was a little pale, but her eyes were bright and resolute. Jochi walked over and pulled her into his arms. Guilan's body stiffened for a moment, then softened, and she rested her face against his chest, letting out a long sigh. "Is it over?" "It's over." Jochi patted her shoulder. "The serious people won't be attacking for a year or two." Xiaohuan peeked out from the side, saw this scene, and then wisely shrank back. Jochi pulled Guilan to sit down and called Zhao Hu, Zhu Shou, and Wu Lao San over. The three people stood in front of him, their faces full of smiles, yet somewhat reserved. I've been promoted to commander of 1,000 and am going to take up my post in the patrol battalion. Jochi looked at them. You guys stay here and we'll move back to the number 7 beacon tower later. Just as he was about to offer his congratulations, Zhao Hu's smile froze. Sir, I know we're not very capable, but we're brothers after all. Could you take us with you? It's just a matter of getting promoted and making money. It would be better to be our bodyguard than suffer in this godforsaken place. Wu Laosan interrupted. Jochi raised his hand. Let me finish. I, Jochi, am not a person who forgets his roots. Now that all the guards along the Ghost Sorrow Gorge are dead, this area will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Broken Camp, but will be assigned to my patrol battalion. Jochi pointed to the ground. I left you here so you could enjoy life. There's black gold underground. Once the snow melts in the spring, you'll be busy. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. Wu Laosan scratched his head. What kind of happiness can you get from digging stones in this godforsaken place? Jochi didn't explain much and directly ordered. Zhao Hu will temporarily serve as the squad leader of the number 7 beacon tower. You two will assist him. In a few days I will send someone to teach you how to do it. Upon hearing that he had been promoted, Zhao Hu's face lit up with pride. Don't worry, sir. I will keep a close watch on this place. Jochi nodded, then looked at Zhu Shou. I'm returning your wife to you. You must take good care of her. Su Qionyang will be my wife's sister from now on. If you dare to bully her again. Zhu Shou was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. No! I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 10 lives. From now on, I'll wash her feet and massage her back every day. Jochi looked at Guilan. Let's go. Guilan replied readily. Okay, I'll go pack. No need to pack. Leave everything to them. Call Xiaohuan, Jochi said. Su Qionyang stood to the side, looking at Guilan, her eyes slightly red. Guilan walked up to her, took out an account book and a bag of loose silver from her bosom, and stuffed them into her hand. This is the remaining balance of the beacon tower over the past few days, as well as the silver we found on the serious soldiers. You keep it. From now on, you will be in charge of the expenses here. Su Qionyang was stunned. How do you use this? Take it. Guilan squeezed her hand. You're more thoughtful than the others. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, ask someone to come to the camp to find me. Su Qionyang nodded. Jochi led Guilan and Xiaohuan out of the cave. The 4 of them, on 2 horses, headed west. The patrol battalion's garrison, Luamapo Camp, is located 30 li west of Yunzhou City. The location was chosen very cleverly. Backed by the continuous Luoma mountain range, large cavalry forces were unable to cross it. The serious people marched south, ignoring this remote camp in order not to delay their advance, and went straight for Yunzhou City. Jochi rode ahead on horseback and could see the perimeter of the camp in the distance. Unlike the desolation of Gichujian, a chaotic market of makeshift stalls had spontaneously formed outside the Luamapo camp. Veterans' families, small vendors dealing in smuggled goods, and some refugees had set up stalls along the official road outside the camp gate. Jochi reined in his horse and squinted to examine it. The market was in chaos. Several soldiers in patrol uniforms were slacking off at a stall, and the vendors dared not say a word. Let's look at the main camp again. There were indeed proper wooden fences and moats around the perimeter, and 2 3-story arrow towers stood there. But the fence was crooked, the trench was piled with debris, and the sentry on the arrow tower was leaning against a wooden post, his head nodding off. The camp gates were wide open, and there wasn't even a guard on duty. Meng Jiao frowned behind him. Sir, is this the patrol battalion? It looks like a den of thieves. Guilan sat in front of Jochi, her brows furrowing slightly as she looked at the thugs collecting protection money. Jochi sneered, spurred his horse, and rode directly into the camp gate. Facing us was an open field. To the left was a row of stables, with fewer than 100 skinny horses sparsely tied up inside. To the right was a row of barracks, where a few veterans leaned against the wall, too lazy to even lift their eyelids at the sound of horses' hooves. Jochi walked straight to the central office where the 1,000 household officer signed his document, and dismounted. The door was half open, and the sounds of laughter and toasting could be heard from inside. Hearing the commotion outside, a man lifted the curtain and strode out with several guards to greet them. The man was wearing a fairly new leather armor, was in his 30s, and had a small mustache. When he saw Jochi, he was stunned for a moment, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. But he quickly and naturally concealed his shock. "Your subordinate Bao Su greets the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief." Bao Su stepped forward, his face beaming with smiles as he clasped his hands in a salute. Jochi looked at him and felt that he looked somewhat familiar. "Lord Commander, don't you remember me? We've met before. Right outside Ghost Sorrow Gorge, you gave us 10 heads. Bao Su laughed. Chapter 61 The Patrol Battalion Commander is dismissed. Guilan discusses the new regulations in soft words. Chapter 61 The Patrol Battalion Commander is dismissed. Guilan discusses the new regulations in soft words. Jochi looked at the smiling face in front of him, and a scene from that day flashed through his mind. Outside Ghost Sorrow Valley, wind and snow raged, and 30 corpses of Sirius lay piled on the ground. Just as the brothers had finished beheading the enemy, a patrol cavalry unit charged over. The leader, named Makue, wanted to kill innocent people to claim credit and steal all the valuables, but he was slit in the throat on the spot. At that time, Makue's deputy, with great foresight, took the 10 severed heads and left with his men. That person was none other than Bao Su, standing right in front of him. However, Bao Su was wearing a helmet at the time, and the wind and snow were heavy, so Jochi couldn't see his full face clearly. Jochi knew exactly what was going on. Bao Su's public mention of this capital offense was not for reminiscing, but rather a subtle reminder that everyone was an accomplice who had shared the spoils and shed blood, and that everyone had dirt on the others. Jochi showed no sign of anything amiss. He nimbly dismounted, grabbed Bao Su's hand tightly, and greeted him warmly as if they were brothers who hadn't seen each other for years. "Brother Bao! I was wondering why you looked so familiar. It's you." Bao Su was taken aback by the strength with which he gripped the handle. Jochi smiled broadly and shook his hand vigorously. "Last time at Ghost Sorrow Gorge, thanks to your leniency, brother. Those 10 heads I gave you didn't cause you any trouble, did they?" Bao Su's smile froze instantly. He originally intended to control Jochi, but unexpectedly, Jochi countered with a move of self-exposure, completely binding the two of them together. This is a capital offense of murdering the commander and taking credit for him. If it gets out, everyone will lose their heads. Bao Su's eye twitched slightly, but he quickly recovered and chuckled dryly. "Lord Commander, you flatter me. That matter is long gone. But you, Lord Commander, have risen from a squad leader in the Beacon Tower to a commander of the patrol battalion in less than a month. You can't find another like you in Yinzhou City at such a speed of promotion. Back in the snow, I could tell at a glance that you were no ordinary person." Jochi waved his hand. "Luck, it's all luck. By the way, what kind of job do you have in the camp now, brother?" Bao Su took a half-step back, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said with a hint of undisguised pride, "Thanks to Commander Qianhu, after Makue died, I was fortunate enough to take over his position and am now a sentry officer with the rank of centurion. The previous Commander Qianhu has just been transferred away and the higher-ups haven't sent anyone yet, so I've been temporarily helping out with the miscellaneous affairs in the camp these days." Jochi nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. We'll need your help in the future when we work together." Bao Shulian said he dared not, and stepped aside to lead the way. "Please come inside, Commander Qianhu. Let's rest in the signing room first." Jochi followed the direction he pointed and walked in. Meng Jiao led his horse closely behind. Guilan and Xiaohuan walked at the very back. Xiaohuan looked around, tugged at Guilan's sleeve, and asked in a low voice, "Miss, what is the signing room?" Guilan, without looking to the side, answered softly, "The signing room, as the name suggests, is the official room where the commanding officer signs and affixes his seal. The commander usually works there, processes documents, and issues orders. It's the most orderly place in the camp." Xiaohuan gave in, "Oh," that seemed to understand but not quite. The door to the signing room was ajar, and before Jochi even got close, a strong smell of wine and meat wafted over. Bao Su pushed open the door, and Jochi stood at the doorway and looked inside. In the center of the room stood a large, long table, with some documents and books haphazardly piled at the corners, and 2 empty wine jars lying overturned beside it. 4 officers in leather armor sat around the table with their legs crossed, holding dice in their hands. A pile of copper coins and silver coins were scattered on the table. Hearing the door open, the group merely glanced up lazily before immediately lowering their heads and continuing to shout and roll the dice. Jochi remained expressionless as he stepped over the threshold and clasped his hands in a fist salute. "Are you all having fun, brothers? I am Jochi, and I have been ordered to take over the post of commander of the patrol battalion. I am new here, so I hope you will all take good care of me in the future. The group gave a perfunctory hum in response. No one stood up to greet them, and no one responded with a word. Bao Su followed behind Jochi and coughed in a pretentious manner. This is Commander Zhou, who has just been promoted from the number 7 beacon tower. You lot, aren't you going to pay your respects to your commander? That's what he said, but his tone was so casual that it sounded like he was stirring up trouble. One of the middle-aged officers, with a face full of scars, raised his head and sizing Jochi up and down without any restraint. Then he sneered, lowered his head, and muttered, From the beacon tower? That wretched place is just for lighting smoke signals. What would they know about patrols? The others let out a few undisguised bursts of laughter. Bao Su feigned a rebuke. How dare you! Commander Zhou was personally appointed by Commander Su. Don't be ungrateful. After saying that, Bao Su turned to Jochi with a fake apologetic look. Please forgive us, Commander. These roughnecks are used to being wild in the camp and don't know the rules. I will definitely discipline them properly later. Jochi smiled faintly, showing no sign of anger. He slowly took out a 5-tael ingot of official silver from his pocket, and casually tossed it into the pile of dice on the table with a clang. My brothers, you work hard guarding the border. Take this silver ingot and buy some good wine. It's on me. The hands that were about to grab the dice suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man with a face full of scars raised his head, looked at the silver ingot, and then gave Jochi a deep look. The content on his face lessened, replaced by a complex feeling of not being able to figure out his background. Bao Su's fake smile froze for a moment. Jochi didn't say anything more, turned around and strode out of the signing room. Bao Su quickly followed behind, eagerly leading Jochi towards the backyard. The men inside were all centurions from the camp, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. The burly officer reached out and picked up the silver ingot, weighing it in his hand. This newcomer is quite interesting. A tall, thin man next to him lowered his voice and said, I heard from the city that the Tsumlong army's humiliating retreat this time was all thanks to Jochi. I heard that he dared to burn down the Tsumlong king's tent with only 20 riders, seized the king's banner and golden seal, and later went on a solo mission to the enemy camp. He's a daredevil. That guy's a real ruthless bastard. Another centurion with a scar on his face gasped. We gave him such a hard time just now, will he hold a grudge against us? What's there to be afraid of? The man with a fierce face stuffed the silver into his pocket. So what if he's a tough guy? This Luoma Slope camp is the domain of us old brothers. He's just a peasant who climbed up from the beacon tower, and he doesn't even have a personal guard in the camp. Commander Su just left him here as a decoration. As long as we old brothers are of one mind and control the money, provisions, and troop registers, even if he's a fierce dragon crossing the river, he'll have to obediently coil up for us when he gets to Luoma Slope. Scarface nodded, but his brows remained furrowed. The house in the backyard wasn't large, but with its blue bricks and gray tiles, it was one of the few that was neat and tidy in the dilapidated military camp. Bao Su led Jochi to the courtyard gate, and then tactfully took his leave. Jochi pushed the door open and went inside. The room had clearly just been cleaned. The main room is the hall, with tables and chairs. To the east is the bedroom, with a half-new quilt on the earthen bed. The underground heating was burning brightly, and the warmth greeted you as soon as you entered the door. Guilan followed in, looked around, and nodded slightly. This is much better than a beacon tower. Jochi sat down in the main seat, while Xiaohuan looked around curiously. Guilan quietly sent her to the side room to make the bed. Guilan walked behind Jochi and untied the belt of his armor. While explaining, he said in a low voice, That Bao Su, his words were barbed. Jochi turned slightly to the side and said, You could tell? He's giving you a warning. He's the one who holds real power in the camp now. Guilan carefully put the heavy armor she had taken off aside. Later in the signing room, those arrogant officers, if he really wanted to discipline them, he would have done so long ago. He's using their arrogance to deliberately intimidate you and probe your strength. Jochi sneered and opened his eyes. Bao Su, this local bully, thinks he can control me just because he has some old grudges against me. He turned around, grabbed Guilan's hand, and pulled her to sit on his lap. However, he's still somewhat useful. This patrol camp is a murky place, with who knows how many dirty deeds are hidden underneath. Let's keep this bastard around for now and let him investigate for us. Guilan nodded. Jochi took out an exquisite wooden box from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Guilan was slightly taken aback, then gently opened it. Inside lay a red gold bracelet, just like the one given to Lin Hongxiu, its entire surface engraved with flowing cloud patterns, shimmering with a warm luster under the glow of the charcoal fire. Jochi picked up the bracelet and, without a word, put it on her left wrist. "Try it on and see if it fits." Guilan lowered her eyes and her gaze fell on the gold bracelet. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the inner wall, then suddenly stopped. There, a character was engraved with extremely fine brushstrokes. "Rise." She looked at Jochi, and a thin layer of mist instantly welled up in her usually cold eyes. Jochi grasped her hand in return, his tone softening considerably. "I bought a house in Yunzhou City, which used to be the residence of an imperial censor. Once I've cleared this muddy pond at Luoma Slope, I'll bring you into the city. From then on, you'll be a proper wife of a 1,000 household commander, and you won't have to suffer in the sand with me at the border anymore." Guilan lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling. After a long while, she finally raised her head again, her eyes regaining their usual clarity and rationality. She gently shook her head. "No rush to go into the city. This patrol camp has become so rotten, it's no wonder. Years of war in the northern border have rendered the court's rules for the border troops meaningless here." She raised her head, her gaze sharp as she looked at Jochi. "Nowadays in the north, the military generals have long since banded together, and no one can get a foothold in them. The governors and military supervisors sent by the court, as well as the civil officials from the Ministry of Revenue who are in charge of checking grain and pay, have all been rendered useless by them. Let alone auditing accounts, those civil officials can't even get through the gates of the various garrison camps now. Anyone who disobeys will die unexpectedly at the border, and they won't even be able to get a word of grievance to the capital." Guilan spoke slowly and deliberately, but every word was sharp. "The military funds allocated from above were intercepted by them at each level, and the military officers below cultivated their own private armies. Even the personnel appointments and removals in the Ministry of War became bargaining chips for their private dealings. The accounts of money and provisions at the Luoma Slope camp are probably a bottomless pit for deceiving the higher-ups." She reached out and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Jochi's clothes. "Bao Su and his ilk are experts at murder and arson, and even more so at falsifying accounts and deceiving superiors. You only have Meng Jiao by your side right now, and without someone knowledgeable in the ways to keep an eye on things for you, sooner or later they will put you in a difficult position by using these bad accounts. I need to stay here first and help you settle all the accounts in this quagmire before you can truly take control of the money, supplies, and military power." Jochi felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her serious expression. Just as he was about to tease her, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. "My lord! Something has happened!" Meng Jiao's rough voice came from outside the door. Jochi's expression hardened, and he immediately put aside his sentimental feelings. "Come in." Meng Jiao pushed open the door, his face full of murderous intent, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Outside the camp, at the market, there are a few vendors who couldn't pay their protection money, and they're being whipped by Bao Su's thugs, who are hanging them upside down on the gate. A large crowd has gathered outside, complaining loudly." Jochi's eyes turned cold. Meng Jiao gritted his teeth and pleaded, "Sir, let me go and kill those vicious dogs." Jochi remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Jochi suddenly stood up, walked to the window, and stared directly in the direction of the signing room. "Go and relay my military orders. Tonight I, the commander, will host a banquet at the General's Hall. I want every single officer in the camp above the rank of colonel to come and drink." Chapter 62. The Hall of Generals is clearly divided. Jin Tie angrily throws a bottle of turbid wine. Chapter 62. The Hall of Generals is clearly divided. Jin Tie angrily throws a cup of turbid wine. The Hall of Generals is brightly lit. 4 large round tables were arranged longitudinally, stretching from the entrance to the bottom of the hall. The table was laden with wine and meat, steaming hot, and the aroma filled the entire room. The 3 tables in front were packed with people. The battalion commanders and centurions were all arm in arm, laughing and talking loudly, creating quite a lively atmosphere. The last table, however, was completely empty. Not only did no one sit down, but the people in front even pushed forward intentionally or unintentionally, creating a large, clearly defined empty space between themselves and the last table. At the far end of the empty table, only one person was sitting. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Jochi strode in from the back room. The noise stopped abruptly, and everyone stood up in unison. Jochi stopped in his tracks and immediately spotted the last table and the person sitting there. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a blue cloth armor and a worn-out black battle robe. Although the robe was old, it was starched and washed clean, and the collar and cuffs were buttoned up tightly. His eyebrows were slanted upwards, his eyes were cold and sharp, and his back was as straight as a javelin stuck in the ground. He looked coldly at the commotion in front of him, and his whole person exuded an unyielding and upright spirit. Meng Jiao, still in his everyday clothes and fully armored, followed half a step to Jochi's side. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes sweeping over the people in the hall like a wolf. Jochi walked to the main table and gestured with his hand. "Please sit down." Everyone took their seats, behaving much more politely than before. "Is everyone here?" Jochi asked. Bao Su quickly came over from the side, his face beaming with smiles. "Reporting to Commander Qian, all the military officers above the rank of captain in the camp are here." Jochi nodded and pointed to the last table. "Isn't there a big empty table over there? Why are they all crammed over here?" Bao Su's smile froze for a moment, then he chuckled to cover it up. "Sir, you don't know this. Our patrol battalion has always been united and of one mind. Everyone likes to be together, and it's warmer to be together on such a cold day." Several centurions nearby quickly chimed in with dry laughter. Yes, it's more fun to sit together." Jochi looked at the person in the distance and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" The man who had been sitting upright suddenly stood up, clasped his hands in a fist, and said in a deep voice, "Your subordinate is Qin Tie, the garrison sentry officer." "So it's Commander Qin." Jochi waved. "Would you like to sit here?" Qin Tie stood there, not moving an inch. "I'm quite comfortable sitting here." The voice was harsh, leaving no room for maneuver. After saying that, he sat back down in his original seat. The surrounding centurions exchanged glances. Some pursed their lips, while others chuckled softly. Jochi smiled, not annoyed at all. "All right, then please make yourself at Commander Qin's request." Bao Su leaned close to Jochi's ear and whispered provocatively, "My lord, don't pay him any attention. This Qin Tie is arrogant, and has always disdained to sit at the same table as us. He's a rock in a latrine. Look at those two, they're his captains, and they keep their distance from him." Bao Su pointed to the two men at the middle table with their heads down. Jochi, still smiling, raised his hand and waved. "Let the feast begin." After a few rounds of drinks, the hall became lively again. Bao Su and several centurions took turns coming up to offer toasts, saying flattering things. Jochi accepted everything without hesitation, drinking bowl after bowl, a smile always on his face. When they had drunk enough wine, Jochi suddenly picked up his wine bowl and stood up. The hall gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at the new superior. Jochi cleared his throat. "When I entered the camp, I saw some brothers collecting tolls from merchants outside the gate. Is it really worth going to such lengths over a few copper coins?" Bao Su and the others felt a chill run down their spines, and their smiles vanished. Is this a case of a new broom sweeping clean and cracking down on military discipline? Unexpectedly, Jochi changed his tone and sneered. "How pathetic!" He glanced at the crowd and smiled meaningfully. "Now that I've taken over Luoma Slope, all the trade routes with the north will be ours. Follow me, Jochi, and I guarantee that your pockets will be 10 times fuller than before. You'll be eating and drinking well every day." Bao Su was stunned, and so were the other centurions. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting from shock to ecstasy. It turns out that the new commander wasn't trying to mess with us, but rather to lead us to great wealth. Lord Commander is wise. If we follow the adults, we'll have a good life from now on. Respectfully, Commander. Everyone raised their wine bowls, and flattery and fawning filled the air, making the atmosphere even more frenzied than before. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the fluttering of drums, a chaotic scene unfolded. Jochi smiled and responded, but out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the table at the very back. Qin Tie sat there, looking at the chaos before him, the veins on the back of his hand holding the rough porcelain bowl bulging. Jochi withdrew his gaze, raised his wine bowl high, and said, "Come on, everyone, from now on, we brothers will be the god of wealth of the north. Cheers!" Everyone responded in unison. Just as Jochi was about to bring the wine bowl to his lips. Bang! A sharp crack abruptly shattered the clamor that filled the room. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Qin Tie stood at the very back, smashing the wine bowl in front of him to pieces, shards of porcelain scattering all over the floor. He strode forward, glaring at Jochi. "I heard that Commander Zhou led 20 riders to burn down the royal tent and force the Tianlang army to retreat. I thought that with Zhang Jing gone, the patrol battalion had finally gained a tough commander. Qintie pointed to the smoky, chaotic atmosphere in the room. I never imagined that the legendary lone hero would turn out to be such a greedy and despicable person who only knows how to exploit the people and collude with corrupt officials and scoundrels. I, Qin, cannot drink this filthy, rotten wine meant for getting rich. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bao Su slammed his hand on the table and jumped up, pointing at Qintie and shouting, Qintie! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Commander Qianhu? Do you want to rebel? Several other villagers nearby also stood up and started cursing. You ungrateful wretch! Get out! Base dash! A cold, sharp sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Meng Jiao's eyes narrowed, and half of his battle sword was already drawn. With just one word from Jochi, he could instantly kill this man. The noise was cut off. Qintie looked at the broken blade without the slightest fear on his face, and straightened his back even more. Jochi glanced at Qintie, raised his hand, and gently pressed Meng Jiao's sword hilt back down. Put it away! Meng Jiao sheathed his sword and took a half-step back. Jochi looked at Qintie, but instead of getting angry, he smiled calmly and said, Since Commander Qin finds this wine dirty and can't drink it, then we won't force him. Please do as you please. Qintie frowned. He thought that publicly insulting his superior would surely bring trouble upon him, but to his surprise, the other party casually told him to leave. Looking at Jochi's indifferent smile, the disappointment and disgust in his eyes deepened. He didn't want to stay in this filthy place a moment longer, so he snorted and turned to leave. After Qintie left, the atmosphere in the hall became chilly for a moment. Bao Su and the other centurions watched Jochi cautiously, unsure whether the chiliarch was suppressing his anger. Jochi suddenly burst into laughter. He picked up his wine bowl and waved it at everyone. As the saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. It's fine to leave a blackfish that doesn't eat fish in our pond. Come on, let's keep drinking. Bao Su put on a fawning smile again. Commander Qianhu is right. Your magnanimity is as vast as the sea, we admire you. Come, let's continue drinking. Everyone echoed their agreement, and the hall returned to its previous lively atmosphere, even more unrestrained than before. Bao Su even personally carried the wine jar and went to Jochi's side to pour him wine. At that moment, the last bit of wariness in his heart completely vanished. This new commander is indeed a money grubber, the complete opposite of Qintie, who's like a rock in a latrine. They drank several more rounds of wine. Jochi put down his wine bowl and suddenly reached out and patted Bao Su on the shoulder. Brother Bao. What are your orders, sir? Bao Su quickly approached. Brother Bao, since we're going to roll up our sleeves and get into big business in the future, we need to take stock of the camp's assets first. We can't make a fortune if we don't have a clear understanding of the situation. Jochi's smile remained unchanged. Bao Su froze. Speed is of the essence in war. After the banquet, have Meng Jiao go with you. Make sure everything, including the recent income and expenditure of money and provisions in the camp and the inventory of the armory, is recorded and moved to my room. Jochi said, staring into Bao Su's eyes. Chapter 63. Commander Zhou plays with beauties under the lamp. Gu Yilan recognizes a corrupt official in the accounts. Chapter 63. Zhou Qianhu plays with beautiful women under the lamp. Gu Yilan discovers a corrupt official in the back courtyard of the patrol camp. The night is already deep. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Bao Su walked in carrying account books that were half a foot high. Meng Jiao, carrying a tall stack of account books, followed behind Bao Su as if he were a prisoner. Jochi personally went up to him, took the top few account books, and smiled very warmly. Brother Bao, you've worked hard. It's so late at night, and I'm still bothering you to make this trip. Bao Su's arms ached, and he forced a smile, saying, It's my duty, Commander Qianhu, to give the order. These are all the accounts from the past 3 years for the camp, they're all here. Jochi placed the ledger on the table and patted Bao Su on the shoulder. The blow was quite forceful, causing Bao Su's shoulder to sink heavily downwards. Don't panic, brother. Jochi looked sincerely into Bao Su's eyes and said, I told you, we're brothers who'll make a fortune together. Tonight's audit is purely to ensure a proper way to divide the money later. As for those old accounts, even if there are any small holes, I can find a way to cover them up for you. We're all on the same side, why would I audit you? Bao Su's facial muscles twitched, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement, but cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. One of our own? Ma Kui, who died in the snow at Gachujian. You told him you were one of us. Bao Su retreated, his legs feeling weak. A gust of night wind cleared his muddled mind. This kid is just stalling me. I absolutely cannot sit here and wait to die. Watching Bao Su stagger away, Jochi's smile gradually faded. He turned to Meng Jiao and instructed. You should go and rest too. I don't need to guard this place. Meng Jiao responded and left, closing the door behind him. Once the door closed, only Jochi and Gu Yilan remained in the room. The underground heating was burning brightly, making the room warm and cozy. The candlelight on the table flickered gently, casting long shadows of the two people. Gu Yilan immediately got into the zone. She moved the thick stack of account books onto the table and spread them out by category. Slender fingers rested on the abacus, and the crisp click-clack of the abacus rang out in the quiet night for a good half hour. Jochi had also gone over to take a look. He was good at looking at sand table maps and devising tactical infiltration strategies, but looking at this ancient double-entry book of false accounts full of terms like fire loss surplus and discount, he felt completely overwhelmed. Jochi decided to stop looking and leaned against the table, quietly admiring Gu Yilan's focused expression as she did the accounting. The room was so warm that Gu Yilan took off her outer coat, leaving her in only a thin, plain-colored undergarment. In the flickering candlelight, her slightly furrowed brows, tightly pursed red lips, and the glimpse of her fair and delicate nape when she lowered her head all exuded an astonishing allure, making Jochi's appetite surge. Everyone says that a beautiful woman playing the zither and dancing is the most beautiful sight. Jochi walked over and stood behind her. But in my opinion, the way you look at the abacus under the lamp is 100 times more beautiful than any delicate flower or jade in this world. As he uttered those words, Jochi's hands began to wander. He gently pinched her thin shoulders with his fingertips, and then his warm palms slowly caressed her slender back. Gu Yilan's cheeks flushed instantly, her fingertips trembled, and her previously smooth calculation movements suddenly faltered. Zhou Lang, stop fooling around, she said softly, with a hint of shyness, but her softened body showed no resistance. Instead, she leaned back slightly against him. Regarding what might happen next, Gu Yilan felt a mix of longing to completely surrender herself to this man and a fear of the unknown. She could only try to distract herself with what she was doing. Look here. Gu Yilan took a deep breath, forcing her gaze to the ledger, her voice trembling slightly. Last July, the warehouse leaked and rusted, rendering 2,000 arrows unusable. Is that so? Jochi didn't even look at the account book. His lips brushed against her earlobe, and his warm breath touched her neck. You smell so good, madam. Gu Yilan's body stiffened, and her ears turned red. She bit her lower lip, pointing haphazardly at the ledger, her voice growing increasingly panicked. And there's this rat bite damage report, and 500 standard crossbows were scrapped. The rats in this camp certainly have sharp teeth. Jochi chuckled, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her closer. Let them bite. I don't want to see anything right now, I just want to look at you. Jochi's lips were already pressed against her neck, and Gu Yilan's breathing became completely disordered, her chest heaving violently. She gripped the edge of the abacus tightly, almost using the last shred of her sanity to forcefully calculate the accounts to the end. I've figured it out. Gu Yilan's voice was soft as water, yet it still carried the clear-headedness of a woman from a prominent family. In just 2 years, the deficit here has amounted to as much as 20,000 taels. Bao Su was promoted to centurion and took charge of the camp for less than a month. He didn't have the guts or the time. It was all done by the former Chiliarch, Zhang Jing. He's not only embezzling military funds, he's also reselling weapons. I guessed it. Jochi replied nonchalantly, his hands continuing their work without stopping. If he weren't greedy, I wouldn't be here. It's late, we'll settle the score tomorrow. Having said that, Jochi's lust grew, and he was about to pick up Gu Yilan along with the account book, preparing to consummate their marriage. However, just as Jochi exerted his strength, Gu Yilan's hand suddenly pressed down on the ledger on the table, and the series of abacus sounds abruptly stopped. The enchanting atmosphere inside the room came to an abrupt end. Gu Yilan suddenly turned around, her expression now solemn. She reached out and pressed against Jochi's chest, all traces of shyness vanishing from her eyes, replaced by extreme horror on her face. Zhou Lang, stop fooling around, Gu Yilan said anxiously. Something terrible has happened. Jochi noticed her unusual state. The lust in his eyes subsided, and his instinctive alertness immediately calmed him down. What's wrong? Gu Yilan didn't speak, her fingers trembling as she heavily traced the last few lines of the ledger, pointing to two extremely inconspicuous shop names. That was a business that was responsible for buying these scrapped military equipment at a low price. Zhifengguan. Bao Tai. When Guilan uttered those two names, her voice carried a hint of barely suppressed fear. Jochi frowned, looking at the two business names. These names sound a bit awkward. What's wrong? It's because it's awkward. Guilan raised her head. Many years ago, when I was still young, my father didn't deliberately hide his cases from me. That year, he was ordered to investigate a major case of salt and iron smuggling by the southern border troops. He would sit in his study all night long until his eyes were bloodshot. Guilan swallowed hard. There was always a note on his desk in his study, with the names of 4 confiscated chain businesses written on it. I found the names strange and interesting, and I even read them aloud. Which 4? Jochi asked in a deep voice. Huiyuan Hai Dijusi, Guanyankang, and Furoji. What do you mean? Jochi didn't understand for a moment. Guilan felt a chill run through her body, her fingers gripping the yellowed ledger. Zhou Lang, look at today's ledger. Zhifengguan Mao Tai, isn't it exactly the same as those 4 names? Indeed, ordinary businesses don't usually have such strange names. Jochi nodded. Guilan's fingers were trembling. She looked up at Jochi, her eyes filled with horror. Could the mess at Luoma Slope Camp be the same group behind the salt and iron smuggling in southern Xinjiang back then? Chapter 64. A secret talk in the chamber reveals a shocking web. A murderous intent is revealed on the gathering platform. Chapter 64. A secret talk in the chamber shocks the sky. On the gathering platform, murderous intent is revealed. The red candles in the room have burned halfway. Guilan picked up her pen and copied the names of those businesses onto several blank sheets of paper. Dija 4. Huiyuan Hai. Fu Weijia. Guanyan is empty. After fiddling with it a few times, Guilan traced the last character of each business name with her finger. The two looked at the words on the paper, their eyes met, and they read aloud in unison. All the world is empty. Jochi took the thick ledger and quickly flipped through it a few times. See if there are any other businesses with similar names in the ledger? Guilan carefully sorted through the remaining accounts and shook her head. That's all. Only Zhifengguan and Baotai. Jochi put away his previous romantic thoughts and sat down at the table. Did your father-in-law ever find out anything about the case he investigated in southern Xinjiang back then? Who exactly is behind this business? Guilan lowered her eyes and said helplessly. I don't know. I was young then, and although my father didn't hide it from me, he would never tell me those extremely dangerous secrets of the court. What crime did the court charge your father-in-law with? Jochi asked. Do you know who did it? Guilan clenched her sleeves and gritted her teeth, saying, Treason and treason, selling military supplies. She took a deep breath. I don't know who did it. But I do know that my father was an upright man and would never do such a thing. What a convenient excuse for the thief crying stop thief. Jochi tapped his fingers on the table. Southern Xinjiang, northern lands, the entire country has been woven into a net. It seems the person behind this is someone of considerable power. Guilan felt a deep sense of powerlessness and fear welling up inside her. If even this remote Luamapo camp in Yunzhou is just a thread in that giant net, then the person hiding in the shadows is very likely a high-ranking official with extensive influence in the imperial court. If the person lurking in the shadows is the murderer who harmed the Gu family, how can she, a convicted orphan, avenge this blood feud? Jochi noticed that Guilan's body was trembling slightly, so he stood up and pulled her into his arms. Jochi rested his chin on Guilan's head and said, No matter how big the net is, it's still woven by people. As long as he dares to extend his reach into my territory, I'll chop off his claws sooner or later to avenge my father-in-law. Guilan leaned against his strong chest, and her wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. She raised her head, pondered for a moment, and asked, Zhou Lang, if this patrol battalion is also part of their entire network, why would General Su specifically place you here? Jochi patted her on the shoulder and pulled over 2 chairs to sit down. In our patrol battalion, there is a solitary and upright centurion named Qintie, Jochi said. Tonight, a banquet is being held in the General's Hall, with 4 tables in total. The first 3 tables are packed with people, but at the 4th table, Qintie sits alone. Not a single officer in the entire patrol battalion is willing to sit at the same table with him. During the banquet, I heard that the former commander Zhang Jing was exposed by Qintie, who bypassed his rank, and that's why he was transferred to another place. Jochi looked at the candlelight on the table, Judging from Su Che's appearance, he is not a greedy person. I think he placed me, a person with no background and who has just made military achievements, here because he wants to use me as a knife to sever the connection between the patrol battalion and the dark network behind it. Guilan nodded. When my father was alive, I also heard him mention it. Su Che is the pillar of the Jinbei army who is knowledgeable in military affairs and upright. My father praised him as a pure minister who, although stationed on the frontier, has a proud spirit. The details of the matter gradually became clear. Guilan looked at the account books on the table and brought the topic back to the current predicament. Zhou Lang, Zhang Jing has simply packed up and left. Although the accounts are balanced, there is still a real deficit. The camp is severely short of weapons and provisions. What are we going to do? Jochi smiled. Simple, grab it. Guilan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jochi meant. But looking at Jochi's calm and composed eyes, she knew that this man must have already planned a countermeasure. Jochi stood up and looked out the window. It was already bright outside. You should get some sleep tonight. Jochi picked up his armor. You'll be busy tonight. Jochi dressed neatly, pushed open the door, and went out. In the courtyard, Meng Jiao was practicing his morning exercises by swinging stone weights in the cold wind. Seeing Jochi emerge, Meng Jiao silently put down the stone lock, turned around, grabbed the heavy armor beside him, put it on, and strode after him. Lormapo Camp, gathering platform. The somber drumbeats of the rallying ceremony were sounded 3 times. 800 soldiers, fully armed and ready for battle, assembled below the platform. Bao Su and several other centurions, along with the flag bearers of each outpost, stood at the very front of the procession. Although the ranks were in formation, the soldiers' armor was worn and tattered, and most of their weapons were chipped. Many of them hunched their shoulders in the cold wind, their eyes glazed over. Jochi, holding the hilt of his sword, walked step by step onto the platform where generals gathered. He stood on the high place, looking down at the 800 people below the stage. Someone bragged to me last night that every single one of our patrol battalion members is a hero. Look at yourselves. You are soldiers guarding the border. But look at your armor, can it stop the heavy arrows of the serious? Look at the swords in your hands, they are worn and dull, and you don't even have a replacement. When the serious marched south, you bled and fought desperately, but when you retreated, you couldn't even get a full meal. The soldiers below the stage fell silent, many lowering their heads with humiliation and resentment in their eyes. Jochi pointed towards the camp gate. So, you were forced to go outside the camp gate to extort money from those vegetable vendors and rob them of those pitiful copper coins. Do you feel aggrieved? I do. A slight commotion arose in the crowd, and several veterans' eyes reddened. Bao Su stood in the front row, his brows furrowed, unable to figure out what Jochi was up to. Do you think the imperial court didn't provide you with grain? Didn't it provide you with iron? Jochi suddenly drew his sword from his waist, the blade pointing to the sky. Wrong. Your provisions and your superior weaponry have long been bought up at low prices by corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants in the city. They then resell these things to the serious people at high prices. The serious people eat your food, wield your swords, and then turn around and kill your brothers. They rob your wives and daughters. You're risking your lives here at the border, while those corrupt officials and unscrupulous businessmen are counting money with women in the city. Can you swallow this insult? These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. The soldiers' eyes turned red, and their numb faces ignited with anger. Who did this? Lord Commander, lead us to kill these beasts. The crowd was outraged, and their shouts were deafening. Jochi sheathed his sword and pressed his hands down. Last night, we owe a great debt to Bao Su, the centurion of the outpost. Jochi suddenly turned his gaze to Bao Su below the stage. Commander Bao is a man of great integrity, handing over to me the camp's accounts from the past few years in their entirety. I investigated them overnight and have already identified these 2 businesses that specialize in smuggling salt and iron and exploiting your soldiers. Countless angry and fanatical eyes converged on Bao Su. Bao Su froze, all color draining from his face, turning ashen. Jochi stood on the platform and said coldly, Today, we'll raid these 2 businesses and take back the money, supplies, and weapons that belong to you. Bao Shijue's mind went blank. He finally understood why Jochi had asked him to hand over the accounts immediately last night. This isn't some leverage over money, it's a death warrant that's putting him on the hot seat. These businesses had given him plenty of benefits on a regular basis. Now that Jochi is saying in front of the entire army that he provided the clues, The people behind the business will definitely tear him to pieces once they find out. Standing next to Bao Su, the scarred-faced centurion Du was also ashen-faced and covered in cold sweat. Jochi gave them no time to react and shouted sternly. Outpost Officer Bao Su, Rear Post Officer Du, listen to my command. The two men, steeling themselves, stepped forward and said, Your subordinates are here. Jochi stared into Bao Su's eyes and said, I order you two to gather your men and follow me out of the camp immediately to seize the Jufengguan Trading Company. Bao Su and Du gritted their teeth and said, Yes, sir. Jochi turned to the other side. Qintai on the left flank and Zhang Jin on the right flank, listen to my orders. You are under Meng Jiao's command. Go and investigate Bao Tai. Meng Jiao strode forward, his voice booming like a bell. Yes, sir. Below the reviewing stand, the wind whistled. Several centurions and captains who usually had dealings with the business exchanged bewildered glances, their hands and feet turning cold. Once they left this camp, they would have no way out. Chapter 65. A mighty dragon clashes with a local tyrant. A sharp blade pierces the den of corruption. Chapter 65. A powerful dragon confronts a local snake. A sharp blade pierces the den of corruption. The Fenghuan Trading Company is located on the most prosperous street in the south of Yunzhou City. The three-room storefront, about 2 zhang tall, had a black signboard with gold lettering that dazzled the eyes in the winter sun. The stone steps at the entrance are polished to a shine, and you can tell at a glance how many people walk on them every day. Jochi led his men into the city. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with people carrying loads, setting up stalls, and leading donkeys, all jostling along the way. The sound of horses' hooves rang out from the street corner. At first, the crowd didn't react, but when they saw the dark mass of armored figures and the gleaming swords, they hurriedly scattered to both sides. The patrol soldiers didn't stand on ceremony. They simply pushed people aside to clear a path. Jochi rode his horse at the front, followed by Bao Su and the scarred-faced Du, and behind them was a dense mass of soldiers. Bao Su's face was tense, his eyes fixed on the Jufengguan signboard in front of him, not daring to look to either side. The doors of Jufengguan were wide open. Hearing the commotion, the shop assistants all crowded to the door and craned their necks to look. A middle-aged man in a dark brown silk robe strolled out from inside, stood on the steps, squinted at the man for a moment, then immediately put on a warm smile and hurried down to greet him. Hey! Aren't these the brothers from the patrol battalion? He ran forward, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and smiled warmly. Commander Bao, what brings you here? If you need to buy anything, just send one of your brothers to let me know, and I'll deliver it to the camp for you. Why bother coming all the way here yourself? Bao Su sat on his horse, his lips twitching stiffly, but he didn't dare to respond. Jochi turned his head and glanced at him. We're quite familiar, Brother Bao. Bao Su quickly waved his hand. Qianhu is joking. We've only met a few times during routine shopping trips. We're not familiar with each other at all. Upon hearing the words, 1,000 households, the man's gaze immediately shifted to Jochi. He glanced at the brand new armor, his smile widening. He took 2 quick steps forward and bowed deeply to Jochi-ma. So this is the new Commander Zhou. My apologies. I am Hu Gui, the manager of Jufengguan, paying my respects to Commander Zhou. Jochi reined in his horse, looked at the shopkeeper, and then turned to Bao Su in surprise, saying, Wow! He's so well informed. I only took office yesterday, and today he even knows my last name. Bao Su gave a wry smile, unsure how to answer. Hu Gui straightened up, a smile plastered on his face, unhurried. Lord Commander, you've come all this way today with so many brothers. What is it you wish to purchase? Please just name your name. As long as it's available in Yunzhou City, I'll run myself rag to get it for you. Jochi smiled. He dismounted, walked up to Hu Gui, and patted him on the shoulder. Manager Hu, your business is quite large. Hu Gui bent over, forcing a smile. Thanks to the adults and my brothers, I'm able to make a living, just to get by. Jochi nodded. Just trying to make a living? Then let me ask you, whose food are you eating? Hu Gui's smile froze for a moment. Jochi didn't wait for his reply, but turned around and glanced at Bao Su. Commander Bao, you're familiar with Manager Hu, so tell me, what kind of business has Jufengguan done with our patrol battalion over the years? Bao Su broke out in a sweat. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Hu Gui's smile faded, and he looked at Jochi, his tone becoming neither humble nor arrogant. Lord Commander, we're in business, and we believe in making money through harmony. If you have any orders, please let us know. If there's any misunderstanding, we can clear it up slowly. We're all just trying to make a living in Yuzhou, why ruin our relationship? Jochi stared at him, his smile deepening. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. I'm here today to check the accounts. Hu Gui was stunned for a moment. Check the accounts? Yes. Jochi nodded. Bring out all the account books of your business from the past few years. Also, take out all the banknotes, cash, grain, and military